Chapter 1. The Saiyan Serant. What's this? Gao Ren opened his eyes, bewildered, discovering himself confined within a cramped space. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness, save for the faint glimmers of countless lights visible through the glass before him. Stars? Gao Ren exclaimed in astonishment, struggling to believe his own eyes. Am I dreaming again? The last memory he held was of checking his college entrance exam results, revealing a disheartening score of 420, far from his aspirations for higher education. In a fit of frustration, he had consumed several bottles of beer and subsequently lost consciousness. What on earth is this place? Gao Ren lamented, utterly perplexed. The confined space left him feeling uneasy, a wave of oppression washing over him. What is this? He suddenly felt an object akin to an oxygen mask on his thigh, connected to a thick, flexible tube. As he explored his surroundings, he pieced together his predicament. He appeared to be seated in a spherical pod, with an array of buttons beneath the glass before him. With a slap of his hand, a series of electronic sounds erupted. Ding, ding, ding. Do, do, do. Almost immediately, the darkness illuminated, transforming the glass into a display screen that flashed a multitude of texts and images of celestial bodies. Eventually, the visuals settled on a blue-green planet, accompanied by an electronic voice announcing, "The spacecraft is about to arrive at Gulf Planet, expected to enter the atmosphere in 10 minutes. What in the world? My heavens!" Gao Ren was even more bewildered, utterly lost as to where he was. This dream is far too vivid. He began pressing buttons at random, causing the screen to flicker out, though the lights remained on. My appearance? Gao Ren's voice brimmed with disbelief. It was only then that he noticed his reflection in the glass. A handsome visage with well-defined features, a high nose, and long hair mostly standing upright. A sensor was affixed to his left cheek, and he wore a battle suit. As he touched his face, he was momentarily rendered speechless by shock. No way. I've become a Saiyan. The realization struck him, stirring a mix of excitement and anxiety. Yet, confusion soon replaced his initial thrill. He was certain this face had never appeared in Dragon Ball. He pinched his cheek and exclaimed, "Ah, that hurts." Though unfamiliar, this is indeed not a dream, Gao Ren murmured with newfound determination. Memories of his childhood flooded back. He had been utterly captivated by Dragon Ball, dreaming nightly of being Goku. Imagining himself soaring through the skies as a Super Saiyan, effortlessly obliterating planets, had once brought him immense joy. Little did he know that this dream had now materialized. He quelled his exhilaration, closing his eyes to attune himself to this new body. After several minutes, he gradually acclimated to his Saiyan physique, embracing his identity. Still, a tinge of nervousness lingered as he pondered the unknowns of Gulf Planet and any potential dangers that might lurk there. Yet, the mere thought of being a Saiyan emboldened him. It was an opportunity to showcase his strength and indulge in the thrill of battle. He also yearned to fulfill the dreams he had harbored in slumber. I wonder what my battle power is now. Gao Ren's face lit up with enthusiasm, his heart racing with anticipation. Do. He pressed the sensor, and a deluge of data began to flicker before him. However, after a considerable time of searching, he could not find the option to measure his battle power. What are you doing, Serant? A strange male voice echoed from the sensor. Who's speaking? Gao Ren responded, caught off guard, his expression turning wary. Huh? Have you really forgotten? It's me, Gillard. After just a year of hibernation, you've lost all memory? The voice resonated again. Only then did Gao Ren notice two small orbs glowing within the sensor. One on the left blinking intermittently. He leaned toward the window and observed another Saiyan pod ship approximately 20 meters to his left. Of course I haven't forgotten, Gao Ren quickly replied, intending to placate the situation, uncertain of the power dynamics at play at that moment. A powerful gravitational force approached him. Instinctively, he looked up to behold a colossal blue-green planet, precisely matching the earlier display. The spacecraft is about to land. The spacecraft is about to land. Entering the atmosphere now, the electronic voice announced once more. Gao Ren felt himself being secured in his seat by what resembled a safety harness. Glancing down, he recognized it as such. The two ships entered the atmosphere of Gulf Planet, and Gao Ren experienced a series of slight jolts. But he remained unperturbed. He understood that the resilience of a Saiyan body could withstand any fall, rendering him indifferent to the impending turbulence. Above a lush forest, the two spherical ships streaked across the sky, racing toward distant mountains. Moments later, twin booms echoed, shaking the ground and startling numerous creatures from the trees. Two massive craters, approximately 50 meters in diameter and perfectly aligned, emerged on a hillside. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The doors of the two ships began to open slowly. From the left vessel emerged a robust figure, 2 meters tall, clad in battle attire, appearing to be in his 20s. His hair was cropped short, nearly a buzz cut, with many areas of his skin exposed, bulging muscles radiating strength. At that moment, a hand slowly extended from the right ship, grasping the door frame. Following this, a young man, around 18 or 19 years old, with a height of 1 meter 80 and a well-proportioned, yet less muscular physique emerged. Beneath his armor, he wore a blue bodysuit, his skin concealed, presenting a more delicate appearance than his counterpart. What a splendid planet. It seems we can fetch a good price here, the brawny man remarked, surveying his surroundings with a grin. He pressed a button on the sensor, exclaiming, "Oh wow," as excitement sparkled in his eyes. 3 powerful energy signals. Not bad, not bad. Gao Ren gazed at the sky, where the sun shone brightly against a backdrop of blue and white clouds, marveling at how reminiscent this place was of Earth. Suddenly, Gillard's voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned, glancing at the sensor, and pressed it as well. Do. The data on the sensor fluctuated before settling on an arrow, which guided him southwest. 300, 320, 323, 323. The numbers continued to rise until they finally stabilized at 323. How disappointing. It's just slightly stronger than Master Roshi, Gao Ren remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Do. Just as he voiced his critique, the sensor began to fluctuate again, revealing 2 small dots in different directions. The numbers beside them surged, ultimately stabilizing at 419 and 263. The sum of 3 is merely 1005. How dull. The muscular man's enthusiasm waned instantly, his expression darkening. Originally, he had anticipated formidable foes on this planet, sending 2 individuals to prepare for a grand battle, yet the reality was far from his expectations. What a letdown. Let's go? Without sparing Gao Ren a glance, the muscular man soared into the sky. How does one take flight? Gao Ren pondered anxiously. He then closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of energy within. Indeed, he sensed a substantial current of chi coursing through him. I must give it a try. Ceram, what are you daydreaming about? Aren't you going to move? Upon soaring into the sky, the robust man noticed that Gao Ren remained still and came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 2 The Great War approaches. Gao Ren leaped into the air, astonishingly finding himself floating. What a delightful surprise. He breathed a sigh of relief. Having feared he would reveal his secret, but it turned out to be as effortless as sipping milk. Thus, the two of them ventured toward the most potent energy emanating from the northwest. Gao Ren soared behind the robust figure ahead, relishing the cool breeze brushing against his face. A sensation that filled his heart with exhilaration. Indeed, flying was an unparalleled thrill, a feeling absent from his dreams. He murmured softly to himself, then glanced at his right hand, his face alight with excitement. In the next moment, he struck downward, unleashing a beam of light upon the ground. With a thunderous roar, the energy collided with the earth, instantly creating a massive crater as clouds of dust billowed upward. Gao Ren was momentarily startled by the sight, but soon, exhilaration replaced his surprise as he clenched his fist. Amidst the swirling dust, a colossal shadow emerged, spanning over 100 meters. What are you doing? The burly man turned back, his face a mask of confusion, regarding Gao Ren with a look of disbelief. Haha, I slipped. Gao Ren replied awkwardly, attempting to explain. Gillard merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, and increased his speed slightly. Gao Ren could hardly contain himself, and the experience did not disappoint. The power to annihilate was utterly intoxicating. Meanwhile, on a small island near the continent, a tall figure abruptly paused, his expression heavy as he gazed toward the southeast. How can there be such formidable energy? Shock on his face gradually morphed into fear, beads of sweat forming on his pale blue skin. What's wrong, Vuman? A tall woman emerged from a nearby wooden cabin, her concern evident. 2 immensely powerful energies are approaching us, the young man stammered, his voice trembling as if he had encountered something profoundly terrifying. It must be Lin Zhu and Tong Yu. The woman replied, forcing a smile. Taken aback by witnessing Vuman in such a state, stirring a sense of dread within her for the unknown. Not them. They do not possess such overwhelming energy. The young man refuted, shaking his head. On the other side, Gao Ren observed Gulard ahead and activated the detector. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers on the detector fluctuated rapidly. 1,498. 1,499, 1,500, 1,500. At last, the final number settled at 1,500, flickering momentarily. That is not too strong, is it? This is merely on par with Raditz, Gao Ren pondered, his expression darkening. If he was this weak, then what did that make him? Realizing a crucial point, Gao Ren noted that the dynamic between the two was not akin to that of Goku and Vegeta. Rather, it was reversed. It seemed that Gulard was always in the lead, implying that he was the weakest among them. Beep, beep, beep. The detector once again erupted into a frenzy. Before Gao Ren could ponder further, the detector was triggered once more, revealing two entities, designated as 263 and 323, moving at high speed. Both were converging towards the location of 419, situated over 3,000 kilometers away. Intriguing. It seems there is no need for me to search for them one by one, Gulard remarked as he examined the data on the detector, casting a glance at Gao Ren. Let us accelerate our pace. Gao Ren had no objections. He intended to adapt to circumstances as they unfolded. The notion of a massacre was beyond his capacity. Perhaps he could manage the slaughter of ferocious beasts. But when it came to civilized humans, no matter how grotesque their forms, he could not bring himself to commit such an atrocity. After all, his current disposition remained true to his original nature. The two increased their speed, soaring into the distance, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only two faint trails of white light. During their journey, Gao Ren observed that the environment of this planet bore a striking resemblance to Earth, perhaps even more beautiful. The oceans appeared somewhat diminished in proportion, while the land was adorned with an abundance of peculiar green flora, resembling oversized sprouts. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed. On a small island, they arrived. The young man regarded the sky with vigilance and shouted. The sound of air being torn apart resonated, unmistakably signaling the approach of a high-speed object. In the next moment, the noise ceased abruptly, and Gao Ren and his companion materialized in the sky, surveying the scene below. Before Gao Ren's eyes lay a modest island, measuring only a few hundred meters in length and width, covered in dense vegetation, with a small hemispherical wooden house at its center. Standing beside the dwelling were two figures, and despite the considerable distance, Gao Ren could clearly discern their features, even the expressions of terror on their faces. The two resembled humans from Earth, yet their skin bore a pale blue hue, and their hair was a vibrant azure. They appeared taller than the average Earthling, but lacked physical robustness. According to Gao Ren's detector, the man, approximately 2 meters tall, possessed a combat power of merely 419. He was clad in rough gray fabric, with short sleeves and shorts, his straight hair cascading to his shoulders, looking to be around 26 or 27 years of age. Intently fixated on Gao Ren and Gulard, Gao Ren glanced at the woman beside him, whose combat power was recorded as only 20. She appeared to be around 24 or 25, slightly shorter, but still around 1 meter 80. Her curly long hair fell to her waist, and she wore similar attire, covering only the essential areas. Their appearance seemed somewhat primitive, yet their features were strikingly refined, not resembling savages at all. Gulard descended towards the two, and upon witnessing this, Gao Ren followed suit, landing on the ground. Who are you? What brings you here? The young man inquired cautiously, his tone relatively gentle, tinged with a hint of trepidation. The woman, filled with trepidation, fixed her gaze upon Gulard and Gao Ren, equally on high alert. One possessing a power level of 419, the other merely 20. It was astonishing to encounter such feeble beings in the vast cosmos. Gulard erupted into a hearty laugh. Who exactly are you, and what brings you to this planet? The youth's expression darkened, and an unsettling premonition began to take root within him. He had already discerned that the two were not of this world and harbored ill intentions. The faint aura of menace nearly left him breathless. Are they here? Gulard inquired, casting his gaze to the skies. At that very moment, Gao Ren's detector began to emit a series of beeps, prompting him to look up and witness two dark figures soaring towards them from the horizon. The thunderous sound followed in their wake. 506, 530. Gao Ren was momentarily taken aback. The detector had previously indicated 263 and 323, and now the numbers had surged past 500. It appeared that the readings could not be wholly trusted. as it was likely that their adversaries, much like Earthlings, were adept at concealing their presence. Such thoughts coursed through his mind as he steeled himself, acutely aware of the uncertainty surrounding their foe's true power. As the figures became clearer, one was a bald man in his 30s, towering over 2 meters with a physique that was intimidatingly muscular. The other, a youth around 17 or 18 years of age, stood at a height of approximately 1.80 meters, with short hair and a physique not dissimilar to Gao Ren's own. Upon their arrival on the ground, the detector's readings reverted to 323 and 263, corresponding to the muscular man and the young boy, respectively. Have they finally arrived? A surge of battle spirit ignited within Gillard as he turned to Gao Ren. I'll handle these 3 worthless beings. You are not to interfere. He then gestured towards the woman, disdainfully declaring, this wretch with a power level of merely 20 shall be yours. His tone brooked no argument. Without waiting for Gao Ren's consent, he charged towards the trio. Chapter 3. Fighting with all one's might. Gao Ren shook his head at Gillard's words, choosing not to voice his thoughts. Instead, he mused to himself about the Saiyans' inherent arrogance. Otherwise, they would not have nearly met their demise before fully maturing. This led him to ponder the current timeline. Was planet Vegeta still in existence? Had Goku been born yet? Never mind. That is a matter for another time, he resolved, redirecting his focus to the woman beside him, who, it must be said, was quite attractive. Upon noticing Gao Ren's gaze, she immediately assumed a combat stance, though her body trembled with fear. Observing this, Gao Ren shook his head. He had no intention of engaging with someone whose power level was a mere 20, as it failed to ignite his battle spirit. Instead, he turned his attention back to the unfolding conflict, eager to witness the combat up close. This was far removed from watching it on television as a child. Of course, a flicker of curiosity lingered within him, wondering if Gillard might falter in this encounter, allowing him to seize the opportunity when the moment was ripe. There was no need to rush. Gillard charged directly at the muscular man, unleashing a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, the burly man was sent flying before he could react. In the blink of an eye, Gillard vanished from his position, only to reappear between the young man and the boy. He raised his hands, unleashing 2 energy spheres. The duo, caught off guard, barely turned their heads before the spheres struck their faces, propelling them into the sea in the opposite direction. The entire sequence transpired in a heartbeat. The sound of 3 intermittent booms echoed, sending large sprays of water into the air. Yuman, Yu, and Lin Zhu shouted towards the ocean from 3 different directions, their expressions laden with increased concern. Gao Ren, witnessing this, was initially astonished. He could hardly fathom the sheer strength of a combat power of 1,500. Yet, he soon adopted a nonchalant demeanor, perhaps due to the reality of witnessing it firsthand. He glanced back at the sea, muttering to himself, it's not over yet. He was well aware of the saying, where there is smoke, there is fire, and at present, there was not even smoke, just some splashes. What did you say? Gillard thought he misheard and turned to look at Gao Ren. At that moment, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open, and the young man punched upward from below, landing a heavy blow to Gillard's chin. Gillard's body was instantly propelled skyward, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Enveloped in a radiant white light, the young man leaped off the ground, his speed surpassing that of Gillard's ascent. In an instant, he overtook Gillard and, with both fists clenched, delivered a powerful strike to Gillard's back. Gillard's body arched like a bow, and a trickle of blood escaped his lips. He then changed direction, hurtling downward. The subsequent moment brought forth a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust and shaking the entire island. At this juncture, Gao Ren's expression grew grave. He had just detected a reading of 1,000 on the scanner. Others might think the device malfunctioned, but he was Gao Ren, a person who had grown up watching Dragon Ball. As the dust began to settle on the battlefield, a deep pit emerged, revealing Gillard lying at its bottom, appearing disheveled and motionless. Has it been resolved? The young man floated in the air, a look of confusion on his face. Moments later, Gillard suddenly leaped out of the pit, standing firm. To be honest, you've truly made me feel a twinge of pain, he said, wiping the corner of his mouth. Not angered, but rather exhilarated. At that moment, 2 energy spheres surged from the ocean in different directions towards Gillard. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he leaped, causing the 2 spheres to collide with a resounding crash. The explosion emitted a brilliant light, causing Gao Ren beside him to wince in pain from the shockwave. Following this, a torrent of sand and dust enveloped the area, blinding all in its wake. Gao Ren shifted to a different vantage point, gazing upward, where he observed Gillard engaged in a fierce battle with the young man. The forceful collision of fists resonated with a thunderous explosion, reverberating through the vast expanse of the sky. At that moment, two figures emerged from the sea below, those who had just been struck away by Gillard, launching a surprise attack with energy blasts. They swiftly joined the aerial skirmish, and thus, three warriors engaged in combat against Gillard, producing a cacophony of sounds. The four figures flickered like shadows, their speed astonishingly swift, rendering them nearly invisible to the ordinary eye. However, Gao Ren discerned the battle with clarity. He mused that perhaps heightened combat prowess was indeed linked to enhanced vision. He turned his gaze toward a nearby woman, who clutched her hands tightly, displaying a visage of anxiety and confusion as she struggled to comprehend the fray. "Who are you? Why have you come to threaten our homeland?" she implored, her voice tinged with desperation as she directed her gaze at Gao Ren. A smirk played upon his lips. "Why? To annihilate all of you and sell this planet to other extraterrestrial beings," he replied coldly. With that, he redirected his attention back to the aerial conflict. The woman fell silent, a flicker of coldness crossing her face, only to be replaced by resignation. The clash of the four combatants gradually descended towards the ground, leaving behind a path that either created a massive crater or stirred up towering waves. With a resounding thud, Gillard's fist connected with the young man's cheek, sending him crashing back into the sea, followed by a brutal elbow strike to the burly man's abdomen. Raising his right hand, a piercing white beam shot forth, striking the young man not far below. With a swift descent, the young man plummeted towards the earth like a cannonball, while the burly man, clutching his abdomen in agony, slowly descended, unable to maintain flight. A series of thunderous sounds echoed through the air as the young man crashed into the ground, sending dust spiraling into the atmosphere. As the smoke dissipated, the scene revealed the young man sprawled in the crater, his attire tattered and his chest heaving, a trace of blue blood staining the corner of his mouth. "Volman, are you all right?" the woman exclaimed, rushing into the crater to gently support the young man, tears welling in her eyes. He shook his head, unsteadily regaining his footing. Wiping the blood from his lips, he looked up at Gillard, who returned the gaze with an intensity that foretold another energy blast. "Get down," the young man shouted. Simultaneously, the detection devices of Gillard and Gao Ren emitted a series of beeps. 1200. He is indeed concealing his strength. Gao Ren observed the readings, disbelief etched across his face. In that instant, the young man positioned himself protectively in front of the woman, raising his hand to deflect the energy blast, which then plunged into the ocean. With a thunderous crash, a massive volume of seawater erupted into the sky, only to rain down like a torrential downpour. Indeed, you have succeeded in amplifying the intensity of the energy, which adds an element of intrigue. Gillard, far from being flustered, exhibited a hint of madness. He was no fool. After several exchanges, he realized that he could not easily resolve the situation, and thus detected a glimmer of insight. He gently descended back to the ground, casting a glance at the burly man who was still gasping for breath, then turned to Volman and the young boy who had just soared from the water, and with a smile, declared, "There is no need for concealment. Let us engage together. I shall fight you with one hand." With that, Gillard placed his left hand behind his back, genuinely intending to fight with one hand. Gao Ren shook his head at this sight, feeling an ominous sense of foreboding. "Alas, I sense an impending disaster," he sighed, finding the scenario somewhat familiar. The young man, with a serious expression, inquired, "Are you truly serious?" exhibiting a semblance of disbelief. "Naturally," Gillard replied nonchalantly. "Whying, you should keep your distance." The young man turned to the woman and nodded towards the boy and the burly man, stating, "You too. No need for probing. Unleash your full strength." Afterward, he glanced at Gao Ren, relieved to see that he did not prevent the woman from retreating. The boy also flew over, and the three convened to discuss their strategy. Gillard allowed them to converse, showing no intention of interrupting. Moments later, a powerful aura erupted from the trio. Their veins bulged, and their bodies expanded, stirring a tempest that caused the surrounding flora to sway violently. Yet, both Gillard and Gao Ren remained unfazed, seemingly unaffected by this surge of energy. Simultaneously, their detection devices began to beep, registering readings of 860 for Gao Ren as he looked at the boy, then at the young man and the burly man, noting 1300 and 1106. "What a pity," Your combined combat power cannot be merely summed, Gillard expressed with a trace of disappointment. Gao Ren understood that although the total combat power of the three exceeded 3,000, it did not guarantee victory over Gillard, who was only slightly superior in strength, as the latter's speed outmatched theirs, and their velocities could not be compounded. At that moment, the trio charged towards the impassive Gillard in unison. The young man swung a blade-like hand towards Gillard's neck, while the boy unleashed a beam of green light in his direction. Gillard, seemingly unconcerned, attempted to deflect the green light with a flick of his hand. However, to his astonishment, the green light adhered to him upon contact, refusing to be shaken off. What on earth is this? The green light quickly enveloped his entire body, and Gillard's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. He felt no pain or discomfort from the green light, yet he found himself rendered immobile in an instant. Following this, the young man struck him with a heavy blow, sending him crashing to the ground, where he slid sideways, carving a deep trench into the earth that extended all the way to the sea. With a resounding splash, a great deal of water was displaced. The robust man subsequently expelled a spiraling beam of light from his mouth, which surged forth with great intensity. Chapter 4. The Emergence of Ceram. A thunderous roar echoed as the sea was instantaneously blasted apart, revealing the clearly visible stones of the seabed and a profound trench. In the blink of an eye, the ocean surged back, cascading along the grooves of the ground until it reached the trio. Is it resolved? The strong man inquired, gazing at the tranquil surface of the sea with incredulity. Meanwhile, the woman who had been observing from a distance also broke into a smile. Gao Ren's expression grew somber. He understood that the attacks unleashed by the young man and the robust figure were formidable, and enduring them would certainly not bode well for Gillard. The youth and the boy stared at the calm sea, and after a prolonged moment, smiles began to emerge on their faces. Is it supernatural ability? Gao Ren murmured as he glanced at the boy. Upon hearing this, the three turned their heads in unison, their expressions tense as they fixed their gaze on Gao Ren. Now it is only you left, the young man declared, and the three assumed a combative stance, preparing for a new confrontation. Oh, is that so? Gao Ren's demeanor returned to calm, showing no inclination for battle. Instead, his gaze shifted to the space behind the gathering. At that moment, a towering column of water erupted, revealing a shadowy figure within. It was Gillard. Be careful, the woman cried out. Before the trio could react, they heard a series of whooshing sounds as Gillard rushed toward them at high speed. With a resounding crash, he sent the young man flying. A fierce punch from his right hand struck the strong man's face, while the boy, filled with terror, attempted to retreat but was a moment too late. With a sharp slap, Gillard sent him soaring away. The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as the three were hurled into the sea, creating colossal waves. Gao Ren, relying on his detector, realized that Gillard was still alive, albeit with significantly diminished combat power. Without any external energy to sense, he could only depend on his device. He couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, the detector proves to be invaluable, at least for now. Suspended in the low air, Gillard bore numerous wounds, his chest heaving heavily, presenting a pitiful sight. Observing him, Gao Ren immediately recognized the severity of his injuries. Gillard adjusted his head, straightening it with a firm motion, and addressed the sea. Come forth. I know you haven't perished so easily. Yet, there was no response. The surface remained eerily tranquil. Gao Ren activated his detector, which indicated that the figures remained, albeit their combat powers had somewhat diminished, though not by much. At this juncture, Gillard ascended into the sky, surveying the scene below before shaking his head and raising both hands. 3 energy orbs were unleashed, each soaring towards the sea in different directions. However, before the energy orb could penetrate the surface of the sea, the waters erupted as if boiling, ceaselessly bubbling. A thunderous roar followed, and 3 towering columns of water shot skyward, revealing the figures of a youth, a young man, and a robust warrior. At that moment, the energy orb struck the ocean behind them, producing 3 resounding booms. A deluge of seawater splashed up, momentarily submerging the 3, but as the water cascaded down, their silhouettes re-emerged. Each bore a solemn expression, and then they converged in the air. Are you all prepared? I shall now proceed earnestly, Gillard intoned, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his face as he regarded them. First, allow me to withstand your initial strike. The youth smirked, then unleashed a surge of energy directed at Gillard. Such weakness, and yet you aspire to eliminate me? Very well, I'll accept this challenge. Gillard, upon seeing this, curled his lips into a smirk, crossing his arms defiantly over his chest, dismissing the attack entirely. At that moment, a sly grin appeared on the boy's face as he placed his hand on the youth's back, infusing the energy blast aimed at Gillard with a green luminescence. Yet, this transpired within Gillard's blind spot, and he remained oblivious to any irregularity. However, Gao Ren observed the entire scene, contemplating. It seems these three are quite astute. Gradually recognizing Gillard's arrogance and successfully exploiting his oversight once more. What perplexed Gao Ren was that the energy blast appeared rather feeble, even with the boy's supernatural ability infused. He doubted it could vanquish Gillard. Just as the energy blast made contact with Gillard, the robust warrior vanished and reappeared beside him in an instant. Gillard, ready to defend, suddenly found his body immobilized, as if time itself had slowed. "Not good. I've fallen into a trap again," he shouted, but it was too late. With a resounding thud, the warrior struck Gillard's left cheek, shattering his detection device into countless fragments. Simultaneously, the youth's energy blast detonated, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Gillard erupted from the fog, hurtling backward for several hundred meters before finally stabilizing himself. "Is this the extent of your power?" Gillard scoffed, his demeanor largely unchanged, as if the previous strike had left no mark upon him. "You may all perish." His tone was frigid. Yet, before he could launch any counterattack, 3 more energy orbs surged towards him, booming as they struck, darkening the sky with a veil of smoke. As the haze dissipated, Gillard reopened his eyes, scanning the surroundings only to find that the trio had vanished without a trace. Anger flooded his features. Instinctively, he pressed the button on his detector, only to realize it had been destroyed. "Cursed be this!" Gillard howled, his rage echoing through the heavens, his fists cracking ominously. "Still too foolish," Gao Ren remarked, shaking his head in disbelief, having witnessed the trio unleash their energy blasts before swiftly retreating into the depths of the sea. At that moment, Gillard swiftly turned to Gao Ren, exclaiming, "Sailorman, toss me the detector," extending his hand in anticipation. "I refuse," Gao Ren replied without hesitation, unwilling to relinquish the device he hadn't fully enjoyed using yet. "What did you say?" Gillard's fury ignited as he questioned the reliability of his hearing. Sailorman had always been obedient to him in the past. However, before he could ponder further, Gao Ren's confident voice rang out again. "If you lack the assurance to defeat them, I can handle them for you." With an air of calmness, he ceased pretending, for he had discerned the combat skills of the 3 adversaries during his observations. He believed he could dispatch them in just a couple of exchanges. Additionally, he felt a surge of eagerness to test the strength of his own abilities. Just then, 2 beams of light erupted from the water, one thick and one thin, targeting Gillard high above and Gao Ren on the ground. The thinner beam traveled at an astonishing speed, and Gao Ren sensed it instantly. He tilted his head just in time, narrowly avoiding it as it sliced through a few strands of his hair. Attempting to destroy the detector, his expression darkened, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The thicker beam, while slightly slower, still approached rapidly, engulfing the unsuspecting Gillard in its wake. "This is impossible," Gillard shouted, as he was propelled skyward by the beam. Below the surface, the young man and the burly figure retracted their combined energy attack gestures, while the boy beside them lowered his finger that had been aimed at Gao Ren. At this moment, Gao Ren's expression soured, a frigid glimmer crossing his gaze as he turned towards the sea surface, flicking his finger to propel a luminous sphere from his fingertip. The sphere expanded instantaneously and sped towards the trio beneath the waves. "Not good." The 3 submerged figures shouted in unison, launching themselves skyward in an instant. A thunderous roar followed, as the sea surface erupted violently, water surging outward and creating a massive pit hundreds of meters deep, seemingly bottomless. After a considerable pause, the displaced water cascaded back, engulfing the area once more. The 3 hovered in the air, gasping for breath, their hearts racing, then turned to fix their terrified gazes upon Gao Ren, who was seated calmly on the ground, observing them with an indifferent expression. Gao Ren had just compressed his energy at his fingertip. Though the resulting energy orb appeared small, he had exerted a significant amount of power to unleash such tremendous force. It bore resemblance to Piccolo's special beam cannon, concentrating energy into a single point to amplify its might. "Did you not claim you would refrain from intervening?" the woman beside them suddenly remarked. Gao Ren turned to her, his demeanor still cold, I never stated that I would remain passive when someone attempts to ambush me. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately lowered her head, not daring to utter another word. Did I grant you permission to act? A furious voice bellowed from above. Everyone, including Gao Ren, instinctively looked up. There, they beheld Gulard, clad in tattered battle armor, slowly descending while clutching his left shoulder. The shoulder guard had long since vanished, and his body was drenched in blood, clearly indicating he had sustained severe injuries. He hovered in the sky, fixating his furious gaze on Gao Ren below. You handle it yourself, Gao Ren remarked with an air of nonchalance. He was not genuinely compelled to intervene, but merely sought to assert dominance over the trio opposite him. Seeing Gulard in such a state, the three felt a flicker of joy, but their expressions quickly darkened as they recalled the gravity of the situation. They realized that despite their tactics to neutralize Gulard in the air, they still had to contend with Gao Ren on the ground. Clearly, their adversary below posed a far greater challenge. The recent attack had made them acutely aware of the specter of death looming over them. Chapter 5. Let us together turn to cosmic dust. Gulard turned to face Fumin and the others, his voice dripping with rage as he declared, You have truly enraged me. Without hesitation, the trio dove into the ocean. Cursed wretches, Gulard bellowed, his fury boiling over as he yearned to tear them apart, piece by piece. In the next moment, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts into the sea, the explosive sounds echoing through the heavens, relentless and thunderous. Torrents of seawater were sent soaring into the sky, only to cascade down like a torrential downpour. Gao Ren, seated nearby, remained unfazed. As the water fell upon him, it merely slid off to either side, leaving him completely dry. The woman, witnessing this, retreated into the wooden shack, peering out with trepidation, her body trembling in fear as she fixed her gaze on the airborne Gulard. After a considerable time, Gulard finally ceased his assault, his chest heaving with exhaustion. Suddenly, a single energy blast surged from the surface of the sea directly beneath him. Humph! Gulard reacted swiftly, scoffing as he thrust his palm forward, unleashing a counterattack that effortlessly consumed the approaching blast, maintaining its momentum as it pierced into the depths of the ocean. At that moment, 3 robust beams of light shot forth from different directions, catching Gulard off guard and striking his body directly. Impossible, he shouted, disbelief and fury etched across his face. The air and sea erupted in a cacophony of explosions. Observing this, Gao Ren shook his head. His detector revealed the movements of the trio, who had concealed themselves in various locations, launching energy blasts to maneuver them directly beneath Gulard. Their strategy mirrored that of Goku against Frieza, a diversion to draw attention while the true assailants lurked elsewhere. At this moment, the sky was filled with billowing smoke, from which 3 energy blasts were launched, targeting the ocean surface that had just emitted a wave of light. However, the 3 young men soared effortlessly from the sea, evading the onslaught with ease. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a precarious figure emerged. Gulard, his body riddled with wounds, his battle suit tattered beyond recognition. Blood stained his arms, chest, face, and the corners of his mouth. His eyes appeared sunken, reflecting an exhaustion that suggested he had not rested for an extended period. Had he been defeated? Gao Ren gazed at Gulard in the sky, murmuring to himself, noticing the fluctuating data on the detector, appearing and disappearing erratically. It's done, the burly man chuckled triumphantly. Splendid. The youth also smiled, finally feeling a sense of victory. A sigh of relief escaped the young man's lips. The trio of women exchanged glances, sharing knowing smiles, and then charged towards Gulard, intent on delivering the final blow. At that moment, Gullard's eyelids drooped, and he exhaled deeply. Am I about to die? With a sudden tilt, he fell straight down. A perfect opportunity. A smug smile spread across Vuman's face as he quickened his pace, with the other 2 following suit, seizing the moment to rush forward. Bang! Just as Vuman was about to land a punch on Gulard, a sharp pain struck his cheek. As if he had collided with something, he was immediately sent flying backward. Gao Ren withdrew his fist, spun around, and raised his hands, firing 2 energy blasts that rocketed towards the burly man and the youth. The 2 were already barreling towards Gulard, and Gao Ren had appeared beside him in an instant, leaving the youth and the burly man no time to slow down and redirect. There was no escaping this. The burly man gasped in shock, instinctively shielding his chest with his arms in a defensive stance. As soon as they made contact with the energy blasts, both cried out in unison, their faces contorted with terror. Bang! Three explosive sounds echoed. The young man plunged into the water, while the youth and burly man were violently hurled against a nearby mountain. At this juncture, Gao Ren held Gillard aloft, contemplating. He cannot perish just yet. There are still questions to be answered. Having just arrived in the Dragon Ball world, he was still uncertain of the current era, the number of surviving Saiyans, and with his present combat strength, he dared not recklessly return to planet Frieza. He casually tossed Gillard towards the ground and turned to the ocean, beckoning, "Come forth. I am aware that this strike cannot vanquish you." A slight smile played on his lips, radiating calmness. However, the ocean lay eerily still, save for the gentle waves stirred by the wind. Gao Ren shook his head, expressing impatience. "Are you not going to emerge?" Raising his left hand above his head, he declared, "Then you shall be reduced to cosmic dust along with this planet." With that, an iridescent energy sphere coalesced in his palm, expanding rapidly to the size of a water barrel. Through the detector, Gao Ren could clearly see the youth lurking beneath the ocean's surface, a cold smile gracing his features as he intensified his efforts. After a brief moment, the gaseous orb had transformed into a size akin to that of an automobile and stabilized, while Gao Ren appeared diminutive beneath it. Under the sea, the young man hesitated, fully aware that the power of this gaseous orb, while perhaps not capable of obliterating the entire planet in an instant, could certainly lead to the demise of countless individuals in a heartbeat. Gritting his teeth, he soared above the ocean's surface, hovering in the air. His gaze fixed on Gao Ren above, his expression fraught with helplessness. "What do you truly desire?" he pondered. "Precisely," Gao Ren replied, gradually retracting the gaseous orb and lowering his hands. He turned his attention to the distant peaks and coldly remarked, "How long do you two intend to lie there?" With that, he casually launched two more gaseous orbs towards the mountain summits. Amidst the cascading rubble, the burly man, bloodied, realized the gravity of the situation. His eyes narrowed, and he shouted as he ascended into the sky. Two thunderous booms echoed. Upon stabilizing his form and turning to survey the scene, he found the mountains had been reduced to mere plains, with debris flying in all directions. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the entire mountaintop, while the young boy on the opposite side swiftly ascended from the peak before the assault ensued. Despite their underlying grievances, the two dared not voice their discontent and obediently returned behind the young man. At that moment, Gao Ren's expression darkened. He turned, flicking his index finger, and a beam of white light shot forth from his fingertip towards the ground. The three youths were startled and quickly turned to look. They beheld a woman on the ground, her dagger shattering into two pieces, the blade clattering down onto Gillard's chest. "I advise you not to make any sudden movements." Gao Ren's cold voice reverberated. The woman collapsed to the ground, her chest heaving as she trembled, drenched in a cold sweat. Whining, "Refrain from reckless actions," the young man shouted, shaking his head at her. Gao Ren redirected his attention to the three, his expression impassive as he inquired, "Are there individuals on this planet stronger than you?" The trio exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Is this question truly so difficult to answer? Gao Ren's countenance darkened, his patience waning. "And no," Fu Man stammered, quickly shaking his head. "There should be no one stronger. The three of us are likely the most powerful beings on this planet." As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Gao Ren, fearful of provoking him and thus bringing about the planet's destruction. Gao Ren's disappointment was palpable. He had hoped for the existence of stronger hidden powers, but it seemed his aspirations would be challenging to fulfill. The three, sensing his demeanor, felt a wave of anxiety but dared not speak. Moments later, Gao Ren regained his composure, lifted his head, and stated in an authoritative tone, "I will grant you a day to rest. Tomorrow at noon, I shall return for another battle." With that, he ignored their reactions, enveloped himself in white light, and swiftly departed towards the east. The trio, initially relieved, soon found their expressions darkening again as they looked up to see Gao Ren hovering in the air, turning to gaze at them once more. "He cannot perish, otherwise you all shall meet your demise." Gao Ren pointed decisively at the fallen Gula Deu and then vanished into the horizon. "Fu Man, what shall we do next?" the youth inquired of the young man. The young man shook his head with a sigh, his expression one of helplessness. "Alas, I cannot think of a better solution. We must confront it head-on. The opponent is far more formidable than this brute, and conventional methods will prove ineffective." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the prostrate Gula Deu. Chapter 6. Is it all a dream? It seems we have no choice. I did not anticipate that this individual would be so cautious, keeping a watchful eye on Hua Ying's every move while facing us, the burly man remarked gravely. Alas! The young man sighed again, returning to the ground and addressing the woman. Hua Ying, please retrieve the revitalizing water. Oh, the woman, shaken from her stupor, hastily dashed into the wooden cabin and shortly re-emerged, her excitement palpable. In her hand, she held a tiny bottle, no larger than a thumb, glistening with a vivid green hue, seemingly crafted from some exotic nut. The burly man and the youth returned to the young man's side, their gazes fixed on the approaching Hua Ying. Here, she said, rushing to the young man's side and presenting the small vial. The burly man stared intently at the green bottle, disbelief etched across his face. Is this truly the legendary holy water? They say a single drop can instantly restore one's strength, allowing one to go 10 days without sustenance. Is it truly that miraculous? Indeed, it is as wondrous as the tale suggests. The young man accepted the vial, a flash of dread crossing his features as he recalled a harrowing experience. A look of terror gradually emerged on his face. This is but a minuscule portion I obtained 6 months ago when I braved the death forest, nearly sacrificing my life for it. He uncorked the bottle, releasing 2 drops of the vibrant liquid toward the burly man and the youth. I have always been reluctant to use it, but now I can no longer afford to hesitate. You must consume it first. The youth and the burly man could hardly contain their exhilaration, and they eagerly inhaled the droplets. Instantly, the fatigue and pain that had weighed them down vanished, replaced by a surge of vitality coursing through their bodies. At that moment, in mid-flight, Gao Ren's detector emitted a couple of beeps before falling silent once more. What is happening? Is it malfunctioning? A hint of confusion flickered across his face as he inspected the detector, finding no anomalies. He shook his head and increased his speed, disappearing from sight in an instant. My apologies. The youth quickly retracted his overflowing energy, his expression one of contrition. You nearly frightened me to death. Do not forget, our adversary is equipped with a detector. The burly man exhaled in relief, chiding him softly. Meanwhile, as Gao Ren soared through the sky, his gaze swept over the ground below, murmuring to himself, it appears that the civilization on this planet is not very advanced. After flying for so long, I have yet to see a single city. All I see are clusters of tribes. Gao Ren resolved to take advantage of this time to observe the planet closely and gather more information. Such knowledge could only prove beneficial. As for why he did not confront those individuals directly and instead postponed the battle until the following day, it was undoubtedly the Saiyan blood within him stirring his spirit. Gao Ren found himself yearning for combat, nearly to the point of impatience. Thus, he granted his adversaries a day's respite, believing that their recovery would be substantial. Although he recognized that allowing them additional time to recuperate would enhance their strength further, he could not bear to wait even a second longer. Soon, twilight enveloped the sky, and Gao Ren had circled the planet, discovering it to be significantly smaller than Earth, though the duration of day and night remained comparable. He returned to his spacecraft, nibbling on a vividly red fruit that, despite its resemblance to a space pepper, was surprisingly sweet rather than spicy. He marveled at its taste. Moments later, he discarded the pit of the fruit and resumed operating the spacecraft's controls, only to find his expression darkening. To his dismay, there were no coordinates for Earth, nor even for planet Vegeta. The more he searched, the more his countenance soured. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar name, and his face brightened with delight as he exclaimed, "Ah, planet Yardrat." Instantly, he felt invigorated, recalling that Goku had learned instant transmission there, and it seemed there were even more formidable techniques to explore. It became clear to him that he must visit this place at the earliest opportunity. Resolutely, Gao Ren continued his research and stumbled upon Namek. However, given the speed of his spacecraft, it would take over 3 years to reach. Returning to Frieza's planet would require 5 years, whereas Planet Golf was the closest to Yardrat, taking approximately a year and a half to arrive. Thus, it became his primary target. Gao Ren meticulously planned to first acquire skills, and then utilize instant transmission to journey to Namek and seek the Dragon Balls for wishes. At that moment, a critical thought struck him. How could the Saiyan spacecraft lack the coordinates for their home planet, Vegeta? Had Frieza truly obliterated it? Shaking his head at the thought, he decided, regardless of its fate, it is not something I can concern myself with at present. I shall confirm it once Guldo awakens. For now, my priority is to enhance my own strength. With that, he dismissed such thoughts, sealed the hatch, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Was it merely a dream? A young man, no more than 18 or 19, abruptly awoke from his sleep, sitting up with disbelief etched across his face. With a loud crash, a beer bottle fell to the ground and shattered. "Ah!" Gao Ren exclaimed, startled awake. "You nearly scared me to death." He wiped the sweat from his brow and opened the hatch, stepping outside. Looking up at the sky, he beheld a brilliant blue expanse, with a few pale yellow clouds drifting at the horizon. Through the crevice, gentle rays of warm sunlight emerged, illuminating his face. It was merely a dream, or rather, it was the essence of reality. He sighed in relief, and gradually a smile spread across his face. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful energy blast. The next moment, a thunderous roar echoed as a deep crater was formed atop a mountain peak. A multitude of birds took flight from the surrounding forest. Startled by the commotion, Gao Ren tilted his head back, feeling the refreshing breeze wash over him as the warm sunlight bathed his face, filling him with an exquisite sense of tranquility. He found himself increasingly brimming with anticipation for the events to come and the future that lay ahead. On another part of the island, the sounds of combat reverberated through the air, thuds and swishes, as Fu Man and his companions engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Mere specks against the vast sky, accompanied by an array of fighting sounds. "Let us take a break," the woman called out, glancing up at the heavens as she laid out an abundance of food upon the grass. "Let us eat something first. Although we have consumed the recovery water, vigorous exercise still leaves one hungry," Fu Man remarked, halting his movements. "All right, yes," Lin Zhu and Tong Yu nodded in agreement, and the three descended to sit beside the woman. The quartet picked up an assortment of oddly shaped foods, resembling mushrooms and dragon fruits. Clearly fruits rather than any kind of meat. "Do you think we can defeat him?" the woman inquired as she ate. It's difficult." Fu Man shook his head, his expression darkening as his movements slowed. "The opponent's strength is unfathomable. Although we practiced, the time was far too short to achieve any significant improvement in our abilities." Lin Zhu and Tong Yu fell silent, tacitly agreeing with Fu Man's assessment. "Is it possible to exhaust him with the recovery water?" the woman asked again. Fu Man and Tong Yu exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Lin Zhu suddenly spoke up. "Unless the opponent's strength does not exceed ours by much, relying solely on this limited recovery water may not suffice." His expression betrayed the unspoken doubts, evidently lacking in confidence. Based on the strength displayed by the opponent yesterday, it was clear he toyed with us effortlessly, Tong Yu said with a wry smile, casting a glance towards the unconscious Gillard lying nearby, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. "Moreover, there is still one more to consider. What if we strike now and eliminate him? That would reduce our number of enemies," Lin Zhu proposed, voicing a chilling idea. At this, the three were taken aback. Yet the woman hesitated, her face momentarily shadowed by fear before regaining her composure. "No, that would provoke them. We cannot predict their extreme reactions. It would be prudent to observe the situation before taking any action. Hua Ying is right. We should refrain from hasty actions and see how things unfold to avoid inciting them before the battle even begins." Fu Man nodded in agreement with Hua Ying's suggestion. "Very well. I harbor a foreboding sense that matters are not as straightforward as they appear. I simply cannot fathom the true intentions behind this individual's actions," Lin Zhu murmured, lowering her head. Chapter 7. Unleashing Power. Yet facing threats by noon, it became evident that regardless of the circumstances, they would have to engage in a fierce battle. Buman, feeling helpless, echoed the same sentiment. Thus, the group dined while strategizing their approach. At that moment, Gao Ren was still scouring the vicinity for sustenance, displaying no trace of anxiety regarding the impending conflict. Rather, he felt an exhilarating anticipation, albeit tinged with a hint of regret. He yearned to battle foes stronger than himself, for only then could he fully relish the joys of combat. A one-sided domination would bore him and fail to serve the purpose of honing his skills. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, the time gradually approached midday. On the surface of the sea, Gao Ren patted his round belly, gazing upward at the soon-to-be zenith sun, muttering to himself, "It seems the time is nigh." A smile of excitement graced his lips as he lightly tapped the water's surface with his toes, soaring skyward, leaving only ripples and a trail of white behind him. An hour later, on the sandy beach of the island, the group lay sprawled. Buman suddenly opened his eyes wide, bolting upright with a look of vigilance. "They are coming." The other three sensed it to varying degrees, and instinctively turned their gazes toward the horizon, anxiety reflected in Lin Zhu and Tong Yu's expressions. In contrast, Hua Ying appeared tense, yet bore a trace of confusion. Moments later, a thunderous roar enveloped them, shaking them uncomfortably, as if the very air were being torn apart. Soon, a dark spot emerged in the sky, growing larger, followed by Gao Ren's figure materializing above them. Suspended in midair, he surveyed the ground and noticed Gulard lying motionless nearby. He activated his detector, which fluctuated between displaying combat power levels and silence. Satisfied, he turned back to the group, observing the woman standing on the grass not far away. While the other three stood on the beach, all fixated on him. A smile curled at the corners of Gao Ren's mouth. "Come at me together," he declared confidently, showing no intention of descending. Vuman and the others exchanged glances, understanding that they all wished to engage in aerial combat. Without hesitation, they ascended into the sky. "Can you reveal your intentions?" Vuman inquired cautiously, hovering in the air. "What will you do if we are all defeated?" As he posed the question, his heart raced with trepidation, driven by a glimmer of hope. "Quite simply, I am here solely for the thrill of battle," Gao Ren replied, a smirk gracing his lips. The others exhaled in relief at his words. Yet, in that moment, Gao Ren's expression turned cold as he added, "However, should you all fall, the only outcome will be your demise, including hers." As Gao Ren uttered his final words, he cast a glance at the woman below, revealing a smile that sent shivers down the spine. The moment this grin met Hua Ying's gaze, she felt as if the specter of death had fixated upon her, her heart sinking in an instant to the depths of despair. The expressions of Fu Man and his companions darkened immediately, their jaws clenched and fists cracking ominously. Beep, beep, beep. The detector was activated, flickering incessantly with readings of 1306, 1199, 901. Gao Ren scanned the young man, the burly figure, and the youth in succession, his excitement palpable. "It seems anger can ignite your fighting spirit," he proclaimed. "Prepare yourselves and come at me." He then assumed a fighting stance. With a resounding thud, Gao Ren's declaration was abruptly interrupted as Fu Man delivered a powerful punch to his face. Whoosh! Almost instantaneously, Gao Ren was sent hurtling through the air towards the distant mountains. A tremendous crash resounded as he collided with the rocky hillside, a cloud of dust and debris billowing forth. Slowly, he rose to his feet, shaking off the rubble, and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Before he could lift his gaze, 3 beams of light surged towards him. A deafening explosion reverberated through the skies. The howling wind whipped through the air, causing the waves to crash against the rocks with a dull roar. Fu Man and his companions watched the distant explosion, the smoke billowing upwards, their hair tossed about by the fierce winds, each displaying a distinct expression on their faces. "Is it over?" Lin Zhu inquired. "I fear not," Fu Man replied, his countenance still grave. He did not believe that a mere encounter could suffice to eliminate their foe. "He's coming," Tong Yu shouted. Gao Ren charged toward the trio at an astonishing speed. Fu Man barely had time to react before Gao Ren appeared before him. With a dull thud, Fu Man was sent flying. In a swift motion, Gao Ren pivoted, raising his hands to unleash 2 energy blasts that struck directly at Lin Zhu and Tong Yu's faces. Bang! Bang! The air was thick with smoke. "Lin Zhu! Tong Yu!" Hua Ying cried out, her face a mask of panic, her hands tightly clasped together, growing increasingly damp with sweat. The sound of slicing air persisted. At that moment, Fu Man's body continued to be propelled backward, blue blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression contorted in agony and bewilderment. Suddenly, a small black appeared on the horizon, rapidly growing larger until Gao Ren caught up, standing beside him. With a disappointed shake of his head, Gao Ren regarded Fu Man. "Is this all you are capable of?" That punch only elicited a mere twinge of pain. With that, he delivered an elbow strike to Fu Man's chest. Fu Man gasped, a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth as his body bent into an arc, crashing heavily towards the sea. Whoosh! The next moment, a colossal splash erupted, sending waves soaring high into the air. Gao Ren pursued relentlessly, plunging into the sea. Holding his breath, he soared directly towards the sinking Voman. In an instant, he reached beneath him and delivered a powerful blow to Voman's abdomen, propelling them both towards the surface. With a resounding crash, a towering water column erupted from the sea. Gao Ren, bearing Voman's weight, emerged from the water spout and flew straight towards the small island. In a remarkably brief span, They returned to the skies above the island. Just as the two billowing clouds of smoke began to dissipate, revealing the disheveled appearances of Lin Zhu and Tong Yu. Both had their faces smeared with blue blood, which dripped incessantly from their chins. "This is impossible," Gillard exclaimed as he opened his eyes, confronted with this astonishing scene. How could someone with merely 1,400 combat power surpass him? It was unfathomable. His voice, tinged with madness, barely carried, only audible to the nearby Hua Ying, while Gao Ren in the sky remained oblivious to it all. At that moment, Voman, whom Gao Ren had pinned down, began to cough violently, expelling a torrent of blood-tainted seawater as he slowly opened his eyes. "How can you be this strong?" he uttered through labored breaths. Voman had assumed that his opponent's strength would be comparable to Gillard's, yet in their first encounter, they had been decisively defeated by a single clash. Unbeknownst to him, Gao Ren had unleashed a staggering 80 to 90% of his power from the outset, while Gillard had merely been toying around, resulting in his current predicament. "You are simply too weak," Gao Ren remarked, gently lifting Voman and leaning in closer, his ear brushing against his lips. He then turned to Lin Zhu and Tong Yu, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, "Release them, or I will end his life." Just then, a woman's voice rang out. Gao Ren glanced down to see Hua Ying, her brow furrowed and expression resolute, pressing a short blade firmly against the still-dazed Gillard's neck. Gillard's complexion turned ashen. He was utterly frustrated at being threatened by a mere mortal. It was a scenario he had never imagined, and had he been able to move, a single finger would have sufficed to crush her. "Are you threatening me?" Gao Ren's pupils constricted as he spoke coldly. "You may interpret it that way," Hua Ying replied firmly, her demeanor suggesting that she feared nothing, even death itself. Gao Ren erupted into laughter, landing back on the ground. "You may certainly try," he said indifferently, seemingly unconcerned for Gillard's fate. Seeing this, Hua Ying's demeanor momentarily faltered, but she quickly regained her determination, raising her head defiantly. "Very well. If that is the case, let us see." With that, she made a decisive slash towards Gillard's throat. Chapter 8. Has it succeeded? "Save me, Cyroman." Gillard cried out for help, his voice suffused with frustration. Gao Ren observed his expression with indifference, uttering not a word. Hua Ying, however, showed no signs of hesitation, seemingly intent on delivering a lethal blow to Gillard. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out, "Wait." Hua Ying looked up to see Gao Ren wearing a serious expression as he gently placed Fu Man on the ground. "I thought you truly had no concern for his fate," she remarked, her smile bearing an eerie quality. "Speak. I will agree to any condition you propose." Gao Ren maintained a calm demeanor. "That is acceptable. However, how can you assure that you will not strike against us afterwards?" Hua Ying replied, her tone laced with caution. The knife in her hand remained pressed firmly against Gillard's neck, blood steadily trickling down the blade. "What do you desire?" Gao Ren's expression darkened. "Unless..." Hua Ying's eyes darted, as if contemplating. "Unless what?" Gao Ren pressed, his gaze fixated on her. Hua Ying glanced at Fu Man on the ground, her lips twitching slightly, then raised her gaze to Gao Ren, her expression grave. "Come closer, and I will tell you the terms." Gao Ren turned to Lin Zhu and Tong Yu, then looked back at Fu Man, noting their near lifelessness. Devoid of any fighting spirit, with a sense of relief, he cautiously approached Hua Ying. He did not believe that a frail woman could pose a significant threat. As long as her demands were not excessively unreasonable, he could acquiesce. If she sought to take advantage, he would simply retaliate. And if Gillard were to perish as a result, then it would be deemed his fate. "May I speak now?" Gao Ren inquired as he drew nearer to Hua Ying. He glanced at Gillard, who wore a face of sheer frustration, and felt a fleeting urge to laugh, though he restrained himself. "It is quite simple. I could just kill you," Hua Ying declared with a triumphant smile, then swiftly flung the knife towards Gao Ren before making her escape. "How absurd. You actually think you can kill me?" Gao Ren scoffed, initially believing he had misheard her. The short blade struck him feebly, leaving not a mark, and fell harmlessly to the ground. Gao Ren chose not to pursue the already distant Hua Ying. Instead, he crouched down to assist Gillard, eager to inquire about several questions that had long piqued his curiosity. Just then, a triumphant voice rang out from behind him. "Even you can be careless at times." In a moment of alarm, Gao Ren instinctively turned. Yet, he was a beat too late, as Fu Man had swiftly wrapped his arms around him from behind. Simultaneously, Gao Ren felt as though his entire body had been immobilized, rendering him incapable of movement. "Impossible," he gasped in disbelief, unable to break free. Struggling, he slowly turned his head, the motion reminiscent of a marionette, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. He then beheld a youth emitting a blue light, connecting with himself. At that moment, the burly man returned to the ground, casting a cold gaze in his direction. Damn it, I was careless, Gao Ren inwardly cursed, realizing the opponent concealed such formidable strength. However, what astonished him even more was the sudden surge of powerful auras emanating from the three individuals, as the readings on the detector indicated they had returned to their peak prowess. This is impossible. How could you possess the divine beings? Gao Ren was momentarily rendered speechless. I do not comprehend your words, but you truly cannot escape now, came the triumphant voice of Yuman from behind. The blue light emitted by the youth gradually dimmed. Damn it, has time run out? He lowered his hands, a look of concern crossing his face. In such a predicament, there was no time for Gao Ren to ponder whether they indeed had divine beings. He cleared his mind and suddenly realized that the binding force had vanished. An opportunity had arisen. A smile crept across his lips. Without hesitation, he swung his tail with great force against Yuman, attempting to compel him to release his grip. The resounding sound of impact echoed. Damn! Yuman gritted his teeth in pain, each strike leaving a blue mark on his back. Despite the agony etched on his face, his hands remained firmly locked. At that moment, the youth and the burly man charged forward. Gao Ren was taken aback and shouted, "Not good." Instantly, he felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping him. It seemed the youth was aware of his weakness, or perhaps aimed to prevent him from continuing to strike Yuman with his tail. As soon as he flew over, he grasped Gao Ren's tail tightly. In that instant, Gao Ren felt an immense frustration, nearly reaching the pinnacle of his vexation. Perhaps this was how Gulad had felt earlier. No matter his attempts, he could not muster any strength, as if his lifeline was being firmly gripped by the adversary. The trio was startled by this turn of events, but the burly man quickly regained his composure and halted a short distance in front of Gao Ren. He clasped his hands together, concentrating energy until a basketball-sized purple orb of light materialized. Yuman rejoiced. It's his tail. His weakness lies in his tail. Do not let go. He then released his grip, turning his gaze to the youth. Fear not. The youth nodded reassuringly with a broad smile, tightening his grasp even further. Gao Ren cursed inwardly, recognizing that the current situation mirrored the earlier battle between Piccolo and Goku against Raditz. However, at this moment, he was entirely convinced that they indeed possessed divine beings. Otherwise, it would be impossible to restore their full strength so swiftly. Reflecting on this, he felt a mix of joy and exasperation. He had initially planned to journey to Earth in search of divine beings, but was surprised to find them here as well. It seemed the vastness of the world held countless wonders. Wherever there were protagonists, there would be divine beings. He could no longer rely solely on having seen the Dragon Ball script, thinking he was invincible and unafraid. The narrative merely showcased a small fragment of the Dragon Ball universe from Earth's perspective. However, at this moment, Gao Ren realized these truths, but it was already too late. He found himself at a loss on how to break the deadlock. Should he consider conceding like Raditz did back then? He pondered. Perhaps we should just stop here. I've had enough. I concede. Is that not enough? Gao Ren forced a smile. You can strike if you wish, or refrain if you choose. It is not so simple, Yuman coldly retorted. With that, he unleashed a series of powerful blows to Gao Ren's back. The sound of repeated impacts echoed through the air. Gao Ren was immediately bent into a bow shape, letting out a cry of agony. Ah? Very well, very well. His face contorted with pain, only to quickly morph into a look of exhilaration, as if he were relishing the moment. A trickle of crimson gradually slipped from the corner of his mouth. Continue. Is that all the strength you possess? Gao Ren cried out, a blend of madness and yearning in his voice. The three onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. Yuman hesitated briefly, then resumed his relentless assault. The young boy still held tightly to Gao Ren's tail, refusing to relent, his feet joining in the fray, delivering fierce kicks to his back. The burly man paused momentarily, then regained focus, gathering energy until a massive sphere of power formed between his hands, growing to the size of a millstone. At that moment, Yuman ceased his movements, bringing his hands together as a robust energy blast surged toward Gao Ren's back. Almost simultaneously, the burly man thrust his hands forward, propelling the enormous energy orb toward Gao Ren's chest. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted in an instant. In the next moment, A thunderous roar resonated, as if the very heavens were on the verge of collapsing. The entire island was engulfed in blinding light, which expanded outward, pushing the waves into a frenzy. Thick smoke billowed skyward, merging with the white clouds, obscuring the sun, and plunging the area into darkness. After a prolonged period, the smoke gradually dissipated, allowing sunlight to once again grace the surface of the sea, revealing a dark, gaping chasm from which water continuously flowed inward, accompanied by the sound of rushing currents. It would be a long time before the void was filled again, erasing any trace of the island. Is it resolved? Gao floated high above, his hair whipping in the strong wind, yet his body remained as steadfast as a rock. In his arms lay the unconscious Hua Ying, his limbs seeping blue blood. It should be resolved, right? Lin Zhu emerged from the distant sea, soaring to Vuman's side, breathless as he spoke. He gazed at the now tranquil surface of the sea, contemplating, this was my full force strike. If that did not bring about death, then truly, there is no justice in this world. At that moment, Tong Yu slowly descended from the heights, landing behind the two, his body drenched in blood, appearing on the verge of collapse. In his hand, he clutched a severed tail, still dripping crimson. Vuman glanced at the two behind him, the tension in his expression finally easing, as he retrieved 3 drops of restorative fluid. Take these immediately, we must regain our strength, he spoke, tossing a droplet to each of the two. Tong Yu flicked his tail, opened his mouth, and inhaled the restorative water, while Vuman and Lin Zhu followed suit, swallowing the rejuvenating liquid. Instantly, they felt revitalized, their injuries fully mended, though remnants of their previous disarray remained. Excellent. At last, we have resolved this, Tong Yu bellowed, exchanging a high five with Lin Zhu before turning to embrace Vuman. Not good. Vuman's face suddenly contorted with fear as he shouted. Tong Yu and Lin Zhu exchanged puzzled glances, following his gaze to the surface of the sea below, which was bubbling ominously, culminating in a thunderous roar. A massive surge of seawater erupted, forming a colossal waterfall. This is impossible, Lin Zhu exclaimed in disbelief, swiftly turning to flee towards the distant land, urging them to take refuge in the forest. Vuman and Tong Yu, witnessing this, were equally alarmed, and without further ado, they sped towards the shore. Where do you think you're going? A chilling voice echoed from the waterfall. The water cascaded back into the sea, revealing the figure of Gao Ren. In his left hand, he held the now unconscious Gula Deu, his face pale and his chest heaving rapidly. His battle suit was torn at the left shoulder, the front and back riddled with cracks, particularly on the chest, where several fragments had fallen away, exposing fissures wide enough for fingers to slip through. Blood seeped from these crevices as he displayed an ecstatic, almost deranged smile, murmuring to himself, is this the breath of death? It seems that to swiftly enhance my power, I must tread the edge of mortality. After catching his breath, Gao Ren pursued the land with renewed vigor. He is closing in, Tong Yu exclaimed as he turned to see, shouting, hurry to the shore and hide in the forest. Vuman glanced back and saw a dark figure hurtling towards them. Alarmed, he quickened his pace. Gao Ren soared over the land, scanning the ground below, where the trees stood silent and still, devoid of any sign of life. How infuriating! Have they hidden themselves? Though his tone betrayed annoyance, he remained composed. At that moment, Gao Ren felt no presence emanating from below. Even his sensors yielded no response. He searched diligently, but after a fruitless endeavor, he descended into the forest, surrounded by towering, thick trees with dense foliage resembling oversized cabbages. The sunlight was effectively obscured, casting the environment into shadows. After wandering for some time without success, Gao Ren's patience waned. With a swift motion, he raised one hand, unleashing a powerful blast of energy from his palm. Whoosh! The brilliant white light enveloped numerous trees, speeding forth. At that moment, Tong Yu, hiding behind a massive tree, turned at the sound, his face stricken with terror, and quickly darted to the side. In the next instant, a beam of light struck the very spot where he had stood just moments before, erupting with a thunderous crash, incinerating all vegetation in its wake. From a lofty vantage point, a long chasm became visible following the dissipating smoke, measuring an impressive 7 to 8 meters in width and 4 to 500 meters in length. To his astonishment, a true fissure had indeed formed. Gao Ren withdrew his hand, his face reflecting surprise. He had merely been testing the waters. At that moment, however, his gaze sharpened as he abruptly turned to the right. where a beam of light was hurtling towards him. Not planning to evade any longer, he quipped, and with a flick of his wrist, he deflected the luminous wave before charging towards its origin. Chapter 9. Surge of Power. Lin Zhu, having failed in his ambush, resolved not to retreat any further. He understood well that if his opponent lost patience and obliterated the area, a confrontation would be inevitable. It would be far better to engage in a desperate struggle now, as it might yield unexpected opportunities. With a grim expression, he unleashed another powerful wave of energy. Gao Ren pivoted effortlessly, evading the attack and preparing to advance once more. Just then, the detector blared to life. Turning his head, Gao Ren spotted Fu Man and Tong Yu converging from both sides. Without hesitation, he hurled Gula Deu behind a large tree, then unleashed 2 punches to counter the oncoming assault. The sounds of fists and feet clashing echoed throughout the forest. Almost simultaneously, Lin Zhu charged towards Gao Ren, delivering a heavy blow to his chest. The impact sent Gao Ren hurtling backward, his body bending into an arc as he crashed through dozens of trees. Finally, with a resounding thud, he struck the ground, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air. With a sharp sound, a red beam pierced the dust, resulting in yet another explosion. Fu Man offered Gao Ren no respite. He slowly retracted his right hand and remarked, "This should finally settle things." As smiles spread across the faces of the trio, a faint sound of wind began to rise. In unison, they turned to investigate, their expressions quickly morphing from amusement to dread as a small black that rapidly expanded before their eyes. "Not good," Fu Man shouted. Before he could react, Gao Ren closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch. The dull thud echoed as Lin Zhu and Tong Yu turned just in time to witness Fu Man being flung away. Tong Yu raised his hands, but in the next instant, a punch struck him in the back, sending him flying. Gao Ren followed up with a spinning kick to Lin Zhu's chest, and before he could be sent off, another elbow strike landed heavily. The 3 men were propelled in different directions, crashing into numerous trees, resulting in 3 thunderous booms that culminated in plumes of smoke rising into the air. Gao Ren pursued the direction in which Fu Man had been sent, unleashing a wave of energy that surged directly into the swirling dust. The ground trembled violently, and a fierce wind whipped up vast clouds of dust, enveloping the entire forest. Darkening the sky, Gao Ren hovered in midair, gasping for breath. At this moment, he was teetering on the brink of collapse, his eyelids heavy and his body aching all over. A flash of white light and a beam of blue light surged towards Gao Ren from behind, who instinctively refrained from confronting it directly, having discerned that the blue light emanated from a superpower. Swiftly, he evaded and darted towards Lin Zhu and Tong Yu, resulting in a collision among the 3. The sounds of punches and kicks reverberated incessantly, rapidly engulfing the entire forest. The trio transformed into 3 dark shadows, flitting between the sky and the ground, eluding clear visibility. Their passage left a trail of devastation in its wake. As the shadows swept across the ground, numerous massive craters appeared, accompanied by splintered trees and a flurry of debris. Even the trees positioned further away were affected, toppling one after another. The air trembled under the force of their combat. Before long, dozens of craters marred the terrain, stretching deep into the forest. Lin Zhu unleashed a punch towards Gao Ren, who narrowly evaded, causing Lin Zhu's fist to strike the ground with a resounding thud, leaving behind a crater several meters wide. Countless trees succumbed to the chaos of their battle, the ground quaking as if an earthquake had struck. Beside a towering tree, Huang furrowed her brow, gradually opening her eyes. She sat upright, surveying the devastation around her, her ears filled with the cacophony of explosive sounds, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. "Fu Man," she cried out, her face etched with concern, before hastily making her way deeper into the forest. At that moment, Gao Ren sent Tong Yu flying with a punch and followed up with an energy blast before gently descending to the ground, panting heavily while half kneeling. In another crater, Lin Zhu lay sprawled, his body twitching slightly, evidently incapacitated, and soon fell unconscious. A quarter of an hour later, Gao Ren descended into the crater, lifting the already unconscious Lin Zhu before soaring into the sky again. Shortly thereafter, he reached a mountainside, retrieving the unconscious Tong Yu from the pit and carrying both of them deeper into the woods. In the depths of the forest, at the bottom of a massive crater spanning 100 meters, Fu Man lay gasping for breath, feeling even the slightest movement was laborious. Yet, He managed to painstakingly retrieve a tiny transparent vial from his waist, containing a droplet of a slightly larger emerald liquid. At that moment, the air crackled with explosive sounds as Gao Ren approached with Lin Zhu and Tong Yu, landing at the edge of the pit and gazing down. Fu Man froze, slowly tucking the vial away. "Throw them beside me," Gao Ren said, his expression devoid of emotion as he approached. He had already searched Lin Zhu and Tong Yu before arriving, but regrettably, found nothing of value. Thus, his gaze shifted to Fu Man, contemplating a gamble on his luck. "I don't know what you're talking about," Fu Man replied with difficulty, his face a mask of confusion, genuinely appearing to be unaware of anything. Gao Ren shook his head and smiled. "Do you think I am unaware? You have utilized the magical beans, restoring your stamina at least twice along the way." He spoke with confidence, yet at that moment, he teetered on the brink of collapse, his entire body racked with excruciating pain that made his teeth chatter. Though he forced himself to conceal it, Gao Ren contemplated that if he consumed a magical bean now, not only would his stamina instantly rejuvenate, but also, with the Saiyan physiology, his combat power would surge dramatically. In doing so, all his sacrifices would yield rewards, and the suffering endured would not be in vain. This was the outcome he desired. Hence, he had employed a few individuals to temper himself. Otherwise, he would have long since unleashed his full strength to annihilate the trio. Even if it were not a magical being, something akin would suffice. "Do not test my patience further, or I shall be compelled to eliminate you." Gao Ren spoke earnestly. He feared that if this dragged on, he might collapse, leaving himself at the mercy of others. It would be far better to expend his final strength to resolve matters with them. "I do not possess what you seek," Vuman denied with great difficulty. Distrustful of the adversary, unable to fathom the catastrophic consequences should the enemy regain their stamina. "Oh, is that so? Then you have only yourself to blame." Gao Ren's expression turned icy as he seized Vuman by the throat, lifting him off the ground without exerting excessive force. "I shall repeat myself. Give it to me, and I shall spare your lives." Vuman's gaze remained fixed on Gao Ren, showing no signs of submission. He grasped Gao Ren's hand tightly, struggling weakly. Sighing, Gao Ren shook his head, a fleeting look of pity and resolve crossing his face. Just as he was about to show Vuman the consequences of his defiance, a voice filled with anguish interrupted from behind. "Let him go, and I shall give it to you." The tone was imbued with desperation. Turning to look, Gao Ren saw Huaying standing at the edge of the pit, her face streaked with tears, raising her hand, revealing a small green vial nestled in her palm. "Huaying, you must not give it to him." Vuman glanced over, his voice strained as he shook his head repeatedly. "Bring it to me, and I will release all of you." A glimmer of joy illuminated Gao Ren's face. After a moment's hesitation, Huaying rushed forward and extended the small green vial. Noticing her trembling hand and tear-filled eyes, Gao Ren momentarily felt the weight of wrongdoing. He shook his head decisively and took the vial, opening it only to find his joy dampened. "Is there but a single drop?" He then looked back at Huaying. "I refuse to believe there is only one drop." Gao Ren was merely gambling. He had no certainty regarding the amount she possessed. Yet at that moment, Vuman sighed, seemingly resolved. "She possesses only one drop. The remainder is with me." Turning to Vuman, Gao Ren saw him produce a transparent vial from his waist, presenting it before him. Grasping it, Gao Ren discovered it contained 2 drops, a surge of happiness washing over him anew. "Excellent. I trust that you will keep your word." "Naturally," Vuman replied, his gaze fixed intently on Gao Ren. Gao Ren Song released his grip and spoke earnestly, the icy demeanor on his face vanishing in an instant. He then poured out a single droplet, observing it with interest. "Intriguing," he murmured, though a flicker of caution crossed his features as he flicked the droplet towards Fu Man, urging, "Swallow it quickly." "What is this?" Fu Man stared at the droplet hovering near his lips, bewildered. He glanced up at Gao Ren, whose expression was filled with wariness, and suddenly comprehended the situation. A smile crept onto his face as he unhesitatingly consumed the liquid. Immediately, a powerful aura erupted from him. In a heartbeat, all his injuries vanished, and his strength surged back to its zenith. "Huaying," he exclaimed, as the girl beside him beamed with joy and embraced him. Gao Ren, too, swallowed a droplet. The liquid was icy upon entry, swiftly radiating warmth throughout his body, akin to plunging into a swimming pool on a scorching day. Almost instantly, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, even more potent than before. "Ah!" he roared, an explosive energy emanating from him. In an instant, a tempest arose. swirling dust and debris into the air, as countless fragments soared skyward. Wind howled around him, sending Lin Zhu and Tong Yu tumbling away. The surrounding trees bent away from him in unison, with some closer ones being uprooted entirely. Witnessing this power, Fu Man stood frozen in shock. Coming back to his senses, he quickly shielded Hua Ying behind him, but even then, he could not withstand the overwhelming aura, stumbling back several meters before barely regaining his footing, his astonishment only intensifying. At that moment, Lin Zhu and Tong Yu were jolted awake from their stupor. Upon opening their eyes, they found themselves suspended in midair and hastily clung to a nearby tree to avoid being swept away. Simultaneously, in a distant location, Gula Deu felt the surge of energy and furrowed his brow, awakening and unsteadily rising to his feet. As he sensed the atmosphere, he was taken aback. Refreshing, absolutely exhilarating. Gao Ren reveled in the surge of energy within him, his lips curling into a smile that he could not suppress. Gradually, he reined in the outward manifestation of his energy and turned to Fu Man, inquiring excitedly, "From where did you acquire this liquid?" Gao Ren had resolved that, since a journey to Earth was not feasible in the short term, he would amass this liquid in abundance, allowing him to revive repeatedly from the brink of death and thereby rapidly enhance his combat prowess. As he withdrew his aura, all commotion ceased instantly, the bent trees snapping back upright, and a multitude of stones cascading down. Chapter 10. The Battle Between Serant and Gula Deu. Fu Man hesitated, but contemplating the overwhelming power of his opponent, he realized that remaining silent would likely lead to his demise. Gritting his teeth, he divulged, "This is called the rejuvenation water, the sap of the everlasting tree's fruit. Just a single drop can instantly heal all injuries and restore stamina, allowing one to go without food for 10 days without feeling hunger. Rejuvenation water. A drop can instantly heal injuries and restore stamina. Fascinating." A voice belonging to an unfamiliar woman echoed through Gao Ren's detector. "We're in trouble." Gao Ren was taken aback, suddenly sensing an ominous turn of events, and hurriedly removed the detector. It dawned on him that the device was capable of communication. Meanwhile, on a grayish-red planet somewhere in the cosmos, a thick haze enveloped the sky, rendering it a gloomy, hellish landscape devoid of any trace of sunlight. The ground was pockmarked with enormous craters, strewn with dismembered limbs, presenting a scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. It was only now that he realized it was too late. A young man in his late 20s, with a fierce countenance, chuckled and remarked. Clad in Saiyan battle attire, wearing a detector, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, and his tail tightly coiled around his waist, he sat atop a corpse. Beside him stood a woman with an icy demeanor, also a Saiyan, appearing to be in her mid-20s, her long hair flowing down to her waist. Instantly intrigued, she turned to the man and inquired, "Shall we go?" "Of course," he replied, revealing a set of blood-red teeth in a grin. Rising to his feet, he clenched his right hand and declared, "Such divine artifacts must be in my possession, Gason. One day, Frieza shall bow before me." With a resolute expression, Gason unleashed an energy blast into the ground and ascended toward the spaceship hovering above. The woman observed the trembling earth before striking the side of the spaceship with her palm, causing the hatch to slowly open. Serant and Gula Deu, those worthless fools. Couldn't he even conquer a lowly planet? Yet, they have brought a piece of good news, she remarked before sealing the hatch. In the next moment, 2 spaceships emitted a dazzling white light and shot off into the cosmos. Inside the ship, the woman said, "Once again, we must plunge into slumber." The man's voice resonated through the detector. "It is merely a 3-year slumber." With that, they donned oxygen masks and succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, on Gulf Planet, communication was finally severed. Gao Ren wore a heavy expression as he spent considerable time tuning into the frequency connected to the other 2 detectors and successfully disconnected it. "What is happening?" Duman fixed his gaze on Gao Ren, bewilderment etched on his face. Lin Zhu and Tong Yu staggered back, equally perplexed by the scene. "Best of luck to you all. In 3 years, 2 even stronger foes will arrive, and they will not be as merciful as I," Gao Ren said, his countenance darkening as he prepared to take flight. "It's Gason and Orlan," a serious voice emanated from nearby. The 5 turned their heads to see Gula Deu approaching unsteadily. "You're awake," Gao Ren exclaimed in surprise, then smiled as he tossed a small vial toward Gula Deu. "What is this?" Gillard caught the object and turned to Gao Ren, his face a mask of confusion. "Swallow it, and you will instantly recover all your injuries and stamina," Gao Ren said, his expression brimming with anticipation. You. Voman stared fixedly at Gao Ren, suddenly alarmed. The other three, witnessing this, immediately darkened their expressions, adopting a defensive stance, ready for battle. Although Yu and Lin Zhu were battered and bruised, they were not the type to sit idly by. Gao Ren paid them no heed. His gaze fixed on the opposite side. After a moment's hesitation, Gillard decisively swallowed the restorative potion. "Ah!" he cried, a powerful aura erupting from him, rivaling that of Gao Ren, causing the ground to tremble and the wind to howl, swirling up dust and debris. The detector beeped incessantly. 1440, 1450, 1460. Gao Ren donned the detector once more, calling out excitedly. The more he shouted, the more his expression radiated joy. 1780, 1790, 1800, 1810, 1810. To his astonishment, a single battle had elevated his combat power by over 300. The Saiyans truly are formidable, Gao Ren marveled, exhilarated, for he too experienced a similar surge. At that moment, Gillard gradually reined in his aura, turning to look at him. With a swift motion, he launched a powerful energy wave. Voman and the others were drenched in sweat, unable to move before the energy wave surged toward them, instinctively shutting their eyes. Boom. Moments later, a thunderous explosion echoed from the left, soaring into the heavens. A fierce gale followed, knocking Voman and his companions to the ground. When they reopened their eyes and struggled to rise, they discovered that Ceram had inexplicably positioned himself in front of them, slowly lowering his left hand, his hair whipping in the wind. To their left, over 1,000 meters away, lay a massive crater, its diameter a staggering 500 meters. Ceram, what is the meaning of this? Gillard demanded, his expression tense as he lowered his right hand. The four stared at Ceram, astonished and equally perplexed, eager to understand why he had chosen to save them. Nothing much. I simply do not wish to further destroy this planet, Gao Ren replied coolly. Have you forgotten your mission? Gillard shouted. Mission? Do you intend to continue serving Frieza? That guy, I will crush him eventually, Gao Ren scoffed, fixing a determined gaze upon Gillard. Have you lost your senses? Do you comprehend the terror that is King Frieza? Gillard exclaimed, shock etched across his face, a hint of fear creeping in as if he recalled something horrific. ISNT at just over 100 million in battle power? Gao Ren said with a smirk. Looking at Gillard, I will ask you one question. Was planet Vegeta destroyed by Frieza? Gillard was initially taken aback, then bewildered. Wasn't planet Vegeta destroyed years ago? Has he lost his mind? He regarded Gao Ren with a gaze of incredulity. Ah, now I understand, Gao Ren thought. Realizing that the timeline was akin to that of Dragon Ball Z, it could not be off by more than a few years. Regaining his composure, he turned to Gillard and stated, if you wish to annihilate this planet, you must first defeat me. After a brief pause, he added, however, I must remind you that planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frieza himself, who feared the emergence of Super Saiyans. Gao Ren had no desire to elaborate further. After speaking, he slowly ascended into the air, patiently awaiting Gillard's approach for battle. Gillard, upon hearing this, bowed his head in silence, seemingly lost in contemplation. Observing this, Gao Ren remained unperturbed, crossing his arms, closing his eyes, and awaiting the inevitable confrontation, motionless. After a moment, Gillard lifted his head, a resolute and exhilarated expression breaking across his face. Before he shot into the sky, Gao Ren's eyes snapped open, a smile curving his lips as he exclaimed, at last. I can engage in combat with an opponent of comparable strength. My previous battles with Vuman and the others were far from satisfying. What on earth is happening? Why have they suddenly begun to fight? Lin Zhu looked at the two figures in the sky, a look of confusion etched on his face. Regardless, this situation poses no harm to us. Let us hope that the Saiyan named Ceram emerges victorious, Vuman mused. After a moment of shared silence, the group soared towards the distant mountains, landing on a hillside shortly thereafter, gazing up at the sky. There, Gao Ren and Gillard continued to lock eyes, seemingly waiting for something. Their formidable auras radiating power, causing the ground below to deepen and expand. Just then, a series of rustling sounds erupted from the forest, startling a multitude of birds into flight. Almost simultaneously, Gao Ren and Gillard vanished from sight. The thunderous sounds of their clash reverberated violently in every direction, shaking the very heavens. The sky trembled as the two became mere black dots, colliding with such force that it felt as if they could shatter the void itself. Gao Ren swung a punch, but Gillard swiftly disappeared, only to reappear behind him and unleash a powerful blow. However, the strike met nothing but air. Gillard withdrew his fist and turned to see Gao Ren smiling at him from the opposite side. Gillard's initial surprise quickly morphed into a grin as he charged forward once more. The air was filled with the sounds of rapid punches and the impact of blows, each dodged at the last moment, as they exchanged relentless attacks with arms and legs. So fast, I can barely discern their movements, thought Tong Yu, his mouth agape in astonishment, wide enough to accommodate a fist the size of a sandbag. Chapter 11. Entrapped in a prolonged battle, I find myself struggling to comprehend the true nature of the Saiyans. What manner of creatures are they that they can transform into such formidable beings? Or have they merely concealed their prowess until now? Guillermin gazed up at the fierce duel unfolding in the sky, his eyes darting back and forth, a visage of incredulity etched upon his face. The others shared a similar expression of shock, save for Huaying, who appeared utterly bewildered, merely turning her head in response to the sounds, clearly unable to discern anything. Gillard launched a powerful punch, only to have it seized firmly by Gao Ren, who countered with another strike that was likewise captured. Ah! They both roared. Engaged in a contest of strength, yet suspended mid-air, neither able to gain the upper hand. You possess quite the strength, Gao Ren praised, feeling as though he was pushing against an immovable mountain rather than a mere man. Likewise, Gillard gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of frustration as his fists were firmly grasped by his opponent. He attempted to withdraw, but found it impossible. Pushing away was equally futile. With a resounding crash, Gao Ren collided with Gillard's head, causing it to tilt backward. Releasing his grip, he then delivered a fierce blow to Gillard's chest. A dull thud echoed in the air. Gillard was sent hurtling toward the distant peaks, crashing into them with a thunderous roar. A cloud of dust erupting and enveloping the entire mountain. Dispose of him, Gao Ren remarked, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he surveyed the billowing smoke. He raised a hand, unleashing a beam of white light that disappeared into the haze. The next instant, a tremendous explosion erupted, flames shooting skyward, and fragments of stone were sent cascading through the air. Be careful, Guillermin shouted, shielding Huaying behind him, his right hand slicing through the air to shatter the incoming boulders into countless pieces. Lin Zhu and Tong Yu darted about, deftly dismantling the falling rocks into mere shards. Gao Ren, however, did not gaze into the smoke. Instead, his focus was fixed on the skies above the haze. He clearly observed Gillard bursting forth from the cloud as he unleashed his wave of light. Now this is exhilarating. A glimmer of excitement flashed across Gao Ren's face as he erupted in a blaze of white energy, soaring upward in pursuit. As Gillard continued to ascend, he glanced back at the approaching Gao Ren, a smirk forming on his lips. He then turned, his hands moving in intricate patterns before him. With a swift motion, an array of energy blasts erupted from his palms, hurtling downward toward Gao Ren. Gao Ren's expression sharpened as he slowed his speed, weaving through the barrage of energy orbs with remarkable agility. He evaded the majority of the onslaught, yet a few stray blasts still sought him out. Maintaining his composure, he deftly swatted them away, the sound of his palms meeting the energy spheres echoing like the rhythmic bounce of a ball. The air was filled with a flurry of energy orbs, propelled in all directions, some darting into the forest, others heading straight for the four individuals, while yet more soared towards the sea. How infuriating! Lin Zhu, witnessing the energy orbs hurtling towards him, was consumed by rage and leapt aside. The expressions of the other three were equally grim. Without uttering a word, they scattered in different directions to evade the onslaught. With a thunderous roar, multiple massive craters formed where they had once stood. The cacophony of explosions, booms, bangs, and the whizzing of projectiles merged into an unbearable sonic wave that threatened to drive one to madness. Adadadadada, adadadadada. Glade quickened the tempo of his arm movements, unleashing a torrent of energy orbs that enveloped Gao Ren. As the barrage descended upon him, Gao Ren's smile vanished, replaced by a look of grave concern. He attempted to evade, but found it increasingly arduous. The gaps between the orbs were scant, leaving him with no refuge. In a desperate maneuver, he executed a backward roll, tucking his head down to evade the oncoming attack. Humph! Did he really think retreating would spare him? Blade scoffed, his expression brimming with triumph as he brought his hands together with force. A thunderous explosion erupted behind Gao Ren, as numerous energy orbs collided, triggering a cascade of explosive rain. Gao Ren darted about, drenched in sweat, Though the orbs did not detonate upon him, their proximity rendered him vulnerable. The shockwaves were no less punishing than a direct blow. Curse it! It seems Glade is not as foolish as he initially appeared. Gao Ren felt a surge of frustration. Reeling from the concussive blasts, unable to retaliate, the initiative he once held slipped away, forcing him into a defensive stance. The others, witnessing the chaotic explosions, stood frozen in shock, momentarily rendered speechless. Glade, observing Gao Ren with no avenue for escape, wore a cunning smile. It was his turn. With a decisive press of his hands and a swift maneuver, he launched himself forward, hands converging once more to unleash a beam of light aimed directly at Gao Ren. At that moment, Gao Ren noticed the sounds of explosions behind him had abruptly ceased, piquing his curiosity as he prepared to glance back. However, just as he caught a glimpse of the scene behind him, alarm washed over him. This was not good. He promptly rolled to the side. A powerful shockwave surged past, missing its target and plunging into the distant sea, causing a massive eruption of water. Just as Gao Ren regained his footing and drew a breath, a sharp pain struck his back. Glade's fist had found its mark, sending him crashing into the forest. The earth trembled in response. Amidst the rising clouds of dust, Gao Ren struggled to rise from the pit, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. As he lifted his gaze, another radiant wave met his eyes. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resounded. Within 100 meters, all trees were instantaneously reduced to ashes, billowing smoke ascending into the air, while those within a 200-meter radius toppled like a series of dominoes. How infuriating! Were they intent on obliterating this place? Lin Zhu, witnessing the forest's utter devastation, was filled with rage. Alas, we must hasten, another assault is imminent. Fu Man scooped up Hua Ying, shaking his head. It seemed they had indeed underestimated the power of the two adversaries. A wave of defeat surged within him. The formidable aftershock forced the four of them toward another mountaintop. Gillard gazed down at the swirling dust, puzzled. He did not believe this strike would vanquish the opponent. Just then, his pupils dilated, and he instinctively leaned back. Boom! A beam of light shot forth from the haze, swiftly approaching, grazing his chest. Gao Ren followed closely behind, emerging from the smoke and swiftly closing in on Gillard. Gillard raised his head once more, fists clasped, and struck down. Gao Ren smirked, launching a powerful blow that pierced through Gillard's defenses and crashed heavily into his chin. Spitting blood, Gillard hurled it skyward. The sound of slicing air echoed as Gao Ren pursued him, delivering a fierce punch to Gillard's abdomen. Like a cannonball, Gillard bent over and plummeted into the ground with a resounding crash. The aftermath sent numerous trees tumbling down in waves, extending for dozens of meters. Gao Ren refrained from pursuing further, hovering in the air and observing the ground as the dust gradually dissipated, revealing Gillard's figure. He wiped the blood from his face, clenched his fists tightly, and shouted in fury, his energy surging. The detector on Gao Ren's face activated, flickering rapidly. 1840, 1850, 1860, 1899, 1900. The final number settled at 1,900. How intriguing. To his surprise, his strength had not diminished, but rather increased. A look of exhilaration crossed Gao Ren's face. The stronger the opponent, the more thrilling the battle. Whoosh! Gillard surged into the sky, engaging Gao Ren in fierce combat. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed through the heavens, causing the entire sky to tremble. The air, heavy with the sound, felt like an invisible giant hand, relentlessly striking outwards, wherever it passed. Trees collapsed and sank deep into the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The swirling debris mingled with the air, soon filling it with the scent of earth and smoke. Thick, dark clouds gathered ominously above the two, with flashes of lightning flickering in the distance. At the same moment, on a vast expanse of grassland, numerous circular wooden huts formed a small tribe, bustling with people of all ages. Suddenly, they all paused in unison, turning their gazes towards the east. A dense mass of dark clouds gathered ominously, shrouding half the sky, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. A series of thunderous booms echoed from within, interspersed with the sounds of heavy collisions. What is happening? Why is the sky darkened? An elderly man observed the horizon, his face etched with fear and unease. It seems as though a battle is unfolding, remarked a young man, his brow furrowed in concern. This is impossible. How could such formidable power reach us? Another elder responded, disbelief evident in his expression. I must see for myself what is transpiring, the elderly man declared, launching himself into the sky. Wait for me. I will accompany you. A young girl's voice called out from beside him. Almost instantly, a figure soared upwards, following closely behind. Well, with Mley accompanying him, there is no need for concern. The elder sighed in relief. Gao Ren landed a punch squarely on Gillard's face, followed by a knee strike to his abdomen, sending him flying before pursuing him. As Gillard was propelled through the air, his tightly shut eyes fluttered open. He twisted mid-air, halting suddenly to face Gao Ren, delivering a swift kick in retaliation. With a powerful block, Gao Ren seized Gillard's leg and began to spin him around. The speed escalated, becoming a blur, akin to the whir of a helicopter blade. Then, with a sudden release, he flung Gillard away, as if a bullet had been discharged. Gao Ren pressed downwards, diving through the air, enveloped in a radiant white light, accelerating rapidly until he caught up with Gillard. Circling behind him, he tightly embraced him, the brilliance of the white light intensifying, increasing their speed even further. The two of them plummeted toward the ground, and just before impact, Gao Ren released his grip, veering upwards into the sky. Chapter 12. The final strike. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled beneath them. A thick plume of smoke erupted from the ground, connecting with the ominous clouds above. In the next instant, the clouds ignited with a brilliant flash, followed by another thunderous roar as a bolt of lightning struck down. "This is bad," Gao Ren exclaimed, hastily retreating to evade the lightning, which struck the ground below. That was close. He exhaled, intently watching as a cloud of dust rose from below, accompanied by a sharp, acrid scent. Soon after, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a small, dark hole in the ground, its depths unfathomable. Has the victor been determined? Concealed behind a grand tree, Tong Yu exhibited a visage of perplexity and curiosity. Nearby, 3 individuals, a robust young man and 2 women, were equally transfixed, their expressions mirroring the same intrigue as they gazed upwards at Gao Ren. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the rapid rise and fall of Gao Ren's chest, a testament to the considerable fatigue he had incurred during the recent skirmish. In a matter of moments, the sky darkened further, and then a cascade of rain began to pour, intensifying with each passing second. Rain had commenced. Gao Ren lifted his gaze to the heavens, his countenance serene, as droplets cascaded onto his hair, gradually soaking his entire being. Suddenly, a colossal beam of light surged from below, enveloping him entirely. What is this? A look of confusion crossed Gao Ren's face. He felt no discomfort, yet instinctively lowered his head, only to realize that his movements had slowed considerably. This is bad. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting a desperate attempt to break free. Just then, a triumphant voice echoed from below. Too late. Struck by my slowing light. Your next blow is assured. Gillard soared upwards along the beam of light, swiftly closing the distance to Gao Ren. This is perilous. Gao Ren's heart raced in alarm. But under the influence of the slowing light, he could hardly muster a defense. A dull thud resonated as Gillard's iron head collided forcefully with Gao Ren's abdomen. With a gasp, Gao Ren expelled a mouthful of blood, his body bending like a bow, propelled higher into the sky by Gillard's relentless charge. It was as if he were being thrust directly into the atmosphere. Gao Ren's face contorted in agony, the pain in his abdomen overwhelming, nearly robbing him of breath. This must come to an end. Gillard chuckled triumphantly, accelerating and vanishing into the clouds. Are they aiming for space? Huang mused, gazing skyward at the cloud cover. The other 3 remained fixated on the clouds, their brows furrowed as if they could pierce through the veil of obscurity. Ah! Gao Ren cried out in anguish, grappling with the excruciating pain, and then, with both hands, he conjured 2 energy orbs, launching them towards Gillard below. Is this your desperate struggle for survival? Gillard's lips curled into a smirk as he vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind Gao Ren, fists clenched and ready to deliver a powerful blow from the left. Thud! Gao Ren's back was struck with tremendous force, causing his body to arch dramatically, contorting into a crescent shape as he plummeted toward the ground. With a resounding crash, he burrowed deeply into the earth. Gillard, arms folded, descended leisurely to a nearby mountain peak, his gaze fixed intently on the ground, breathing heavily. How deep is it down there? Gao Ren found himself completely buried under the rubble. Damn it, why hasn't my strength been exhausted? He roared in frustration, pondering why he who had received the brunt of the attacks, did not succumb more quickly. Gao Ren harbored a tinge of doubt, pondering whether his combat prowess paled significantly in comparison to Gillard's. Was his aptitude truly so lackluster that a single battle had not substantially enhanced his power? Insatiable and resolute, his countenance was etched with madness and defiance as he surged forward, intent on fighting with fervor to awaken the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. With a thunderous roar, the ground erupted, sending countless fragments soaring into the sky, revealing Gao Ren's disheveled figure. He hovered low, gazing intently at Gillard atop the distant hill, and in an instant, he propelled himself toward him. Gillard, lowering his arms, found the situation intriguing. How delightful, he remarked, his battle spirit undiminished, as he advanced to meet Gao Ren. The two soon clashed once more, unleashing a flurry of fists and kicks, each attack resonating with various sounds. Gao Ren and Gillard transformed into mere shadows, racing away into the distance. Not over yet, exclaimed Huang from a mountainside, astonished. Let us follow and see, Linju remarked, a flicker of yearning crossing her face as she took off in pursuit. Indeed, Tongyu replied, soaring into the sky. We should follow as well, Fu Man said, lifting Huang into his arms before turning skyward. Huang cast a downward glance at the devastated forest below, her expression somber. Alas, she sighed, resting against Fu Man's chest. Fu Man surveyed the chaotic environment beneath them and shook his head. Inevitably so, considering the magnitude of their strength. With that, he accelerated further, swiftly traversing the woodland. Gillard unleashed a powerful punch toward Gao Ren, who deftly leaped aside, evading the blow. The strike missed its mark, crashing down onto the ground with a thunderous boom, causing numerous fissures to erupt. As the cracks splintered, a deep crater was left behind, and Gillard, undeterred, pursued Gao Ren with fervor. Gao Ren quickly widened the distance, turning to face backward as he soared away, a joyful expression adorning his face. With fervent gestures, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts aimed at Gillard. Futile, Gillard scoffed, shaking his head dismissively as he raised his arm to shield himself. Is that so? Gao Ren retorted, a triumphant grin breaking across his face as he altered his trajectory and charged forward. What? Gillard gasped in surprise, only to be struck forcefully in the chest. With a resounding thud, Gillard was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string, and Gao Ren accelerated in pursuit. The mountain crumbled as Gillard crashed through it, his speed unabated as he continued to be propelled farther away. Struggling to open his eyes amid the flight, Gillard was met with the sight of Gao Ren closing in. This is impossible. How can you maintain such speed? Gillard, overwhelmed with frustration, found it hard to believe that his opponent still possessed such stamina. Yet, there was no time for contemplation as he unleashed another punch. Nothing is impossible. Gao Ren gritted his teeth, firmly grasping his own fist with one hand while the other caught the punch thrown by Gullit. Gao Ren bellowed, a surge of rage igniting within him as he forcefully propelled Gullit towards the ground. Gullit, too, cried out in fury, yet he was not the initiator of this encounter. With the momentum favoring Gao Ren, he was driven downwards. In the next instant, a thunderous crash echoed as both men plunged deep into the earth. From within the clouds of dust, their furious roars reverberated. Soon, flashes of light began to emerge from the smoke, their shouts quickly overshadowed by a series of explosive detonations. Boom! Gao Ren's silhouette gradually emerged from the haze, yet the explosions beneath him continued unabated. His hands moved with fervor, unleashing a barrage of air blasts that bombarded the expansive pit. As he ascended higher, the rhythm of his strikes quickened, sending forth an unending stream of energy into the smoke, each blast erupting with a resounding boom. The ground trembled under the relentless cacophony, the air thick with the brilliance of the flashes illuminating the haze, and countless shards of rock erupted like fireworks. Had he lost his mind? How could he continue this way without exhausting his stamina? Xiaoyu was both astonished and speechless, tinged with a hint of envy. The four of them landed on another peak not far away, their gazes converging on Gao Ren, their expressions reflecting a mix of awe and disbelief. The sounds of chaos intertwined and spread through the air. After a prolonged period, Gao Ren finally ceased his onslaught, gasping for breath, teetering on the edge of exhaustion. Below, the earth bore the scars of a massive, irregular crater, measuring around 400 to 500 meters in length and width. As the smoke dissipated, Gullit slowly rose to his feet, his body drenched in blood, his battle attire in tatters, with only vital areas concealed. One eye was shut weakly while the other remained wide open, panting with the same look of impending fatigue. "Should you withstand this strike, victory shall be yours," Gulad uttered with great difficulty. He steadied himself, feet firmly planted, channeling all his strength into his hands. At this moment, he lacked the energy for any fanciful maneuvers. After years of combat, he had never fought with such fervor as he did today. He resolved to deliver one final blow to determine the outcome, regardless of the result. He would harbor no regrets. "Excellent, just as I desire." Gao Ren's face was alight with a manic fervor. He too had fought enough and wished not to squander time. The exhilarating sensation entwined with the pain coursing through his body was indescribably delightful. Perhaps no one else would share his perspective, yet in this moment, he held that belief firmly. He raised his hands above his head, and in an instant, two luminous orbs materialized between his palms. Meanwhile, Gulard's hands moved in an instant, enveloped by a colossal sphere of energy. Immediately, a wave of energy, as thick as a water barrel, surged forth, directed towards the heavens where Gao Ren stood. Almost simultaneously, Gao Ren clasped his hands together, merging two energy spheres that rapidly expanded to encompass his entire being. He then pressed his hands downward and thrust forward, unleashing a beam of light of equal thickness. With a thunderous roar, the two light waves collided, producing a sound more deafening than the loudest thunder, reverberating violently in all directions. Pained cries echoed around as Fumin and his companions were swept away by the residual shockwave. Toppling to the ground, their faces contorted in agony, hands pressed tightly against their ears, writhing on the ground. Chapter 13. Are we truly facing death? The howling winds whipped around, sending clouds of dust swirling and throwing Fumin and his comrades further away. At that moment, high above a certain stretch of ocean, an elderly man in his 50s or 60s halted midair, his flying shield faltering in shock. His hands shielded his eyes, a visage of terror etched across his face. Waves of shock reverberated through the air, causing his frail body to sway precariously. "Grandfather Qian, we must retreat. This force is too terrifying. It is beyond our capacity to withstand." A worried female voice suddenly interjected. Beside the old man hovered a girl of about 16 or 17. Her delicate features and athletic build accentuated by long hair braided and cascading down her back. She gazed into the distance, where dark clouds were relentlessly swept across the sky. Though fear adorned her face, her body remained steadfast amidst the tumultuous waves. The fierce winds battered against them, tossing their hair about, yet could not diminish the astonishment reflected in their expressions. "Alas, it is futile," the old man sighed, shaking his head. Turning to the girl, he declared, "Manya, let us depart. Continuing further will only lead to my demise." His face reflected deep reluctance, his heart yearning to witness such a monumental battle, yet reason prevailed, compelling him to suppress his desires and turn away. The girl cast a lingering gaze at the battlefield, her own eyes brimming with longing, fully aware of her insufficient strength to engage at that level, and thus resigned to leave. "Ah!" Gao Ren bellowed. Between them, the sphere formed by the collision of energy waves gradually approached him. "Damn it! Must I truly remain inferior?" he lamented, unwilling to concede. "If only I could muster a bit more strength, victory would be mine." Gillard smiled, as if he could already taste triumph. With a forceful push of his hands, his feet sank deep into the ground, becoming increasingly embedded, as though a great mountain pressed down upon him, driving him further beneath the surface, until he was nearly engulfed to his abdomen. "Ah, it is over," Gillard shouted, propelling the energy sphere upward with all his might. Gao Ren was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming pressure, and with a fierce roar, his muscles tensed, the veins on his body standing out prominently. At that moment, he felt as though his body might explode at any instant. However, he understood that surrender was not an option. He had to push himself further, for it was only through such relentless perseverance that he could ultimately become a true warrior. He was acutely aware that Goku had endured similar trials, bearing immense pain and heavy responsibilities, only to transcend the ordinary and emerge as the strongest in the entire universe. At this juncture, Gao Ren clasped his hands together tightly and shouted, "I will give it my all." He then summoned every ounce of strength he possessed, releasing it outward. The energy sphere enveloping him swelled dramatically before contracting, unleashing a powerful wave of light that surged downwards. It collided forcefully with the incoming energy sphere, and in an instant, the two intertwining energy orbs spiraled downward. "This is impossible," Gillard exclaimed, disbelief flooding his mind as he witnessed the scene. He thought to himself, victory was within reach, especially with all his remaining strength expended. How could he suddenly find himself at a disadvantage? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. In that very moment, Gillard's body sank deep into the ground, leaving only his chest and above exposed. "Ah!" Gillard let out a long cry. He expended his last breath of strength, and the beam of light thickened, surging into the entwined energy sphere. In the next moment, the sphere distorted and transformed under the immense impact, emitting a cacophony of crackling sounds, while arcs of electricity flickered ominously around it. "Not good, get away." Human, having just regained consciousness amid the rubble, was startled as he looked back. He swiftly lifted Huaying beside him and took flight into the distance. Lin Zhu and Tong Yu, roused by the commotion, immediately ascended into the sky without hesitation. Almost simultaneously, a sharp crack echoed, as if something solid had shattered, followed by a resounding boom. The energy sphere at the center of the clash between Gao Ren and Gillard erupted violently, illuminating the now darkened sky brighter than day. A barrage of shockwaves radiated outward, wreaking havoc in all directions. Trees were instantly reduced to splinters, and even the most resilient rocks were shattered into countless fragments, scattering wildly. In the distance, entire mountains crumbled under the force of the shockwaves. As Vuman and the others took flight, they had yet to distance themselves when the shockwave caught up with them. They felt as though a heavy hammer had struck their backs, their bodies jolting and swaying uncontrollably. Fortunately, they were far enough away to only be rendered unconscious by the overwhelming force, swept away by the aftermath. The four of them floated helplessly like fallen leaves, carried off by the residual waves. Simultaneously, high above, an elderly man and a young girl, still in flight, were caught off guard and were instantly engulfed by the final and most powerful shockwave. Regardless of their struggles, they appeared so feeble under the oppressive waves of terror, helplessly swept away by the merciless currents. Soon, the aftershocks abruptly ceased, revealing the silhouette of Gao Ren high above. His eyes were tightly shut, his complexion as pale as parchment, and then, like a severed lantern, he plummeted downwards. With a resounding thud, he fell into a vast pit, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. At that moment, the pit's earth and stones had transformed into fine powder, partially burying Gao Ren. Not far from him, another figure emerged. It was Gillard, motionless and half submerged in the sand, his eyes closed, evidently having also lost consciousness. Meanwhile, on the distant sea, a hand suddenly broke the surface with a splash, followed by a head gasping for air. It was Fu Man. He scanned the surroundings anxiously, his expression one of concern and urgency for Huaying, Lin Zhu, and Tong Yu. He called out loudly. With a couple of splashes, Lin Zhu emerged from the depths, grasping the hands of Huaying and Tong Yu, breathing heavily. "We are here." He gradually ascended into the sky. "What a relief, you are all safe." Fu Man exhaled in relief, rising from the water's surface. After taking Huaying into his arms, they both turned towards the land and flew away. On another shoreline, the relentless waves crashed against the rocks, gradually revealing two figures, the elderly man and the young girl. A series of harsh coughs erupted as the girl expelled a great deal of seawater and slowly opened her eyes, a faint trace of blood lingering at the corner of her mouth, indicating she had sustained minor injuries. Grandfather Qian, she exclaimed in a panic, urgently scanning her surroundings until she spotted the elderly man nearby. Grandfather Qian, she called, carefully turning him over. However, the old man's face was smeared with blood, showing no signs of awakening, appearing gravely injured. The girl, filled with concern yet composed, gently hoisted him onto her back and flew towards the distant horizon. At that moment, the clouds overhead, once darkened by the collision's aftermath, were blown away, revealing a serene blue sky. A ray of sunlight streamed down, illuminating the profiles of Gillard and Gao Ren. Gao Ren furrowed his brow, struggling to open his eyes, whispering, "I am still alive." A smile of joy spread across his face, only to be swiftly marred by pain, twisting his expression. Straining to adjust his position and gaze at the sky, he realized it was already evening. The orange-red sunset cast a warm glow upon him. Gao Ren attempted to rise, but found himself utterly drained of strength, unable to move even an inch. He resolved to rest a little longer before attempting to stand. After a considerable time, Gillard's fingers finally twitched, and he too opened his eyes. With great difficulty, he turned over to gaze at the sky, similarly trying to rise, but failing repeatedly. Utterly devoid of the strength to stand, just like Gao Ren. "This is futile. We have no strength left," came the feeble voice of Gao Ren from beside him. "It seems you have won," Gillard remarked calmly, his gaze shifting to Gao Ren, who he could tell had been awake for a while. Throughout this exchange, Gillard maintained a demeanor of composure, exuding an air of ease. "I did not win, nor did you lose," Gao Ren replied earnestly, though his tone was faint, as if he were on the brink of collapse. "You have changed. You are not quite the same Serant I once knew," Gillard stated with a serious expression. "Perhaps. You are not the same either," Gao Ren remarked with a tranquil countenance. Despite their brief acquaintance of just over a day, Gillard's presence felt different from their initial meeting. With a sudden gravity, he posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. "Could you enlighten me about the strength of Gathorn and Orlan?" "Ah, it appears you truly have no recollection," Gillard sighed, falling into contemplation before responding with a grave expression. "They are among the most formidable Saiyans, second only to Prince Vegeta. To my knowledge, 3 years ago, Orlan's battle power exceeded 4,000, while Gathorn surpassed 10,000. At this revelation, Gao Ren fell into silence, acutely aware of his own insignificance before these two titans. Indeed, it was a stark reminder of the adage that comparison can evoke fear. Noticing Gao Ren's despondent demeanor, Gillard continued, "Let me caution you. It is best not to confront either of them. They are 10 times more ruthless than I, and even as fellow Saiyans, they would not hesitate to strike with lethal intent." Upon concluding his warning, Gillard laboriously retrieved a small remote control from an unknown source, featuring a single prominent button, which he pressed without hesitation. At that very moment, thousands of miles away, the spacecraft nestled within a left-side crevice slowly sealed its hatch, enveloped in a brilliant white light. With a whoosh, it ascended into the sky, transforming into a mere speck until it vanished from sight. Instinctively, Gao Ren touched his chest, discovering a similar remote control. However, he refrained from producing it, for he had one more matter to attend to and was not yet prepared to depart from this planet. "Look, a spaceship is flying overhead. They are making their escape," Dong Yu exclaimed, pointing at the streak of white light above. "They cannot be allowed to leave so easily." Lin Zhu's face darkened with a hint of murderous intent, prompting her to accelerate in pursuit. Fumin, accompanied by Huaying and Dong Yu, followed closely behind. The spaceship descended gradually beside Gillard, its hatch opening with a hum. "I do not intend to linger on this planet. Those individuals will undoubtedly come to eliminate us. I advise you to leave swiftly," Gillard stated, slowly making his way toward the hatch. Gao Ren understood that this moment marked their utmost vulnerability. Should their adversaries wish to strike, they would not let this opportunity pass. However, before he could devise a countermeasure, a cold voice rang out, "No one is allowed to leave." At that moment, Gillard had just grasped the doorframe, preparing to climb inside, when he abruptly halted. In his heart, Gao Ren cursed silently. Alas, has he ultimately arrived a moment too late? He turned to glance over. There stood Fu Man and his 3 companions, slowly descending before them, with the speaker being none other than Huaying. The expressions on both Gillard and Gao Ren's faces instantly darkened. Yet both lacked the strength to rise in defiance or flee. Nevertheless, after a brief pause, Gillard regarded the group as inconsequential and continued his arduous ascent into the spacecraft. A low, buzzing sound reached his ears from behind. He noticed Lin Zhu standing behind him, raising her hand, and in an instant, an energy sphere coalesced within her palm, aimed at his head. Chapter 14. A daring venture into the Isle of Death. Meanwhile, almost simultaneously, Huang pressed a knife against Gao Ren's throat. Yet she did not immediately strike. Instead, she coldly regarded him. Unyielding, Gao Ren met her gaze, his face betraying no hint of fear. After a moment, Hua Ying's eyes flickered, her expression betraying a hint of unease as she hesitated. The knife remained poised but unmoving. Lin Zhu's energy orb also continued to condense, similarly held in abeyance, as if awaiting some signal. Gillard's movements were undeterred, as though the impending danger behind him eluded his perception as long as the orb had not been unleashed. He soon struggled into the spacecraft, settling into his seat with great difficulty, pressing buttons with waning strength. Merely operating the vessel appeared to be a tremendous effort. "Should I kill?" Lin Zhu abruptly turned her gaze towards Fu Man, sighing. Fu Man lowered his head, internally conflicted, unable to make an immediate decision. At that moment, Gillard ceased his movements. Looking towards Lin Zhu, a slight smile curving his lips, betraying no trace of fear, as if he had already cast aside concerns of life and death. Gao Ren fixed his gaze intently on Hua Ying's face, sensing her moment of hesitation, yet he maintained an outward calm, revealing no hint of elation. "Are you not afraid I will kill you?" Hua Ying lifted her head once more, locking eyes with him, her gaze resolute, devoid of any wavering. Observing this, Gao Ren felt no flicker of fear. Instead, he offered a faint smile and replied, "Afraid? What purpose would that serve? Would it deter you from killing me?" He was but a man, instinctively aware of fear, yet he recognized the futility of such sentiments. At this juncture, there was little left to articulate. Indeed, Hua Ying exhaled softly. Her eyes began to flicker as she recalled the numerous occasions when Gao Ren had ample opportunity to end her life. Yet, he had refrained. And now, paradoxically, it was she who contemplated taking his life. Although the adversary had injured a friend and caused considerable environmental destruction, he had not taken a single life. Hua Ying, with her eyes tightly shut for a moment, then reopened them and calmly uttered, "You may leave now. Do not return to this planet." With that, she withdrew the knife she had pressed against Gao Ren's neck. She was not a person with a penchant for bloodshed and ultimately could not bring herself to strike. "Are we truly letting them go?" Lin Zhu queried, a look of discontent etched across his face as he turned to Fu Man. "Ah, let them go," Fu Man replied, lifting Hua Ying in his arms and glancing at Lin Zhu and Tong Yu. "Let us depart." With that, he soared into the sky, flying off into the distance. While Tong Yu said nothing and followed closely behind, Lin Zhu let out a heavy sigh, reluctantly retracting the energy blast in his hand. "Consider yourselves fortunate this time," he declared before launching himself into the air. Beep, beep. Gradually, Gillard's expression softened as he tapped the keyboard twice. Soon, a low humming sound resonated, and the hatch began to close slowly. "Gillard, if I were you, I would not return to planet Frieza, but rather seek a quiet place to devote myself to training until I become exceptionally powerful." Gao Ren's final words echoed as they entered Gillard's spacecraft. Gillard's lips twitched, yet he remained silent as the hatch fully sealed at that moment. In the next instant, the entire spacecraft emitted a brilliant white light, shooting skyward with a whoosh, displacing two fragments of rock that promptly fell back to the ground. Gao Ren merely intended to offer a word of caution, for Gillard was the first individual he encountered upon arriving in this world, and they were both Saiyans. Moreover, he did not appear to be inherently bloodthirsty. Whether or not he heeded the advice was left to fate. Gao Ren was no saint, and could not concern himself too deeply with such matters. At this juncture, the sun had set, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air, bringing a noticeable chill. Struggling, Gao Ren managed to rise. Fortunately, it was merely an overexertion of his internal energy, and he had not sustained any grievous injuries. With unsteady flight, he made his way to a large tree, taking considerable time to reach it, whereupon he leaned against it and succumbed to slumber. The following day dawned with an equally azure sky, though adorned with a multitude of white clouds. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Gao Ren slowly opened his eyes. He stood up, stretching his limbs, still acutely aware of the waves of pain coursing through his body. With only about 20% of his strength restored. "First, I must find something to eat," he murmured, patting his stomach, before dragging his weary frame skyward, surveying his surroundings and choosing a direction to hasten towards. 2 hours later, above a certain expanse of ocean, beneath the ominous clouds crackling with thunder and lightning, a resilient figure soared through the sky. This was a girl of around 16 or 17 years, buffeted by the fierce winds that swept in from afar, making it nearly impossible for her to keep her eyes open. The azure braids danced wildly in the tempestuous winds, soon becoming disheveled. With strands of hair entwining around her face, the young girl gently swept the hair aside, revealing a resolute expression. "Mley, you cannot waver. You must obtain the elixir of life," she murmured to herself. Without hesitation, she soared toward the shadowed isle beneath the dark clouds, a place notorious as one of the most perilous locations on Gulf Planet, Death Island. Despite its treacherous reputation, where lives were claimed almost daily, many still ventured forth, driven by the allure of the fabled elixir. Time swiftly progressed to noon. Gao Ren flew above a vast expanse of ocean. Observing the gathering storm clouds and the intensifying winds, as the sky darkened ominously, resembling twilight. This must be the direction, he self-consoled, albeit uncertain. He had followed Fu Man's guidance for half a day and had arrived at this juncture. Gazing into the distance, he noted the dense clouds converging, forming a colossal umbrella, beneath which lay a shadowy isle. Turning to glance behind him, he saw a faint red glow piercing through the clouds, illuminating the area. Were it not for the sunlight still visible, he might have believed it was evening. There can be no mistake. After such a long flight, I must be close. Gao Ren exclaimed, his face alight with anticipation. With a burst of speed, he transformed into a streak of white light, racing toward the island, swiftly vanishing into a mere point of luminescence. On a pitch-black shore, a middle-aged man with short hair gazed at a slightly plump, bald companion, disbelief etched on his face. "Brother, are you certain this is the place?" "Indeed, this is it," the plump man replied, his eyes fixed on the towering mountains that pierced the clouds, brimming with excitement. These mountains resembled a series of sharp swords, one end embedded in the island while the other thrust upward into the stormy sky, with arcs of electricity dancing among them. "Then let us fly straight in." The middle-aged man, eager, surveyed the gap between the mountains. "Are you seeking death? Do you not know how many have perished beneath this lightning? You dare to fly?" The plump man, suddenly pale, seemed to recall a terrifying memory. At his words, the middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine. His earlier eagerness evaporated, replaced by gravity. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed from the distant sky, followed by the appearance of a figure suspended in the air. "Someone's there," the short-haired man exclaimed, gazing upward in astonishment. "How peculiar. They appear so small." The plump man remarked, eyes widening in wonder as if he had encountered something extraordinary. Their hair is black." Intriguing, the middle-aged man expressed newfound interest. At that moment, Gao Ren surveyed the towering peaks before him. "Is this truly Death Island? It seems rather unremarkable," he mused, his expression calm and composed. He felt no trace of fear in the face of the electric arcs dancing through the mountains. He did not believe that such meager forces could pose a challenge to him. Beep, beep, beep. The detector activated automatically. Gao Ren glanced down at the two figures on the ground with a look of disdain. They barely weighed in at 150 combined. He then raised his gaze towards the island, murmuring to himself, 170, 109. There are quite a few people here, but what sort of individuals are they? Is this island so easy to breach? Yet, upon contemplating the allure of the divine water, he found it less surprising. Just as he pondered the difficulty ahead, an expression of astonishment crossed his face as he muttered, Why have several energy signatures suddenly vanished? Did those individuals perish in an instant?" The expression on Gao Ren's face morphed repeatedly. After a moment, he shook his head, declaring, "I must remain vigilant." Instantly, he was enveloped in a radiant white light and soared directly into the island. How audacious to fly directly in. Truly reckless, the portly, balding man scoffed. This was the third such individual he had witnessed, the previous two having long since met their demise. "Let us proceed," the portly man instructed, leading the middle-aged companion cautiously towards the crevice, both of their faces etched with wariness. "Why is there not a single tree? Is this truly the forest of death?" Gao Ren queried in bewilderment, having already covered some distance. Yet, all he saw were scattered stones. Not even a hint of soil was visible. According to Fu Man, the divine water was the sap of the longevity tree's fruit, which grew within the forest of death. Although the explanation had been vague, Gao Ren sensed no deceit in his words. After searching for a considerable time, he regrettably found no trace of even a single tree. The surrounding environment grew increasingly dim, and the sky turned a sinister shade of red, an eerie sight. The moment he entered this place, he felt as though his body had doubled in weight, accompanied by a strange sense of oppression, as if a colossal stone were pressing upon his heart. Nevertheless, he managed to endure, easily evading the occasional lightning strikes. At present, nothing seemed capable of obstructing his advance, prompting Gao Ren to quicken his pace, heading straight toward the center. Although his stamina had only partially recovered, he remained confident that he could successfully pluck the longevity fruit, which would restore his strength in an instant. With these thoughts fueling his motivation, he pressed on with renewed vigor, no longer sparing his energy. However, before long, the crimson clouds above began to churn ominously, and soon a torrent of blood-red lightning descended, relentlessly striking towards Gao Ren. "What on earth is this?" he exclaimed, startled, as he hastened to slow his speed, dodging the onslaught of lightning bolts. This blood-red lightning was far more formidable than anything he had previously encountered. Just the very aura of it instilled a sense of dread within him, making it unwise to confront it head-on. Fortunately, as he eased his pace, the frequency of the lightning strikes diminished significantly. Thus, Gao Ren continued to fly for an extended period, gradually revealing a dark forest ahead. Chapter 15. Peril in the forest. The forest lay cloaked in darkness, seemingly shrouded in an inky blackness that rendered the trees as mere silhouettes. Upon witnessing the forest, Gao Ren felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Fully aware of the peril posed by the thunderous storm above, he nonetheless quickened his pace, heading towards the heart of the woodland. In the depths of this foreboding forest, a young maiden struggled to navigate through trees that appeared as though they had been charred by flames. These trees bore no leaves, their gnarled branches jutting out like skeletal fingers, creating an eerie tableau. The girl hunched her back, her steps heavy and labored, as if an immense weight was pressing down upon her. At the center of the forest lay a vast clearing, where vegetation was sparse and diminutive, reminiscent of a landslide that had partially buried the flora, leaving only a few branches exposed. Two elderly men, one tall and the other short, both in their 60s or 70s, trudged through this expanse with surprising agility, soon approaching the scene. "Is this the fabled longevity tree?" the shorter elder exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gestured towards a colossal tree sprouting from a crevice in the boulder nearby. "It must be true. It matches the legendary descriptions in its grandeur," the taller elder exclaimed, captivated by the sight. This magnificent tree towered over 100 meters, a veritable giant devoid of leaves, its stout branches resembling the rugged roots of a mountain. Upon closer inspection, one could discern pale, peach-like fruits adorning the tips of some branches, each about the size of a fist, an incongruous sight amidst the tree's ruggedness. Despite its size, the tree bore a mere handful of fruits, fewer than 50 in total. The two men gradually approached the tree, soon lifting their gaze to spot a fruit each. With renewed vigor, they propelled their weary bodies upward, each seizing a fruit with ease, plucking it from its branch. At last, the tall elder beamed at the fruit in his hand, while the short elder shared in his exhilaration. They exchanged triumphant smiles, preparing to depart, when suddenly, their bodies plummeted downward as if laden with lead. "What is happening?" the tall elder gasped, desperately summoning all his strength to halt his descent, yet it proved futile. "Cursed!" The short elder was equally alarmed, his struggles yielding no respite from the rapid fall. In the next moment, a thunderous crash resounded as both men tumbled into a heap of rubble, clouds of dust erupting around them. Moments later, the tall elder crawled out of the pit, only to collapse on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. After catching his breath, he managed to bring the fruit to his lips for a bite, but before he could savor its flavor, the fruit disintegrated into a flash of green light, vanishing before his eyes. "Cursed! How could this happen?" The elderly man, consumed by fury, struggled to rise, only to realize with a start that he felt lighter. Raising his hands in bewilderment, he was suddenly warned, "Be careful, quickly dodge." At that moment, a frail old man emerged from a pit nearby, turning to shout in terror, his face etched with horror as if he had glimpsed something utterly dreadful. The tall elder, still processing the situation, was instantaneously devoured from behind by a colossal black dragon. With a swift whoosh, the dragon vanished back into the earth, as if cloaked in invisibility, seemingly oblivious to the frail elder beside it. "Hold you!" the frail elder cried out, his face a mask of anguish and fear, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. He released the fruit in his hand and fled away from that nightmarish place. His speed was remarkable, and he soon vanished into the depths of the dark forest. As the fruit fell to the ground, it transformed into a wisp of green smoke, and his body instantly became lighter. 2 hours later, is this the tree of immortality? Gao Ren gazed at the towering tree barely visible in the heart of the forest, excitement radiating from him. At that moment, his body bore numerous lightning scars, and he appeared considerably fatigued. Yet Gao Ren remained oblivious to his condition, accelerating further. In an instant, the crimson clouds above began to whirl rapidly, unleashing countless strands of blood-red lightning that surged downward. These strands twisted like strands of hemp, thickening to the girth of a bowl, far more terrifying than the previous crimson bolts, relentlessly striking towards Gao Ren. Thunder roared continuously. Simultaneously, within the forest below, A deafening crash erupted as a young girl unleashed a burst of energy, dispersing a colossal black beast that had emerged from the rocks. Startled by the thunder, she quickly looked skyward, witnessing a bright point that rapidly enlarged, transforming into a blinding white light that zipped overhead. Arc after arc of electricity chased and struck, while the lightning that missed its target cascaded down, hitting the massive boulders below and instantly creating a charred crater, debris scattering in all directions. The relentless onslaught of lightning left the young girl with nowhere to hide, and she cried out in panic, her face paling as she dove downwards. Yet, just as she fell, a bolt of lightning struck the very spot she had occupied, creating a vast pit and sending shockwaves that hurled her far away, crashing heavily onto the rubble. Damn it, how can it be this powerful? At that moment, high above, Gao Ren was filled with trepidation, regretting his reckless charge. However, he found himself trapped, unable to retreat. Any increase in speed would intensify the lightning's ferocity, while slowing down would surely result in being struck. No matter what, he was destined to take a hit. The lightning grew denser, gradually weaving into a net that encircled him, and he felt an increasing difficulty in flight, as if countless giant hands were grasping him tightly, preventing his ascent in the sky. Gao Ren's eyes darted around restlessly until he swiftly identified a substantial gap. Plunging through it at full speed, he rejoiced, having successfully navigated through the lightning net. However, a sudden crackle and rumble filled the air, and just as Gao Ren had begun to slow his pace, a multitude of electric arcs surged toward him, forcing him to dodge frantically. Yet, the gaps in the net constricted tighter, reducing to a size too small for even an average person to pass through, and in an instant, he was engulfed. The next moment, it was over. Gao Ren let out a piercing scream as countless electric arcs relentlessly struck his body, each jolt akin to being pierced by innumerable needles, causing excruciating pain. His eyelids grew heavy, and he felt no more agony. With a thunderous crash, he plummeted into a pile of rubble, losing consciousness. The crimson clouds above settled, ceasing their assault. After an indeterminate period, within the debris, a young girl slowly opened her eyes, bewildered as she scanned her surroundings and moved her limbs, letting out a soft groan. Turning her gaze to her feet, she furrowed her brow and began to crawl forward, dragging her immobilized right leg. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the deathly forest, a middle-aged man pointed towards a frail old man fleeing from a nearby direction. "Are we not going to intervene?" he inquired. "No need," a slightly rotund, bald man replied, shaking his head. "It's evident he is merely fleeing in panic." With no chance of obtaining the longevity fruit, the two continued their slow journey deeper into the forest. Half an hour later, as the girl passed another pile of rubble, she furrowed her brow, seemingly having discovered something. Struggling, she crawled over to investigate and gasped in surprise upon finding someone. Hastily, she cleared away the stones, revealing Gao Ren's disheveled form. His hair was frizzed, various bare patches on his body scorched black and still emitting smoke, yet his combat suit remained unburned, seemingly insulated. When the girl turned Gao Ren over for a clearer view, she recoiled in shock. His face was smeared with blood, his eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. "Is that red blood? How fascinating," she mused, her curiosity piqued by the crimson on his face. Gently, she wiped away the blood and soot from his visage, finding him rather endearing. A smile of interest crept onto her face as she cradled his back, leaning him against her chest, and retrieved a gourd from her waist, uncorking it to pour some water into his mouth. After a moment, Gao Ren erupted into a fit of coughing. "You're awake." The girl's face brightened with a shy smile. Gao Ren slowly opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was the innocent face of the girl, startling him into a swift retreat, leaving him flustered. "Are you all right?" she asked, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Yet she maintained a calm demeanor as she tentatively inquired. "Me?" Gao Ren tentatively moved his limbs and discovered that he was not significantly harmed, only experiencing a lingering numbness. He turned his gaze back to the young girl, a look of confusion adorning his face. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am Mley," the girl replied, placing her hand upon her chest with a smile. Gao Ren scrutinized her with earnestness. Her attire was akin to that of others he had encountered, crafted from coarse fabric that concealed only the most vital areas, leaving the rest exposed. This marked the seventh golfer he had encountered, and whether young or old, male or female, they possessed a stature considerably more imposing than that of earthlings, with an average height ranging from 1.80 meters to 2 meters. Although the girl before him was notably taller, his assessment of her facial features and demeanor suggested she was merely 16 or 17 years of age. Noticing Gao Ren's continued appraisal, the girl felt somewhat unsettled and decided to change the subject. By the way, what is your name? Gao Ren found himself momentarily perplexed. Lowering his gaze in contemplation before finally looking up and responding, I am Serant. He felt that adopting a name suitable for this world would be more fitting, as he found his own name somewhat incongruous here. After all, it was merely a name, a designation, not worthy of excessive deliberation. Serant, what a lengthy name. The girl remarked slowly, her eyes lighting up with apparent interest. Why, are you not afraid of me? Serant questioned, puzzled by her proximity on their first encounter, which intrigued him greatly. Afraid? Why should I be? The girl displayed a look of confusion, then smiled as she added, Is it simply because we look a bit different? Understanding her childlike innocence, Serant chose not to dwell on this topic further and instead asked directly, You are not here to seek the fruit of immortality, are you? Indeed. I must obtain it. It is of great importance to me, she affirmed with a resolute nod. Oh, Serant nodded thoughtfully, then proposed, Let us embark together. It would be prudent to have company on the journey. He felt a twinge of apprehension, unwilling to wander aimlessly lest he attract another lightning strike. Certainly, she replied with a radiant smile, but her expression soon darkened as she lowered her head. However, my foot, I fear it may not keep pace with you. Following her gaze, Serant noticed the swelling at her right ankle. Shall I take a look? He offered, raising his eyes to meet hers. She nodded obediently. Serant gently grasped her ankle to examine it. Why is it so swollen? He remarked, noting the exaggerated puffiness that seemed to strain against her shoe. She gasped, a flicker of pain crossing her face, and her chest rose and fell with rapid breaths. I'll be gentle, Serant assured her, applying a light pressure as he felt around her ankle, finding no fractures. The bone is intact, yet such swelling is unusual, he pondered with a look of concern. The young girl ceased to emit any sounds of distress, leaving one to ponder whether she was merely suppressing her discomfort out of embarrassment or if the pain had indeed lessened. Serant observed her closely, suspecting a probable fracture in her instep, and, without further thought, removed her shoe, revealing her delicate, light blue foot. Though she was tall, her feet were exquisitely slender and petite, and Serant quickly noticed the pronounced arch of her instep, seemingly indicating the elevation of two bones. No, this cannot be. The girl instinctively recoiled, hastily covering her foot with her hand and attempting to don her shoe once more. However, as she managed to slide it on halfway, a sharp cry escaped her lips due to the pain. Chapter 16. Harvesting the eternal fruit. It was at this moment that Serant realized the impropriety of his actions in removing her shoe. A flush creeping across his face as he stammered, I. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, only to find her shyly averting her eyes and lowering her head, silence enveloping her demeanor. Serant too averted his gaze, observing her struggle to wear the shoe. Her hand still pressed against her foot, caught in a moment of hesitation. After a moment, he summoned his courage and spoke. The bone should be intact, but it needs to be realigned immediately, otherwise it will not heal properly. The girl nodded slightly, her voice barely audible, and gradually withdrew her hand, revealing her petite foot once more. Serant gently grasped her foot and placed it upon his knee, stabilizing her ankle with one hand while placing 4 fingers on the arch of her foot with the other. I am going to apply pressure. It may be quite painful, so bear with me, he said, looking into her face. Yet, no sooner had he finished speaking, and before she could nod in readiness, 2 sharp cracks echoed in the air. She cried out, instinctively retracting her foot. How do you feel now? Serant inquired, unable to suppress a smile that tugged at his lips. It's fine now, she mumbled, her gaze cast downwards, her eyes flickering shyly before breaking into a smile that mingled both embarrassment and delight. She recognized Serant's intention, understanding that he had hastened the process to prevent her from hesitating. With that thought, she shook her head and revealed a sincere smile. Afterward, she struggled to put her shoe back on and stood up, but as soon as she did, she stumbled and fell. Are you all right? Serant quickly supported her, his expression filled with concern. I'm fine, just still a bit sore, she replied, crouching down and reaching for the instep of her right foot, her face etched with pain. When I saw you putting on your shoe earlier, your instep was quite swollen. Is there still some bruising? Ceram pondered, doubt clouding his mind. Had he misjudged the situation? Or inadvertently caused her further injury? A flicker of worry crossed his features as he crouched beside her, his expression turning serious. Please, don't shy away. Let me examine it again. Okay, she replied softly, nodding slightly. Though still somewhat bashful, she no longer resisted as she had before. As Ceram observed her acquiescence, he gently placed her foot upon his thigh, quickly noting that it remained swollen, stretching the shoe to its limits. I shall remove it, he declared. Upon receiving her nod of approval, he carefully took off her shoe, only to be taken aback. The swelling had intensified. Although the arch of her foot no longer bore the pronounced bone protrusions, it was instead replaced by a more exaggerated puffiness. Allow me to re-examine your bones. Bear with me, he instructed. Very well, she replied resolutely, biting her lip in preparation for the discomfort. Ceram gently squeezed her instep and ankle. Discovering that both the ankle and the bones of her foot were intact, devoid of any fractures, and he exhaled in relief. This is wonderful. It seems the prolonged injury has hindered your blood circulation. A bit of pressure should alleviate the issue. He spoke with confidence drawn from his experience. Proceeding to tenderly massage her ankle and instep, his gaze earnest as it fell upon her face. Try to relax. It will aid in your recovery, he advised. All right. She nodded obediently, a trusting smile gracing her lips as she surrendered to his ministrations, her demeanor transforming to one of ease and naturalness. It appeared as if she had completely entrusted herself to him, acquiescing to his every directive. As she reveled in the soothing massage, she turned to Ceram, inquiring about mundane matters. Thus, they engaged in light conversation, and he soon learned that she had ventured here to gather longevity fruits in order to treat an elderly villager who had suffered an injury. Time flew by, and soon a quarter of an hour had passed. That should suffice, Ceram remarked, observing her foot, which had significantly reduced in swelling. He then picked up the nearby shoe and gently slipped it back onto her foot. Please stand and see if you can walk normally, he suggested. All right, I will give it a try, she replied, nodding slightly as she stood up slowly, a hint of lingering reluctance evident on her face. She took a few steps, her movements becoming fluid, revealing no trace of her earlier limp. With a radiant smile, she turned to Ceram and said, All done. Let us proceed. Delighted. Ceram quickly followed suit, this brief respite having replenished some of his energy. He was now cautious in his movements, having learned from her that as long as they remained grounded, they would not be struck by lightning. Moreover, he felt the gravitational pull on the ground was considerably lighter than while soaring through the skies. Thus, the two of them continued their journey on foot, maintaining a reasonable pace. Along the way, they occasionally encountered fierce, jet-black beasts, formidable in their ferocity, yet they posed little challenge to Ceram, who dispatched them with ease. Wow! Ceram, you are truly remarkable, the girl exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration as she witnessed him vanquish 6 ferocious black tigers in quick succession. Upon hearing this, Ceram shook his head. These creatures were hardly formidable, yet they posed a challenge for the young girl, whose combat prowess was merely 100. The thought of her claiming to be the strongest warrior in her village brought a smile to his lips, perhaps a result of his own experiences. After clearing the obstacles, the two continued onward, and before long, an hour had passed with relative ease as they approached the fabled tree of eternal life. Is this truly the tree of eternal life? Can consuming its fruit really grant immortality? Ceram paused, his gaze fixed on the towering tree before him, intrigue evident in his expression. The girl halted as well, looking up at the majestic tree, shaking her head with a smile. The tree of eternal life refers to its age. It does not mean that eating its fruit will bestow immortality. Ah, I see. Ceram realized the truth, understanding that true immortality in this world was likely not so easily attained. Hence he felt no surprise. As they stood before the colossal tree, their expressions varied. Ceram wore a grave look, a discomfort settling in his chest, akin to standing at the base of a mountain poised to collapse, an overwhelming sense of pressure and danger. Let us pick some fruit. The girl, her smile fading, turned to Ceram, her eyes set on a particular fruit. Very well. The tension on Ceram's face vanished immediately as he nodded and soared upwards. He intended to gather several fruits, ensuring he would not fear injury during battles and rigorous training. Eager to transform into a Super Saiyan. At that moment, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. The fruit before him seemed to morph into a reflection of his future self as a Super Saiyan. Ceram grasped a fruit and plucked it from the tree, feeling an icy chill in his palm. However, before he could fully comprehend the sensation, he felt an overwhelming weight pulling him down. "Not good," he exclaimed, as if a great mountain had settled upon his shoulders, plunging him towards the ground. Simultaneously, the girl, having just picked a fruit, also began to descend, though her form appeared more stable, as if she had anticipated this predicament. "Damn it, why is it so heavy?" Serant rolled on the ground, regaining his footing, his face etched with astonishment. He crouched, avoiding a direct crash into the rubble, yet his demeanor suggested he was not entirely at ease. Serant felt as though his body had become tenfold heavier, yet he could still hold his ground. He mused that if his stamina were at its peak, such weight would be trivial. Thus, he resolved to first restore his strength and then gather more fruits. With determination, Serant brought the fruit to his lips and bit down fiercely. At that moment, the girl, having stabilized herself on the ground, looked up at Serant in shock, urgently shouting, "You mustn't eat it." However, Serant had already taken a bite, yet before he could even savor the flavor, the fruit transformed into a wisp of green light and vanished, as if he had bitten into thin air. Was it a deception? His face was clouded with confusion, as if he had been played for a fool. "Danger! Quickly evade!" the girl shouted again. In an instant, Serant felt a chill breeze sweep across his back. The longevity fruit had vanished from his grasp, and his body regained its lightness. In a swift motion, he rolled away. The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted as a massive black dragon engulfed the very spot where he had been standing, sending shards of rock flying and leaving behind a profound pit. "Curse it! What is happening?" Serant seethed with rage. Not only had he missed the fruit, but he had also narrowly escaped being devoured. How could the longevity fruit be a sham? He gazed at the black dragon that had just ambushed him, his expression a mixture of terror and bewilderment. The longevity fruit was not a falsehood. It simply could not be consumed on this island. Not only would it prove ineffective, but it would also provoke relentless attacks from this creature. The girl quickly explained, her astonishment fading into urgency. What sort of trickery was this? Serant felt at a loss. Yet realization dawned upon him. Without some form of restriction, it would have likely been harvested long ago. As he regained his composure, he noticed the dragon pivot and charge at him once more. Serant leapt aside, narrowly evading another strike. The ground shook with successive roars as debris scattered, transforming the arena into a veritable wasteland. The dragon relentlessly pursued Serant, attacking him as he dodged while unleashing air blasts, only to discover that upon striking the dragon, they passed through as if it were mere smoke. How infuriating! What manner of creature is this? Serant found himself utterly bewildered. The dragon lacked substance, leaving him to rely on conventional physical attacks. Just then, in a moment of inattention, he was caught off guard and sent sprawling by the dragon's tail strike, crashing heavily into the rubble. "Serant!" the girl cried out, her eyes brimming with concern as she observed the dragon charging toward the pile of debris. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I will hold it off. You seize the opportunity to gather more longevity fruits." With that, the girl bit into the longevity fruit she held, her body instantly feeling lighter as she darted away. Almost simultaneously, the dragon hesitated in midair, then swiftly turned its attention toward the girl. In that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted as the pile of rubble shattered, and Serant's figure soared from the debris. He turned to the direction of the girl and shouted, "Mley." He saw her continually seeking refuge within the debris, avoiding a direct confrontation with the black dragon. "You must endure," Serant shouted as radiant white light enveloped him, propelling him skyward toward the longevity tree. The cacophony of destruction continued to resonate around them, with the dragon relentlessly smashing the piles of rubble into dust, while the girl desperately sought cover, the distance between them narrowing perilously as the dragon closed in on her. As Ceram arrived before the tree of eternal life, he unhesitatingly plucked a fruit from its branches, and instantly, his body felt heavy, plummeting downward. However, gritting his teeth and with veins bulging, he soared back into the air, darting towards the next fruit. Meanwhile, the young girl crashed heavily onto a massive boulder, which shattered into countless fragments, engulfing her entirely. The debris tumbled down, revealing her disheveled form. Lying among the rubble, she gasped for breath, blue blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she slowly turned her gaze toward the tree of eternal life, where she saw Ceram still harvesting the precious fruits. "Hurry," she weakly urged, her spirit igniting momentarily before she rolled aside. With a thunderous roar, a colossal dragon collided with the ground, sending shards of stone flying and clouds of dust billowing. The girl was hurled away by the force, her clothing tattered, her eyelids drooping in exhaustion. "Am I to die?" she murmured with a faint smile. The last image that graced her vision was the dragon's gaping maw, lined with sharp teeth, rushing toward her. Chapter 17. The acquisition of the spirit water. Just as the girl believed her end was nigh, she felt a powerful hand supporting her back, instinctively opening her eyes to behold a gentle face. "I'm sorry. I'm late," Cyromancer apologized, swiftly dodging the dragon's attack, enveloped in a radiant white light as he carried her away to safety. The girl nestled against his chest, managing to utter, "Cyromancer." Before losing consciousness, Cyromancer held her tightly, feeling an unbearable weight upon him, as though 10 mountains were pressing down simultaneously. He had nearly reached his limit while gathering the fourth fruit, and in his peripheral vision, he had glimpsed the dragon poised to devour the girl. Summoning every ounce of strength, he had raced to her rescue, narrowly saving her from the jaws of fate. He urged himself not to relent, to hasten his escape. "Damn it! How long will they pursue me?" He fumed, frustration etched across his face. Behind him, another dragon had appeared, joining the first in relentless pursuit, launching continuous attacks. Cyromancer clenched his teeth, desperately evading their onslaught, his entire body aflame with pain. His expression was a mask of anguish, his eyes bloodshot, nearly spilling tears of crimson. Veins bulged on his skin like worms, threatening to burst. Even a single feather would feel like a crushing weight, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, he never considered relinquishing the girl in his arms. He understood clearly that without her, he would not have successfully gathered 4 fruits. Moved by her bravery, he realized he had never encountered such a person before, though he couldn't claim they didn't exist in his previous world. He had certainly never met one. Thus, he pressed on, resiliently fleeing. Though his body was on the brink of collapse, the energy within him remained unspent. Soon, 2 hours had passed. "Brother, what is that?" a middle-aged man exclaimed, pointing at the ominous black shadow amidst the tempestuous lightning in the sky. "Situated somewhere on the outskirts of the Forest of Death. Run. Someone has angered the eternal tree." The sight of the unfolding chaos transformed his initial curiosity into sheer terror, prompting the stout, bald man to flee without a moment's hesitation. "Ah, wait for me, brother," shouted the man behind, his eyelids twitching in fright as he dashed after him, forsaking all caution in his desperate bid for survival. "Damn it," Ceram bellowed, his fury reaching its zenith as he was relentlessly pursued by bolts of lightning and 2 colossal dragons that were hot on his heels, occasionally buffeting him with their force. Glancing downward, he mused that the weight he felt was lessened. Even without taking flight, he believed he could evade the dragons and avoid the wrath of the storm. Thus he descended to the ground. Once he landed, Ceram wasted no time. He hoisted the young girl onto his back and fled with reckless abandon, not daring to look back. As the crimson clouds above began to disperse, the lightning gradually receded, yet the 2 dragons showed no sign of relinquishing their pursuit, continuing their relentless chase. The dragons crashed into him repeatedly, but fortunately, as he distanced himself from the heart of the forest and the eternal tree, the oppressive sensation began to ease, offering him a glimmer of hope to escape their clutches. With a thunderous roar, Ceram narrowly evaded each assault, massive craters forming behind him as debris flew in all directions, pelting him with relentless force. Though the situation was perilous, he never once flinched, despite feeling utterly drained. The thought of his significant gains invigorated him anew. Thus, he pressed on, refusing to glance back, consumed by thoughts of success that lay ahead, urging him to keep running. Unbeknownst to him, he had indeed sprinted out of the island and reached the shore. Turning around, he was relieved to find no trace of the dragons, allowing him a moment of respite. "Ah, I'm utterly exhausted, but at last, I've made it out." Ceram placed the girl gently on the ground and collapsed, gasping for breath. Looking up at the sky, he beheld a dark expanse devoid of stars or clouds, yet not completely shrouded in darkness, as he could still discern the outlines of his surroundings beneath his tattered battle attire. For sizable bulges protruded from his chest, his greatest spoils from this harrowing ordeal, for fruits of the eternal tree. At this moment, Ceram was utterly spent, reflecting on how he had endured the perilous journey, driven solely by the hope of what lay ahead. He could scarcely believe he had actually escaped. Had the dragons pursued him now, he would be utterly powerless to flee again, resigned to his fate. Half an hour later, with no sign of the dragons returning, Serant finally relaxed, his breathing becoming steadier as he felt a flicker of strength return within him. At that moment, a triumphant voice echoed nearby. "Young man, if you leave the longevity fruit behind, I may spare your life. Otherwise, I shall not express the nature of my threat." Serant instantly sat up, his face a mask of vigilance as he turned to glance behind him, where he could just barely discern two figures, one slender and one stout, the latter of whom was evidently the speaker. "Get lost." Serant's expression darkened as he bellowed, and without any visible movement, a thunderous sound erupted as a deep chasm appeared before the two men. Following this, Serant hoisted the young girl onto his back and soared away from the island, opting not to directly confront the duo. The stout, bald man and the middle-aged individual felt a chill run down their spines, collapsing onto the ground as they gasped for breath once Serant had departed. "Thank goodness he didn't attack us directly, otherwise we would have been reduced to ashes," the stout man stammered in fear, his voice trembling. The following morning, the sky was considerably clearer than the day before, with the sun gradually rising from the azure horizon, illuminating the earth. In a forest, beneath a grand tree, Serant and the girl leaned against each other, their eyes closed in a serene slumber. Soon, a gentle breeze rustled through, causing their hair to dance in the wind. At that moment, the girl furrowed her brow and slowly opened her eyes, a look of bewilderment washing over her as she beheld the now bright forest, teeming with vibrant flora. "Where am I? How did I end up here?" she pondered, her face etched with confusion. It was then she realized she was resting against someone else's shoulder. Turning her gaze, she found herself looking at Serant's sleeping visage, and relief flooded over her. She gazed intently at his serene face, a warm smile spreading across her features as she recalled their journey together, from their first encounter to the harvesting of the longevity fruit. Particularly, the final moments had been filled with despair, as she truly believed her life was at an end, only for him to appear by her side in that critical instant. His presence brought her an unshakable sense of peace. With him near, she feared nothing. Even the prospect of being devoured by a dragon would not elicit a blink from her. Now, awakening to his face once more, this comforting visage etched itself deeper into her heart. With a gentle smile, she reached out to touch Serant's prominent nose, her face glowing with the pure joy of a child. Just then, Serant seemed to sense something, as his brow slightly twitched before he slowly opened his eyes. The girl, startled, quickly withdrew her hand and straightened her posture, turning to him with a tender voice. "You're awake." "Yes," Serant replied, a delighted smile gracing his lips as he stood up, stretching his limbs and producing a series of satisfying cracks. The girl followed suit, immediately feeling the ache throughout her body, and also stretched to alleviate her discomfort. "I'm so tired." Serant remarked that the sensation was hardly less taxing than emerging from a fierce battle. Yet, his countenance suddenly brightened as he retrieved 4 longevity fruits from beneath his combat attire. "Behold," he exclaimed with a radiant smile. Serant was uncertain how to transform the longevity fruits into restorative water, which had deterred him from attempting it the previous night, fearing that an incorrect method might result in a futile endeavor. Upon witnessing this, the young woman also revealed a beaming smile. "Here, take these too," Serant said, smiling warmly as he offered her 2 of the fruits without hesitation. The young woman gazed at his face, gently shaking her head. "I only need 1. You keep the other," she replied as she reached out to accept one. She then looked back at Serant with sincerity in her eyes. "Thank you for saving me." Serant shook his head in response. "We are companions. Besides, you saved me before. Had you not bravely held off the black dragon, I would not have been able to acquire these 4 longevity fruits." He understood well that had he acted alone, without any knowledge, he would likely have returned empty-handed. Pursued relentlessly by the black dragon, the young woman persistently declined, insisting on taking just 1, and Serant did not press the matter further. Instead, he posed the question that now weighed heavily on his mind. "How exactly does one extract the restorative water?" "It's quite simple," she replied with a smile. "Once we leave the Isle of Death, all you need to do is crush the longevity fruit." Demonstrating as she spoke, she gently squeezed one of the fruits, which transformed into a swirl of green light, condensing into a small drop of emerald liquid, approximately the size of her fingertip, about 10 drops in total. "You only need to consume a single drop of restorative water at a time. Taking more would be wasteful and of little use. After speaking, she produced a small green vial, uncorked it, and filled it with the restorative water before looking up at Ceram. "Ah, so that's how it is," Ceram exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He then proceeded to crush one of his own longevity fruits, discovering that it felt less like squeezing fruit and more akin to compressing a soft shell. The fruit transformed similarly into a burst of green light, condensing into an equally sized drop of emerald liquid. As he observed the restorative water, he scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Chapter 18. Journey to the planet Yardrat. Noticing his predicament, the young woman smiled knowingly. "You don't have a vial to contain it, do you? Just crush the remaining longevity fruits, and I will help you store the restorative water." She then retrieved a slightly larger transparent bottle, about the size of her thumb, and uncorked it before filling it with the restorative water. "Excellent," Ceram exclaimed with delight. Without hesitation, he crushed the remaining 2 longevity fruits, and she swiftly filled the bottle to the brim before sealing it and handing it back to him. "There you go," she said with a smile. "Thank you," he replied. Ceram could hardly contain his excitement as he cautiously accepted the small vial, examining it meticulously, his heart swelling with delight. "How could you come to harvest the longevity fruit without any preparation? This is quite perilous. Consuming the rejuvenation water directly on the island is ineffective and will only provoke relentless attacks from the monsters," he chided. Upon lifting his gaze, he found the girl staring intently at him with a serious expression. I merely heard about it by chance and thought I would give it a try," he stammered, scratching his head awkwardly. "Very well," the girl replied, her silence betraying her disbelief. "Haha." Ceram forced a smile. Initially, Vuman had not provided him with extensive details, and he understood that the other party was cautious, which was entirely justifiable. There was no cause for complaint. Just then, noticing his flustered demeanor, the girl suddenly burst into laughter. "All right, what are your plans next?" she inquired, covering her mouth, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Ceram. Ceram paused momentarily, his eyes darting as he replied, "I plan to leave this planet and explore others." With that, he retrieved a remote control and pressed a button. The girl observed with curiosity but refrained from probing further, a fleeting trace of disappointment crossing her face. "You will return, won't you?" she asked tentatively, her gaze fixed on Ceram, filled with anticipation, as if she yearned for an affirmative response. This question caught Ceram off guard. He had not contemplated it deeply. His thoughts were solely focused on traveling to the planet Yardrat, and then to Mech. As for where he would go afterward, or where he would consider home, he had no immediate answers. He turned to the girl and cautiously replied, "Perhaps I will return, perhaps I won't." Upon hearing this, the girl lowered her head and murmured softly, "I see." Ceram glanced down at the vial in his hand, then uncorked it, drawing forth a drop of emerald rejuvenation water, which he promptly consumed. Instantly, he felt an invigorating surge of strength. All his aches and fatigue evaporated in an instant, though he restrained his aura so as not to alarm the girl. At that moment, a bright light flashed across the horizon, and in the blink of an eye, a sphere of white light appeared above them. The girl curiously regarded the luminous orb but refrained from asking questions. As the radiance diminished, it revealed a round spaceship, which then slowly descended beside Ceram, opening its hatch. "Are you leaving?" the girl asked, her face filled with reluctance. "Yes," Ceram replied, mirroring her sentiment. He had grown fond of the environment here, uncertain of what he would encounter next, yet some matters were imperative for him to attend to. At that moment, the girl's eyes flickered, and after a brief hesitation, she rushed forward and embraced Ceram tightly, saying, "Take care." Ceram was taken aback, his heart racing for an instant before calming again. He gently patted her back and replied, "Yes, you too." After a long moment, the young girl finally released her grip, her face still etched with reluctance as she gazed longingly at Ceram, tears shimmering faintly in her eyes. Ceram met her gaze, but ultimately could not withstand the intensity, quickly averting his eyes. I must leave," he stammered, turning away before boarding the spacecraft. After a series of operations, he set the destination to the planet Yardrat and unhesitatingly pressed confirm. A low hum filled the air as the cabin door slowly closed, severing the connection of their gazes in that instant. The next moment, the spacecraft emitted a brilliant white light and soared skyward with a whoosh. "I hope we meet again," the girl shouted, looking up at the sky. She fixated on the vanishing point of light, feeling a hollow sensation within her, as if she had suddenly lost something of great importance. Moments later, she lowered her head, her expression resolute once more, and then ascended into the air, glancing around before heading southeast. Meanwhile, Serant observed the diminishing blue-green planet, murmuring to himself, "What a beautiful world. Perhaps I shall return one day. But that will be after my mission is accomplished. When I next open my eyes, it will be upon another planet. How I look forward to it." The oxygen mask gradually enveloped his mouth and nose, and all the lights dimmed. He suddenly felt as though he had inhaled some kind of powder, and soon after, he lost consciousness. The white light emitted by the spacecraft grew even more dazzling, and its speed increased several-fold, vanishing into the depths of the cosmos in an instant. On a vast grassland, Fu Man, Lin Zhu, and two others sat cross-legged on the ground, indulging in various foods while engaged in discussion. Serant mentioned that stronger foes would arrive on this planet in 3 years. Can we trust his words? Lin Zhu paused, scanning the serious expressions of her companions. I believe it to be true. There would be no reason for them to fabricate such a tale to frighten us, Fu Man replied, his demeanor growing solemn. Huang looked at him, her face reflecting a similar weight of concern. If we cannot even defeat those two, I dread to think how we will confront these more formidable enemies, Tong Yu said, a look of bewilderment and worry crossing her face. At this, the group fell into a profound silence, all halting their eating, lingering in contemplation. Finally, it was Huang who broke the silence, her voice tinged with anxiety. We cannot simply sit idly by. We must take action. This time we were fortunate that those two did not unleash their full wrath, but next time could be different. I cannot remain inactive, waiting for fate to decide my path. I have resolved to train harder from this day forth. Perhaps we will not be so easily defeated, Fu Man declared with determination. Lin Zhu and Tong Yu exchanged glances, their expressions resolute. Indeed, even in the absence of enemies, I cannot halt my pursuit of strength. The pressure will only serve to ignite my fighting spirit, Lin Zhu replied, instantly filled with fervor. I too have been complacent in the past, which rendered me weaker than you. However, at our next encounter, the balance of strength may very well shift. Tong Yu smiled confidently, her eyes brimming with determination. Very well. Let's see who is the weaker one next time. Lin Zhu seemed to have ignited a spirit of competition within her. Then I shall train in martial arts as well, Huang declared, her fists clenched as she turned to Fu Man. All right, I will teach you to fly first, Fu Man replied with a subtle smile and a nod. An hour later, gazing at the sky, Fu Man said, then let us be on our way. At that moment, only he and Huang remained, as Lin Zhu and Tong Yu had long since vanished from sight. Huang nodded in agreement. Thus, Fu Man hoisted Huang onto his back and set off towards the east. In this manner, each chose their own distinct environment to embark on their unique and diligent training, without disturbing one another or maintaining contact. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. The weather on Golf Planet gradually turned cooler. On this day, the azure sky remained radiant, with the sun shining brightly, casting a gentle light upon the earth, softer than before. In a certain meadow, there existed a modest tribe, composed of 50 to 60 spherical wooden houses, each measuring 8 to 9 meters in length and width, and 4 to 5 meters in height. Here, 100 or so individuals lived in harmony. Such tribes were commonplace throughout Golf Planet. At this moment, a multitude of people busied themselves within the tribe, young and old, male and female. Some adults were constructing new dwellings, while others fashioned various primitive tools. Meanwhile, the children chased and played, darting to and fro amidst the houses. At that instant, a child ran to the side of one wooden house and looked up at a girl on the roof, who was gazing dreamily at the sky. The child, wearing a puzzled expression, asked, Sister Manly, what are you looking at? Nothing. Just daydreaming, the girl replied, quickly snapping back to reality and shaking her head, before returning to her task of assembling wooden planks for the roof. The child beamed with delight, fixating intently on the girl, showing no intention of leaving. Shall you? They have all run far away. Aren't you going to chase after them? The girl inquired, curious about the child's reluctance to depart. I don't want to chase anymore, the child pouted, somewhat unwillingly, yet eventually trotted off, leaving behind a parting remark. Sister Manly, next time you must teach me to fly? Then they won't stand a chance against me. The girl smiled and shook her head, stealing another glance at the sky before returning her focus to the construction of the wooden house. In the icy depths of winter, the cold winds howled, swirling snowflakes into the air, shattering them into countless fragments that fell to the ground. Had an ordinary person been present, the ferocity of the biting winds could have torn flesh from bone. Yet, amidst the towering icebergs, a robust figure stood undaunted, seemingly impervious to the harshness of the environment around him. Lin Zhu stood completely bare, the cold wind slicing through him, leaving only a faint trace that quickly vanished without inflicting any harm. He clenched his teeth and struck the iceberg with a powerful fist, producing a sharp crack, followed by a series of cracking sounds. Numerous fissures rapidly spread from the point of impact, particularly the upward cracks, which were both wide and deep, extending swiftly as if intentionally wrought by Lin Zhu himself. In the next moment, a sound akin to a torrential downpour echoed as massive ice blocks began to plummet. The smallest among them measured 2 to 3 meters in length and width, resembling colossal boulders cascading down the mountainside toward Lin Zhu. Unperturbed, Lin Zhu executed a swift inversion, head downward, making his descent toward the base of the mountain, while the ice blocks accelerated dangerously close behind him. At an altitude of over 100 meters, Lin Zhu abruptly halted, lifting his gaze with a grave expression. He beheld the mountain of ice hurtling toward him, a slight smile gracing his lips as he vanished with a swish, weaving nimbly between the falling ice. As time progressed, the ice blocks continued to descend in greater numbers and density, soon leaving him with no refuge. Lin Zhu's gaze sharpened. He refrained from utilizing energy blasts, opting instead for sheer brute force to defend himself, striking the massive ice blocks with relentless punches. With a thunderous crash, the towering ice shattered upon contact, as if made of sugar, disintegrating into shards that scattered like a fresh snowfall, obscuring the scene entirely. The only sounds that emerged were the muffled thuds of impact. Thus, Lin Zhu diligently pulverized the colossal ice, soon reducing hundreds of blocks to countless fragments. His chest heaved rapidly as he endeavored to control his breathing, minimizing inhalation to prevent frostbite. Even as a seasoned practitioner, his strength was limited in such an environment, yet this was precisely what he desired. At that moment, the summit of the iceberg became precariously suspended, and with a sudden tilt, it plummeted downwards. The air seemed to be punctured by its descent. Alarmed, Lin Zhu's eyes widened as he glanced upward, instantly engulfed by the towering mass above him. He raised his hands high. As the peak struck him, it offered no mercy. Plunging straight down, Lin Zhu appeared diminutive beneath it, akin to an ant, utterly unable to withstand the cataclysmic force bearing down upon him. His muscles bulged, and a faint white glow emanated from his skin, significantly augmenting his power. However, he still could not withstand the pressure exerted by the mountain peak. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the entire mountain, along with Lin Zhu, plunged into the snow, scattering a flurry of snowflakes that swiftly obscured half of the iceberg. After a prolonged silence, a tremendous roar echoed as the snow beneath the mountain erupted violently, sending countless ice fragments and snowflakes swirling in every direction, creating a veritable rain of ice. Moments later, Lin Zhu's figure gradually emerged from the deep pit, his face smeared with blood and his body enveloped in a radiant white light, gasping for breath. Struggling, he managed to ascend to his previous height. But just as he stabilized himself, his eyes fluttered shut, his body tilted, and he plummeted once more into the chasm with a heavy thud. Above, the sky was a tapestry of blue and white as the sun shone brightly, casting its golden rays into a verdant canyon where the sound of flowing water resonated continuously. Surrounding him was a lush expanse of vibrant, peculiar plants thriving under the sun's warm embrace, rendering it a veritable paradise. Beneath a waterfall deep within the canyon, a muscular figure sat cross-legged upon a massive boulder, completely unclothed except for a modest cloth draped over his lower body. It was Vuman. His skin shimmered with a pale blue hue, tinged with an eerie red glow, while the waterfall cascaded over him like a gentle caress, never managing to dampen him in the slightest. At that moment, Vuman's eyes snapped open, and he shot upwards into the depths of the waterfall, repeatedly striking with his fists and feet. Strangely, the surface of the waterfall remained undisturbed. His form moved effortlessly through the water, as if he were an ethereal being. Suddenly, he hovered at the heart of the waterfall, and around him, the water began to transform into a pristine white, gradually spreading outward until the entire waterfall was enveloped in this transformation. It seemed as though the waterfall had been frozen in time, suspended motionless at the cliff's edge. Yet, the water had not solidified. It simply ceased to flow, as if gravity had lost its hold, while countless tiny bubbles emerged within the waterfall, ascending toward the sky and confining the water trickling down from above. At that moment, the flow of water below had completely run dry. The suspended waterfall appeared as if a colossal giant were sticking out its tongue in a bizarre spectacle. Nevertheless, the water from above continued to surge and accumulate, growing ever more substantial but never overflowing, for a multitude of bubbles were escaping from Vuman's being, rising upward. These bubbles trapped the incoming water, causing it to coalesce into a massive sphere, forever suspended at the cliff's summit, unable to descend. Swoosh, swoosh. A figure gradually appeared on the horizon. It was Hua Ying, who flew over and landed atop a nearby boulder, her face etched with concern as she gazed at the motionless Vuman within the waterfall. Her hands were clenched tightly, betraying her evident anxiety. Soon after, at the summit of the waterfall, a large sphere of water had formed, continuously fed by the cascading flow. In that moment, Vuman's body was taut with strain, his brows furrowed, trembling slightly, embodying a visage of profound agony, as if all the weight of the world bore down upon him. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Almost simultaneously, the mountainous water sphere lost its support and crashed downward, all the bubbles at that moment retreating and merging back into Vuman's being. A cry escaped his lips, followed by another torrent of blood, and with a final closing of his eyes, he succumbed to darkness. With a thunderous roar, the gathered waters surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing Vuman's form. The gorge was instantly filled to the brim, overflowing and cascading in every direction. "Vuman!" Hua Ying exclaimed, her face paling in horror, and she dashed forward, plunging into the water. Holding her breath, she searched frantically and soon spotted Vuman, gradually sinking. With a surge of speed, she grasped him tightly and soared back above the surface. On the grassy bank, Vuman lay motionless, cradled in Hua Ying's lap, unconscious. "Vuman, Vuman!" she called out incessantly. Yet, Vuman remained unresponsive, his eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. Gazing at his comatose form, a trace of blue blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Tears streamed down Hua Ying's cheeks. She tenderly caressed his face, wiping the blood with her thumb, then leaned down to press her lips against his. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before Hua Ying finally lifted her head, a smile breaking through her despair as she saw Vuman slowly opening his eyes. "Hua Ying, I'm all right," he managed to say with great effort. "Vuman, you push yourself too hard. This method of cultivation is perilous. A moment's distraction and your energy could spiral out of control, leading to your demise," Hua Ying cried, her voice laced with anguish. Vuman shook his head and gently placed his hand on Hua Ying's slightly rounded abdomen. "If I do not proceed this way, it won't just be our lives at stake. Our child would be at risk as well." Hua Ying's belly had evidently begun to swell, revealing months of pregnancy. "No," she sobbed, clutching Vuman tightly. Meanwhile, beneath the ominous clouds, the earth glowed a molten red, as countless massive firebirds wreaked havoc in the skies. They relentlessly swooped down towards Tong Yu, who dodged and retaliated with bursts of energy, attempting to fend off these fiery apparitions. The firebirds, appearing almost sentient, devoured Tong Yu's energy blasts, their bodies swelling with newfound vigor. How infuriating! They can grow stronger, truly monstrous, Tong Yu thought with a bitter smile, scanning his surroundings before diving towards the ground. The scenery around him seemed to writhe and twist, as if the very air had begun to boil. Tong Yu took refuge behind a colossal rock, but the firebirds, as if possessing the ability to see through solid objects, charged at him without hesitation. With a thunderous sound, a multitude of fragmented stones erupted into the air. Amidst the swirling smoke, the figure of Tong Yu deftly evaded the onslaught of fiery birds, which relentlessly pursued him, offering no respite. Nevertheless, Tong Yu maintained his composure, unperturbed by the chaos around him. With a flourish of his hands, he summoned the debris from the ground, which soared upwards and then darted towards the firebirds, crashing into them with a series of dull thuds. Each impact punctured the fiery creatures, leaving mere pinholes in their forms, revealing that they were not without vulnerabilities. A smirk crossed Tong Yu's lips as he dove towards the earth, closely followed by the firebirds. Upon his descent, he vanished into the ground, only to be followed by a resounding crack, succeeded by a cacophony of sounds as massive boulders erupted from the fractured earth, hurtling towards the firebirds. The violent collisions cleaved the creatures into halves, then into quarters, and further into countless specks of light, which ultimately merged with the ground, disappearing from sight. Emerging slowly from the fissure in the earth, Tong Yu bore the marks of his encounter, his body charred in several places. He hovered silently in the air, panting heavily, while beads of sweat cascaded down like pearls from a broken string, evaporating into vapor before they could touch the ground. Thus, the relentless training of each individual continued unabated. Each employed distinct methods to navigate the harshest of environments, all in pursuit of self-improvement. The intensity of their brief training surpassed the totality of their years of prior cultivation. Ultimately, each sought strength, striving to ensure their survival in the 2.5 years to come. As the seasons cycled through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, time slipped quietly away, marked by both joy and pain, until a year had passed in the blink of an eye. In the vast, dark expanse of the universe, 2 bright points flashed by, revealing within a spacecraft 2 dormant Saiyans, silently approaching the planet of Golf. On a deep crimson planet, the sky was devoid of sunlight, shrouded instead in a thick sea of red mist. The ground, bathed in a pale red light, lay strewn with ruins, desolate and forsaken. Even the distant towers were enshrouded in creeping vines, clearly abandoned for ages. Damn it! Gula gasped, sweat dripping incessantly as he lifted his gaze. Not far ahead in the wasteland stood a crimson figure, a being adorned with 2 small red horns, hairless yet distinctly featured, trailing a dinosaur-like tail. His skin was a pale red, covered in impenetrable silver armor at various points. "Continue," he said coolly. "That is precisely my intent." With a swift wipe of his brow, Gula vanished from sight. Bang! Bang! The somber sky reverberated with a series of explosive sounds. In the next instant, a thunderous crash ensued, followed by the swift slicing of air. Gulard's body plummeted heavily to the ground. The alien pursued him relentlessly, arriving at Gulard's side. Casting a sidelong glance at his agonized expression. "Not enough," the alien remarked coolly. With his right hand pressed against Gulard's chest, a resounding thud echoed. Yet no visible strike or energy wave was unleashed. Gulard immediately coughed up a copious amount of blood. His body, once destined for the ground, veered sideways and flew outwards. A series of rumbling sounds followed as he crashed through heaps of debris, ultimately embedding himself deep within a colossal structure. A significant cloud of dust subsequently ascended from the gaping hole, gradually merging into the blood-red haze of the sky. Chapter 20. Is this planet Yardrat? At this moment, the alien, akin to a diver, executed a graceful flip and soared high into the air before landing gently amidst a pile of rubble with arms crossed. His gaze pierced through the air, expressionless as he observed the immense edifice, from which thick smoke billowed, as if awaiting something. After a considerable time, as the smoke dissipated entirely, a vast chasm was revealed, yet no figure emerged from within. A hint of confusion flickered across the alien's face, but it was swiftly replaced by a smile, and his hands gradually relaxed. With a subtle lift of his right hand, he flicked his index finger. A sound echoed as an invisible wave surged forth from his fingertip, sweeping towards the still-standing giant tower. In the next moment, a sharp crack reverberated as the surface of the massive structure was instantaneously marred by countless intricate fissures, as if it had been sliced by a multitude of blades. Then, the building erupted explosively, sending a torrent of debris soaring into the air. Some stones ascended towards the heavens, while others plummeted to the ruins, and some hurtled directly towards the alien. However, the alien seemed oblivious to the chaos, remaining motionless, his eyes unwavering, entirely unperturbed by the impending danger. In an astonishing turn of events, a peculiar sight unfolded as a multitude of stones passed straight through his form, as if he were but an illusion. With a whoosh, the alien vanished from his original spot, leaving behind a deep circular pit where he once stood, the rubble disintegrating into fine powder. In an instant, he reappeared above another desolate area, gazing down at the smoldering pile of debris. His penetrating gaze seemed capable of deciphering all, fixated upon the rubble as he inquired, "Do you not fear death?" A series of coughs echoed from within the debris. Subsequently, a cacophony of clattering stones ensued as heaps of rubble cascaded down, revealing the disheveled figure of Gulard. He struggled to turn over, collapsing onto the ground while gazing up at the sky, gasping for breath, unable to utter a single word for a long while. At that moment, his body was riddled with countless lacerations, from which blood continued to seep, his hair completely shorn, and his visage barely recognizable. The alien observer remained unfazed by the scene, quietly looking down without uttering a word. After a prolonged silence, Gula Deu finally spoke in a faint voice. "Since I dare to come here, what is there to fear about death?" His tone bore no trace of trepidation, only resolute determination. The alien's gaze narrowed, slowly descending to the ground, and remarked, "Saiyan, I must say, you possess remarkable courage." He approached Gula Deu, looking down upon him. "I have encountered several Saiyans before. They were all considerably stronger than you, yet none exhibited your level of bravery." With that, the alien transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing without a sound. Gula's lips twitched slightly. He attempted to rise multiple times, but found himself unable. Ultimately, he stared at the sky, enduring the knife-like pain coursing through his body, reflecting on the past. The memory of being subjugated by other Saiyans ignited a flicker of resentment and fury upon his face. He no longer wished to live such a life. Gula Deu understood that the only path to seizing his destiny lay in relentless self-improvement, to the extent that no one would dare to control him, not even Frieza. From that moment on, he had resolved to achieve this. Meanwhile, far away on the planet Yardrat, a thick cloud of dust enveloped the sky, imparting a foreboding atmosphere. The ground was littered with buildings that had toppled and collapsed, extending far into the distance. The air was filled with the echo of continuous explosions resonating from the ruins. "So, have you changed your mind now? If you surrender all your skills, I could leave your civilization a relic," declared an alien resembling a sea monster. Its head and back were adorned with numerous tentacles, its skin a deep blue covered in spots. Its ears were mere holes, devoid of a nose. Yet it possessed a large singular eye and a gaping mouth lined with jagged teeth, presenting a fearsome visage. Across from it, 3 Ydratans stood in the debris, panting heavily. The one on the left pressed tightly against his left shoulder, which was eerily empty, blood streaming down in torrents. The one in the middle, slightly taller, bore a deep gash across his chest, exposing bone and revealing the pulsating organs within, a gruesome sight. The final one was significantly more robust. Aside from a charred patch on his back, the rest of his body remained relatively intact. "Never. We shall never surrender the treasures of our civilization to a villain like you," the one-armed Ydratan declared fiercely. "Indeed, even if you annihilate all of us, you shall not attain what you desire," declared the resolute figure in the midst. "Very well, I shall grant you this." The creature of the deep instantly revealed a cruel expression, turning to gaze at the other arm of the one with a severed limb. Raising a finger and shaking it. One hand is rather unsightly. It is far more aesthetically pleasing when both sides are entirely vacant. His tone brimmed with disdain. Without warning, he lunged forward, swinging his blade, yet struck nothing but air. He turned to those behind him and chuckled. "Huh, quite intriguing. Let us see how many more times you can teleport." The trio appeared instantaneously 100 meters behind the alien, and the one with a gaping wound on his chest slowly withdrew his hand from the shoulders of his companions, stating, "Then do give it a try. Observe just how many times I can teleport." His voice was imbued with a sense of quiet confidence. Swish, swish, swish. The creature of the deep relentlessly pursued them. Yet each time was a fraction too slow, missing several times and growing increasingly exasperated. Suddenly, his expression eased, and he erupted into hearty laughter, turning his gaze towards the distant buildings with a malicious grin. "You may evade, but can they?" With a swift motion, he raised his hand, palm directed at the city, unleashing a luminous wave towards it. "You," the one with the severed limb, bore an expression of disbelief. "You wretched fiend." The one gravely injured in the chest wore a heavy countenance, tinged with resentment. "Damn it," exclaimed the one with the charred back, his face a mask of despair and pain. But in the next instant, with a whoosh, the gravely wounded Ydratan vanished from sight. Then, a thunderous explosion resonated. As the energy wave detonated in midair, a vast cloud of dust rising slowly, with debris cascading down. "Ah, as I suspected," the creature of the deep remarked, a triumphant smile gracing his features. "Rifeth," shouted the one with the severed arm and the charred back simultaneously, their faces etched with profound anguish and fury as they turned towards the swirling dust. "Erit," the one with the severed limb addressed the other. "All right, Mookie," the charred one responded with a determined nod. They then directed their resolute gazes at the creature of the deep. A faint crimson aura enveloped them, resembling a blood-red mist, as their energies surged threefold in that moment. How fascinating, It seems you possess quite an array of abilities, the creature of the deep remarked with newfound interest. Refraining from immediate attack, instead observing how the duo would struggle against their impending doom. Mookie opened his mouth, unleashing a stream of red light, while simultaneously, Eric clasped his hands together, conjuring a deep green wave of energy. The two waves merged in the air, amplifying to more than 3 times their original size. Hurtling towards the creature of the deep. Initially startled, the creature soon regained his composure, a smirk curling his lips. Instead of evading, he chose to bring his hands together, shielding himself in anticipation. With a thunderous roar, a beam of light struck the sea monster, instantly erupting into a violent explosion. Both individuals were violently propelled backwards by the shockwave, landing far away before they could stabilize themselves. Almost immediately, they each coughed up a significant amount of blood, their expressions growing faint, and the vitality within them began to quietly ebb away. "Is it resolved?" Mu E inquired, observing the billowing smoke that rose ominously. "No, not yet. His presence remains intact," Eric replied, terror etched across his face as he gazed at the smoke generated by the explosion. "You are correct," came a voice dripping with arrogance from within the haze. In the next moment, with a swift motion, a figure shot forth from the smoke, swiftly reaching the two and seizing them in a tight grip. "This is impossible," they both uttered in disbelief. The sea monster appeared largely unscathed, save for some charred marks on its forearm armor. "Now, you will relinquish the skills you possess," it stated coldly, tightening its grip further. "Is this the end?" Mu-E pondered. They were already the strongest beings within their civilization, and he could not fathom what fate awaited his kin. Surely, this is where it concludes. Eric struggled weakly, filled with self-loathing for his inability to protect his people. He lamented the sorrow of possessing so many skills, yet lacking the strength to wield them effectively. Neither of them had any intention of surrendering. Helplessly, they closed their eyes, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. "Very well," the sea monster nodded, prepared to extinguish their lives. But just then, whoosh, a flash of white light streaked across the horizon, followed by a powerful gust that sent the monster's tendrils fluttering. Are there others?" It turned. Surprise etched on its face, momentarily lost in thought, and the pressure of its grip lessened. Serant and Mley, having resigned themselves to their fate, were startled by the commotion and opened their eyes in unison. Upon seeing a spaceship, their expressions shifted to one of utter despair. Damn it, another invader. Is the civilization of Yardrat truly doomed to face this calamity? Eric's fury reached a boiling point. Given the chance, he would obliterate every recorded skill of their civilization. Yet he remained powerless to intervene, merely watching as events unfolded. With a thunderous crash, the spaceship of Ceram smashed through a towering structure, embedding itself into another high-rise. Moments later, a loud crack resonated, the building collapsed, and the ship plummeted to the ground. A buzzing sound emanated from the crater moments later. The ship's hatch slowly opened, revealing Ceram ascending into the sky, pausing to survey the surroundings with a perplexed expression, muttering to himself, "Is this what they call the planet Yardrat? It appears quite different from what I had envisioned." Chapter 21. The battle between Serant and the sea monster. Serant surveyed the thick smoke rising around him, his brow furrowing in deep contemplation. A disquieting thought crept into his mind. Had he arrived in the wrong place? Yet, was it not true that the Yardratarians were deeply devoted to peace? What could possibly be amiss? He gazed up at the overcast sky, confusion etched across his features, before shaking his head and dismissing his doubts. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged through the air. Serant spun around, his expression transforming into one of utter astonishment as he peered into the distance. Although no figures were visible within his line of sight, he could sense an immensely strong presence nearby, releasing waves of energy without restraint. How intriguing! After a prolonged slumber, it seems my hands are itching for action. The astonishment on Serant's face faded, replaced by an exhilarating eagerness. With a swift motion, he launched himself westward, activating his long-dormant detection device. Beep, 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 beep. The device's data fluctuated rapidly, and an arrow materialized, pointing ahead, accompanied by a series of flashing numbers. It began at 3,000 and climbed swiftly. 3,000, 3060, 3070, 3080, 3090, 3100, 3110, and still rising. How fascinating. A combat power of 3,300. A smile crept across Serant's lips, his body quivering with anticipation. In that moment, the warrior blood of the Saiyans surged within him, igniting an overwhelming thrill, albeit tinged with a hint of trepidation that could not quell his battle-hungry spirit. Meanwhile, the sea monster displayed a grin of interest, relaxing his arms as he turned his gaze to the left. Moments later, with a whoosh, Ceram's figure appeared 100 meters to the left of the trio, hovering and scrutinizing them intently. Mley and Yardrat also regarded Ceram with curiosity. It appears my assumptions were correct. A blend of joy and surprise illuminated Ceram's face. He was elated to have encountered a Yardratarian, yet alarmed by the apparent presence of an adversary. Under such circumstances, achieving his scholarly goals would prove challenging. It seemed he must first resolve the immediate predicament facing them. Ceram mused, shifting his attention to the sea monster, who was already assessing him in return. 3,300. Confrontation in a straightforward manner would likely lead to defeat. A strategy must be devised. His expression grew grave, uncertain of the creature's hidden capabilities. After careful observation, Ceram was certain that this being, resembling a sentient piranha, was unlike anything he had ever encountered. "Little brat, have you had your fill of looking?" The sea monster remarked coldly, his demeanor shifting to mockery. "What lowly creature are you, come to meet your demise?" "Me?" Ceram pointed his thumb towards his chin, momentarily taken aback, before easing into a smile. "I am here to defeat you." Upon the utterance of these words, a glimmer of hope flickered across the faces of the two Yardratarians. In stark contrast, the sea monster erupted in a fit of laughter, exclaiming mockingly, "You think you can defeat me?" He then turned his gaze skyward, only to find the two Yardratarians staring at him with expressions of bewilderment. Enraged, he bellowed, "You seek death." Releasing his grip on Mley and Yardrat, he charged directly at Ceram, delivering a powerful punch. Ceram, still focused on the two Yardratarians, sensed a grave danger too late. As he reacted, the fist was already upon him. A dull thud echoed as the blow struck his chest, sending him hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact, scattering debris in all directions. "What a boastful fool," the sea monster scoffed, then glanced down, his gaze sharpening in disbelief. "What?" At the edge of the massive crater, a small mound began to rise, amusingly inching toward the direction where the two Yardratarians had fallen. "Humph, I shall force you to hide." The sea monster's eyes gleamed with malice as he spoke, his expression twisted with rage. Watching the mound's movement, a sinister smile crept across his face, and with a flick of his wrist, he launched a massive energy orb. The instant the orb left his hand, it sped toward the dirt mound. Yet before it could make contact, a tremendous explosion erupted, shattering the mound. Ceram erupted from the debris, swiftly seizing the two Yardratarians and soaring into the sky. A resounding boom followed as the energy orb struck the ground, sending a multitude of stones flying and leaving a deep crater in its wake. Looking up, the sea monster observed Ceram gripping the shoulders of the two, and with a sardonic shake of his head, he taunted, "What use is it to save those two worthless beings? They shall soon meet their demise at my hands." Disregarding the mockery, Ceram quietly produced a drop of restorative water, dividing it into two portions and applying it to the lips of the Yardratarians. Instinctively, they licked the substance, and gradually, their vitality stabilized. "Thank you, young man," Mley expressed gratefully, though her voice remained weak. "Indeed, thank you. But this foe is far too powerful. Even if the three of us join forces, it may be difficult," Yardrat lamented, managing to open his eyes, filled with resignation. Both were curious about the substance that had so swiftly restored their waning vitality, but given the circumstances, they refrained from probing further. Ceram, upon hearing their words, shook his head, nonchalantly stating, "Do not fear. I shall handle everything. You two should find a place to hide, the farther the better, to avoid being caught in the chaos. Once I've dealt with him, I shall have more to ask of you. Deal with me?" How utterly absurd. The sea monster let out a hearty laugh, unhurried in making his move, allowing his opponent to flail about. He was confident that with merely half of his strength, he could swiftly eliminate the three adversaries. The two men hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Ceram's unwavering resolve, they decided against further reluctance. "Very well, do take care, and I shall not hesitate to seek your assistance in the future." Ceram nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze back to the sea monster, who had been kept waiting. His tone was exuberant, showing no signs of trepidation. The reason he had only provided the two men with half a drop of the restorative elixir was not due to reluctance, but rather to prevent the enemy from discerning any clues. Noticing that his opponents seemed oblivious, Serant felt a sense of relief. Have you prepared your last words? Then allow me to send you on your journey. With that, the sea monster charged forward. Humph, who is sending whom on their way remains to be seen. Serant retorted with a cold snort as he met the charge head-on. I will show you the consequences of your arrogance. The sea monster unleashed a powerful punch. But Serant reached out to grasp it, nearly missing the opportunity. A sudden realization struck him. Was this the disparity in strength? Perish. The sea monster yanked Serant's hand downward and struck him with an elbow, the impact resonating heavily against Serant's back. A cry of pain escaped him, followed by a spurt of blood. He plummeted towards the ground with a resounding crash. The next moment, a thunderous noise erupted, and thick smoke billowed upwards, with debris flying in all directions. Mley, who had been hiding behind a distant structure, stood frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before his eyes. Do not rush. The battle is not yet lost. I can still sense his presence, he murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the smoke, his expression betraying a semblance of calm. Serant gradually rose from the crater, his chest heaving violently, a trace of blood visible at the corner of his mouth. This is impossible, the sea monster above exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Initially intent on swiftly dispatching his opponent, he had unleashed a significant portion of his power, yet he was astonished to see Serant still standing. Suddenly, a glimmer of light surged upward from below, startling the sea monster into action as he quickly raised his hands in defense. A thunderous explosion ensued, engulfing him in a cloud of smoke. I advise you, do not dawdle during battle. Serant, undaunted by the evident disparity in power, charged into the smoke following the energy orb. The sound of combat echoed from within the smoke, obscuring who was striking and who was receiving blows, leaving the outcome uncertain. At that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted, causing the smoke to burst apart, only to be replaced by an even denser cloud. Two figures shot out from the swirling mist, each taking a stance on opposite sides, while the smoke obscured their visages from one another. At this moment, Serant gasped for breath, his already crumbling battle suit now completely in tatters, leaving only a ragged undersuit intact. He wiped the blood from his face, a look of exhilaration illuminating his features. He felt no fear even in the face of a formidable adversary, only heightened excitement. This was not merely due to the presence of the restorative elixir, but rather a reflection of his combative spirit, reminiscent of the early days of Goku, who, despite fully understanding the terrifying nature of Frieza, could not resist the urge to engage in battle. As he momentarily lost himself in thought, a whoosh echoed as the sea monster surged forth from the smoke. It was a perilous situation. The instant Serant lifted his gaze, he was struck violently in the chest by the creature, sending him hurtling backward, a fresh spurt of blood escaping his lips. Chapter 22. Completely caught in the adverse wind with a swoosh, Serant's body arched uncontrollably like a bow, flung far away. The sea monster smirked, fists clenched tightly, its entire form radiating a brilliant white light as it pursued its prey. Die! It roared, lifting its hands and bringing them together, unleashing a dazzling wave of energy the size of a basin aimed directly at Serant. In mid-flight, Serant struggled to glance upwards, dread flooding his features. This is bad, he gasped, rising abruptly despite the searing pain coursing through him, soaring towards the heavens. The energy wave missed its target, soaring off into the distant cityscape. An instant later, a thunderous explosion rang out, reducing a vast swath of the urban area to ruins. Damn it! Yardrat, concealed at a distance, clenched his fists, fury etched across his face. We must evacuate the citizens immediately. Otherwise, even if we win in the end, the people will be annihilated. Mley shouted, swiftly darting towards another part of the city, her gaze shifting toward a different direction. Meanwhile, the sea monster paused, glancing up at the ascending Serant, then lowered its gaze to its arms, a cold expression settling over its features. Previously, in the smoke, Serant had struck the creature's arm with a compressed energy blast, leaving deep scars that still throbbed painfully. Damn it! The sea monster's anger intensified with each thought, and it shot upward with a whoosh, pursuing Serant in a relentless chase. Serant turned to look back, frustration boiling within him. Is there really such a vast difference in speed? He seethed, watching as the sea monster drew ever closer, closing the gap. With a swift twist of his body, Serant faced the creature and with fervor began to unleash a barrage of energy blasts, each as large as a soccer ball. The quantity of these blasts increased, and the frequency of their release accelerated. In an instant, the sea monster found itself enveloped by the onslaught of energy orbs, followed by a cacophony of explosive sounds that soon engulfed the entire sky. Amidst the barrage of energy orbs, the sea monster darted effortlessly between them, evading every shot with remarkable agility. With a disdainful expression, he waved his hand, summoning a ferocious gust of wind that detonated all the orbs in an explosive display. How could this be? Serant turned, disbelief etched across his face. Resolutely, he pressed his hands down and dove into a more direct confrontation, abandoning his guerrilla tactics. Are you not fleeing? The sea monster's face twisted into a mocking grin as he surged forward. With a resounding thud, both warriors landed powerful punches squarely on each other's cheeks. Blood trickled from Serant's lips, while the sea monster merely turned his head, seemingly unscathed, a smirk of derision playing upon his lips. With renewed determination, Serant unleashed 2 more punches, but in an instant, the sea monster seized his fists. A crushing knee struck Serant's abdomen, followed by relentless headbutts that echoed through the air. Exhausted, Serant could scarcely muster a cry as blood spilled from his mouth. The sea monster's expression shifted to one of cold triumph. Die. He roared, teeth clenched as he propelled Serant towards the ground. In a moment of desperation, Serant twisted his head, frustration boiling within him. He struggled in vain, but no amount of writhing could free him. The next moment, with a thunderous crash, he was forcefully driven into a massive pit. The sounds of chaos erupted as the sea monster emerged from the dust, launching energy orbs to ravage the ground beneath the shroud of smoke. Ascending slowly into the sky, his movements were relentless. The earth trembled beneath the continuous explosions, thick smoke billowing upward, soon merging with the clouds above. After a prolonged onslaught, the sea monster paused, raising his hands above his head as a colossal energy sphere materialized. Turn to ash, he bellowed, casting it forth. The massive sphere, akin to a water tank, shot into the haze. In the next heartbeat, a cataclysmic explosion shattered the earth, sending shockwaves rippling through the landscape. A towering mushroom cloud ascended as fierce winds howled outward. Yardrat, gripped by terror, took flight from the pinnacle of a tower, shielding himself from the oncoming shockwave. The structure he had just occupied crumbled, while buildings around him succumbed to the tremors. Nearby, Mley braced himself against the relentless gusts, his gaze fixed on the distant mushroom cloud, his face a mask of horror. What now? Should he unleash those creatures? No, if those monsters were released. Even if the enemy were vanquished, the planet Yardrat would be lost. Yardrat's pupils narrowed in realization, and he resolutely dismissed the thought. Afterward, both individuals sighed helplessly and redirected their gaze toward the battlefield. At that moment, the sea monster hovered in the air, panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the recent barrage of attacks. As the smoke gradually dissipated, he looked down into the pit, finding it utterly empty, and a sense of joy welled within him. Has he turned to ashes? Ha ha, what an absurdly overconfident fool. The sea monster's smug grin deepened, and after catching his breath, he turned to fly toward the distant city. Below, the massive pit lay barren, and it appeared that Ceram had truly been reduced to ash. Oh no, he's coming. Yardrat's face turned pale with terror as he swiftly turned to flee, followed closely by Mley. Escape? Where to? The sea monster snorted contemptuously and accelerated in pursuit. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed. What? He turned in shock. At that instant, a beam of faint golden light shot up from the ground, striking the unsuspecting sea monster and propelling him deeper into the sky. Moments later, Ceram emerged from the ground, pausing midair to catch his breath. This strike was his most potent attack thus far. He had compressed his energy to an immense density and unleashed it instantaneously, its destructive power nearly 50% greater than that of a conventional strike. Ceram gazed upward, observing the sea monster had become but a dot, vanishing into the clouds. That was close. I nearly failed to consume even a drop of the spirit water. He sighed in relief, speaking to himself. At this moment, his combat suit was tattered, leaving only remnants of his trousers. Though his wounds had healed, the blood from earlier had not yet dried, rendering him a ghastly sight. Above the clouds, the sea monster exclaimed, "This is impossible." still being propelled higher by the energy blast. Just as he was about to exit the atmosphere, he struggled to roll to the side, abruptly tumbling down from the force of the blast. The energy projectile shot directly out of the atmosphere, entering the vastness of space. Huff, huff. The sea monster hovered, panting incessantly. This cannot be. That guy not only survived, but possesses such formidable strength. He roared, scratching his head in a frenzied manner, momentarily losing his composure. Before long, the expression on his face shifted from panic to bewilderment, then to gravity, and finally blossomed into a triumphant grin. The sea monster did not immediately return to the ground. Instead, he lingered in hesitation. "You've forced my hand." His visage was overtaken by a manic and exuberant demeanor. His body began to contort violently, his tendrils retracting, and his facial features twisted in a disjointed manner, embodying an agonizing appearance. Below the clouds, Mui soared over, her face alight with excitement. "We did it." "Is it over?" Arid approached Ceram, a trace of seriousness still lingering on his face. "I cannot say for certain," Ceram replied, shaking his head. Instinctively, he felt that the situation could not be resolved so easily. Yet, at that moment, he sensed no presence from his adversary. And even the detector remained silent. Suddenly, the clouds above illuminated brilliantly, akin to being struck by lightning, yet devoid of any sound, except for a colossal beam of light plunging downwards. "Be careful," Ceram exclaimed as he glanced upwards, quickly grabbing the two individuals and fleeing at full speed. In the next instant, their former position was engulfed by a massive light column, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, which bored down into the earth. A sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of something being pierced. Although Ceram was swift, he could not escape the ensuing shockwave, which hurled him away violently. The impact on his back felt like a whip cracking, causing him to falter and release Mui and Alete, with a series of whooshes. The three were thrown in different directions. Ceram was propelled for over 1,000 meters before managing to halt near another district, turning to survey the scene. His face etched with terror, cold sweat trickling down his back. He understood that had he failed to evade that descending beam of light, it would likely have meant his demise, leaving no chance to consume the divine water. Chapter 23. When the obvious fails. Resort to the subtle Mui and Alete were hurled into the city, crashing through 5 or 6 towering structures before finally embedding themselves deep within another. Meanwhile, the ground where the attack occurred did not erupt further, nor did it emit any loud sounds. It merely left behind a vast, pitch-black chasm, approximately 40 to 50 meters wide, with no visible bottom. A low rumble continued to emanate from the abyss, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. Then, a torrent of energy surged skyward, piercing the clouds and illuminating the darkened sky. Thick smoke billowed from the edges of the pit. "This is bad. The crust has been breached," Ceram exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the unfolding chaos. His initial intent to approach and investigate was immediately quelled, prompting him to retreat hastily and flee without hesitation. Suddenly, a blood-red wave, no thicker than a thumb, shot out from the clouds at an astonishing speed, striking towards Ceram's back. Damn it! Ceram's heart raced, a chill running down his spine as he realized he had no time to evade. He swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful energy wave to counter it. With a thunderous explosion, the two waves, one thick and one slender, met and erupted violently, engulfing Ceram in the aftermath. Dense smoke billowed upward, but in the next moment, a figure emerged from the haze, revealing Ceram. After executing several rolls in midair, he landed steadily on the ground, panting heavily. Ceram gazed solemnly at the clouds, his expression grave, brows furrowed, and fists clenched tightly. His hands throbbed painfully from the shockwave of the recent explosion. With just this single blow, Ceram had quickly discerned that his opponent's strength had surged considerably. As he pondered this, a shadow gradually descended from the clouds, revealing the figure of the sea monster. At this moment, he was resplendently crimson, resembling a freshly boiled lobster, adorned with jet-black spikes sprouting from his back and head, creating a fearsome visage. Although his size remained largely unchanged, his appearance had grown more menacing, encased in thick armor that rendered him seemingly invulnerable. The sea monster then turned to Ceram, offering praise. "You've done quite well, young one, to have escaped my dragon's breath. You are the first." As he spoke, he raised a finger in acknowledgement. "Humph, there's even better," Ceram retorted coldly. leaving those words behind as he swiftly retreated into the ruins. Even after having ingested a drop of restorative water to recover from the brink of death, he knew he was still far from being a match for his adversary. Thus, he contemplated utilizing the environment to his advantage. Fleeing? Futile. The sea monster replied with a slight shake of his head, then waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of fierce winds. With a cacophonous crash, the debris was instantly reduced to countless fragments, etching deep scars into the ground. Ceram hurriedly veered to the side, weaving into the urban landscape, and swiftly concealed himself behind a towering structure. He peered around the edge, observing the sea monster scanning the area, and activated his detector. Beep, beep, beep. 4,490. 4498, 4500, 4502, 4509. Damn it. He has become even stronger. Where in this universe do so many monsters come from? At this moment, Ceram felt utterly speechless. If his opponent had not transformed, he would have had the confidence to defeat him with his enhanced abilities. Alas, that hope was dashed once more. Suddenly, a sense of danger jolted him back to reality, and he swiftly darted to the side. Behind him, a tremendous roar erupted as the tower he had just taken refuge in was obliterated by a beam of red light. The sea monster dropped his finger, grinning widely. I shall see how long you can hide. His tone dripped with mockery, as if everything were within his control. With increasing speed, he took flight, emitting a buzzing sound reminiscent of an insect in motion. You cannot evade me. The sea monster bombarded the area, his head swiveling from side to side. Ceram realized he needed to devise a strategy. He glanced back while navigating the maze of buildings, his mind racing. This cannot go on. Sooner or later, I will be found. His brow furrowed, and his expression grew grim. With a thunderous crash, vast sections of the cityscape began to collapse behind him, plumes of dust rising to engulf much of the metropolis. Suddenly, a barrage of red beams shot forth from the smoke, continuously slicing past Ceram's sides. He felt an absence of breath. Ceram clapped his hands, instantly breaking into a smile. He then pivoted and took a stance, slightly crouching. As energy orbs began to manifest in the palms of his hands, swelling in size until they resembled bowling balls. Through his detector, Ceram perceived the silhouette of the sea monster traversing the mist, preparing to counter his strike. Prepare for a blow, he murmured, bringing his hands together and swirling them. In an instant, two energy spheres merged into a single, smaller orb, shimmering with a faint golden glow on its surface, which he then propelled forward. A streak of pale golden light darted through the haze, vanishing into the obscurity. The sea monster, still enveloped in the thick smoke, was firing beams of red light in all directions, utterly oblivious to the impending threat. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the mist. Not good. The energy orb struck him squarely in the chest, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The sound reverberated like thunder. The sea monster convulsed violently, as if electrocuted, its body twisting grotesquely, akin to a noodle. Ceram smiled slyly and veered to the left, soon realizing that the entire city was built upon the ocean's surface, and dove into the water. After a moment, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the furious visage of the sea monster. His chest armor was charred black. Though he had not sustained a fatal injury, he bore significant wounds. Damn it! Come out! He bellowed, causing the ground to erupt violently, with him as the epicenter. Buildings crumbled like a house of cards, and soon the entire city lay in ruins, as seawater surged through the enormous fissures in the ground. With a swift leap, the sea monster ascended into the sky, hovering while scanning his surroundings, yet found no trace of Ceram or the Yardrathians. Then let them vanish, he roared, launching an onslaught of destruction upon the city. Meanwhile, Ceram hid beneath the water, peeking above the surface with a grin. He extended his hands, merging energy once more, and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the sea monster. What? The sea monster sensed the disturbance behind him and instantly vanished, reappearing to evade the attack. His expression darkened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He abruptly turned to the sea surface, locking eyes with Ceram's triumphant smile. You think you can hide from me? The sea monster growled, launching himself forward, his speed generating a sharp sonic boom as he cut through the air, reflecting his agitated state. A barrage of light beams erupted from his fingertips, inundating the ocean's surface and swiftly engulfing an extensive area. The beams sank into the water, producing melodious sounds rather than explosions. Underwater, Serant evaded the onslaught while continuously unleashing basketball-sized orbs of pale blue energy from his palms. The energy sphere did not directly burst forth from the water's surface. Instead, after being released, it glided slowly in various directions, suspended in midair, motionless. After unleashing a dozen or so of these orbs, he felt an overwhelming fatigue and promptly surfaced to take a deep breath, simultaneously swallowing a drop of restorative essence. If he wished to hide, then let him remain submerged. The monstrous sea creature wore a frenzied expression, abruptly halting his firing action and fixing his gaze intently upon the water's surface. He intended to launch an immediate attack the moment he detected Ceram resurfacing, denying him any respite, determined to suffocate him beneath the waves and thus quell the fury that burned within him. How infuriating! Ceram thought bitterly beneath the surface. As he barely emerged before an assault struck him head-on, he had no time to breathe and was forced to plunge back underwater. The scene resembled a game of whack-a-mole, utterly comical. At this moment, Ceram's face flushed crimson. He had gone several minutes without air and realized a critical issue. He could not rapidly enhance his combat prowess in such a manner. After consuming a second drop of restorative essence, while his stamina was fully replenished, his fighting capability remained unchanged. He pondered whether the Saiyan physiology could not be activated too frequently or if one must be on the brink of death to regain strength effectively. Gurgling, he found himself unable to hold his breath any longer. Ceram expelled a multitude of bubbles, hastily covering his mouth with both hands, nearly succumbing to asphyxiation. He desperately swam towards the surface, his vision beginning to blur, yet as soon as he broke the surface, a ki blast struck, forcing him to dive once more. In that moment, he could not find an opportunity to breathe or consume a third drop of restorative essence. How infuriating! Must I truly perish here in such a suffocating manner? Ceram mused with self-deprecation. What he had initially believed to be a smoothly operating plan turned out to be fraught with obstacles, a harsh reminder of reality. No, I cannot simply die here in a state of disgrace. If I am to meet my end, it must be in a manner befitting honor. With this resolve, Ceram felt his vision instantaneously sharpen, and he prepared to leap from the water for a final desperate struggle. Just then, he caught sight of the energy spheres still suspended in the distance, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his smile. It seemed I had initially underestimated the situation. Modifications to the plan were necessary. He decided to utilize a few spheres first. Ceram murmured to himself, then pointed at one of the energy spheres, raising 2 fingers. Whoosh! Splat! An energy sphere burst forth from the water, aimed directly at the waiting sea creature. The monster's lips curled into a smirk as he remarked, "If you wish to hide, then continue to do so." He swiftly turned, extending a finger to strike, but when he discerned it was merely an energy sphere, his smile faded. What? A flicker of surprise crossed his face, and he pressed his palm against his cheek, then forcefully swatted the energy sphere away. With a splash. At almost the same moment, Ceram seized the opportunity to emerge from the water's depths. Taking in 2 deep breaths and simultaneously swallowing a third drop of the revitalizing essence. Die! The sea monster instantly realized it had been deceived, its face contorting in rage. It swiftly turned and pointed, unleashing a beam of crimson light, but it was ultimately a moment too late. Ceram quickly submerged again. At that moment, the energy blast that had struck the monster was sent flying into the distant waters. A tremendous roar erupted, sending a shower of spray into the air, causing the entire sea surface to tremble under the explosion's force. Towering waves crashed heavily against the coastal city, producing a deep, resounding sound. The cascading droplets from above fell like rain, drenching the immobile sea monster and adding to its disheveled appearance. With a long, piercing howl, the sea monster released a powerful aura that dispersed all the droplets around it, creating a massive hemispherical depression in the water below. However, within this pit, there was no sign of movement beneath the surface, and Ceram, undeterred by the commotion above, continued his preparations. He unleashed over a dozen energy blasts, intending to accumulate a significant number before striking simultaneously for a combined assault. No matter how formidable the sea monster or how thick its armor, it would surely falter under such a barrage. This thought filled Ceram with excitement, though a moment's reflection reminded him that he would need to prepare at least 100 energy blasts, all aimed to connect at once. The entire endeavor would undoubtedly prove more complex than he envisioned, yet he nodded in satisfaction as he stroked his chin. He then turned his gaze to the floating energy blasts in the distance, pointed, and sent one soaring into the sky, while he swiftly swam in another direction. With two splashes, both Ceram and the energy blast burst forth from the water's surface simultaneously. "What?" he exclaimed in astonishment. As he surfaced, he found the sea monster grinning malevolently, fixated on him, seemingly unconcerned about the impending energy blast aimed at its back. It appeared that the monster preferred to endure the blast rather than allow Ceram to breathe. Before he could catch his breath, an energy blast hurtled toward him, preventing him from inhaling and causing one drop of the revitalizing essence to dissolve into the sea. "Humph, a mere trick, attempting to fool me. You're merely courting death," the sea monster remarked with a smug grin. At that moment, the blast struck its back with a thunderous explosion, enveloping it in smoke. An excellent opportunity, Ceram thought, quickly surfacing, but as he did, a beam of red light shot out from the smoke toward him. Not good. His eyelids flickered, forcing him to dive back under the water. The sea monster had learned its lesson. Whenever an attack was launched, it would simply ignore it and absorb the impact with its body. All senses, both visual and auditory, were intensely focused on the surface of the sea, determined to miss not the slightest disturbance. The moment a head emerged, a powerful blast of energy would be unleashed without hesitation. With a resounding boom, the smoke was immediately dissipated by a formidable force, revealing a creature of the deep, its expression icy and indifferent. Slowly lowering its hand, it spoke. "Did you truly believe I was unaware of your cunning?" With a slight twitch of its features, it hunched its back and turned its head, glancing at its own armor, which bore numerous fine scratches and darkened spots. Infuriating. The pain was excruciating. Clenching its silver teeth, a fierce glint ignited in its eyes, plotting to suffocate this adversary in the depths of the water before flaying its skin. How foolish I was to underestimate him. Beneath the waves, Ceram cursed under his breath. He had thought to distract his opponent in order to catch a breath, but it seemed he had been overly simplistic in his approach. Closing his eyes, he was compelled to rethink his strategy. The creature remained suspended above the surface, its head swiveling rapidly, eyes fixated on every movement around it. Every sense was heightened, ready to strike at the slightest ripple, unwilling to grant any opportunity to its foe. Just then, a series of 3 explosive sounds echoed from 3 directions on the surface, each launching an energy blast towards the creature with lightning speed. "What?" The creature's pupils constricted, a chill running through its spine. Disbelief washed over it. As it snapped back to reality, instinct urged it to dodge, but the remnants of its previous inaction lingered, leaving it unable to evade in time. Its body shuddered, only to be struck head-on by 3 simultaneous blasts. With a thunderous roar, a cloud of smoke enveloped it once more. "I wonder if you'll dare to endure another blow." Ceram chuckled triumphantly, surfacing successfully to catch a breath and swallowing a 4th drop of revitalizing water before submerging again. Infuriating. In the next moment, an enraged roar erupted from within the billowing smoke, its fury resonating through the air. Following that, another explosive sound shattered the silence. The smoke was swiftly cleared away, revealing the creature in a rather disheveled state, limbs rigid and forming an X shape. Moments later, as the tension in its muscles relaxed, it hunched over, gasping for breath. Was it the anger or the ferocity of the recent assault that left it panting? Despite the thick armor protecting it, being caught off guard by 3 powerful blasts targeting its vital areas was no trivial matter. The agony was undeniable. Ridges of rough scars marred its back, chest, and shoulders. Though not excessively deep, they were clearly agonizing. "Die within the depths," it bellowed, its eyes bulging like those of a fish, fingers jabbing fiercely. A torrent of energy beams shot forth from its fingertips, piercing directly into the waters below. With a swift rush and a splash beneath the water's surface, Ceram was taken aback by the multitude of light waves cascading down. Frantically, he dodged while simultaneously maneuvering the dozens of energy spheres to evade the incoming threats. Should one of those spheres be struck and detonated, it would trigger a catastrophic chain reaction, endangering not just himself, but also jeopardizing the meticulously devised plan he had crafted. How infuriating! At that moment, Ceram felt an immense pressure, no less burdensome than that faced by the sea monster above the surface, his heart racing with anxiety. If the sea monster were to plunge into the depths now, he would be at a complete loss for how to respond. All his preparations would be laid bare, and the mere potency of the energy spheres would be insufficient to vanquish the foe. Yet, despite acknowledging this flaw, Serant refused to surrender. He persevered. For as long as the final moment had not yet arrived, he would not yield easily. As he continued to evade, he contemplated his next move. Fortunately, the sea monster's onslaught did not persist for long, nor did it dive directly into the water, granting him a momentary respite. At that moment, the sea monster ceased its aggression, its chest heaving rapidly, a clear indication of the toll the relentless attacks had taken. Serant observed as the creature's demeanor shifted to one of calm contemplation. However, just then, with a splash, an energy sphere burst forth from the water, hurtling towards the sea monster. The creature jolted, snapping back to reality, and swiftly turned to unleash a basketball-sized energy sphere of its own. A deafening explosion ensued as the two spheres collided midair, unleashing a powerful shockwave that reverberated through the atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity, Serant swiftly surfaced to catch his breath, swallowing a drop of restorative water before diving back down. His movements grew increasingly adept, completing the actions in a remarkably brief span of time. How audacious! The sea monster, realizing it had been outsmarted, pivoted sharply as an energy sphere struck the very spot where Serant had just emerged. Yet, it had not been quick enough. A resounding explosion erupted, yet no corpses surfaced. Instead, a deluge of water erupted, drenching the bewildered face of the sea monster. It gritted its teeth, initially anticipating a barrage of simultaneous attacks like before, only to find itself startled by a solitary strike. Refocusing its attention, the sea monster heightened its senses, keenly observing the ripples on the water's surface. Thus, the exchange continued, with Serant launching a solitary sphere one moment, and then releasing 2 or 3, sometimes even more. At times, he brazenly surfaced to breathe before submerging again, while on other occasions, he would swim to a distance before surfacing to attack with energy spheres nearby the sea monster. This erratic pattern of tactics left the creature utterly confounded. The sea monster had repeatedly contemplated plunging into the water's surface to tear his adversary apart. However, the thought of allowing such an easy victory to his opponent, despite his overwhelming strength, made him hesitate. He resolutely adhered to his original intent. During this interval, Serant seized the opportunity to resurface 7 times, skillfully deploying over 100 gas bombs at varying depths and distances, nearly ready for the final launch. His plan was to resurface once more, consume a drop of revitalizing water to regain his strength, and then swiftly dispatch his foe, thereby releasing the pent-up fury that had accumulated within him during this time. As the opportunity drew near, Serant's body began to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, the sea monster's figure flickered in and out of sight, appearing in different locations. His expression a tumultuous mix of emotions, his body adorned with wounds. With a sudden splash, the sea monster's body jolted as he swiftly dodged to the side. "Got you." Serant grinned, revealing that no gas bombs had been launched. He inhaled sharply, swallowed a drop of revitalizing water, and without hesitation, submerged once more. He descended to a considerable depth, raising his hands to control the gas bombs scattered in various directions, meticulously gathering them into a bowl-shaped formation, poised for action. Given the right moment, he would unleash them all to annihilate the sea monster. "Dare to toy with me? I shall crush you. My patience has its limits. Do you truly believe I fear diving into the depths?" The sea monster seethed with anger, his teeth grinding ominously, on the verge of shattering. In that instant, he was utterly provoked, all patience expended, and he resolved not to engage in this game of whack-a-mole any longer. With a determined resolve, he aimed to tear Serant apart, and promptly turned, diving headfirst into the water's embrace. What a timely arrival! Serant, sensing the movement, looked up and felt a surge of joy. Initially concerned about missing his target, he now found his opponent diving into the water at such close proximity. Should he miss now, it would indeed be tantamount to self-destruction. As the sea monster plunged beneath the surface, he was met with a daunting sight. A dense cluster of gas bombs nearby sent a chill down his spine, casting doubt on his very existence. What? No, this cannot be. The confident and triumphant expression on his face was swiftly replaced by sheer terror. Die! Serant bellowed, bringing his hands together. Having come this far, he could not let such a golden opportunity slip away, nor would he show any mercy. In an instant, the 100 gas bombs, previously assembled in a bowl-like formation, surged forth, encircling the sea monster. "No, let us discuss this further." The sea monster exclaimed in panic, frantically waving his hands in desperation. At this moment, he was acutely aware that there was no opportunity for escape. He would grasp at any semblance of hope, even if it were but a mere straw. Observing Ceram's unwavering indifference, he clenched his teeth and curled into a ball, a faint red glow emanating from his armor as he braced himself to endure. Ceram, taken aback for a fleeting moment, raised an eyebrow, then swiftly rubbed his hands together. In the next instant, a barrage of energy projectiles rained down upon the sea creature. A thunderous roar echoed, shattering the very fabric of the air. Instantly, a vast cavity opened in the ocean, contrary to expectations. Instead of a deluge of seawater erupting skyward, it was predominantly displaced in other directions. With a resounding crash, Ceram's figure sliced through the air, propelled far into the distance. He had not the time to evade the explosion and was subsequently flung from the water's surface, trailing a line of blood through the air. At this juncture, the sea and the nearby land trembled incessantly, and the remaining structures in the two other city districts crumbled to the ground, leaving no towering edifices standing within several miles. An earthquake was upon them. Flee. In the more distant urban areas, numerous buildings tilted and collapsed under the tremors, while those closer to the shoreline were engulfed by a tsunami towering over 10 meters. The inhabitants of Yardrat were thrown into disarray, soaring into the sky and fleeing in various directions. After a considerable time, the sea continued to sway, and amidst the tumult, a solitary figure floated. The surrounding waters stained a deep crimson. In another part of the ocean, Mley and Yardrat hovered, their gazes instinctively drawn towards the southeast. Did we succeed? Mley murmured. Disbelief etched across her face. I don't know. Let's go see, Yardrat replied as he soared off. Mley hesitated for a brief moment before following suit, coughing violently. Ceram expelled a copious amount of blood, struggling to open his eyes. He appeared utterly drenched in crimson, and even the relentless waves could not cleanse him. With great difficulty, he retrieved a drop of restorative essence and swallowed it, rapidly regaining his strength. He then ascended skyward, surveying his surroundings before choosing a direction to fly in. He pondered the gravity of the situation. If he could not vanquish his opponent now, there would be no second chance. Ceram continuously scanned the surface of the water, desperately seeking any remnants of his adversary's corpse to quell the lingering uncertainty in his heart. If no trace could be found, he would not dare to believe that he had truly succeeded in slaying them. After some time, he hovered above the ocean, murmuring in shock. Could it be? Have they truly been reduced to ashes? He scoured the area thoroughly, yet found no evidence of his opponent's demise, not even a severed limb. In Ceram's heart, an unsettling feeling lingered, a nagging notion that the matter could not be so easily resolved. That strike had been powerful, yet the opponent's combat prowess far surpassed his own. It was implausible that they could be obliterated to mere fragments. He pressed the detector, attempting to locate the adversary's energy, but after a prolonged effort, the device revealed no formidable presence. Instead, it detected two weaker energies approaching. Ceram remained unperturbed, as he could easily deduce their identities. It appeared that the situation had truly been resolved. Perhaps he had been overly anxious. He sighed in relief, chiding himself for his worries. Soon, two figures emerged within his line of sight. In the next moment, Mley and Yardrat flew over, inquiring, "Has it been resolved?" "It should be," Ceram replied with a faint smile. However, as soon as the two halted, their faces drained of color as they pointed in terror behind Ceram, their incredulous voices echoing, "Ah? No way." Ceram's body trembled involuntarily, and he turned slowly, like a marionette, following their gaze, revealing an equally incredulous expression. Chapter 25. The intention to depart before the trio. Not far from the surface of the sea, bubbles incessantly rose, and beneath them, a shadow loomed larger. Evidently something was rapidly ascending. Ceram's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the scene, momentarily rendered speechless. He was acutely aware of the prior strike's intensity. Even he had nearly perished from the residual shockwaves. It was inconceivable that the opponent could still produce such commotion. He dared not contemplate further. "He is still alive," Mley exclaimed, his body trembling uncontrollably. Fear etched across his face as he instinctively began to retreat, embodying sheer terror. "Mley!" Yardrat shouted, halting him in his tracks. Only then did Mley manage to regain a semblance of composure, ceasing his retreat. Yardrat turned his gaze back to the water's surface, his expression dark and his fists clenched tightly. Internally, he was far from the calm he outwardly portrayed. Serant, too, felt a disquiet. Such circumstances often imparted a sense of an unresolved, endless struggle. At that moment, the shadow drew nearer, soon skimming the water's surface, and with a resounding splash, a figure burst forth, standing atop the waves. "What?" Mley cried out, disbelief saturating his tone. When Serant discerned the figure, astonishment washed over him, though he soon exhaled in relief. "Do not be afraid," Yardrat declared with unwavering resolve, fixated on the figure emerging from the water, betraying no hint of retreat. It was indeed the sea monster, but it appeared in a lamentable state. Its upper body was mostly missing, leaving only a single right arm, while the lower half was entirely absent, and even the head remained merely a half. Thick, viscous liquid continuously dripped from the enormous gash, revealing the writhing organs within. A sight most distressing. His breath was faint, elusive, as if he were on the verge of slipping back into the depths. The three observers were profoundly shocked, unable to comprehend how he could still move despite such grievous wounds. His vitality was astonishingly resilient. The sea creature paid no heed to their astonished gazes, instead gliding slowly to a position directly opposite them, at their eye level, before casting its gaze in their direction. Upon meeting its stare, the three involuntarily shuddered, gripped by a chilling sensation. However, Serant quickly regained his composure. He couldn't believe that the creature could regenerate as effortlessly as Cell. The sea creature ultimately fixated its gaze on Serant, noting his blood-soaked form and disheveled appearance, a twisted grin creeping across its face. "Die!" it bellowed in a frenzied rage, extending its sole right hand, unleashing a fierce beam of light towards Serant and his companions. "You seek death," Serant retorted, raising a hand to unleash a robust wave of energy. Witnessing the creature's pitiful state stirred a flicker of pity within him, yet the creature's unhesitating assault extinguished that sentiment. Two beams of light, one large and one small, collided in the air, a mere moment's occurrence. Shortly thereafter, Serant's energy wave effortlessly consumed the creature's attack, surging directly toward the sea monster, which stood frozen in shock. "Impossible. How do you still possess such strength?" The creature's spirit nearly faltered at this revelation. Its earlier doubts about life intensified. It had witnessed Serant being blasted away and had released numerous energy blasts, presuming him to be at the end of his strength. Moreover, having confirmed this suspicion at close range, it had resolved to expend its last ounce of power to eliminate him, only to find itself gravely mistaken. "No!" The sea creature cried out in its final moments as the energy wave engulfed it, reducing it to ashes. Tragically, it never fathomed the existence of miraculous substances like the Dragon Balls and the elixir of life. At last, it is truly resolved, Serant sighed in relief. The initial pang of compassion dissipated as he recalled the countless lives the creature had taken, realizing that vanquishing it provided a measure of justice for the deceased, thus bringing him a sense of peace. Hooray! The two Yardratans, Mley and Yardrat, immediately embraced, their faces alight with exhilaration, with Yardrat being the one to envelop Mley. Serant, observing this, smiled faintly, sharing in their exuberance, for it was time for him to attend to his important task. "First, consume it. This will allow you to recover half of your injuries and restore your strength entirely." Serant gazed at the two individuals, each releasing a drop of restorative liquid before continuing to explain. Earlier, he had only administered half a drop to each of them, fearing that the enemy might perceive any signs of their actions. However, it seemed that the adversary remained oblivious until the very end. He hoped they would not take offense. Serant firmly believed in the principle that courtesy is rarely met with reproach, a notion that he felt was applicable in this context, especially since he had pressing matters for which he required their assistance, and thus, proper etiquette was essential. The two men regarded the emerald droplets hovering near their lips, exchanging glances that dissolved their earlier doubts. Though curiosity stirred within them, they felt it would be impolite to inquire too deeply into the origins of this remarkable substance. "Our injuries have healed significantly. Such a precious elixir is not something we can accept any further. Please, my friend, keep it for yourself," Yardrat insisted, shaking his head in refusal. "Indeed. Moreover, considering that you have rescued us from the crisis threatening the Yardrat civilization, we ought to express our gratitude and hospitality towards you." Mley quickly concurred. Serant found himself at a loss for words, but a smile broke through as he raised an eyebrow and turned to Mujin, suggesting, "Why not try it for yourself?" Perhaps it will enable your arms to regenerate. I have yet to test it, and I am quite curious. Very well then. Mujin hesitated only briefly before agreeing, harboring a desire to restore his arms, though he held no lofty expectations. Noticing Ceram's curiosity, he thought it prudent to conduct an experiment, reasoning that there was little harm in it. Without further hesitation, he swallowed the restorative liquid. Ceram retracted another droplet, fixing his gaze intently on Mujin, while Yardrat too watched with keen interest. Regrettably, after a prolonged wait, Mujin did not grow new arms. Nevertheless, all his injuries had healed, including fresh skin enveloping the stumps of his severed limbs. Assessing his condition, Mujin shook his head and chuckled. All my wounds have healed, but it appears my arms will not regenerate. This substance, while miraculous, is not omnipotent. We should return to the main city. He did not let disappointment cloud his spirits and instead invited Ceram to the heart of the Yardrat civilization. Yes, let us head to the city center. We must properly thank our friend for his assistance, Yardrat said, redirecting his gaze towards Ceram with sincerity evident in his expression. Very well. Ceram nodded in agreement, having no objections, and took the opportunity to inquire about the matter of teleportation during their journey. Thus, Mujin and Yardrat led Ceram northward, and as they proceeded, the three exchanged introductions, quickly developing a general understanding of one another. As they traversed multiple desolate areas, a multitude of structures emerged on the distant horizon, partially obscured yet unmistakable. Yardrat and Mujin guided Ceram directly towards them. May I inquire what you seek, my friend? Is it perhaps related to the skills recorded within our civilization? Yardrat suddenly asked politely, articulating his speculation. Indeed, I have heard whispers of a mystical ability known as teleportation within your esteemed civilization, which piqued my curiosity, and thus I have come seeking enlightenment. Ceram admitted somewhat bashfully. The airborne Yardrat and Mley exchanged glances, both expressing surprise, followed by a hint of guilt. Could it be that there are certain inconveniences? If there is any difficulty, please do not hesitate to share. I would certainly understand. Observing their demeanor, Ceram felt a sudden pang of disappointment, but it quickly dissipated as curiosity took hold. Yardrat, realizing that Ceram had misunderstood, promptly shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, No, not at all. It is merely that teleportation is among the most challenging skills to master. I fear we may not be able to offer our friend much assistance. Indeed, among our kin, very few have ever learned it, and the last of those skilled has perished in the recent Great War. Mley, having added this somber note, seemed to recall a painful memory, and her spirits visibly sank. Yardrat felt similarly, reflecting on his own dear friend, which brought a shadow of sorrow to his countenance. Ceram fell into silence, pondering whether he would return empty-handed. The difficulty of mastering teleportation did not surprise him, for even Goku had taken considerable time to grasp it. At that moment, Yardrat, emerging from his melancholy, noticed Ceram's quietude and quickly interjected, It is not impossible to learn. However, we can only provide the documented knowledge, lacking any practical experience or techniques, as we ourselves have not mastered it. Oh, I see. That is quite all right. Ceram's face lit up with a smile, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he shyly inquired, May I learn a few more formidable skills? Upon hearing this, Yardrat and Mley exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement. Yardrat, with a hint of pride, responded, Certainly, as long as our friend wishes to learn. He may do so. However, some skills are exceedingly perilous, and we ourselves would not dare to attempt them lightly, so it is wise to consider carefully before proceeding. No trouble at all. I shall choose with great caution. Ceram was nearly beaming with excitement, having resolved to acquire several powerful skills. Unbeknownst to them, the trio soon found themselves soaring over a vast and magnificent city. Mley then gestured to Ceram and Yardrat before descending into the city. In no time, a multitude of adolescents, informed by Mley, graciously welcomed Ceram into the main city, treating him with utmost hospitality, which left him feeling somewhat out of place. Subsequently, Ceram took residence there, dedicating all his energy to fervently practicing teleportation, completely forgetting about enhancing his combat prowess. The foundation of learning teleportation lies in first attuning oneself to the presence of other energies, whether they be strong or weak, distant or near, as well as the flora and fauna surrounding them. He switched off the detector, focusing intently on sensing the surrounding energy. Although tedious, This was a skill he had long desired to master, yet had previously lacked the direction to pursue. Now, fortuitously, he was learning it alongside the ability of instantaneous movement. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. On this day, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with rain cascading down relentlessly. Atop the tallest tower, a figure sat cross-legged, cerament, clad in Yardrat attire. His eyes were tightly shut, completely still, as a faint, ethereal red glow enveloped him. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes and shot into the sky, his speed astonishing. Like a swift serpent, he was nearly impossible to track. The air around him tearing apart with a piercing roar as he moved. With a flurry of punches and kicks, Serant unleashed invisible shockwaves in all directions, sweeping through the space around him like a colossal tidal wave. Every raindrop was transformed into vapor, dissipating into nothingness. Shortly thereafter, Serant halted his movements and raised his hand, releasing an energy sphere the size of a watermelon. Almost simultaneously, a surge of red light enveloped him, and his speed increased exponentially, allowing him to appear at the opposite end, where he struck the incoming energy sphere with a swift hand. The sphere was batted back and forth like a ball, each strike from Serant intensifying its velocity, while his own speed escalated correspondingly. He consistently anticipated the energy sphere's trajectory, redirecting it with each contact. After countless exchanges, the sphere had reached an unimaginable speed. In the next moment, just as Serant reappeared, he was struck head-on by the energy sphere. A thunderous explosion ensued, engulfing him in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated moments later, his weary form was revealed, drenched in sweat and panting. Yet a satisfied smile lingered on his face. "Friends, I must take my leave," he called down below. Over the past year, he had nearly mastered instantaneous movement. But due to his still limited strength, he was unable to sense the energy emanating from all corners of the universe at once. Consequently, he could only teleport to nearby planets, requiring a step-by-step approach for more distant locations, though this was still significantly faster than traveling by spacecraft. He estimated that only by transforming into a Super Saiyan could he perceive the deeper energies of the universe, enabling him to teleport directly to distant planets like Golf or Namek. He had also chosen 2 additional skills, one of which was akin to a power-enhancing technique reminiscent of the Kaioken. Lacking a name in the records, he had dubbed it the multiplication fist. However, this skill paled in comparison to the Kaioken, with a maximum enhancement of only 5 times. Moreover, the burden on the body is considerable. Should one attempt to exert themselves beyond their physical capabilities, it may lead to a catastrophic disruption of one's inner vitality, potentially resulting in dire consequences. Currently, Serant has only mastered the rudiments of this power, managing at most a 2- to 3-fold increase in strength. Beyond that, his body begins to endure excruciating pain. Chapter 26. The twists and turns of collecting Dragon Balls. There exists another skill, rather peculiar in nature, which grants the ability to breach interdimensional barriers. According to the records of the ancestors of the Yardrat civilization, the universe we inhabit is but a minuscule fragment of the true cosmos, merely a membrane within it. Utilizing this skill allows one to penetrate the fragile space-time at the junction of membranes, thereby accessing other dimensions of the primary universe. These dimensions are not parallel universes, rather, they are independent worlds based on the main universe, devoid of beings that mirror those from other dimensions. However, the act of breaking through dimensional barriers is fraught with peril. It is said that within the fissures of dimensions lie many terrifying entities, and this is merely the journey to other realms. As for more information, the Yardrat civilization has left no further records. It remains uncertain whether their ancestors ventured there or if the passage of time has obscured such accounts. Serant's choice to learn this skill stemmed from a long-standing fascination with the demon realm from which Dabura hailed, sparking a desire to explore. This was but one reason. After perusing numerous ancient texts, his curiosity regarding the contents of other dimensions intensified. Serant yearns to ascend to a higher echelon of Saiyan prowess. Being invincible within the current universe is no longer his aspiration. He now seeks supremacy across all dimensions. There are many alluring skills he wishes to acquire, yet his energy is wholly consumed. Throughout the past year, Serant has scarcely rested, nor had the opportunity to enhance his combat prowess. His efforts have been entirely devoted to mastering instantaneous movement, which has yielded his present achievements. while his grasp on the multiplication fist remains superficial. And he has barely managed to commit the third skill to memory without the chance to practice. One cannot have both fish and bear's paws. The pursuit of additional skills invariably precludes the time necessary to earnestly enhance combat capabilities. True combat power is the main arena. These skills are merely auxiliary. Ceram has exerted considerable effort to suppress the urge to continue learning other skills. Are you leaving? Mley inquired, soaring from a high tower and approaching directly. Indeed. Ceram affirmed with a resolute nod. At that moment, Yardrat and over 20 other Yardratians also ascended, a mix of men and women, young and old, all gazing at Ceram with expressions of reluctance. Ceram nodded in acknowledgement to each of them, then spoke with a sincere and wistful countenance. My friends, it is time to bid farewell. I am immensely grateful for your companionship during this time. It has been my fortune to know you all. Until we meet again. Over the course of this year, he gradually acquainted himself with more members of the Yardrat race, forming deep friendships with them. However, as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. He had to embark on a journey to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls and make his wishes, thus necessitating a heartfelt farewell for now. In the future, there would be opportunities to reunite and reminisce. Take care, Ceram, everyone said as they gazed at him, fully aware that he had pressing matters to attend to. Despite their reluctance, they could not hold him back and silently prayed for his success. Ceram cast one last lingering look at his friends. Such pure companionship was rare in his former world, although they were of different species. Their hearts resonated with the same essence. With a gentle smile, he vanished in an instant. Until next time, wishing you all the best. Looking forward to our next encounter. After leaving their blessings and hopes in the air, the group lingered for a while, gazing at the void where Ceram had just been, before finally departing. At that moment, Ceram found himself on another unfamiliar gray planet. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed peculiar plants growing on the ground, but he sensed no signs of human civilization, prompting him to move on to the next planet. Ceram had memorized the maps of several significant planets within his spacecraft, familiarizing himself with their approximate locations. At this juncture, he felt quite confident. As long as he proceeded steadily in the intended direction, he believed he would soon reach Namek. However, a concern lingered. He had yet to encounter the Namekians and was uncertain about their energy signature. He would have to approach the vicinity and test them one by one. Yet, he was not overly worried. With the ability of instant transmission at his disposal, and given that there had been few civilized planets along his journey, he anticipated that finding them would not pose a significant challenge. Ahem. As soon as Ceram instantaneously transported himself to a dusty yellow planet, he nearly choked. The atmosphere was utterly unbreathable. He quickly transmitted himself to the next planet. Thus, he steadily advanced toward the direction of Namek. When he encountered a lack of edible sustenance, he relied on the spirit water to sustain him for a while. Time, as it often does when one is earnest, flew by rapidly, in the blink of an eye. For months had passed, and he found himself on a certain part of Golf Planet. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, bang. The air was filled with the cacophony of resonating sounds, intertwined with the sonic booms generated by rapid punches and kicks, causing the very sky to tremble. As the sun dipped low, casting a soft crimson glow, beneath the blue sky and white clouds, a figure of black and pale blue flitted about, ceaselessly darting to and fro. Each appearance left only an afterimage before vanishing and reappearing elsewhere, rendering it impossible to capture. The only trace left behind was the sound, which perpetually lagged behind the elusive figure. At that moment, a gentle female voice called out from below, "Amon, come down and take a rest." On the grassy ground lay a modest gray blanket, upon which sat a dignified woman. She possessed an elegant beauty. Though tall, her figure remained slender, with softly curled long hair cascading over her shoulders. Appearing to be in her mid-20s, she was whining, with a tender smile adorning her face. She gently caressed the head of the infant nestled in her arms. The baby, with large azure eyes and long, delicate lashes, also sported beautifully arched brows of the same striking blue hue. Her short, slightly curled blue hair indicated she was a girl, exuding an undeniable charm. The Amon that Huaying had just called was none other than Vuman, a term of endearment used by the wives of Golferians for their husbands after the arrival of a child. As the thunderous sound from above subsided, Vuman's slightly fatigued voice soon followed, and a tall figure descended gracefully. His face bore the marks of exhaustion, particularly in his weary gaze. Thick weights, dark as ink and resembling a dense mineral, adorned his arms and legs. Upon releasing the burdens, a series of resounding thuds echoed as the heavy weights struck the ground, sinking into it like stones plunging into a sponge, causing the earth to tremble with the impact. The commotion startled the baby girl in Huaying's arms, prompting her to furrow her small brows and cry out with wide eyes. "Little Mianying, don't cry, Huaying gently soothed as she rocked the infant, casting a reproachful glance at Vuman nearby. "My apologies," Vuman exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment as he hurried over to tenderly stroke the baby's cherubic face. Over this period, Vuman and Huaying appeared unchanged, particularly Vuman, who had not gained an ounce of muscle. His height remained below 2 meters. With a well-proportioned physique that belied the strength of a warrior, as if he had accomplished nothing in the past 2 years. The infant soon calmed, displaying a serene demeanor. "Don't startle the baby," Huaying admonished, looking up at Vuman before handing him a large spherical water container. Without a word, Vuman accepted the water jug and tilted it back, drinking deeply. Gulp, gulp, ah? At this moment, Huaying turned her gaze towards the setting sun, her brow knitted with concern. "In just 2 months, it will be 3 years. I wonder how things will change by then." Sigh. "I always feel a sense of unease." Vuman settled beside Huaying, patting her shoulder with confidence. "Do not worry. With my current strength, I am certain that I can defeat both Serant and Gula Deu simultaneously." Huaying gently shook her head, expressing, "It is not that I doubt you. Rather, I find it difficult to calm my restless heart, as I sense that something significant may transpire." Her voice remained tinged with concern. It seemed that nothing could quell her anxious spirit, even as she witnessed Fu Man's strength progressively escalating, which naturally instilled faith in his words. Observing her continued distress, Fu Man reassured her, "Rest easy. Moreover, we have Lin Zhu and Tong Yu with us. Given their earnest natures, they will not be any less diligent than I am." A flicker of defiance crossed his face momentarily before vanishing, as he continued, "Especially Tong Yu, who, being youthful and gifted, if he applies himself earnestly, will undoubtedly surpass both me and Lin Zhu this time. So, with the combined forces of the 3 of us, what adversary cannot we overcome?" Upon hearing this, Huaying nodded, her demeanor visibly relaxing. She lowered her gaze, tenderly stroking the infant's head, murmuring, "Perhaps since the arrival of the little one, I've become overly worried about this and that. I suppose I'm thinking too much." With that, she leaned closely against Fu Man's shoulder, and together they watched the sun dip below the horizon. Meanwhile, in a dwelling on the planet Namek, a large group of individuals gathered around a table, watching with great enthusiasm. "I believe it is this," Ceram proclaimed confidently as he lifted the cup from the center, only to be met with wide-eyed astonishment. "How can this be?" He stood frozen, beginning to question the very fabric of existence. The cup was empty, devoid of any contents. Nearby, an elder Namekian, brimming with pride, opened a cup on his left, revealing a small white ball the size of a ping-pong ball beneath it. The crowd of Namekians erupted into laughter at the sight. It had been a month since Ceram had arrived on Namek, having previously wandered lost in this star system for quite some time before finally discovering this place. The surrounding star systems were rife with planets harboring civilizations, and he had severely miscalculated, having to search in darkness, one by one. Ultimately, his perseverance paid off as he arrived here. Upon encountering countless Dragon Balls, Ceram was filled with exhilaration. After some exchanges, he expressed his desire to borrow the Dragon Balls. To his astonishment, the Namekians agreed without hesitation, thus securing the 4-star ball and the location of the next Dragon Ball. Overjoyed, he thought he would gather all the Dragon Balls that very day, but reality struck him down. The guardian of the next Dragon Ball proposed a test of intellect, stating that only by passing his trial could he obtain the Dragon Ball and learn of its whereabouts. This trial was no mere test of wits, it held deeper mysteries. However, through Ceram's relentless determination, although it took considerable time, he ultimately succeeded in acquiring the second Dragon Ball and the location of the next one. Thus far, I have successfully acquired 5 Dragon Balls. Among these, I effortlessly passed one of the trials, yet thereafter, it took hundreds, even thousands of attempts to succeed. Although Ceram possesses no distinct advantages and his combat prowess remains largely unutilized, he persevered and managed to gather 5 Dragon Balls. Upon seeking the 6th, the elder guarding the Dragon Balls remarked that this trial was simple, merely a matter of guessing which cup contained the small ball. Ceram, filled with confidence upon hearing this, felt assured in his abilities. Surely, with his keen eyesight, he would discern the truth. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. As he consistently found that, despite his certainty, the ball was not in the cup he selected. Try again, Ceram insisted, refusing to be disheartened. This was already the 45th attempt. Are you certain you wish to continue? The elderly Namekian advised. Ceram fell silent, deep in thought, before suddenly raising his head and asking, Elder, have you employed your psychic abilities? He was aware that many Namekians possess such powers. Thus, there must be some trickery involved in this guessing game, prompting his inquiry. The elder did not conceal the truth and readily admitted it, explaining with care, indeed. There is a subtlety to it. We are not intentionally being difficult. Relying solely on sight is insufficient. One must feel with a pure heart. A pure heart? Ceram pondered how one might truly feel in such a manner, finding it rather perplexing. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he resolved to give it a try and closed his eyes. All right, let us proceed, he proclaimed after a brief moment of reflection. The others, intrigued, fell silent, eager to see if he would succeed on this attempt. The elder patiently covered the small ball with the cup once more, placing it among two empty cups, and began to shuffle them. His pace was deliberate, allowing the motion to remain discernible to the naked eye. After a moment, the elder paused and turned to the still closed eyes of Ceram, inquiring, Have you found your answer? It's this one. Ceram suddenly opened his eyes, pressing down on the leftmost cup with fervor. Although he could not sense it with his heart, he distinctly heard the sound of the ball within that particular cup. Oh, are you certain? The elder regarded Ceram's confident expression with a subtle smile. From his demeanor, it was unclear whether Ceram's choice would prove correct or erroneous. Yes, I am certain, Ceram replied, though he hesitated momentarily, his resolve unwavering, despite the common narrative suggesting that such moments typically lead to erroneous choices. He remained steadfast in his decision. Very well, then you may lift the cup yourself, the elder responded, still smiling at his determination. What? This is impossible. Upon lifting the cup, Ceram found himself momentarily paralyzed with shock. The cup lay bare, devoid of any trace of the small orb. At that moment, a perplexing illusion surged within him, casting doubt on his own senses, rendering him hesitant to trust his eyes and ears. How could this be, when I distinctly heard it within? He turned to the elder, his face etched with disbelief and frustration. The elder, observing his turmoil, shook his head and opened the central cup, stating, What is seen may be an illusion, and what is heard may also be deceptive. Only by engaging the heart can one perceive the essence of reality, for the heart cannot lie. Upon hearing this, Ceram fell into silence, grappling with the notion that challenged his understanding. He pondered deeply about how one could truly feel with the heart. What, indeed, is the heart? Noticing his silence, the elder continued, Young man, I sense that your heart is inherently kind. I could bestow upon you the Dragon Ball at this very moment. Would you accept it? At this, Ceram's spirit surged, yet rather than elation, he looked up at the elder in astonishment as the elder, with utmost seriousness, elaborated. However, if you can genuinely sense the presence of this small orb with your heart, it would be a beneficial exercise for you, for it is, in essence, a form of cultivation. Before Ceram could voice his inquiries, the elder paused and added, Do not underestimate this small orb. It is not an ordinary object, but a divine artifact capable of evoking a profound resonance within the soul. So, are you certain you wish to pursue the Dragon Ball? The elder's gaze was stern as he regarded Ceram. In response, Ceram met the elder's eyes but found himself unable to answer immediately. Instead, he lowered his head, lost in contemplation. The elder, satisfied with his deep thought, nodded approvingly and refrained from interrupting, allowing him the space to reflect. The surrounding crowd also fell into a hushed silence, awaiting his response. After a considerable period of reflection, Ceram finally raised his head, determination gleaming in his eyes as he declared, Very well, I have made my decision. I shall forego the Dragon Ball for now. Please continue to test me. Just as the elder had indicated, this was indeed a trial and a form of cultivation. He resolved to wholeheartedly perceive the existence of the small orb, believing it might prove advantageous in his future endeavors. The elder smiled, then replaced the orb beneath the cup, shaking it gently to obscure its presence. The onlookers behind him exchanged approving smiles. With his resolve firm, Ceram closed his eyes and began to quietly attune himself. Yet, As he shut his eyes and silenced his hearing, he found that, apart from sensing the presence of a few individuals nearby, he felt nothing else, not even the orb. It was as if the surrounding space and time existed solely as these fleeting energies, and beyond that, darkness did not even seem to exist. It was eerily quiet. It is a wondrous sensation, one that eludes precise description. If compelled to articulate, one might say it is akin to emptiness or void. After a considerable interval, Ceram gradually released his perception. The surroundings were enveloped in silence as he slowly opened his eyes, only to find everyone gazing at him with eager anticipation. Embarrassed, he stammered, I felt nothing at all. Upon hearing this, the onlookers nearly fell to the ground. Having expected a more profound revelation from his composed demeanor and tranquil facade. Noticing their reaction, Ceram sheepishly scratched his head and suggested, "Let us try again." Thus, each day, Ceram returned to this place, attempting the exercise 7 to 8 times, sometimes even exceeding 100 attempts, while the Namekians patiently supported him. Gradually, their interactions grew more harmonious, and he seamlessly integrated into their lives. Before long, half a month had elapsed. During this time, Ceram had never ceased his endeavors, though each ended in failure. In moments of leisure, he engaged in tree planting alongside them. One afternoon, the weather remained as pleasant as ever, with daylight unyielding. Ceram gathered once more with the elders. "Are you ready?" One elder inquired kindly, observing Ceram seated in meditation. "Yes, we may begin," Ceram confidently nodded, closing his eyes to immerse himself in the experience. In that moment, there was no light, no sound, no scent. It was as if time had come to a standstill, enveloped in a profound silence. Suddenly, a faint ripple stirred within him, akin to a droplet falling into still water, creating concentric waves. So delicate was this disturbance that even the slightest perturbation could quell it. Yet, it bore an undeniable strength, penetrating the depths of Ceram's heart and resonating with his innermost being. "I understand now," he exclaimed, abruptly opening his eyes, a confident smile gracing his face. The onlookers returned his gaze with beaming smiles, as if the sensation he had perceived was shared among them. The elder, too, fixated on him, seemed to be unaware of when his own stillness had commenced. Ceram, observing this scene, felt a fleeting surprise, despite having merely closed and opened his eyes. It seemed as though everyone had waited for him for quite some time. He shook his head, dismissing these trivial thoughts, and turned to the elder with excitement, declaring, "This is it." As he spoke, he placed his hand upon the cup on the far right, his expression, countenance, and tone brimming with confidence, as if he had personally placed the small orb within it. "Open it." The elder responded with a smile of satisfaction. The Namekians surrounding them looked on with eager anticipation, quietly awaiting the revelation of the answer. Ceram resolutely picked up the cup, revealing a small white orb nestled within, which instantaneously transformed into countless luminous particles and vanished. "Congratulations to you, young man." The elder and the onlookers chimed in unison. "Thanks to the guidance of esteemed predecessors during this period, I could not have achieved success otherwise." Ceram modestly bowed to the crowd, expressing his sincere gratitude. At that moment, the elder retrieved the Dragon Ball and extended it towards Ceram with a smile, saying, "Young man, may the Dragon Ball fulfill your wishes." "Thank you, Elder," Ceram replied, genuinely appreciative. Throughout this time, he had notably sensed his mental growth. He was now far more patient and composed than before, affirming that his efforts had not been in vain. "Go forth." The final Dragon Ball resides at the highest point in the west, guarded by the Grand Elder. The elder patted Ceram's shoulder with a smile. "Indeed. May we meet again under favorable circumstances," Ceram said as he accepted the 6-star ball, nodding farewell to the assembly before vanishing with a swift motion. "He is a pure-hearted individual," the elder remarked approvingly as he watched the fading silhouette. Indeed, had he not been so, he could not have fully mastered the art of telepathy. An older Namekian in the crowd concurred. In an instant, Ceram materialized upon a grassy expanse, where he beheld a small excavated depression containing 5 Dragon Balls. These were the very Dragon Balls he had gathered a fortnight prior, with 2 frogs perched atop the 3-star ball, marking it for instant transmission. Now, with this new addition, only 1-star ball remained. Excitedly, Ceram placed the orb into the collection, murmuring to himself in delight. However, as he turned to face the west, his elation rapidly diminished, giving way to a grave demeanor. The moment he arrived on Namek, he sensed an overwhelming aura, nearly 10 times stronger than his own. He was acutely aware that this must belong to the most powerful Namekian on the planet, known as Neru, or perhaps Neil. Consequently, Sailorman refrained from activating his scouter, for he could discern the strength of the aura without it. After briefly closing his eyes and exhaling deeply, Sailorman vanished once more. Simultaneously, in a vast chamber, a remarkably large elder sat serenely in a chair, his countenance tranquil, eyes gently closed as if in slumber. He has arrived. Go open the door and let him in. The elder spoke in a calm tone, never once opening his eyes. Yes, a nearby young man replied, bowing respectfully before swiftly departing down a side passage. As Sailorman contemplated how to knock on the spherical door before him, a low humming sound began to resonate. He looked up as the hatch on one side of the colossal vessel slowly opened, revealing a young, agile Namekian who gazed back at him with an expression of calm. Bick? No. It's Neil, Saruman exclaimed, only to shake his head in realization, as the resemblance between him and Bick was striking. Come in. The elder wishes to see you, Neil said calmly before stepping inside. His gaze was piercing. The moment Saruman met his eyes, he felt a jolt of trepidation, though he sensed no malice from him. Nonetheless, the weight of an insurmountable mountain pressed upon him, an oppressive feeling that he could not shake off. Upon hearing Neil's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Saruman's face, only to vanish in an instant. He was well aware that the elder's abilities surpassed those of an ordinary deity, so it was not surprising that he had some foresight regarding certain matters. After a moment of contemplation, Saruman raised his head, steeling himself against the pressure, and followed Neil inside. The interior was exceedingly spacious. Following Neil through a corridor, Saruman ascended to the second floor, emerging into an even larger chamber. Elder, he instinctively called out upon spotting the imposing figure not far away. Young man, come here, the elder said, a slight furrow appearing on his brow as he opened his eyes, which sparkled with vitality, betraying none of his advanced age. Yes, Saruman nodded, boldly approaching to stand before the elder. I can provide you with the Dragon Balls, but I would like to hear your reasoning first, the elder stated, gazing calmly at the diminutive Saruman before him. I seek to use the Dragon Balls merely to fulfill some personal wishes. I have no intention of employing them for malevolent purposes, Saruman replied, meeting the elder's penetrating gaze with a clear conscience. I can sense your sincerity. Yet I still wish to hear what compelling argument you possess to persuade me, the elder insisted. Saruman realized he had misunderstood the elder's intent. After a moment's reflection, he continued, if Namek faces any insurmountable calamities in the future, I will do everything within my power to assist. He considered the invasion of Frieza. Had he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he could have intervened to deal with Frieza, though it seemed Goku was already destined to handle that. Of course, this was contingent upon the original timeline remaining largely unchanged. In truth, Saruman was reluctant to interfere too greatly with Goku and his companions' destinies. But those matters could be addressed in due course. You? Neil interjected abruptly, interrupting Saruman's train of thought. Neil fell silent, standing quietly by, ceasing his words. When Saruman glanced at Neil, he noticed a hint of disdain on his face, recognizing that Neil looked down upon his current strength. Nevertheless, this is indeed a fact, for the disparity in strength between the two is insurmountable. Should the opponent wish to, a mere finger could extinguish one's life, leaving little room for the execution of instantaneous escape. At this moment, the elder nodded and spoke, his voice pulling Saruman back from his reverie. Indeed, I can sense that the planet Namek is on the brink of a tremendous calamity. Whether you choose to intervene remains to be seen. It is all a matter of fate. The elder's words took Saruman by surprise, yet before he could ponder further, the elder retrieved the Dragon Ball from above his head and handed it to him. Thank you, Saruman exclaimed, hastily accepting it, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Were it not for the circumstances, he would have liked to shout aloud in joy. At long last, he had gathered all the Dragon Balls. Although the wish was within reach, Saruman found himself staring at the Dragon Ball, feeling an odd sense of unreality. Elder, what is this? Still lost in his excitement, Saruman was suddenly seized by a large hand gripping his head, prompting him to look up in confusion. Allow me to assist you once more. Is this not what you desire? The elder said with a benevolent smile. Then I entrust this to you, elder. Saruman's joy intensified as the elder began to awaken his hidden potential. Initially uncertain of how to voice his request, He was pleasantly surprised that the elder had proactively chosen to unleash his potential. He understood that the elder owed him nothing. It was not a given that upon his mere request, the elder would elevate his abilities without justification. Chapter 28. 3 Wishes. Serant quietly closed his eyes, relaxing his entire being while opening his heart, relinquishing all resistance, and allowing the elder to perform his mystical art. At this moment, he distinctly felt a wave surge into his body, penetrating to the depths of his soul. This was not any form of energy or aura. It felt akin to the vibrations emitted by that small orb previously. Neil observed quietly from the side, his expression betraying no emotion, as if he had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. At this juncture, a faint white light enveloped Serant, resembling a mist that clung to him. A flicker of surprise crossed the elder's face, as if he had sensed something peculiar. However, he did not cease his incantation, his eyes remaining closed, and the look of astonishment quickly faded. After a moment, he remarked with interest, "Young man, though you are a Saiyan, you seem somewhat different from the others. To put it directly, your spirit and body appear to be at odds." Upon hearing this, Serant was taken aback, abruptly opening his eyes, pondering, could it be that the elder has discerned my disconnection from this world? Standing idly by, Neil raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, displaying a glimmer of interest, and then shifted his gaze to scrutinize Serant. Just as Serant was taken aback, the elder's calm voice resonated again, saying, "Young man, there is no need to be tense. Relax, it will be over soon." Upon hearing this, Serant exhaled, feeling relieved. The sensation of being seen through by others was indeed quite unsettling. The elder, having not pressed for further details, naturally left Serant reluctant to divulge anything. He promptly closed his eyes once more, fully immersing himself in the tranquil and comforting atmosphere. Before long, the elder's resonant voice pierced through Serant's flesh and reached his very soul, abruptly pulling him from his serene reverie. "You may now open your eyes." Gradually, he opened his eyes, confusion and bewilderment etched on his face, but upon sensing, he found nothing particularly remarkable. Were it not for his knowledge gleaned from Dragon Ball, he might have suspected the elder was deceiving him. Indeed, the elder nodded gently before turning to Neil, instructing, "Neil, assist him in realizing his wish." "Understood." Neil responded with a stoic glance at Serant before bowing to the elder. "Thank you," Serant acknowledged with a nod before striding forward. As for the matter of how much his combat power had increased, he would ponder it later. For now, fulfilling his wish was paramount. Serant had a premonition that this body likely held little potential, and he was more eager to see his wish come to fruition. Approaching Neil, he said in a soft tone, "I apologize," and then placed his right hand on Neil's shoulder, utilizing instant transmission to vanish from the spot. After their departure, the elder opened his eyes, which were filled with profound depth. He gazed up at the empty ceiling, murmuring to himself, could this all be inevitable? Moments later, a realization dawned upon him, and he continued to muse. Indeed, everything in this world has its purpose. I simply did not foresee such an outcome. With that, the elder shook his head helplessly, sighed deeply, and closed his eyes once more. Meanwhile, on the grassy ground beside the Dragon Ball pit, whoosh, the two figures suddenly appeared by the pit. Serant placed the last Dragon Ball into position, and thus all 7 Dragon Balls were finally gathered. He turned to Neil, his face alight with excitement, only to find Neil still surveying his surroundings, seemingly astonished by the marvels of instant transmission. However, Neil soon noticed Serant's gaze and, not wishing to waste any more time, lowered his head toward the 7 Dragon Balls, calling out in the language of Namek, "Come forth, Shenron." At this moment, Serant's heart raced uncontrollably. He endeavored to suppress this surge of excitement, yet the more he tried to contain it, the more exhilarated he became. Ultimately, he relinquished his attempts and instead focused intently on the 7 Dragon Balls, eager to witness the emergence of the dragon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Dragon Balls pulsated with a faint, shimmering light, as if resonating in unison. In an instant, the entire sky darkened, enveloping everything in a cloak of night. The darkness descended. Serant gazed upward at the obsidian sky, devoid of stars, seemingly shrouded by an unseen force, lacking any transparency. This was his first experience of Namek's sky turning dark. Although there was no cycle of day and night, they still possessed a sense of time passing. On a distant island, a group of children burst forth from a hemispherical dwelling, their eyes alight with excitement as they pointed and gazed at the heavens. The dragon. The dragon had once again manifested. It had been several years since the last time the sky had darkened. Who could have summoned it? They longed to know the wishes being made. Simultaneously, in various locales across Namek, countless Namekians paused their activities, drawn to the same direction in the sky. May their wishes be granted. Congratulations. Surely, they will come to fruition. Namekians in different areas looked skyward, some filled with curiosity, others with radiant joy, each expressing their well wishes for the young man. At that moment, before Cyromath, a resounding explosion erupted. A beam of golden light shot skyward from the 7 Dragon Balls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The suddenness nearly sent him reeling backward. Following this, the 7 Dragon Balls ascended into the firmament, gradually merging into the ethereal form of the dragon created by the golden light. As the dragon's essence fused with the Dragon Balls, it became increasingly corporeal, swiftly transforming into an immense dragon. Its back gleamed emerald, its form poised and fierce, with every sinewy line distinctly visible. Its razor-sharp claws appeared capable of rending the very fabric of existence. Upon its emergence, the dragon's tail remained tethered to the ground, while its colossal head danced through the sky, weaving and spiraling as though in a languorous drift, refusing to settle. Witnessing this spectacle instilled a profound sense of awe within the observer. Cyromath, despite his current composure, was momentarily taken aback. Although he sensed that the dragon bore no trace of combat prowess, his astonishment could not be concealed. He glanced sideways at Neil, who appeared unfazed, as if well acquainted with such wonders. Together, they silently observed the scene, waiting in quiet anticipation. Fortunately, it was not long before the dragon ceased its undulating movements, lowering its massive head to regard the 2 diminutive figures on the ground, akin to ants. A thunderous voice resonated forth. Speak. Express your desires. For I possess the power to fulfill 3 of them, regardless of their nature. The profound resonance of this declaration reverberated through the ears of Ceram, causing a sharp discomfort. Yet the words were articulated not in the tongue of Namek, but were comprehensible to him nonetheless. As the dragon's voice faded, Neil turned his gaze towards him, and Ceram, recovering from his astonishment, promptly articulated his inaugural wish. I yearn for eternal life, to exist without the constraints of time. Upon hearing this, Neil's expression remained unchanged, and he subsequently directed his attention towards the dragon, speaking in the Namekian language. Ceram, captivated by the scene, felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through his limbs, as if he were ensnared in a vivid dream. Would he truly attain eternal existence? Such a wish is coveted by all, he mused. Raising his gaze once more, Ceram observed the dragon conversing with Neil in Namekian, and he quickly turned to Neil, who also glanced back, shaking his head gently, and remarked, regrettably, this wish cannot be granted. It exceeds the capabilities of the Grand Elder, as only the supreme deities possess the gift of infinite longevity. Upon hearing this, Ceram's countenance fell, muttering to himself, as expected, it is indeed unattainable. Yet, he had mentally prepared for this outcome, for it seemed that no one in the Dragon Ball universe had ever realized such a desire. Thus, he did not feel an overwhelming sense of disappointment, though acceptance was still a bitter pill to swallow. Noticing his silence, Neil encouraged him. Please, propose another wish. Ceram lifted his head once more and addressed Neil. Then I shall wish for a spaceship equipped with a gravity device that amplifies gravity 100-fold. The faster it can traverse, the better. Ideally, it should be compact enough to be stored like a capsule. Neil nodded in response and then directed his gaze skyward, articulating the wish to the dragon in Namekian. He spoke at length, yet his words were far from concluded. Observing this exchange, Ceram felt a twinge of uncertainty, as the Namekian dragon's responses tended to be rather straightforward, leaving him to wonder if such extensive demands could indeed be fulfilled. Regardless, the gravity device remained paramount. It was his most fervent desire at this moment. Just then, Neil turned with a subtle smile and declared, it has been realized. It was as though the dragon had manifested his wish. Ceram's heart leapt with joy, and in the next instant, a resounding thud echoed as a colossal sphere descended from the heavens amidst a cloud of smoke. With a thunderous crash, the spaceship landed, creating a substantial crater in the earth. As the haze dissipated, the two beheld the entirety of the vessel, a nearly 10-meter diameter orb, resplendent in its alabaster sheen. an enigma of material that was neither entirely metal nor entirely crystal. Ceram, momentarily at a loss for words, considered the nature of its construction. But before he could ponder further, Neil's voice resonated once again. Now, reveal your second wish. Ceram momentarily withdrew his thoughts, lowering his head in contemplation. To be honest, he had little else on his mind. His fervent desire was to acquire the gravity device. Now that it had materialized, what wish should he utter? He pondered deeply, realizing that a wish too grand might be unattainable, while those of a more mundane nature held little appeal. After considerable reflection, he finally raised his gaze towards Neil and declared, "Let it be 100 sets of fitted battle suits." Neil nodded in response and turned towards the divine dragon to make the wish. In no time, 10 modest wooden boxes descended. With a series of thuds, only one remained. After the wish was granted, Ceram looked over and spoke again. His eyes darted as he contemplated for a while before stating, "For my final wish, let me enjoy a lifetime of robust health, free from illness." "Very well," Neil acknowledged with a nod, directing a few more words towards the divine dragon before looking back. At that moment, a fleeting glimmer of white light enveloped Ceram, vanishing just as swiftly. He scrutinized his body, noting no apparent changes or sensations, dismissing the thought. It must have been fulfilled. Then, with a resonant hum, the divine dragon began to dissolve, revealing 7 resplendent dragon balls that circled around before, in an instant. They shot off in 7 different directions. The sky promptly brightened again, restoring daylight, with blue skies and white clouds, as if nothing had transpired. "Well, I must take my leave." "Take care," Neil remarked, nodding towards Ceram before soaring into the sky without hesitation. "Do you not require my instant teleportation to return?" Ceram called out loudly towards the sky. "No need," came Neil's resolute voice from afar, swiftly fading into the horizon of the eastern sky. Ceram understood that Neil likely had pressing matters to attend to and chose not to dwell on it. Chapter 29, The Saiyan Strike. "The hell show begins until we meet again," Ceram murmured softly to himself, then moved to collect the 3 boxes of battle suits, heading straight towards the nearby spaceship. Upon reaching the vessel, he quickly noticed a 3-meter-wide circular emblem on one side, adorned with numerous lines forming a swirling pattern. Just as he contemplated how to open the hatch, the emblem unfurled like a camera aperture, revealing a 3-meter diameter circular passage. "Interesting," Ceram expressed with intrigue. He had not anticipated that merely thinking about it would cause the door to open automatically. Shaking his head, he peered inside and saw that illumination had already activated, revealing a passage over 2 meters in length. The walls surrounding the corridor were a soft gray, devoid of metallic sheen. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ceram curiously shouldered the battle suit case and stepped inside, surveying his surroundings as he walked. Upon traversing the corridor, he arrived at a hall approximately 5 or 6 meters wide, where the walls glimmered with a cold, steely brilliance, imparting an impression of unyielding strength. Numerous passages branched off from the walls, leading to various destinations, while at the center of the hall stood a control console resembling a table. After a casual glance, Ceram wandered further, discovering several rooms beyond the corridor, including a bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, and storage room, among others. Moreover, the space was furnished with an abundance of amenities, almost entirely equipped, evoking a sense of human comfort. He pondered whether the dragon had become more humanized, or if Nier had articulated additional wishes during his request. Shaking his head, Ceram dismissed these thoughts, opting not to test the spacecraft or the gravity system just yet. He swiftly exited the spacecraft, retrieving the remaining 7 cases of battle suits and stowing them aboard. He noted that the designs of the suits were largely similar, some featuring shoulder guards while others did not, and their appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Saiyan battle attire, albeit with distinct differences. After casually donning a gray battle suit devoid of shoulder guards, he stepped out of the spacecraft once more. Circling the vessel, he observed the absence of any identifying marks, save for the hatch and a capsule emblem beside it. Returning to the hatch, he gently pressed the capsule symbol, and with a resounding pop, a cloud of smoke enveloped him, as the spacecraft transformed into a capsule and descended. It was time to depart, if memory served him correctly. The 2 more powerful Saiyans were nearing Planet Gulf. Such an opportunity for battle was not to be missed. Grasping the fallen capsule tightly, a smile of anticipation graced his lips as he spoke to himself. Moments later, He tucked the capsule beneath his battle suit and closed his eyes, attuning himself to the energy signatures of other planets. After a brief moment of focus, Ceram's eyes flew open in disbelief, exclaiming, "I can't believe I can sense such distant energies." A surge of excitement and curiosity washed over him as he clenched his fists, slightly crouching, and slowly closed his eyes once more. A faint white light began to emanate from his form, causing the ground to tremble subtly beneath him. Suddenly, a tempest erupted, sweeping in all directions, bending distant trees of considerable girth at sharp angles without breaking them. Ceram's hair danced wildly in the gale, and as he sensed the increase in his strength, a confident and exhilarated smile emerged on his face. "Though my potential may not be vast, my power has at least more than doubled. Excellent. This will expedite my return." In the next instant, with a swift whoosh, he departed from Namek. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month and a half has passed. On the planet of Gulf, a serene tableau remains, untouched by war, strife, or destruction. The inhabitants enjoy their freedom daily, building their homes and practicing their martial skills, blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. One afternoon, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, the sky retained its azure hue, with radiant sunlight cascading upon the earth, illuminating the hearts of all with a sense of joy. At that moment, 2 meteors streaked across the heavens, vanishing almost instantaneously into the distant sky. They traversed the expanse above the ocean, the continent, and the small islands, ultimately heading toward a colossal island amidst the sea. This vast island, measuring over 10 kilometers in length and width, is in proximity to a mainland and is lush with thriving flora and fauna, having been inhabited for centuries. Today, its population has burgeoned to several 100,000, and from above, one could discern clusters of buildings sprawling in concentric circles. Suddenly, 2 spacecraft soared over the continent, hurtling directly toward the island's center, disappearing from sight in an instant. Following 2 thunderous booms, the surrounding land trembled, startling numerous birds from the treetops. What was that sound? Was there an earthquake? In one of the building complexes, 2 children, around 11 or 12 years old, abruptly halted their playful chase, turning to gaze behind them, their faces etched with confusion and curiosity. They had just distinctly heard a loud noise emanating from that direction, coinciding with the tremors of the earth. "Don't move. I'll go take a look," a nearby youth declared before launching into the air, vanishing from the children's view. "How wonderful it must be to fly. I want to see too. Dad said he would teach me to fly when I grow up." The 2 children watched the direction from which the youth had disappeared, their expressions a mixture of envy and curiosity. Near the center of the island, a circular complex of buildings had a gaping breach, marked by 2 enormous craters that had engulfed many structures. These twin pits, aligned side by side, each measuring 50 to 60 meters wide and over 10 meters deep, were slowly emitting clouds of dust. The air was filled with a cacophony of wails and cries, evoking a sense of desolation. At the edges of the craters, fragments of wooden houses lay scattered, and several individuals lay motionless, blood pooling around them like spilled blue ink. As more people rushed to the scene, their faces were painted with bewilderment as they gathered at the edges of the craters, pointing and murmuring, unable to comprehend the unfolding disaster. "Mommy, Daddy," a small girl cried, crumpled on the ground, gazing into the pit. This had once been her home, and now nothing remained but 2 gaping holes. "My home." An elderly man squeezed in, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he instantly collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. One after another, individuals rushed in, succumbing to their sorrow. "Is it a meteorite? I hardly think so. It's bewildering." Among the crowd, some wept in anguish, while others, despite their grief, could not suppress their curiosity and began to discuss amongst themselves. "Look, it seems someone is about to emerge." Suddenly, a middle-aged man shouted, pointing at the bottom of the pit. At this proclamation, a multitude shifted their attention, nearly half of them ceasing their weeping to gaze intently. A buzzing sound resonated from within the pit. Gradually, the doors of 2 spacecraft opened, revealing a hand gripping the doorframe. Following that, 2 figures soared out, gently ascending, eventually hovering in the low air to survey the onlookers. One of the men, around 30 years old, stood approximately 6 feet tall, with a fierce countenance, shoulder-length hair, and clad in a dull gray combat suit, lacking any form-fitting undergarments. His tail coiled tightly around his waist, adorned with a pale blue detector, his arms crossed over his chest, exuding an air of composure. though his muscular physique was evident. It was not overly developed. He was none other than Gathorn. The other figure was a petite woman, seemingly just over 5 feet tall, in her mid-20s, with long hair cascading down to her waist. Her features were delicate, yet her expression was frigid, emanating an aura that repelled others. Her arms hung naturally at her sides. Wearing a light red detector, dressed in a gray combat suit, with a slight swell at her chest. Beneath her armor, a deep blue undergarment clung to her slender form. Betraying no signs of muscle, she appeared entirely fragile. "It's all their fault. Let us kill them," shouted the crowd gathered at the edge of the deep pit, hurling stones and wooden debris toward the airborne Gathorn and Orlan. "Is this the planet Gulf? The environment seems quite pleasant," Orlan mused, surveying the surroundings. Seemingly unaffected by the ruckus, as though the crowd did not exist at all. Yet, their assaults barely grazed the two. It appeared an invisible energy barrier surrounded Gathorn and Orlan, rendering all projectiles into mere powder the instant they neared within half a meter of them. "This is impossible. What is happening? Am I seeing things?" The crowd below gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Some left agape in shock, unable to close their mouths for an extended moment. However, their astonishment was fleeting. Regaining their wits, they defiantly picked up stones and any available objects, resuming their relentless assault on the two figures in the air. At this moment, a faint smile graced Gathorn's lips as he ascended higher, gazing down at the throng below, his eyes reflecting a perception akin to viewing mere inanimate objects. "The environment is quite pleasant, yet regrettably, the species that have emerged are rather primitive. Despite their large stature, their strength is disproportionate. Their combat prowess barely reaches 10. Should we inquire with them?" His tone was utterly calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. After speaking, Gathorn turned to the recently arrived Orlan, seemingly seeking her counsel. A glint of madness flickered in Orlan's eyes. Her previously icy demeanor softened, giving way to an alluring and sinister tone. "No need, it's too noisy. I have an aversion to them. After all, there are plenty of people on this planet. Are we to fear that we might not find someone to question about the whereabouts of the spirit water? Indeed, this planet is quite suitable for a hellish spectacle. Shall it be you or I?" A cruel smile curled at the corners of Gathorn's mouth as he looked down upon the helpless crowd below, his gaze akin to that of a child observing mere toys. Their voices were not quiet, and the throng beneath them clearly heard their exchange. "What are they discussing?" "I have no idea. What is the spirit water?" Curiosity and confusion spread among the people, sparking further chatter. "A hellish spectacle?" A young girl, no more than 5 or 6 years of age, gazed skyward with intrigue. The crowd lifted their eyes, and upon meeting the gaze of the two figures, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over them, sending chills down their spines. Many crumpled to the ground, unable to rise. Just then, a wave of light surged upward, approaching Gathorn and Orlan, yet before it could touch them, it disintegrated into nothingness. "What?" A voice of astonishment arose from the crowd. Turning around, they beheld a tall, robust man slowly lowering his clasped hands, his expression shifting from disbelief to sheer terror. "Allow me to take this one." Orlan's face lit up with excitement. With a single hand raised, a blinding light erupted forth, rampaging outward in all directions. Simultaneously, the onlookers were engulfed in darkness, while others on the island remained oblivious, continuing their activities. Some, driven by curiosity, approached to investigate, while those who were closer turned to glance, only to be instantly consumed by the radiant light. In the next moment, a thunderous roar resonated across half the planet, the wind spiraling violently, causing the surrounding waters to recede. Beneath the blazing sun, Lin Zhu, perched atop a mountain peak, was jolted into consciousness as if struck by lightning, nearly tumbling down. He turned to the eastern horizon, exclaiming in shock, "What? This is impossible." His fists clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Simultaneously, in another location, a grassy meadow bathed in the glow of the setting sun was adorned with a blanket, where a man and woman were playfully engaging with a toddler, none other than Fu Man and Huaying. "What is troubling you?" Huaying observed as Fu Man withdrew his hand, turning to him with a face full of confusion. She noticed that he was drenched in sweat, his gaze fixed on the west, his expression one of sheer terror. The more she looked, the more her concern deepened, and she grasped Fu Man's hand tightly. Yet he remained unresponsive for an extended period, his countenance growing increasingly somber. "What on earth is happening?" "Ah man," she queried anxiously. Finally, Fu Man lifted his gaze to the sky, uttering weakly, "Alas. The enemy is approaching, far more terrifying than we had anticipated. Hundreds of thousands have perished in an instant." "What?" Huang gasped, believing she had misheard. She swiftly covered her mouth, her eyes widening in shock, rendered speechless for what felt like an eternity. Wah wah wah. The toddlers playing on the blanket suddenly collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. At that moment, beneath the expansive night sky adorned with twinkling stars, a dark, ink-like pool emerged from the earth, resembling a swamp, and slowly revealed a shadowy figure. The viscous black liquid that clung to him gradually dripped away, leaving him seemingly immaculate. Gradually, a handsome young man emerged, unmistakably the now grown-up Tong Yu. His expression was grave, yet devoid of panic, instead radiating a hint of confidence. In the next instant, with a whoosh, he vanished from sight. "Alas, I must intervene. Otherwise, the inhabitants of this planet will soon be annihilated," Fu Man declared, his demeanor more serious than ever. He then turned to Hua Ying, his face etched with determination. "Hua Ying, you and Manning must remain here. No matter what happens, do not venture forth." "No. Oh man, I want to accompany you," Hua Ying pleaded urgently, gripping Fu Man's arm tightly, her eyes brimming with worry and reluctance. She was not foolish and understood the gravity of the situation, yet she feared for Fu Man's safety, terrified that this departure might mean he would never return. "No." Fu Man rejected without hesitation. He turned to Hua Ying and shook his head, saying, "You cannot fathom how terrifying they are. Even Serant and Gula Deu pale in comparison to these foes." Tears shimmered in Hua Ying's eyes, her mind racing with the dread of confronting such formidable adversaries. And the potential consequences were too harrowing to contemplate. "Enough. Be obedient." Fu Man gently caressed her cheek, wiping away the tears from the corner of her eye. His tone resolute. Hua Ying tightly shut her eyes, then reopened them, filled with resignation. Reluctantly, she loosened her grip, though the worry and unwillingness in her expression remained unchanged. "Little Man Ying, wait for your father to return," Fu Man said, glancing at the child cradled in Hua Ying's other arm, ruffling her hair before soaring into the sky. Heading towards the western horizon. "Oh man, we await your return," Hua Ying called out, rising to her feet and shouting towards the distant sky. After the shout, his eyes remained fixed on that direction, unwavering. At this moment, from the perspective of outer space, one could distinctly observe a pitch-black void emerging over the ocean, not far from a continent near the Tropic of Cancer on the planet Gulf. This void was more than twice the size of the original massive island, with the surrounding seawater seemingly held at bay by some unseen force, refusing to rush in and fill the emptiness. How intriguing. It appears that this planet is not entirely devoid of value, as there are indeed a few individuals of considerable strength. Gathorn muttered to himself while operating the detector, a look of interest suddenly illuminating his face. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing this, Orlan also activated her detector, glancing first to the east and then to the west, disdainfully remarking, "For 1,200 kilometers to the east, 3,600 kilometers to the west, and approximately 17,300 kilometers on the planet's dark side. Humph. The combined combat power of those three barely exceeds 5,000. Beneath them lay an endless abyss, dark as ink and unfathomably deep, yet amidst the surrounding shadows. A hint of deep blue flickered. This scene made it appear as though the two were suspended high in the atmosphere, yet they remained motionless throughout. Remarkably, there was not a single trace on their bodies. Such a colossal explosion had left them entirely unscathed. "Oh dear. They are moving at high speed and seem to have detected us, approaching this way. It appears we need not seek them out. Shall we wait for them to come to us?" Orlan's expression twisted into a wicked grin as she glanced at the data on her detector, then turned to Gathorn. "No need for that. Let us take our leave. They appear capable of sensing our presence. Let them come to us." Gathorn's tone was remarkably calm. With that, he transformed into a beam of white light, heading northwest. "Then let us proceed to stage a hellish spectacle," Orlan exclaimed with delight, her eyes brimming with madness and anticipation. And she too transformed into a beam of white light, soaring toward the continent. At this moment, on a certain white planet deep within the cosmos, snowflakes fell incessantly, blanketing the ground in an endless expanse of white. High above, Ceram's hair danced wildly in the frigid wind. So cold, he shivered, tightly wrapping his arms around himself. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from within him, and his hands fell to his sides. The biting wind whipped past him, yet Ceram, suspended in midair, remained unfazed. Only 3 drops left. I hope I can hold on until I return to the Golf Planet. He murmured to himself, gazing at the small vial in his hand, feeling uncertain about his ability to make it back. Intuitively, he sensed he must be quite close. However, within his perception, the aura of the Gulf inhabitants remained elusive. Could I have taken a wrong turn? No, that cannot be. He shook his head in denial, although his abilities had improved, allowing him to teleport greater distances in an instant. It was still uncertain whether he could traverse the year's worth of distance required for the spaceship within a mere half-month. Contemplating this, Serant resolved to make another attempt. Should he exhaust the remaining divine water and still fail to arrive, he would have no choice but to abandon the endeavor for the time being and reconsider his plans for the future. In the next moment, with a whoosh, he vanished from his original location. At this time, on the planet Gulf, the thunderous sounds of explosions echoed incessantly. In the skies above a certain landmass, Oren relentlessly attacked the tribal towns she encountered, marking the 6th such location. Countless lives were obliterated by her onslaught. Far too many perished without even realizing their fate, unaware of how they met their demise. As the two continued their swift advance, the sun rose higher in the sky, as if it had emerged from the west, transforming what had once been the afternoon into the approach of noon. Simultaneously, above a section of the sea, a beam of white light shot northeast with astonishing speed, creating a cascade of waves only after it had passed. Infuriated, Lin Zhu, enveloped in the white light, seethed with rage, his veins bulging and teeth clenched. The actions of Oren and her companion were palpable to him. "I shall rend you both into pieces," he declared, his fists clenched tightly, emitting a cracking sound as he accelerated his pace, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In a secluded village, smoke billowed as numerous houses lay in ruins, some reduced to rubble, scattered across the landscape in a haphazard manner. Surrounding the pits were countless remnants of bodies, strewn across the ground, with a blue liquid flowing over the earth as if several vats of dye had been upended, staining the gray soil a vivid blue. "Spare us, please. We will give you anything you desire." A woman in her 20s, her hair disheveled, pleaded while trembling against a door panel. Flanking her were 2 children, aged around 7 or 8, clinging tightly to her, their faces etched with fear, too terrified to utter a sound, silently shedding tears. The only noise came from an infant boy cradled in the woman's arms, who wailed incessantly. How unbearably loud! Oren bellowed, her very presence sending shockwaves that hurled the 4 of them, along with the door panel, into the air. Thud! The 2 children fell to the ground, coughing violently, blood trickling from their lips. "Mama!" they gasped, struggling to rise and return to their mother's side. The woman, clutching the infant protectively, managed to sit up, her face a mask of desperation. "I beg you, spare us." "Very well," Oren replied, a bright smile illuminating her features, as if she had grown weary of the game. The woman's heart sparked with hope at the sight of Oren's smile, but the next words that followed plunged her into utter despair. "I shall grant you freedom if you crush the infant in your arms. How does that sound?" Orlan said with a malevolent grin. The moment this expression fell upon the woman and child, their faces contorted in terror, far more profound than if they were being hunted by a beast. "No." The woman's complexion turned ashen, tears streaming down her face as she shook her head incessantly, retreating step by step. Orlan's smile remained intact as he paced towards her, his expression transforming into one of sheer delight and intoxication. "You have no say in this." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards the infant in the woman's arms, his movements languid, as if deliberately granting them an opportunity to flee. "Run!" The woman shouted to the children by her side, rising to escape in the opposite direction. As soon as her words were uttered, the 2 children instinctively darted away. The moment the woman began to flee, her head jerked back, nearly causing her to stumble. It was Orlan, having anticipated her flight, who seized her hair with his left hand. Simultaneously, his right index finger pointed beneath his left arm, and with a flick, a beam of white light shot forth from his fingertip, piercing through the head of the fleeing little girl. The girl staggered forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground, leaving this world forever. "No." The woman turned to look, emitting a heart-wrenching scream, teetering on the brink of madness, as if that blow had struck her own heart. "There's another," Orlan said mercilessly, gesturing towards another direction, and with a sudden twist, He forced the woman's head to follow, compelling her to witness the horror. Ugh! The woman wept continuously, producing strange sounds as faint traces of blood stained her mouth and nose. In her line of sight, the little boy was still stumbling as he ran. With a thud, he suddenly tripped over a piece of debris, yet he valiantly rose again, continuing his desperate flight. Run! Run! The woman silently screamed in her heart, desperately wishing her child could hear her and evade the wicked woman's grasp. Yet reality, as always, was cruel, and the scene before her sent her into a fresh bout of anguished screams. No, she watched as Orlan's right index finger coalesced a sphere of light, which shot forth in the next instant, directly piercing the boy's chest. With a thud, he too fell to the ground, just like the girl, having taken a few steps before collapsing, never to rise again. Ah! The woman cried out, struggling with all her might, disregarding the intense pain coursing through her body. Her neck creaking as it twisted painfully, her hair torn from her scalp. Ugh! At that moment, a sound of retching erupted, and a torrent of blood spewed from the woman's mouth. Crack! Orlan effortlessly pierced through the woman's back with his right hand. Seizing the infant, she clutched to her chest, pulling it through her body as he chuckled. You cannot hide it. Those who are damned must perish. At this moment, sitting cross-legged amidst a heap of corpses, Gathorn suddenly opened his eyes. He did not gaze towards Oren, but instead cast his sight towards the horizon on the left, only to turn back and close his eyes once more. Do not weep, little one, mother is here. Oren gently rubbed the infant's face against her own, her voice imbued with a soothing tenderness. Her movements were exceedingly gentle, her expression radiating love, as though the child were the most precious treasure in the world, and she was its devoted mother. Yet, within such a scene, an unsettling aura pervaded. The infant continued to wail incessantly, its body stained with blue blood. At that moment, Oren's expression sharpened, her gentle smile vanishing. She licked the blood from the infant's face, her tone chillingly cold. If you continue to cry, I shall consume you. However, the infant, so small and innocent, remained oblivious, instinctively wailing and struggling. Oren, unperturbed, allowed a smug smile to re-emerge on her face. After licking her lips, a sinister grin spread across her features, revealing her pearly white teeth. You dare! A furious voice echoed from afar, reverberating through the air. Oren halted her actions instantly, turning her displeased gaze towards the horizon, her expression akin to someone who has been abruptly interrupted in the midst of something pleasurable. Meanwhile, Gathorn, seated atop the mound of corpses, remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to the commotion, his eyes still tightly shut, the purpose of his stillness shrouded in mystery. Chapter 31. A constrained battle. A flash of light streaked across the sky, followed by the emergence of a dark figure that grew larger, revealing a person suspended in midair, their face contorted with fury. This was a robust and towering figure, over 2 meters tall, with clenched fists and muscles bulging with raw power, sporting a mere buzz cut. Oren turned away, raising her gaze to Lin Zhu, her brow slightly furrowing as she activated her scanner, observing the numbers flickering. With a combat power of merely 2,300, you dare to come here seeking death? Should I commend your bravery or condemn your foolishness? Her tone dripped with disdain, her gaze akin to that of one observing ants. Humph. Lin Zhu let out a cold snort, disregarding her remarks, instead focusing on the infant. His brow furrowed, displaying a look of sorrow and helplessness. After a moment, his gaze rose to meet Oren's loathsome visage, and he spoke with undeniable authority. Hand him over to me. He exuded an air that suggested he would not hesitate to strike if his demand was unmet. Put him down? Oren seemed to have heard the most absurd joke, bursting into laughter before once again fixing her gaze upon Lin Zhu, her expression laced with mockery. You expect me to simply release him? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhu's pupils constricted, his gaze darting incessantly between the infant and Orlan. He took a deep breath, his lips twitching as he spoke. What must you do to release him? He yearned to act, the urge to tear her apart overwhelming, yet the desire to rescue the infant compelled him to endure. Releasing him is not out of the question, Orlan mused, her demeanor shifting as if a different person had emerged. Lin Zhu's eyes brightened at this, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. His fists relaxed as he awaited her response in silence. Before long, Orlan glanced back at Lin Zhu, a wicked smile gracing her lips. Surely, you must offer me something in return. Speak plainly, what do you desire? Spare me the trivialities. Lin Zhu's patience evaporated. Unwilling to engage in further meaningless dialogue, he resolved to accept her terms, provided they were not excessive, intending to secure the infant before unleashing his full strength to eliminate her. Should her demands be unreasonable, vengeance for the child would become his sole pursuit. He would not allow her to manipulate him. Orlan wore an expression of indecision, her gaze flitting over Lin Zhu, lingering momentarily on his legs, then shifting to his arms. Lin Zhu felt a surge of fury at her scrutinizing gaze, yet he suppressed his emotions beneath a facade of composure. This was the first time he had encountered such humiliation, just as he was on the verge of succumbing to impulse and tearing Orlan apart. Her voice rang out brightly below, "Why not exchange your head for his?" Her tone was unervingly calm, as if she were discussing a trivial matter. Lin Zhu's expression darkened instantly, anger bubbling within him, yet the sight of the infant in her grasp quelled his rage, leaving him feeling utterly constrained. "Ah, how delightful!" Orlan beamed, reveling in her power over him, her gaze continuing to roam over Lin Zhu. "Humph." Orlan's smile faded, her eyes icy as they fixed on Lin Zhu's left arm. "Let us trade your left hand instead." At this proclamation, Lin Zhu did not erupt in fury as expected. Instead, he hesitated, his expression shifting through various shades of distress. He remained silent, grappling with his thoughts. "What? Are you afraid? I thought you were braver than this." Orlan's tone grew colder. Before Lin Zhu could respond, she tossed the infant into the air, her fingertips glowing with a brilliant white light. Yet, rather than panic, Lin Zhu's lips curled into a triumphant smile as the realization struck him. An opportunity had arisen. In an instant, he surged forward. The next moment, he found himself hovering above Orlan, his left hand swiftly reaching out to grasp the infant. Simultaneously, a smirk appeared at the corner of Orlan's mouth. Though her gaze remained fixed ahead, her right hand was in constant motion, abruptly raised above her head. With a swift motion, two beams of crimson light shot forth from her index and middle fingers. So rapid was their speed that not a sound was emitted before they reached Lin Zhu in an instant. "What?" Lin Zhu was taken aback. Just as he sensed the impending attack, it had already arrived beneath his arm, leaving him no time to retract his hand. The next moment, a piercing scream escaped his lips as the beam penetrated the left hand that was reaching for the infant. Despite the excruciating pain, he managed to grasp the child tightly, hastily transferring it to his right hand. Without hesitation, he swiftly distanced himself. Throughout this ordeal, Orlan refrained from further aggression. Raising her head to gaze at the ashen-faced Lin Zhu, her charming smile accompanied by the words, "How is it? I haven't made things difficult for you, have I?" Yet, to Lin Zhu, this smile appeared more grotesque and horrifying than that of a demon. Sweat streamed down his face, his left hand hanging limply, revealing two gaping holes the size of thumbs at the elbow joint. It was evident that the bone had been completely shattered. Blue blood gushed forth relentlessly, trickling down his forearm and pooling at his fingertips. Lin Zhu cast a fleeting glance at the infant, who was quietly staring back at him, adorably blinking its eyes. Through the agony, he mustered a smile, but his expression darkened as he turned to Orlan, silently vowing to eliminate her once the child was secured in a safe place. With determination, Lin Zhu transformed into a streak of white light, soaring into the distance. "Humph, did I say you could leave?" Orlan's displeasure became evident as she vanished from her position, reappearing in midair to pursue him relentlessly. Boom! Two beams of white light surged eastward, one trailing the other. At that moment, Lin Zhu glanced back, his brow furrowing in perplexity. He distinctly sensed her pursuit, yet she seemed to have vanished. Suddenly, an ominous realization struck him. His eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, "Not good." He swiftly turned back, his face contorted with sheer terror, coming to an abrupt halt. There stood Orlan, having somehow appeared before him, arms crossed defiantly. He had been utterly unaware of how she had surpassed him. "This is impossible. How could you be so fast?" Lin Zhu's face was a canvas of disbelief, as if all his prior training had been in vain, inducing a surreal sensation. Yet, he was not so frightened as to lose his composure. His astonishment quickly subsided. With a fierce determination, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing an energy beam as thick as a bowl, aimed directly at Orlan's face. The speed was astounding, slicing through the air and reaching her in an instant. However, Orlan remained calm, making no effort to evade or defend herself, allowing the beam to strike her face unimpeded. A thunderous explosion reverberated, and dense smoke enveloped Orlan. Lin Zhu gritted his teeth, his face etched with gravity, seizing the moment to pivot and flee in another direction. He understood that such an assault would not suffice to vanquish his adversary. Otherwise, the opponent would not have dared to confront him head-on. However, if he could merely delay for a moment, it would suffice. Where do you think you are going? Orlan suddenly emerged from the haze, pursuing Lin Zhu with fervor. Her left palm slicing through the air like an axe, aimed directly at his neck. Bang! Lin Zhu had no time to react. The swift strike landed on his neck with blinding speed, and in the next instant, he shot downward like an arrow released from its bow. As he plummeted, Lin Zhu shut his eyes tightly, clenching his jaw, fiercely cradling the infant in his arms. Just before nearing the ground, he opened his eyes wide, and his physique surged in size. With a roll, he landed with a resounding thud, his feet sinking deep into the earth, up to his knees. Interesting. You managed to stand firm against my casual strike. It seems this is your true strength, Orlan remarked. A flicker of surprise crossing her face as she observed Lin Zhu below. The fleeting number on her detector, 4588, appeared insignificant to her, akin to that of an ant. With a casual flick of her wrist, she unleashed a gust of energy, akin to swatting away a fly, propelling a projectile towards him. A thunderous sonic boom followed. The projectile, accelerating rapidly, morphed mid-air into an elongated ellipsoid, heading straight for Lin Zhu. Seeing this, Lin Zhu's expression turned grave but not panicked. He was still cradling the infant, rendering it inconvenient for him to engage fully in combat. With a sudden leap, he evaded the impending danger. Boom! Upon impact with the ground, the energy orb detonated, creating a massive crater hundreds of meters wide, with clouds of dust billowing into the air. Glancing back at the colossal pit shrouded in smoke, Lin Zhu's face reflected horror. He quickly scanned his surroundings, intent on finding an opportunity to escape. After securing the infant, he would return, even if it meant risking everything to rend this woman limb from limb. In the distance, he spotted several small peaks and wasted no time in soaring towards them. The cacophony generated by his flight echoed like a series of explosions. Orlan relished the slow torment of her prey, preferring to witness the sensation was akin to being abruptly halted mid-task, leaving her quite irked. Yet, she swiftly masked her annoyance and turned to gaze at Gason on the ground, inquiring, "Are you suggesting that we eradicate the inhabitants of this planet first, then wait for them to come to their demise?" "Wait. There's no need to wait. They will naturally come to us. During this interval, we shall kill as we please, without being led astray by a few trivial nuisances." Gason replied nonchalantly, and with that, he ascended skyward, transforming into a point of light that vanished towards the east. Orlan cast her gaze towards the eastern horizon, her expression twisted in profound disdain, though she refrained from uttering a word. After a brief moment of hesitation, she turned her attention westward, where ominous clouds gathered, threatening rain. With a moment's pause, she resolutely headed westward. Meanwhile, Vuman, observing the evening glow at the horizon, suddenly halted his flight, a look of terror etched upon his face. How could this be? Have they discovered my location? He distinctly sensed the two powerful auras diverging, with the stronger one advancing towards him. Vuman shook his head, muttering, "No, it should be fine." Yet, a flicker of concern for Hua Ying's safety crossed his mind. He quickly dismissed the thought, believing that the adversary would not be able to detect Hua Ying's feeble presence. Thus, Vuman suppressed his aura, abandoning flight to land in the lush jungle below. Slightly altering his course, he sprinted southwest. His plan was to circumvent one individual before pursuing the other at full speed to eliminate them, subsequently joining forces with the remaining two to confront the first. Elsewhere, high above a stretch of ocean, a young man soared at great speed, his face, arms, and all exposed skin adorned with intricate black patterns, giving the illusion of being tightly bound by chains. Compared to his earlier self, he appeared markedly more mature and steely, clearly having endured much over the past 3 years. As he beheld the dawn's early light on the horizon, a faint smile graced his lips as he mused, "They come willingly? Excellent. It saves me the effort of pursuit." With that, his speed intensified, carving a deep trench across the ocean surface, which took a considerable time to refill. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the distance, leaving only a faint shadow of dark purple light behind. What is happening? On a mountain peak, Lin Zhu gazed at the western storm clouds, perplexed. The infant he had cradled earlier had vanished, and the wound on his left hand seemed to have healed considerably. He had anticipated that his pursuers would follow, Yet to his surprise, they not only refrained from pursuing, but had also scattered in the opposite direction. Having been denied the chance to engage in a serious battle earlier, he now found himself in a chaotic state, with the infant dealt with and the enemy isolated. It was the perfect opportunity to exact retribution upon this woman. His pent-up frustration must be released. This is not good. Lin Zhu, lost in thought, suddenly felt a jolt of realization, sensing imminent danger. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped in a radiant white light and pursued westward. His face contorted with fury. An hour later, high above a vast prairie, Orlan hovered in the sky, gazing down at the numerous wooden huts below. She licked her lips, her expression reminiscent of one who has unexpectedly discovered an oasis in a desert. Throughout her journey, she had encountered few targets to eliminate, and the earlier necessity to let go of her prey had left her quite displeased, yet she dared not resist, pent up with frustration, seeking an outlet. How secluded this place is. Just what I needed. It will do quite nicely. Selecting her target, Orlan descended slowly. Unbeknownst to the tribe, danger loomed on the horizon. As children frolicked and chased one another, suddenly, a 7- or 8-year-old boy was knocked to the ground. Struggling to sit up, he looked up. His expression of pain swiftly replaced by curiosity. Who are you? The other two children, hearing the commotion, also paused, intrigued by the newcomer. Nearby adults quickly noticed the disturbance and cast curious glances in that direction. Chapter 32. The resumption of battle. A smile returned to Orlan's face, giving the impression to those unfamiliar with her that she was a gentle soul. She crouched down, her right hand gently stroking the boy's head as she spoke softly. Would you like to play with your sister? Huh. The boy, initially puzzled, became interested upon seeing a dazzling orb of light form at her left fingertip. Yes, yes. Although she appeared somewhat different from him and his companions, the boy found her approachable and not frightening. What intrigued him most was her ability to manipulate energy. He had witnessed this skill used by villagers from the neighboring settlement and had longed to learn it, yet had never found a teacher. All right. Then sister will help you defeat them all so they can never rise again, Orlan declared, gesturing towards the other two children. At this, the boy's smile froze in shock, swiftly replaced by terror. No, he cried out, struggling to break free. Observing this, Orlan tightened her grip. The adults nearby were startled by her words and immediately rushed to separate the two children. Simultaneously, some charged towards Orlan, intent on rescuing the boy. Death. Orlan's expression turned icy as she unleashed a barrage of light beams from her fingertips, piercing the chests of the advancing individuals and the two children. Thud. They collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The boy, held tightly in Orlan's grasp, erupted into tears, kicking his legs frantically. The remaining onlookers were frozen in fear, none daring to approach. What is the matter? Will no one come to save him? Then I shall send him on his way. Orlan surveyed the crowd with a wicked smile. Then with a swift motion, she crushed the boy's head, which exploded like a watermelon. Blood and flesh SBL. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted as all who witnessed the scene, men, women, and children alike, turned and fled in terror. Orlan revealed a chilling smile, choosing not to pursue them. Instead, she licked her hand and ascended into the sky. In the next moment, a tremendous roar resonated beneath her, and the entire tribe vanished from the meadow, replaced by a vast, gaping pit. Moments later, a streak of white light appeared on the horizon, revealing the figure of Lin Zhu, who gazed down at the still smoldering pit with unbridled fury etched upon his face. How infuriating! Lin Zhu let out a long howl towards the heavens before transforming into a beam of white light, pursuing the source of his wrath. In another part of the grassland, a miniature tribe composed of 70 or 80 wooden houses lay nestled, and atop one of the structures sat a woman in meditation. She appeared to be around 20 years of age, her features strikingly delicate, with long azure hair casually tied into a ponytail that cascaded down to her waist. She was Mley, now in her adulthood. Suddenly, she rose to her feet, her limbs exhibiting a graceful and elongated form. Though she stood at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet, she did not appear bulky. Rather, her entire being emanated the traits of a mature woman, with a proud bosom and rounded hips that showcased her unique allure. As Mley stood, she lifted her gaze to the sky, a fleeting expression of longing crossing her face. Shortly thereafter, her expression sharpened, and she turned her gaze toward the east, a joyful smile blossoming upon her lips. Is it him? Mley murmured to herself, before soaring into the sky, headed eastward. She sensed a powerful, yet somewhat familiar aura approaching rapidly. Meanwhile, in the skies above a desolate desert, Orlan, mid-flight, glanced at the flickering numbers on her detector with surprise. She halted her ascent, her interest piqued as she murmured, 306, such a feeble combat power, daring to approach me, truly fearless. Her curiosity heightened. She wished to discover the identity of this audacious individual. As she paused, the detector began to illuminate once more, revealing a far more formidable energy approaching. 3,980. Who could this be? Why has a new figure suddenly emerged, and why are they pursuing me? Has he altered his energy? Orlan turned eastward. Her face a blend of astonishment, anticipation, and confusion. Shaking her head, she found herself unable to comprehend the situation, deciding instead to remain where she was. After pausing the detector, she resolved to wait and see which of them would arrive first, intending to strike down the victor. The sky was eerily quiet, the sun gradually descending in the west, occasionally shrouded by wisps of white clouds, while dark clouds from the west steadily advanced towards her. Under the subtle rays of sunlight, Orlan stood with her arms crossed, patiently awaiting the inevitable confrontation as the gentle breeze danced through her flowing, ebony hair, causing it to flutter whimsically in the wind. Her eyes were tightly shut, and a confident smile graced her lips, unafraid of any potential assailants. Anyone daring to approach would meet their demise. After what felt like an eternity, a voice filled with excitement suddenly pierced the tranquility, exclaiming, "Sailorman, you have finally returned." Orlan was jolted from her serene state by the sound, slowly opening her eyes to behold a faint blue figure racing towards her. Initially taken aback, she soon wore a proud smile. "At last, you've arrived." Moments later, a woman appeared, coming to a halt right in front of Orlan. You are not Sailorman." As Mley steadied herself and looked up, astonishment washed over her, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of disappointment. From a distance, she had spotted the familiar deep blue figure, prompting her to rush forth, only to find her hopes dashed. "I never expected Sailorman to be mingling with such inferior beings. It stands to reason. The worthless should remain among the worthless." Orlan, initially surprised, quickly adopted a disdainful smile. "Why are you dressed like him?" Mley, bewildered, struggled to comprehend the situation. Anger flared within her as she retorted, "I won't allow you to call him worthless." "Humph." Seeking death, Orlan sneered. She could not abide such insolence, and, in a flash, seized Mley by the throat. Mley barely had time to react. It was only when she felt the grip tightening that she realized the peril she was in, but it was too late. "Ah," she gasped, her hands desperately clutching Orlan's slender wrists, struggling in vain against a grip as unyielding as stone. Orlan pulled her closer, coldly stating, "Tell me where Sailorman and Gula Deu are hiding. I might consider granting you a swift death." Her tone brooked no dissent. I would rather die than tell you," Mley managed to utter through labored breaths, her expression resolute against submission. "Oh, is that so? Then I shall torment you until your last breath, and we shall see if you relent." Orlan's lips curled into a wicked smile as her gaze roamed over Mley's arms, chest, abdomen, and down to her legs. "Shall I first break your arms, or perhaps extract your heart? Or should I slice open your belly, and then shatter your legs?" She paused, shaking her head. "No, no, no. Removing the heart would lead to a swift demise. It should be the last. Let us begin by breaking your legs. Then you shan't escape." With that, Orlan's left hand grasped Mley's right thigh. The dull thuds echoed repeatedly in the desolate air, reverberating through the empty expanse. At this moment, she remained resolute in her struggle, clinging to the hope of survival, yearning for the chance to reunite with him. Yet, the harshness of reality bore down upon her. The full force of her kick against Orlan felt akin to striking a stone statue, inflicting excruciating pain upon her foot while leaving him entirely unfazed. Orlan appeared to take pleasure in prolonging her torment, intentionally relaxing his grip on her right hand just enough for her to breathe, yet preventing her from breaking free. The movement of his left hand twisting outward also slowed. With a sudden crack, her right leg twisted outward at an obtuse angle from the mid-thigh. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Mley's lips, beads of sweat cascading down her face. "What now? Did you intend to say something?" Orlan taunted with a sinister smile. Mley's face contorted in agony, but she ceased her cries, forcing a smile through her suffering as she retorted, "Do you think this will make me surrender?" Her eyes slowly closed, bidding a final farewell. After uttering those words, A trickle of pale blue blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The hands that clutched Orlan's wrist fell limp, and her entire body succumbed to weakness. Orlan remarked, a hint of surprise flickering across her features, quickly replaced by disappointment. Is this truly the extent of your strength at the first step? How pathetic. She shook her head, observing Mley's stillness, her head drooping. With another crack, she broke Mley's right hand, and upon receiving no response, she released her grip. With little interest in toying with a prey that would no longer struggle, Orlan gazed down at the lifeless Mley. Raising her right hand, she concentrated, forming an orb of energy in her palm. With a thunderous roar, a massive beam of white light surged forth. What? Orlan exclaimed, startled, as she instinctively recoiled, narrowly evading the strike. Turning, she beheld a robust figure hovering in the distance, slowly lowering his right hand, his face etched with fury. It was Lin Zhu, who had just arrived. Indeed, it is you. I never imagined you would dare to follow. As she spoke, Orlan's gaze flicked to Lin Zhu's left arm, where the wound had shrunk considerably, seemingly healing well. She felt a twinge of surprise, but her composure quickly returned. Lin Zhu, noticing Mley's motionless form on the ground, shook his head in resignation before fixing his fierce gaze on Orlan. What is there to fear? I previously had to tread carefully. But do you truly believe I am afraid of you? This time, I shall tear you apart. He would not let such an opportunity to confront her slip away. Down there, Lin Zhu pointed decisively towards a cluster of stone mountains behind him. Without a hint of hesitation, he soared forward, unconcerned that she might refuse to engage. He had already discerned the nature of his adversary. Moreover, he had sensed the approaching presence of Yu and Fu Man, knowing they would arrive shortly. Naturally, he felt little fear of his opponent. Perhaps he would vanquish his foe before they even arrived. Orlan turned and pursued, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Zhu ahead, declaring, Do you genuinely believe that your meager combat prowess makes you my equal? Soon, you shall comprehend what true power entails. Lin Zhu did not respond, instead descending straight down into the expanse of rocky hills. Orlan, feeling slighted by the disregard, refrained from immediate retaliation. Knowing he would soon have the opportunity to teach his adversary a lesson, he would relish the moment to see if Lin Zhu would dare to be so arrogant then. Meanwhile, Mley lay quietly in a modest pit, her right leg bent at an unnatural angle, 5 gaping wounds oozing blood. Her broken fingers twitched slightly, her face contorting in pain as she gradually opened her eyes and struggled to sit up, emitting a pained groan. Oh. Mley gazed at her shattered leg and her incapacitated arm, a flicker of self-mockery crossing her features. How could it have come to this? Earlier, she had truly believed she was on the brink of death, unable to escape, until she suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura drawing near. In that instant, a spark of intuition prompted her to feign death as a gamble. If she were to perish, she would accept her fate. However, if she survived, there remained a glimmer of hope. This was her final thought at that moment. It seems there is still a chance. A flicker of hope illuminated her face. Her trembling body yearned to rise, yet she lacked the strength to stand or take flight, resigned to remain seated or lying in place until her strength was somewhat restored. Lin Zhu and Orlan stood atop a small rocky hill, facing each other, neither willing to strike first. The area was dotted with numerous small hills, each only a few dozen meters high, the ground littered with rubble, devoid of soil, presenting a desolate landscape. Suddenly, the stone beneath Lin Zhu shattered into countless fragments, collapsing as Lin Zhu's figure vanished. In an instant, he reappeared before Orlan, delivering a powerful blow to his face. A dull thud echoed through the air. Orlan smiled, tilting his head back, a trickle of blood sliding from the corner of his mouth, his tone laced with mockery. Is this all the strength you possess? In a flash, the two figures vanished from sight, leaving behind a scene of continuously crumbling hills and a series of newly formed craters. The air around them reverberated with thunderous sounds of destruction and explosion. The atmosphere distorted under the weight of their clash, as if the very fabric of space trembled in response to their formidable auras. Orlan curled into a ball, rapidly tumbling through the air before aiming for a rocky hill. Just before impact, he extended his limbs, landing steadily atop it. Lin Zhu swiftly followed, crossing her fingers into a tight fist, and struck heavily towards Orlan's face. Orlan, however, exhibited not a trace of panic. The corners of her mouth curled slightly as she leapt backward, evading the blow. In an instant, the stone mountain was shattered into countless fragments by Lin Zhu's attack, collapsing dramatically. Lin Zhu raised her head, her expression resolute, and pursued once more, her speed creating a deafening whoosh through the air. In the blink of an eye, she appeared beside Orlan, delivering a horizontal knife hand strike towards her neck. Orlan, still wearing a disdainful expression, vanished in an instant, leaving only an afterimage. With a swift motion, Lin Zhu severed the afterimage in two. The continuous misses gradually stripped away Lin Zhu's composure, revealing her astonishment. This is impossible. So weak, too weak. Orlan hovered in midair, looking down at the astonished Lin Zhu. Shaking her head lightly. With a fierce shout, Lin Zhu was enveloped in a radiant white light and soared skyward. In the blink of an eye, she reached Orlan, unleashing a flurry of punches, each accompanied by a sound that seemed to tear the very air apart. However, Orlan's body merely swayed lightly, her movements appearing almost excruciatingly slow, entirely out of sync with Lin Zhu's rapid strikes. Strangely, no matter how lightning-fast Lin Zhu's fists were, they could never land a blow on Orlan. Her form resembled a mere illusion. Lin Zhu's fists would pass through as if they struck nothing tangible. Chapter 33. Vuman arrives. The battle continues suddenly. Orlan broke into a smile, her right hand launching a punch with uncanny speed, accompanied by a whistling sound, aimed directly at Lin Zhu's face. Alarmed, Lin Zhu instinctively leaned back, attempting to create distance to evade the fierce blow. Yet, the two were too close. Before Lin Zhu could react, the attack was already upon her. With a resounding thud, Lin Zhu was sent flying backward. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, she hurtled towards the stone mountain below. So weak, too weak, Orlan lamented, shaking her head in disappointment, then swiftly inverted her body and pursued. In an instant, she was alongside the still reeling Lin Zhu. Casting a sideways glance, Lin Zhu's visage was contorted in pain, her eyes tightly shut, unable to halt her momentum. Humph, is that all? I haven't even had my fun yet, Orlan scoffed, delivering a heavy elbow strike to Lin Zhu's chest. Just then, Lin Zhu's eyes snapped open. She rolled her body, driving her right knee like a hammer towards Orlan's back. How is this possible? Orlan gasped in shock. It dawned on her that her opponent had concealed strength. But before she could marvel further, she was struck forcefully in the back. With a dull thud, Orlan plummeted to the ground like a meteorite. At that moment, Lin Zhu's lips curled into a smirk, and with a swift motion, she vanished, only to reappear behind Orlan, delivering a powerful kick. What? Orlan, startled by the sound of rushing air, barely had time to halt her momentum before the blow struck her ribs, sending her hurtling sideways. Lin Zhu, seizing the upper hand, pursued relentlessly, closing the distance rapidly. With her fingers interlaced and fists clenched, she unleashed a devastating strike. The punch landed squarely on Orlan's back, followed by a resounding crash. Orlan was driven deep into the rubble, causing the ground to tremble and a cloud of dust to billow into the air. Lin Zhu looked down upon the swirling dust with a fierce expression, then flicked her finger towards the haze, sending a green energy orb spiraling downwards into the cloud. Another thunderous explosion erupted as the dust was completely dispersed, revealing Orlan's figure. To Lin Zhu's surprise, Orlan gazed up at her with an air of nonchalance, a faint smile gracing her lips as if nothing had transpired. Taken aback, yet maintaining her composure, Lin Zhu calmly declared, "Unleash your full strength. I am aware that you have more power concealed within you." Orlan, exuding confidence, flashed a smile and raised 3 fingers, stating, "I have only utilized 30% of my strength thus far. You would be wise to give it your all, or else the next strike will send you to meet the King of Hell." Lin Zhu's eyelids twitched slightly, her expression turning serious, though not excessively perturbed. Even though she had exerted nearly half of her own strength, she was not convinced that Orlan spoke the truth. She would not concede without a fight. Only through confrontation could the true measure of their strengths be determined. Until the final moment, she would not surrender. "Very well. I shall not hold back simply because you are a woman, nor will I show any hesitation. A strike lands where it lands, regardless of the target," Lin Zhu stated coldly, resolved to unleash her full power in this battle, indifferent to gender, focusing solely on delivering lethal blows. Upon hearing this, Orlan's gaze flickered momentarily before a smile broke forth as she waved her hand, saying, "Please, do as you wish." With a swift whoosh, both figures vanished once more. The sky erupted with a series of thunderous detonations as shockwaves radiated outward in all directions. In the next moment, The ground was alive with the sound of cracking, as massive stone formations crumbled instantaneously. Their clashes oscillated between sky and earth, the two combatants seemingly capable of vanishing from sight, leaving only the sounds of their collisions and explosions. While the ground bore witness to deep craters and collapsing rock formations, their silhouettes forever elusive. In an instant, they were back in the air. A tremendous crash resonated as Lin Zhu's fist connected with Orlan's face, followed by a swift convergence of her hands at her chest, unleashing a powerful energy sphere. Orlan had just managed to stabilize himself, but being too close, he was unable to defend in time. The energy blast followed closely behind and struck him, resulting in a thunderous explosion. A thick cloud of smoke engulfed both Orlan and Lin Zhu, rapidly spreading in all directions. Lin Zhu was poised to retreat, hoping to escape the smoke and evade the aftermath of the explosion, but in the next moment, he was taken aback. Suddenly, a hand seized his leg and yanked him back. The sounds of fierce combat echoed from within the smoke. However, the outside world remained oblivious to the turmoil inside. Moments later, with a resounding boom, the smoke erupted, and a figure shot out, plummeting towards the ground. Almost simultaneously, a petite silhouette emerged from the smoke. Orlan was in pursuit. Lin Zhu, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, struggled to lift his head and saw Orlan closing in rapidly. He forced a smile, seemingly unfazed. Orlan, witnessing Lin Zhu's defiance in the face of his assault, felt a surge of confusion followed swiftly by rage. Let us see if you can still smile after my next strike. He quickened his pace, his right fist clenched, radiant white light coalescing around it, aimed directly at Lin Zhu, who was about to be overtaken. Yet Lin Zhu, with a glint of triumph, crossed his hands in front of his chest, overlapping one palm over the other, his fingers forming an intricate gesture. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful shout, and a cascade of snow-like brilliance erupted from him. Instantly, a blinding light emanated, surpassing even the sun's reflection on snow, illuminating the somber sky tenfold. What? Ah, my eyes! Orlan exclaimed, halting his advance, hands instinctively shielding his face, unable to conceal his agony. Even Mandy, nearly a kilometer away, experienced a fleeting blindness, let alone Orlan, who was directly facing it. At that moment, a smug smile crept onto Lin Zhu's face as he pivoted his body 180 degrees and stomped the ground. With a thunderous crash, a massive crater formed where he had stepped, and Lin Zhu's figure vanished from sight, launching towards the airborne Orlan like a cannonball. Orlan, struggling to lower his hands, beheld a blurred shadow rapidly approaching. Just as he prepared to block, he was struck squarely in the face by a powerful headbutt. Bang! A cry of pain escaped Orlan's lips as blood flowed from his nose, his body soaring into the sky like a kite with severed strings. Not yet. You shall perish. Lin Zhu's voice brimmed with lethal intent, his demeanor transformed. He surged forward with incredible speed, swiftly ascending to even greater heights. Gazing down at Orlan, who was still hurtling towards him, he clasped his hands together without hesitation. In an instant, a radiant sphere of light, as large as a water tank, materialized before him. A crackling sound, reminiscent of something being pierced by an electric arc, echoed suddenly. Numerous electric arcs could be faintly seen dancing upon its surface. Lin Zhu exerted all his strength to push forward, simultaneously shouting, "Ultimate explosion!" The colossal energy sphere streaked across the sky like a comet, trailing a long tail, and hurtled directly toward Orlan, who was hurtling backward. In a flash, the energy sphere zipped past, reaching Orlan's back in the blink of an eye. No, this is impossible. Orlan, soaring backward, had already sensed the ominous sound of the impending strike behind her. Her expression contorted, brows twitching, she instantly opened her eyes wide. Just as the energy sphere was about to collide with her back, she twisted her body to face it, extending her hands in a futile attempt to block the impact. The immense energy sphere forcefully pushed her hands back and, with a devastating force, struck her chest directly. With a thunderous roar, the energy sphere, along with Orlan, plummeted toward the ground, creating a cataclysmic explosion. A blinding light erupted, its powerful shockwave ravaging outward in all directions. The earth trembled, and numerous rocky mountains crumbled in an instant. High above, Lin Zhu was also hurled away by the overwhelming aftershock, soaring backward until he finally came to a halt. Gasping for breath, visibly fatigued from the tremendous exertion of that last strike. Meanwhile, In a nearby sandpit, Mley emerged from the grains. Her face a mask of astonishment as she gazed at the distant stony mountains, murmuring to herself, "Did we win?" The previous battle had left an indelible mark on her perception. Struggling to ascend, she wobbled through the air, intent on discovering the outcome of the conflict. Before long, the dust had completely settled. On the ground lay a shallow pit measuring several tens of meters, starkly contrasting her expectations. Within the pit, Orlan lay motionless, her eyes shut. Her arms rendered useless, the gloves completely torn apart. A significant gash marred her combat suit at the chest, revealing a portion of her torso, covered in scratches. Yet devoid of blood. Finally resolved, Lin Zhu exhaled deeply, relieved that if this hadn't ended the conflict, he would have had little strength left to continue fighting. With that, he descended into the pit and approached Orlan, gazing down at her disheveled state. "It's time to conclude this." Lin Zhu relaxed, then crouched down and seized Orlan by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. Her head hung limply, a trickle of crimson blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, staining Lin Zhu's hand. Looking at her pitiful form, he felt no trace of compassion. Instead, he was consumed by a profound hatred and a thirst for vengeance. Recalling the countless lives cruelly taken by her hand, a fervent desire to rend her into pieces coursed through him, yet when the moment arrived, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Lin Zhu shook his head, ultimately deciding that a swift death would be preferable to the complications that might arise should her companions arrive. With resolve, he raised his right hand, palm directed at Orlan's left chest. A humming energy sphere coalesced in an instant. However, before he could unleash it, Orlan suddenly lifted her head, a wicked smile gracing her lips. "What?" Lin Zhu was taken aback, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. Just moments ago, she had been on the brink of death, and now she appeared revitalized. But there was no time for contemplation, as the next moment was punctuated by a blood-curdling scream. Orlan's right hand struck like lightning, seizing Lin Zhu's left hand, her fingers digging in with a brutal ferocity. "No, it's impossible. How can you possess such formidable strength?" Lin Zhu's face contorted in agony as he struggled to speak, his expression a tumult of fear and disbelief, his left hand slackening its grip. "Was that your full strength?" "Regrettably, I have only exerted 70% of my power." A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Orlan's face as she twisted her left hand sharply. A sickening crack echoing as Lin Zhu's arm was severed at the elbow. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Lin Zhu, beads of sweat instantly dotting his brow. He staggered backward, establishing distance while clutching the severed limb, yet blood continued to seep through his fingers. "I told you, what must remain will remain. No one can escape their fate." A frenzied look illuminated Orlan's face as she cast aside Lin Zhu's severed arm and unleashed a blast of energy, obliterating it into ashes. Lin Zhu's eyes widened in terror, his fighting spirit extinguished and his strength waning. In an instant, Orlan vanished from sight, only to reappear before him moments later. The instant Lin Zhu recognized her, she struck him with a knee to his chin. He let out a pained cry as he was propelled skyward. Orlan, reveling in her triumph, raised her right hand above her head, fingers spread wide, directing a wave of light towards Lin Zhu. A robust column of energy surged forth, akin to a fountain, aimed at the beleaguered Lin Zhu. He squinted against the brightness, reflecting bitterly, "I never imagined I would be so naive." He then closed his eyes heavily, surrendering to a sense of unwillingness rather than fear. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, dense smoke billowing outward. Orlan's gaze sharpened as she turned towards the east, calling out, "Who is there?" Lin Zhu struggled to open his eyes, and as he did, he beheld a figure soaring towards him. It was Fumin, who had just arrived. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you? What is it that you intend to accomplish on this planet?" Voman soared through the air, seizing the already gravely injured Lin Zhu, and descended to the ground. Casting a fierce glare at Orlan, his face twisted in anger. "Ha ha ha, do you not know who I am? I am, indeed, the one destined to end your life. However, should you divulge the whereabouts of the divine water, I might grant you a swift end." Orlan suddenly erupted in laughter, then turned to face Voman, saying, "Even if I were to expend some of my energy, do you truly believe you could defeat me?" Voman snorted dismissively, replying, "Well, that remains to be seen. With your companion absent, I shall swiftly resolve this matter, lest it linger into the night." He then turned to Lin Zhu, instructing, "Find somewhere to staunch your wounds." Lin Zhu nodded solemnly, her expression grave as she cautioned, "Be careful, she is far stronger than we can fathom. It was my underestimation that led to my current plight." With unwavering confidence, Volman reassured her, "Do not worry. Regardless of her strength, after a fierce battle, I doubt she will have much stamina left." Orlan burst into laughter once more, as if he had heard the most absurd joke under the sun. He retorted, "You truly think you can defeat me, even if I am somewhat fatigued? Oh, is that not the case?" Volman furrowed his brow slightly, then ascended to a rocky summit, clenching his fists tightly. In an instant, his fury erupted. A tempest arose, lifting numerous stones into the air, as an overwhelming aura radiated outward in all directions. At that moment, Lin Zhu, burdened by her injuries, retreated towards a distant rock formation. In the canopy of the forest, beneath the setting sun, Shiyu halted mid-flight, murmuring to himself, "I did not anticipate Volman's arrival. It seems I must hasten." With renewed speed, he vanished into the blinding rays of sunlight. Meanwhile, under the pitch-black night sky, a figure stood atop a mountain, his detection device flickering with activity. Beep, beep, beep. 4100, 4200, 4300, 4400. How intriguing. I did not foresee the earlier concealed presence now fully revealing itself. Jason mused. His gaze then narrowed as he spotted another series of numbers on the device, exclaiming, "It appears an even stronger force approaches. Are they all converging? I must make my move." With a smirk, he transformed into a streak of white light, disappearing into the eastern horizon. The sky was thick with dark clouds, thunder rumbling ominously, as if foreshadowing the impending clash. Volman and Orlan stood upon their respective rocky outcrops, facing each other from afar, one's eyes glinting with indomitable fighting spirit, while the other remained composed and unfazed. In the distance, Lin Zhu sat slumped beside a stone, her complexion pale. Although the bleeding from her severed arm had ceased and the wound had tightened, her body trembled slightly, clearly suffering from excessive blood loss. "Surely, you do not believe that this meager combat prowess is sufficient to secure victory over me?" Orlan glanced at the numbers on the detector, momentarily astonished, before casually shrugging her shoulders and saying, "Why not give it a try?" Volman, unfazed, chuckled lightly, remaining composed. At that moment, his muscles tensed, summoning every ounce of his strength to its zenith, not intending to probe the opponent gradually. Chapter 34. All assembled. Humph. Orlan snorted, suddenly transforming into a streak of blue light, dashing towards Volman at an almost imperceptible speed, her fists carved through the air, leaving behind trails that seemed to shatter the very atmosphere. Volman, however, maintained his calm demeanor, his gaze sharp as a blade. Rather than retreating, he advanced, his fists swinging vigorously to meet Orlan's assault. Bang, bang, bang. The two fists collided in midair, producing deafening, resounding thuds. The powerful shockwaves stirred up a tempest, sending gusts of wind swirling in all directions. "What?" Lin Zhu leaned against a stone mound, his mouth agape, a visage of shock etched across his face. Struggling to shield his face with his right hand against the onslaught of wind, he marveled at the formidable force unleashed by Volman, even though it was evidently not much stronger than his own. High above, Volman wore a confident smile as he accelerated, driving a knee into Orlan's abdomen, quickly following it up with an elbow strike to her back. Boom. Ah! Orlan cried out, her body bending into an arc as she plummeted earthward like a meteor. Whoosh. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as she plunged deep into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Volman hovered above, observing the crater below with a puzzled expression. Through this brief exchange, he realized that Orlan was not as powerful as he had initially imagined. Turning his gaze towards Lin Zhu, he noted his disheveled state, uncertain whether it was a testament to the enemy's strength or Lin Zhu's decline. Just then, Lin Zhu shouted, "Be careful." Suddenly, the crater erupted with a thunderous roar as Orlan shot out like a cannonball, a fierce wind trailing in her wake, swiftly closing in on Volman. "What?" Volman's eyes widened in disbelief, and before he could react, he was struck hard on the chin by Orlan's punch. Bang! Ah! Volman cried out in agony, his body soaring skyward like an arrow unleashed from its bow. Boom! Orlan unleashed a surge of powerful energy, swiftly pursuing him, grasping Volman's foot and flinging him into the air. Whoosh! 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 Volman's body spun in Orlan's grip like the blades of a helicopter, accelerating to a dizzying speed until he became nearly transparent, leaving only fleeting afterimages in his wake. At that moment, Orlan grinned, loosening her grip, allowing Valman to arc through the air before crashing down onto a stone mound. As Vuman soared through the air, his face contorted in anguish. He suddenly lifted his head just before crashing onto the rocky ground. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands together at his chest, conjuring an energy sphere the size of a wash basin. With a resounding boom, it shot directly towards Orlan, who coldly observed from above. "Is this your desperate struggle?" Orlan smirked derisively, crossing her arms defiantly in front of her, intending to withstand the attack head-on, hoping to demonstrate her opponent's weakness and folly. However, this scene only elicited a triumphant smile from Vuman. With a flourish, he separated and then brought his hands back together, causing the energy orb to split into two just before reaching Orlan. As they curved around her, they rejoined and struck her unguarded back. "What?" Orlan gasped in surprise, realizing the attack had not struck her directly. As she moved her hands aside to inspect, she found nothing before her, but a howling wind approached from behind. Alarmed, she turned, only to let out a horrific scream as the combined energy blast mercilessly struck her defenseless back. A thunderous explosion ensued, followed by billowing smoke that engulfed Orlan, obscuring her from view. With another resounding crash, Vuman shattered the rocky terrain, curling into a ball as he rolled away, finally coming to a steady halt. He lifted his gaze towards the sky. As the smoke began to clear, it revealed Orlan, who appeared both exhilarated and somewhat disheveled. "What?" Vuman was taken aback at her condition. Although this strike had not been his full strength, he had expected more significant damage given that she was taken by surprise. Orlan's battlesuit had torn open a gaping hole on her back, exposing slightly reddened skin, which seemed to indicate only minor abrasions. "Regrettably, if this is all you are capable of, I lack the patience to continue this game," Orlan remarked coldly, her expression tinged with disappointment. Vuman's pupils constricted, and his countenance grew grave, yet he exhibited no signs of despondency. It seemed he had underestimated her. If he could just hold out until Tongyu arrived, they could combine forces to secure victory. He cast a sidelong glance at the west, contemplating, then turned to Orlan, stating, "You are indeed stronger than I anticipated, but only marginally. This does not signify that we lack the opportunity to triumph over you." Vuman resolved that every moment counted, as he sensed Tongyu's imminent arrival. "Oh, is that so?" Orlan responded with an incredulous expression. She glanced at the struggling Lin Zhu on the ground, then back at Vuman, challenging him to see if he could endure. Vuman clenched his fists tightly, his entire being radiating an even more formidable aura. "Then allow me to demonstrate my true strength." The detector emitted a series of beeps, signaling a surge. 4400, 4500, 4600. "Interesting. I did not expect your combat prowess to ascend further. Yet what difference does it make?" Orlan remarked, shaking his head. Vuman remained silent, his breath steadying as he fixed a heavy gaze upon Orlan. He was uncertain of the extent of their disparity, yet he had no other recourse at this moment. All he could do was wager his remaining strength. In an instant, both figures vanished. The sound of their fists colliding echoed like thunder, a cacophony of powerful strikes. After a fierce exchange, Vuman swiftly created distance between them. In the next moment, he found refuge behind a rocky outcrop, but before he could catch his breath, his eyes narrowed in alarm as he disappeared from his position. With a resounding crash, the boulder erupted into countless fragments. Orlan's form emerged from the debris, only to vanish again. Vuman reappeared behind yet another stone formation, but this too soon shattered into pieces. Wherever he fled, Orlan was relentless, always materializing right behind him, impossible to shake off. After a series of evasions, Vuman ascended into the sky, only to be gripped by a sudden fear that rooted him in place. "How long do you intend to escape? Weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago?" Orlan appeared behind him, arms crossed, leaning casually against him. With a furrowed brow, Vuman swiftly turned, executing a knife-hand strike. But alas, he struck nothing but air. As his eyes darted around in search of Orlan's silhouette, he suddenly felt a crushing blow strike him from behind. Just as he turned, Orlan's fist collided with his back. Blood erupted from Vuman's mouth as he was propelled sideways. In a flash, Orlan seized Vuman's arm, dragging him down towards the ground, and just before impact, hurled him forcefully. With a thunderous roar, the earth was gouged, creating a vast pit. Orlan performed a graceful flip mid-air before landing steadily beside the newly formed chasm, taunting, Is this any different from before? As rubble cascaded down, Vyumin's face contorted in agony as he struggled to emerge from the depths, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. On the other side, Lin Zhu watched this scene unfold, his face etched with worry and helplessness, attempting to rise, but finding himself unable to stand. The detector blinked twice. Orlan abruptly turned to the west, a glimmer of joy illuminating his expression. Have they arrived so soon? Vyumin and Lin Zhu followed his gaze. But the horizon revealed no signs of movement. Yet smiles broke across their faces, for they sensed the arrival of that formidable aura. Soon after, a luminous point gradually emerged, quickly followed by a hazy figure. In a swift motion, another silhouette appeared, halting in the high altitude. It was a slender form, with long hair and a handsome visage, adorned with numerous intricate black patterns spiraling across its face, hands, and legs. Excellent. I've finally caught up, he exclaimed with excitement. Tonyu, you have finally arrived. Vyumin smiled at the figure in the sky, feeling a renewed sense of opportunity. Vyumin, it's been a while. You seem rather disheveled, Tonyu remarked, glancing at Vyumin, who lay sprawled on the ground. He then turned his gaze toward Lin Zhu, who was barely propped against a stone mountain, her brow furrowing slightly. A flicker of anger crossed her face, but vanished almost immediately without further comment. Beep, beep, beep. Orlan was initially startled, but after observing the steady readings on the detector, she scoffed. Only a combat power of 4,000? It appears we have another fool here to meet their demise. What a waste of my excitement. It's you. You don't seem particularly formidable, Tonyu remarked as he turned to scrutinize Orlan nonchalantly. Tonyu, do not be deceived by her appearance. She may seem petite, but her power far surpasses our imaginations, Vyumin warned, his brow furrowed with concern, sensing something peculiar about Tonyu. He was not the same as before. Oh, then I shall witness this for myself. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Tonyu's eyes, and in the next instant, he vanished with a whoosh. He reappeared before Orlan, delivering a powerful knee strike to her abdomen, catching her off guard. This is impossible. Orlan gasped, her body arching backward like a bow as she was propelled away. Nothing is impossible. At that moment, Tonyu grasped Orlan by her hair, yanking her back and relentlessly striking her abdomen with his other hand. The dull thuds echoed repeatedly. Orlan's face contorted with disbelief and agony, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. What? Vyumin watched the scene unfold, unable to believe his eyes. The energy he sensed from Tonyu had not been significantly stronger than his own. How had he suddenly become so formidable? Was the enemy already depleted of strength? Lin Zhu also stared in disbelief at the unfolding drama, a flicker of defeat crossing her face as she realized Tonyu had vastly outstripped both her and Vyumin. At that moment, Tonyu released his grip, his body spinning as he executed a fierce roundhouse kick that struck Orlan's ribs with brutal force. Orlan offered no resistance, seemingly devoid of any will to struggle. With a piercing scream, she contorted into an odd arc and plummeted toward the ground, creating a series of howling sounds in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that, a resounding crack echoed. Orlan crashed through 3 stone mountains before deeply embedding herself into the earth. Is that all there is to it? As Tonyu gazed disdainfully at the smoking pit in the ground, it suddenly cracked open, fissures spreading outward. With a thunderous roar, a figure burst forth from a crack several dozen meters away, charging stealthily towards Tonyu's back. Be careful, shouted Fu Man urgently. Tonyu's lips curled into a subtle smile, unfazed by the impending threat. He swiftly reached behind him, effortlessly seizing the neck of Orlan, who had just lunged at him. Fists clenched in preparation to strike. No, this is impossible, Orlan exclaimed in terror, struggling desperately, her hands gripping Tonyu's wrist tightly, her face contorted with pain. Humph. Let us bury you alongside the deceased, Tonyu declared coldly, his other hand targeting Orlan's chest. Within moments, a pale blue energy orb coalesced in his palm, swelling to the size of a basketball before being released, striking Orlan squarely in the chest. A deafening explosion ensued, enveloping both individuals in a thick cloud of smoke. After a prolonged silence, neither figure emerged from the haze, including Tonyu. Has it been resolved? Lin Zhu mused quietly against the rocky terrain, his expression a mix of doubt, joy, and unease. Meanwhile, Fu Man furrowed his brow, an odd expression upon his face, as if he harbored concerns. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Orlan's disheveled form was revealed, her combat suit torn wider, especially around her left breast, leaving her skin exposed and crimson. Faint traces of blood visible. Tong Yu still gripped Orlan's neck tightly, expressing surprise. I never expected your body to be sturdier than rock, at half my strength. You should have shattered into pieces. Orlan's chest heaved violently as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She slowly opened her eyes, a painful smile gracing her features. Why not just kill me outright? Is it your desire to torment me? There was an unsettling hint of enjoyment in her tone. With that, she struck out with a powerful punch, but Tong Yu swiftly caught her fist, twisting her around and seamlessly transitioning to choke her with his elbow. You've taken so many lives. How could I allow you to die so easily? I want you to experience the same despair they felt before their demise. To slowly perish in agony. Tong Yu's voice was icy, a flicker of madness and fury crossing his face. Witnessing this, Fu Man and Lin Zhu exchanged incredulous glances. Their once formidable adversary now appeared so feeble, as if caught in a dream. Fu Man's brow knitted in concern, silently questioning how Tong Yu had suddenly grown so powerful, tinged with a touch of madness. Lin Zhu, meanwhile, wore a troubled expression, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Suddenly, he turned to the east, alarm flashing across his face. Kill her quickly. Her companion is arriving. This is bad. He is here. Voman's face was etched with terror as he had previously concealed himself within the forest, witnessing the entity soar past him, its overwhelming aura nearly suffocating him. At this moment, the sensation returned with a chilling intensity, sending shivers down his spine. Kill her quickly. Voman urgently called out to Tong Yu in the sky. Tong Yu's eyelids twitched. He too sensed the presence, and with a sudden exertion, he applied pressure, distorting Orlan's neck. Orlan's face flushed crimson as she struggled fiercely, her hands gripping the arm constricting her throat, attempting to pry it away. Yet, regardless of Tong Yu's force, Orlan did not succumb to unconsciousness. As if he were not choking a human, but rather a formidable object. Just then, with a thunderous roar, it felt as if time had slowed. Even the sound stretched out. A brilliant light surged from the west, appearing before everyone in an instant, prompting both the individuals on the ground and Tong Yu in the sky to turn their gazes. The dazzling orb of light receded, revealing a figure of moderate height, Gason. A glowing white mist lingered around him, akin to phosphorescent powder slowly rising. The three of them turned pale as they recognized his presence. The discovery of his aura to his sudden appearance transpired in the blink of an eye. His speed had escalated to a level that rendered their senses incapable of tracking him, at least until he approached closely. Not far away, Mley had just arrived at the ravaged battlefield. Upon looking up, she immediately spotted Gason hovering in the air, as she sensed the weighty aura emanating from him. Akin to a mountain, a cold shiver ran down her spine, and visible beads of sweat appeared. At that moment, Gason glanced in her direction before descending onto a nearby rocky hill, settling down in a meditative posture. This is bad. I've been detected, Mley thought nervously. Hastily maneuvering towards another pile of rubble, intending to conceal herself and observe the unfolding events. She moved with utmost caution, fearful of creating even the slightest disturbance that might draw his attention. However, Gason did not look her way again. Instead, he cast a glance at the petrified Voman and Lin Zhu on the ground before turning his expressionless gaze towards Orlan in the sky. Chapter 35. A Nightmare or an Illusion, Demise. Tong Yu felt a shiver run through him as Gason's gaze fell upon him, as if a colossal mountain pressed upon him, rendering him momentarily powerless, and his grip slackened. Gason's eyes flickered to Orlan, whose eyelids were tightly shut and breaths faint, and he wore an expression of intense disdain as he remarked, "You still enjoy being tormented, don't you? Aren't you afraid of truly playing yourself to death? This is quite unbecoming." With that, he closed his eyes, showing no intention of intervening further. What? The others gasped in shock, struggling to believe their ears. As these words reached the ears of several individuals, it struck them like a thunderbolt, their faces contorted in disbelief as they turned to gaze at Orlan high above. Orlan slowly opened her eyes, the expression of anguish fading, replaced by a fleeting glimmer of displeasure. She had initially intended to launch a surprise attack at the moment her adversaries believed victory was within their grasp, allowing them to experience the jarring descent from hope to despair. Regrettably, this plan was thwarted by the irritating presence of Gathorn, who had interfered just when success was tantalizingly close. A wave of frustration surged within her, yet she dared not express it, instead channeling her ire towards the group below. At that moment, Tongyu, who had loosened his grip considerably, felt his pupils dilate in shock, as if he were hallucinating. His head turned stiffly, like a marionette, to confront Orlan's visage. "No, this cannot be true," he stammered, his voice trembling, teeth clenched tightly as he resolved to tighten his grip once more. He was certain of his newfound strength, having surpassed Lin Zhu and Fumin. Even together, they could scarcely rival him. He refused to believe he could be toyed with by this woman. Suddenly, Tongyu let out a piercing scream, just as he prepared to exert his strength. Orlan's expression twisted into a frenzied one as she sank her teeth into his arm, piercing deeply into the flesh. "Release me," Tongyu roared, thrashing his arm in a futile attempt to dislodge her, blood spraying into the air. Yet Orlan clung to him tenaciously, as though she were affixed to him. Moreover, like a vampire, she greedily drank the blood that flowed from his wound. "Damn it!" Tongyu gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a mixture of resentment and terror. He understood all too well that if this continued, he would soon succumb to blood loss, potentially losing his life in a most humiliating manner. "Die!" he bellowed, his right fist clenched tightly, striking forcefully against Orlan's back again and again. The sound of these relentless blows resonated through the air, echoing like a silent thunder. The individuals on the ground were left speechless, their minds frozen in shock, unable to react in any way. Yet Orlan, high above, wore an expression of madness. Her eyes were shut tight, seemingly impervious to pain, or perhaps she reveled in it, biting down even harder. Tongyu screamed in agony, a surge of energy enveloping him as he shot towards the ground like lightning. As he neared the earth, he forcefully slammed Orlan, who still clung to him, into the ground. A thunderous crash ensued, sending clouds of dust and shards of rock flying. Trembling, Tongyu rose from the massive crater. Casting a determined glance at Orlan still affixed to his arm, he placed his right hand against her back, a radiant light sparking from his palm, with tendrils of electricity dancing about. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful strike. Simultaneously, Orlan's closed eyes shot open, and in a heartbeat, she transformed into a fleeting shadow. With a swift motion, Tongyu's strike pierced through the afterimage and soared into the distance. He gasped for breath, his face contorting as beads of sweat visibly emerged. Lowering his gaze to his arm, he noticed a crescent-shaped gash near his elbow. Filled with rage, he turned to face Orlan, who stood not far ahead, his brow furrowed. "It's bitter, truly undrinkable," Orlan spat, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Tongyu with disdain. Observing Orlan's visage, Tongyu felt a twitch of his eyelid. Despite having sustained significant injuries, Orlan maintained an air of nonchalance that sparked a flicker of fear within him. "I never imagined there could exist a being as twisted as you," he said gravely, yet even in this moment, he showed no sign of retreat. Orlan shrugged dismissively. "You can only blame your weakness. The extent of your torment is entirely at my discretion." Tongyu turned to look at Fumin, who seemed to twitch at the corner of his mouth, as if attempting to convey something, but he quickly turned back to Orlan, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. "Humph. Torment? Who is to torment whom remains uncertain? Do you truly believe victory is assured?" With that, Tongyu clenched his fists, unleashing a powerful aura that enveloped him in a mist, resembling a gentle rise of pale flames. This formidable energy poured forth from him, causing the dark patterns on his body to rapidly recede, coalescing into a peculiar design on his back. The ominous clouds above were dispersed by his overwhelming presence, revealing half of the setting sun, which brightened the arena considerably. Simultaneously, the detectors belonging to Orlan and Gason emitted a series of beeps. 4700, 4750, 4760, 5050, 5060, 5064. Orlan glanced at the numbers on the detector, momentarily surprised, but quickly regained his composure, chuckling. "Those are indeed impressive figures, rare even in the cosmos. But what does that matter? If I wish to end your life, it would take but 2 moves." Standing atop the sole remaining protrusion of ground, surrounded by a crater, Tongyu radiated an unwavering determination, his long hair billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of invincibility. Not far away, Gason remained seated, his eyes closed throughout, seemingly uninterested in the unfolding events. Fumin and Lin Zhu observed the scene with disbelief. At that moment, both truly acknowledged that Tongyu had far surpassed them. Hidden behind a pile of rubble, Mley cautiously peered out, her gaze fixed on the 2 adversaries, anxiety creeping in as she wondered, surely he can win, right? A sense of disorientation washed over her, as an unsettling feeling emerged within her heart, an illusion that no matter the reversal, the enemy remained insurmountable. Cursed be the day. Had I foreseen this outcome, I would have been more frugal with my divine elixir, thus avoiding such a predicament. Mley clenched his left fist tightly, casting a resigned glance at his severed limbs before shifting his gaze towards the gravely injured Lin Zhu and Fu Man in the distance. At that moment, with a swift whoosh, Olin and Tong Yu vanished from sight. In the lofty heights above, Tong Yu emitted a brilliant blue light, soaring higher into the skies. He turned back to observe Olin pursuing closely behind, his expression suddenly sharpening as he pivoted and hastened his ascent. Humph, do you wish to compete in speed? Olin scoffed derisively, a look of disdain crossing her features, as her velocity surged dramatically, closing the distance to Tong Yu in an instant. With a swift horizontal strike of her right hand, a sound like the tearing of air followed. Tong Yu's eyes widened, his body instinctively contracting as he narrowly evaded the strike, subsequently executing a roll to reposition himself behind Olin, crouching low with his legs poised to spring. What? Olin was momentarily taken aback by his swift maneuver. Her body spun as she prepared to defend, yet she was a beat too slow. Just as she turned, a powerful kick struck her abdomen. Ah! Olin cried out, her body hurtling through the air like a meteor, plummeting towards Fu Man below. Almost simultaneously, Tong Yu inverted his body and pursued, crossing his arms before his chest, condensing two massive energy orbs that he launched to either side. The energy orbs zipped through the air, transforming into an oval shape, and in the blink of an eye, they flanked Olin. Tong Yu swiftly brought his hands together again, directing the orbs to converge upon Olin. Olin furrowed her brow, glancing left and right, a confident smile spreading across her face as she declared, I shall not fall prey to the same trick twice. With that, rather than evading, she accelerated towards Fu Man, intent on redirecting the assault towards her opponent. Unperturbed, Fu Man smirked slightly, bringing his hands together before him to gather a formidable force. Just as Olin approached, he bellowed, explosive impact. With a powerful thrust, a blast of energy, as thick as a barrel, surged forth towards Olin. What? Olin gasped in disbelief, astonished that her adversary not only chose to confront her, but possessed such overwhelming strength. However, she quickly regained her composure, glancing back to see the two energy orbs closing in behind her. Humph, do you think such a tactic could defeat me? How naive. A grin spread across her face as her patience waned, and she ascended diagonally into the sky, intending for the two attacks to collide. Whomever perishes, so be it. I have awaited this moment. A triumphant voice echoed, revealing that Tong Yu had indeed positioned himself above at an angle. Before his words could fully dissipate, a beam of blue light descended upon her. What? Olin felt a mix of surprise and trepidation, realizing too late the peril she faced. A cry of alarm escaped her lips as she was struck by Tong Yu's binding ray, her movements freezing in an instant, followed by a deafening explosion behind her that illuminated half the sky. Almost simultaneously with the explosion, Vuman on the ground and Tong Yu in the sky rushed forward. Before Orlan could react, Vuman tightly grasped her tail. Tong Yu, too, secured Orlan from behind, this time with both hands, to prevent any possibility of escape. Let us see how you intend to break free now, Vuman declared with a sense of triumph. Tong Yu wore a confident smile, distinctly sensing that Orlan's strength had begun to wane. Oh, is that so? Orlan replied, brimming with confidence, her expression suddenly chilling like frost. So this is your final struggle? Then allow me to send you on your way. What? Tong Yu gasped in shock, only to be met with a swift elbow strike from Orlan that landed squarely in his abdomen, causing him to crumple inward. Ah! He screamed in agony, his hands dropping weakly as he staggered backward, terror etched across his face while clutching his midsection. Humph! Perish! Orlan's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as she executed a swift spin, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick to Vuman's neck, who was still reeling from shock. Unprepared, Vuman's neck snapped with a sickening crack, his head tilting at an unnatural angle. In the next moment, he was sent crashing to the ground. At that instant, Tong Yu, recovering from his pain, launched a fierce strike towards Orlan's head with both fists. You shall die too. Orlan deftly sidestepped, evading the attack with ease. In a flash, she vanished from her original spot, reappearing behind Tongyu to deliver a lethal knife-hand strike aimed at his back. In a split second, Tongyu sensed the impending danger and attempted to leap forward to create distance. Unfortunately, Orlan's movements were as swift as lightning, and her hand penetrated deep into his back. Ah! Tongyu let out a heart-wrenching wail, his body rigid before collapsing to the ground. You are not dead yet, not because of your prowess, but simply because I have yet to tire of this game. Alas, I am now sufficiently entertained, Orlan coldly remarked, lifting her bloodied hand to examine it with a sinister smile. Quite warm indeed. She then proceeded to lick the blood clean from her hand. This horrifying scene startled Mley, who gasped involuntarily, her face paling in terror. Oh no! She quickly covered her mouth in dread. Orlan's demeanor shifted as she furrowed her brows slightly. Casting a sidelong glance at Mley, initially surprised, a smile crept across her face. Ah, so you haven't perished yet. Very well, once I am finished with these few, I shall attend to you properly. Do not think of escaping, it will be futile. Just wait patiently. Mley crumpled to the ground, her body rendered immobile, her face reflecting utter despair. Meanwhile, Lin Zhu, witnessing the scene, let out a deep sigh, turning his gaze back to the barely conscious Tongyu and Vuman. His expression filled with helplessness and frustration. How could it have come to this? He thought, clenching his fists, his teeth grinding in frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless as he awaited his grim fate. Orlan turned her head once more, gazing at the barely conscious Vuman, and remarked, "It seems you are on the brink of demise. Allow me to lend you a hand." With that, she descended to the ground and approached Vuman, ultimately standing beside the pit where he lay motionless. A look of disdain crossed her face as she observed his pitiful state. How disgraceful! Weren't you quite formidable before? What has befallen you now? With that, she seized Vuman, noting his tilted head, which was far from dignified. Orlan shook her head disapprovingly, then with her other hand grasped his head, slowly twisting it back into place. Vuman let out a heart-wrenching scream as blood trickled incessantly from the corner of his mouth. Much more pleasing, Orlan remarked, her satisfaction evident as she beheld Vuman's head restored. Stop this at once. Lin Zhu suddenly shouted, his face contorted with rage. Overwhelmed with fury, he struggled to raise his right hand, unleashing a feeble energy blast towards Orlan. Humph, an insect, Orlan scoffed, inhaling deeply before gently exhaling. Just as the energy blast was about to reach her, it abruptly halted and redirected towards the stunned Lin Zhu. No, Lin Zhu cried out in defiance, but he lacked the strength to move, helplessly witnessing his own attack strike him. With a resounding boom, he was engulfed in the explosion. As the smoke cleared, Lin Zhu lay motionless in the pit. Truly pathetic, unable to withstand even a single breath, Orlan remarked, shaking her head as she turned her attention back to the limp Vuman. It seems I must hasten. Extending her palm, she pressed her fingers firmly against Vuman's left chest, applying force until she pierced through, yet she did not immediately reach his heart. Vuman's face twitched slightly, his eyes opened weakly, emitting a faint sound of agony. Somewhat feeble, Orlan mused as she felt the heartbeat, a manic smile spreading across her face. She then plunged her entire hand into Vuman's chest. Yet it did not emerge from his back. Ah, exquisite, so exquisite, she sighed, her eyes closing in rapture, her face contorting into a twisted smile. Damn it, what am I to do now? In the distance, Mley watched the scene unfold, her despair gradually being replaced by determination. Moments later, Orlan's expression returned to calm, her eyes slowly opening as she lamented, alas, it has grown cold. With that, she withdrew her hand, licking the blood from her fingers, a glimmer of unfulfilled desire flickering across her face before she released her grip. With a thud, the lifeless Vuman fell to the ground. No matter, there are others, Orlan said, shaking her head with a smile as she turned to approach Tongyu. She swiftly arrived at Tongyu's side, looking down at the motionless figure before reaching out to grasp him. But at that moment, a beam of light struck directly at Orlan's back. Orlan did not flinch or take any precautions. A thunderous explosion ensued, engulfing her entirely. From a distance, Mley gazed intently at the smoke billowing from the blast. Her expression darkened. Her left hand trembled as she slowly lowered it, her heaving chest betraying her agitation. Chapter 36. The return of Ceram. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, Orlan appeared unscathed, just as she had before the explosion. It was evident that Mley's attack had inflicted no harm whatsoever. Orlan's features twisted slightly, gradually contorting into a mask of fury. The one thing she despised most in life was having her enthusiasm abruptly interrupted by others. Suppressing her rage, she slowly turned her head to face Mley, who stood frozen in place, her voice frigid. It seems you can hardly wait. Very well, I shall grant you your wish. With that, Orlan pivoted and strode towards Mley. Snapped from her shock, Mley trembled, her body heavy and unsteady as she stumbled away. What? Impossible. But just then, as she fled, Mley heard Orlan's terrified voice behind her. Startled, she halted and turned to see Orlan struggling, ensnared by Tonyu, who had locked her hands and feet tightly. No, how can you still possess such strength? Orlan's face reflected disbelief as she fought desperately against her restraints. Yet, her petite form was ensnared by Tonyu, leaving her no room to maneuver, utterly unable to break free. Let us descend into hell together. Tonyu cackled, releasing a formidable aura as black smoke enveloped her. Strange patterns on her back twisted and extended outward, resembling willow branches that coiled around her limbs. Blood seeped from her wounds, yet she seemed impervious to the pain. Paying it no mind. Even if you are strong, under my blow, you shall not live. Tonyu's countenance was ferocious, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. Her voice brimming with confidence as her power surged. Beep, beep, beep. The detectors of Orlan and Gason activated simultaneously, indicating that Tonyu's energy had surged back to 5,000. No, 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 it cannot be. Orlan's face registered sheer terror, mingled with disbelief. At that moment, she truly felt a flicker of fear and unease. Her expression softened momentarily as she turned to Gason, who sat cross-legged on a nearby stone hill, exclaiming, Gason, please save me. You must kill this wretch. Upon hearing her plea, Gason slowly opened his eyes and regarded the disheveled Orlan. Tonyu's expression darkened, yet the urgency of Orlan's words eased her concerns momentarily. I shall not intervene. I have long foretold that you would ultimately bring about your own demise. With that, Gathorn closed his eyes once more, seemingly indifferent to her fate. Tonyu let out a thunderous roar, his muscles swelling like an inflated balloon, his expression contorting into a grotesque mask of agony. Curse be you, he exclaimed, as Orlan suddenly twisted her head and sank her teeth into Tonyu's shoulder. It mattered not whom she screamed at, the outcome would remain unchanged. Yet, Tonyu merely twitched momentarily before resuming his manic grin. By the way, this is the last sensation you shall ever experience. His tone shifted to one of resignation. Do not revel in your triumph. This is far from over. Orlan released her grip, howling in a mix of fury, panic, and a touch of despair, before soaring into the sky, then diving toward the ground, crashing into rocks and earth. Boom, thunder, crack. The cacophony of destruction echoed, enveloping the scene in a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Nearby, Mandy covered her mouth, caught in a fit of violent coughing as the smoke consumed her. Yet she summoned every ounce of strength to stagger away. In the chaos, Tonyu's mouth and the wounds on his back gushed forth streams of crimson, swiftly staining Orlan's long hair a deep blue. Despite this, Tonyu clung on tenaciously, his twisted visage increasingly displaying a wicked delight. Futile. Now you know the meaning of despair. At this moment, his body was entirely cloaked in bizarre patterns, as though he had plunged into an inkwell, rising once more. Perish! Tonyu bellowed, his entire being radiating a blinding luminescence, obliterating his last vestiges of calm, with dark tendrils of energy flickering ominously within. No. Orlan's face was etched with defiance. Yet she was powerless to escape, crashing violently to the ground, her final sensation one of searing heat enveloping her. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, tearing through the void. A fierce wind howled, sand and stones whirled, and the earth trembled violently, causing several rock formations to collapse. Strangely, though the noise was deafening, the aftermath was not as formidable as one might have anticipated, as if the shockwaves had been absorbed by Orlan. In the distance, Mandy was suddenly knocked over by the residual force, blood spattering from her mouth as she fell, striking a nearby pile of rubble. After a prolonged moment, the echoes of the explosion subsided, and the dust began to clear, revealing the scene. At that moment, Gathorn sat cross-legged in midair. Beneath him the stone formations lay in ruins, reduced to massive boulders, yet he remained unmoved. At the center of the explosion, a circular area of 200 meters had been leveled by fierce winds, now covered by a thin layer of fine sand. No immense chasms or profound pits materialized as one might have envisioned. Instead, merely a modest indentation lingered at the center. Gathorn slowly opened his eyes and gazed towards the epicenter of the explosion. After a brief shake of his head, he closed his eyes once more. Within the pit lay a figure, or more precisely, a vast expanse of crimson back, shrouded in sand. Shortly thereafter, the sand stirred, revealing hands, legs, and hips, all similarly stained red, yet there were no visible wounds or blood. However, the tail had mysteriously vanished. At this moment, Orlan's back was devoid of covering from top to bottom, save for a trace of clothing around the calves and feet. After a while, Orlan's fingers twitched, and a pained groan escaped her lips from beneath the sand. Then, her head emerged, hair short and disheveled. She slowly opened her eyes, swaying slightly as she attempted to rise. As she propped herself up, the fragments of her battle attire fell away completely, now entirely exposed. Her chest and lower body were laid bare, skin flushed, but without any discernible scars. Once standing upright, Orlan stumbled forward, her body leaning back, hands reaching for her back. Her face contorted in agony, a sight both awkward and unseemly. It was then that she released a loud gasp, spewing forth a copious amount of blood, and collapsed backward into the sand with a thud. Orlan writhed on the ground, engulfed in suffering. After a brief moment, she once again staggered to her feet, her complexion pale, tilting her head back as she erupted into a frenzied laugh. Ha ha! It was all in vain. I am not dead. A gentle breeze caressed her disheveled hair, more chaotic than that of a beggar, swaying in the wind, evoking a sense of repulsion. Elsewhere, a pile of rubble shifted, and stones tumbled down. Mley struggled to emerge from the debris, gasping for breath, her face a mask of astonishment as she gazed toward the explosion site. How is this possible? She beheld Orlan standing there, unmoving. Mley could hardly believe it. What manner of creature was this that could not be vanquished? Her eyes darted about, seemingly deep in contemplation. She then turned to glance at Gathorn, who remained still, eyes tightly shut. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to fly towards Orlan, hoping to strike while her adversary was at her most vulnerable, attempting to eliminate her once and for all. Should she fail again, or fall victim to another foe, she would resign herself to fate. Thus, Mley stealthily approached, inching closer to the statue-like Orlan. As she drew near, only 10 meters separated them. Her heart raced with trepidation, fearful of detection or an unexpected strike from another. Yet, when they were merely 2 meters apart, and with both remaining still, Mley sighed with slight relief, suddenly accelerating her pace, her left hand swiftly aiming for Orlan's nape. She summoned all her strength, fully aware that failure in this strike would leave her with no chance, only a path to demise, and no one would remain. Suddenly, Orlan opened her eyes wide, abruptly turning her head and revealing a sinister smile. I almost forgot about you. It's time to fulfill the promise. This smile, juxtaposed with her appearance, emanated a chilling horror. What? Mley hesitated in midair, incredulous that her opponent, despite being gravely wounded, could feign indifference. However, having come this far, even if she was detected, there was no choice but to press on. Gritting her teeth, she accelerated and lunged forward, her left hand striking fiercely. Yet Orlan stood motionless. Whether from lack of strength or disdain for the impending blow remained unclear. Let us be your burial companions. Mley's strike landed heavily on Orlan's neck. Bang! What? Mley could hardly believe her eyes. But there was no time for contemplation as a scream escaped her lips. Ah! Orlan withstood Mley's assault, then swiftly seized her arm, fingers sinking deep into her flesh, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. Did you really think that after my injuries, someone like you could inflict harm? Just look at your current state. Her tone dripped with contempt, and as she glanced at Mley's broken left leg and right hand, her smirk widened. A sharp crack resounded. Ah! In an instant, Orlan effortlessly snapped Mley's left hand, causing her to slump, head hanging low, with only her left hand still grasped by Orlan. Releasing her grip, Orlan seized Mley by the throat, lifting her once more, bringing her face close, locking eyes with her anguish, and inquired, "How does it feel? Satisfying, isn't it? Did I meet your expectations?" Mley's face contorted, beads of sweat forming and cascading down. Ah! She swung her right leg violently towards Orlan. Humph. So you still have a right leg left? Orlan's voice was cold, yet her expression radiated enjoyment and delight. With that, She grasped Mley's right leg and twisted it with a sharp crack, contorting it into an odd shape. Ah, just kill me. Mley's eyes widened slightly, tears welling at the corners, her lips trembling as she spoke. Wishing for death? It's not that simple. We are merely at the beginning, with much yet to be done. Even if you divulged the whereabouts of the soul water and the cerements now, it would serve no purpose. Orlan shook her head in madness, her face reflecting pure ecstasy. Dream on. A grotesque smile forced its way through Mley's twisted expression, revealing her refusal to submit. Her body convulsed under the intense pain, sweat pouring from her every pore. Very well, I am eager to see if your body can withstand as stubbornly as your words. I hope you can endure until the very end before you perish. Orlan's tone was viciously threatening. She then seized Mley's limbs and commenced her torment. The air was filled with anguished screams and the sickening sound of bones snapping. Moments later, Orlan, holding the grotesquely contorted form of Mley, erupted into maniacal laughter. How does it feel? Comfortable, I presume? Mley's head hung low, her eyes tightly shut, her face twitching incessantly, drenched in an indistinguishable mix of sweat and tears. Yet she seemed to struggle to form a smile. Her hands and legs, not only broken multiple times, were twisted into a horrifying position, contorted behind her. Is this how you meet your end? Let me see if your heart has grown cold. As Orlan spoke, he pressed the tip of his finger against Mley's elevated left breast, and with a forceful thrust, his entire hand plunged deep within. A gasp escaped Mley's lips as her once delicate features morphed into a terrifying mask of agony. Even the most fearsome of demons would pale in comparison. Are you ready to speak now? Orlan paused, his hand resting upon her heart, glancing at her face with surprise, which quickly shifted to impatience. Still smiling? Very well. I shall see if you can still laugh after your heart shatters. Mley emitted a weak, gurgling sound, clinging to consciousness. Stop dreaming, it's futile. No one can save you now, the outcome will be the same. With a fierce determination, Orlan squeezed harder. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Just as he intended to exert more force, an excruciating pain shot through his face, and he was sent hurtling to the side like a kite severed from its string. With a thunderous crash, he landed heavily among the debris, kicking up a cloud of dust. Mley felt a sudden lightness, as if lifted by another. She struggled to open her eyes, believing she was in a dream, and before her appeared a familiar visage, the very face she had envisioned. Ceram's hair fluttered gently in the breeze as he cradled the wretched Mley, his expression twisted in anguish. Forgive me, I always arrive too late. Throughout his journey, he had not paused. In the end, even the thought of foraging for food had vanished, solely relying on the restorative waters. Fortunately, after consuming another drop of the restorative liquid, he sensed the presence of the Gorlins without needing to teleport again. To his shock, he found no trace of Fu Man and his companions' formidable auras. Instead, adjacent to two Saiyans, he detected another familiar energy, indicating trouble, prompting him to teleport without hesitation. Is this heaven? Mley managed to utter a faint sound through her trembling lips. Do not speak, Ceram admonished gently, noticing her pallid complexion. He instinctively glanced down, only to be startled by the sight of a large, deep wound on her left chest, from which blood gushed forth like a spring. Stop the bleeding. Ceram's voice trembled as he pressed his left hand tightly against the wound, desperately attempting to staunch the flow of blood. At that moment, a wave of panic surged within him, a profound fear that Mley might perish right before his eyes. Suddenly, with a startling sound, Gathorn opened his eyes wide. In the distance, several stone peaks collapsed, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. He instinctively turned to the place where Orlan had previously stood. Serant, he exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the unmistakable silhouette of the Saiyan by his distinctive hairstyle. At that instant, with a swift motion, Serant and Mley vanished from sight. Where did they go? Gathorn rose to his feet, his brow furrowed, a look of surprise and confusion etched on his face. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. A multitude of debris was sent flying, accompanied by a cloud of dust, from which emerged a bewildered Orlan. Who did this? She shouted furiously, scanning the surroundings. Finding nothing, she turned to Gathorn with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, Gathorn was lost in thought, showing no signs of panic. His initial shock had quickly given way to composure. He glanced at Orlan, whose cheeks were swollen and who was still trying to grasp the situation, and calmly stated, "It was Serant." "What? That's impossible. Where is he? Show yourself." Orlan exclaimed, bewildered, as she darted around the rocky crevices, searching any potential hiding spots. Chapter 37. This is impossible. How could your combat power be? At that very moment, in a meadow, Ceram gently laid Mley down, his movements so cautious, as if any sudden motion might send her into eternal slumber. Fortunately, Mley kept her eyes open. Though she was exceedingly weak, she had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness. Hold on, I will realign your arms and legs. And then I will give you the rejuvenation elixir. Ceram's voice quivered with anxiety, fearing she might not endure until she could ingest the elixir. Administering it now would render her limbs permanently impaired, condemning her to a life of disability. Mley seemed to experience a fleeting moment of revival, managing a slight nod and forcing a reassuring smile. Yet, Ceram's worry deepened. He could barely feel her heartbeat beneath his hand, and the blood continued to seep through his fingers. Crack, crack, snap, snap. Ceram endeavored to maintain his composure, despite his trembling right hand. He worked swiftly to reposition Mley's limbs, carefully restoring them to their original form. His actions were both gentle and decisive, executed with utmost caution. A shadow of darkness crossed his face, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury, and had it not been for the self-control he had cultivated over the years, he might have erupted in anger. Mley remained silent, her eyes streaming with tears, the cause of which remained a mystery, whether from pain or something else. Ceram swiftly retrieved a small vial, administering a drop into Mley's mouth and preserving the last drop for later. He gazed anxiously at her face. Swallow it quickly. His tone was filled with urgency, wishing he could transform into her and help her with the task. Yet, all they could do was wait, as time seemed to stretch unbearably in that moment. Ceram gently caressed Mley's cheek, using his thumb to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. But her complexion remained devoid of its usual vibrancy. How could this be? Was it too late? His heart sank as he cursed inwardly, thinking that if only he had a magical bean, it might have worked. Just as despair began to overwhelm him, a rhythmic thumping sound broke the silence. Ceram's expression shifted. He felt a powerful tremor emanating from the area of his hand pressed against Mley's chest, quickening in pace before beginning to rise and fall. A surge of joy filled him as he glanced down, witnessing Mley's elevated chest moving vigorously. Excitement coursed through him. The strong heartbeat and rising chest indicated that she had fully recovered. Yet anxiety accompanied this joy, as he realized something felt amiss in the area he was pressing. Instinctively, he withdrew his hand as if jolted by electricity. Standing abruptly, he couldn't bear to look at Mley's face, turning away and stammering an explanation. I am sorry. I just wanted to stop your bleeding. Mley lay quietly, her face slightly blue yet devoid of anger, instead adorned with a hint of a shy smile as she gently moved her limbs. Ceram had been focused solely on staunching her blood flow, oblivious to the nature of the area he pressed. Every second counted. It was only now that he reflected on his actions, but in the absence of a better course of action, he felt justified. At that moment, Ceram suddenly felt his body tense, becoming rigid, instinctively letting out a stiff sound. But before he could ponder further, Mley's tearful voice reached his ears. Ceram, I thought I would never see you again. It was then he realized that Mley had embraced him tightly from behind. I'm sorry for making you suffer so much. Initially anxious, Ceram's expression quickly morphed into one of deep remorse, followed by a surge of anger. Yet, amid this turmoil, a warm current surged within him. He had not expected to find someone in this strange world who cared for him as family. Although he had made many friends, the sentiments were distinctly different, dispelling the sense of estrangement he once felt in this world. All right, wait for me here. Ceram regained his composure and gently patted the hands of Mley that encircled his waist, his tone imbued with tenderness, yet it swiftly darkened. I shall go and slay them all, he declared, his voice brimming with murderous intent, a desire to end a life unlike any he had ever felt before. However, Mley gently shook her head, refusing to relinquish her hold, instead tightening her embrace. What are you doing, Mley? Ceram inquired, perplexed. His ability to teleport was hindered, for forcing a jump would inevitably bring her along, which was not his intention. Do not go. They are too terrifying, and no matter how one attempts to kill them, they cannot be vanquished. I fear. Mley's voice trembled with anxiety, reluctance, and a lingering dread. Each time she had believed success was within reach, despair had awaited her instead. She did not wish to release him, nor let him endure the same torment she had faced. If I do not go, they will not only slay everyone, but will ultimately obliterate the entire planet. Ceram was initially taken aback, then warmed by her concern, and resolutely stated, "You should leave this planet. I cannot allow you to accompany us to our doom, even though I long to remain with you." Mley's tone was firm, and she chose not to elaborate further, yet the unwillingness and sorrow etched on her face conveyed her deep feelings. After speaking, she rested her forehead against Ceram's shoulder, closed her eyes, and softly nuzzled him, her voice dreamy as she implored, "Let me hold you just a little longer." A blissful smile unconsciously graced her lips, as if she were savoring a fleeting moment. What is this? Ceram wondered, bewildered. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. For Mley had transformed into someone entirely different from what he had envisioned. Yet, he hesitated to disrupt this serene moment, standing still, acutely aware of her heartbeat quickening against his back. His own heart began to flutter as well. Ceram refrained from unraveling his thoughts, redirecting his focus towards the adversaries before him. He retained confidence in his ability to eliminate the weakened Saiyan with a single blow, while the other, though only perceived for a fleeting moment, exuded a far greater aura of strength than his own. Nevertheless, even if his most potent attack could not secure victory, he still possessed the last drop of spirit water for healing and the ability to teleport. He was not entirely at their mercy. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Perhaps it was a mere instant, or perhaps it lingered longer, until Mley slowly lifted her head and gradually loosened her grip. Ceram turned to meet her gaze, resolutely asserting, "I cherish this place. I will not depart." His determination solidified. He vowed to confront these two Saiyans. This was not a whimsical decision, after all. The first visit to a new planet always held a unique allure, especially after having traversed countless worlds in recent times. Among them, few allowed for human respiration, while some harbored plant life that did not necessarily imply they were suitable for ordinary human existence. In this comparison, the planet Golf is surprisingly the most pristine environment he has ever encountered, entirely devoid of any signs of civilization's pollution. A fleeting expression of joy crossed Mley's face, but it was quickly replaced by an overwhelming sense of worry, leaving her hesitant and indecisive. Witnessing her in such a state, Ceram reached out and gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Trust me, I will surely defeat them." At that moment, he felt the peculiarity of his gesture. It is customary to pat those shorter than oneself. Yet, here he was, doing the opposite, a consequence of his own height being overshadowed by hers. Mley nodded obediently, suddenly transforming as she radiated joy and anticipation, leaving Ceram somewhat taken aback. "All right, wait for me," he replied with a satisfied smile, then focused his gaze, sensing the energy of the two individuals. In the next instant, with a whoosh, he vanished from sight. Mley took 2 steps forward and called out, glancing around, only to find no trace of him, realizing he had indeed departed. A sudden emptiness filled her heart, yet the thought of their imminent reunion filled her with delight. She lowered her gaze to her left chest, where a large tear in her fabric barely concealed the significant wound beneath. Pressing her hand against it, she felt her heart racing, then lifted her eyes towards the horizon, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. Her cheeks flushed slightly blue, a hue born from the intertwining of excitement and shyness. Meanwhile, Gathorn hovered in midair, arms crossed, scanning the surroundings for Ceram's figure. The speed he had just displayed was astonishing, nearly eluding Gathorn's notice, which perplexed him greatly. Orlan flitted nearby, searching fervently, even detonating piles of debris in a relentless pursuit, determined to unearth his opponent. "There's no need to search. I am right here," came Ceram's calm voice from the side. The two halted their search instantly, turning to the sound. Gathorn gazed down from above, observing Ceram standing on the ground, looking up at him. Their eyes met, each reflecting tranquility and confidence, as if the other were merely an ordinary individual. "How dare you ambush me? You shall perish," Orlan exclaimed, swiftly turning to face Ceram. Without hesitation, she launched an energy orb at him. With his back to her, Ceram casually swatted backwards, effortlessly deflecting the energy orb away into the distance. A tremendous explosion followed, illuminating the evening sky and causing the ground to tremble incessantly. "What?" Orlan gasped, her disbelief evident as she struggled to comprehend the sight before her. How could Ceram, whom she deemed insignificant, so easily swat away her attack without even a glance? "Stop pretending." Orlan, undeterred by the ominous aura, clenched his fists tightly and unleashed a slicing sound in the air as he aimed a powerful blow at Seromant's nape. Yet, Seromant remained fixated on the high-altitude figure of Gathorn, both silent, seemingly oblivious to the impending assault from behind. Just as Orlan charged towards him, his fist poised to strike, Seromant's gaze sharpened, as if he had only just become aware of the threat. With a swift sound, Orlan pierced through Seromant's afterimage, propelling himself forward, nearly losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. The residual force of his punch reverberated, creating a massive crater in the earth. What? Regaining his footing, Orlan swiftly glanced back, his expression a mix of disbelief and existential questioning. Gathorn, equally astonished, struggled to comprehend the scene, though his reaction was far less dramatic than Orlan's. In their brief exchange of glances, he sensed an overwhelming confidence radiating from Seromant, a stark contrast to the feeble individual he had previously encountered, leading him to question the very essence of his perception. At that moment, Seromant materialized beside a pile of rubble 700 meters away. There, amidst the debris, a robust figure lay trapped, tattered garments adorning his form, and notably missing a left arm. Seromant dragged him out and turned him over, revealing his identity. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. If memory served him correctly, this individual was named Lin Zhu. In that fleeting instant, Seromant sensed Lin Zhu's feeble aura, weaker than that of a mere frog, prompting him to investigate further. Understanding dawned upon him. The other two individuals had likely perished, their auras extinguished. He promptly retrieved a small vial, contemplating the last drop of restorative water within. To save or not to save? Ultimately, he decided that regardless of the outcome, Lin Zhu had displayed valor, and further solutions could be sought later. After a brief hesitation, he shook his head and allowed the final drop of the restorative water to fall into Lin Zhu's mouth. As for the battles ahead, even without the restorative water, he believed he could manage with various tactics, or at the very least, utilize teleportation to evade and strategize. "It is you," a voice, laced with astonishment, jolted Seromant from his reverie. He looked down to see Lin Zhu, brow furrowed, his eyes wide open, staring at him in shock. What of the others? Lin Zhu scanned his surroundings, his demeanor shifting to one of readiness for confrontation. However, as he sensed the presence of his friends, his expression darkened once again. "We must leave this place at once. Even if your strength is restored, you cannot involve yourself in the forthcoming battle," Seromant asserted, shaking his head solemnly. "What do you mean? You intend to face them alone?" Lin Zhu exclaimed, incredulity etched across his features, struggling to fathom that Seromant might underestimate the strength of their adversaries. Of course, he noted Seromant's slight growth, yet his aura remained far from his own, leading him to doubt his ability to triumph, suspecting instead that Seromant's judgment may be clouded. "Do you comprehend the magnitude of their prowess? Even the weakest among them has led us to this dismal fate." Lin Zhu gazed at his severed arm, a visage of helplessness etched upon his face, as memories of Fumin and Tongyo's sacrifices flooded his mind, deepening his sorrow. "You need not concern yourself with this," said Siluamanti, rising with unwavering resolve, his gaze fixed toward the distance. At that moment, Orlan and her companion were still scouring the area, yet they could not uncover any trace of their adversary. Frustration coursed through Orlan as she shouted, "Where are you hiding? Come out and face me. I believe his combat power has surpassed 5,000, far beyond your current capabilities. Allow me to handle this." Although Gathorn was perplexed, he remained unperturbed, calmly stating as he activated the detector, "Beep, beep, beep, beep. Humph. I refuse to believe that in just 6 or 7 years, that fool has amassed 5,000 in combat power. Once I locate him, I shall crush his heart, and you shall not interfere." Orlan gritted her teeth, a wicked smile spreading across her face as she too activated her detector, already plotting her torment. Gathorn cast a sidelong glance at Orlan, a slight smirk curling his lips, reminiscent of one gazing upon a corpse. His grin evoked a chilling unease. 2300, 2300, 2300. The detectors of both individuals simultaneously displayed this unchanging number. What? A mere combat power of 2003. They turned in shock toward the distance. Orlan questioned whether the detector malfunctioned. Even in her severely injured state, a mere 2,000-something combat power should not be able to toy with her. She estimated the opponent's power to be at most 4,000, attributing her misjudgment to her anxiety over her injuries. One more try, and I will surely crush him. Conversely, Gathorn was astonished, feeling that the opponent was far weaker than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he deduced from the opponent's composure and demeanor that their combat power likely ranged between 5,000 to 6,000, albeit intentionally concealed. As for the teleportation skill, upon further reflection, he concluded that such abilities were not absent in the universe. Thus, the opponent's possession of it did not overly surprise him. In light of his absolute strength, they were merely trifles. At that juncture, Orlan surveyed the direction and distance indicated by the detector, exclaiming, "You shall perish." She raised her right hand, preparing to unleash an energy blast. With a swift whoosh, a gust of wind followed. "Behind you," Gathorn shouted. In an instant, Siluamanti appeared behind Orlan, his back turned to her. "What?" Orlan gasped, and without Gathorn's warning, she sensed a disturbance at her back, swiftly turning around. Her astonishment instantly replaced by terror. She was no fool. At such speed and proximity, if the opponent struck, she could have been gravely injured moments ago. "End your own life. I shan't soil my hands or eyes," Siluamanti remarked nonchalantly before closing his eyes. The initial fury within her was swiftly suppressed. She could not bear to gaze upon her filthy body, not even for a fleeting moment. "You dare to push me towards self-destruction? To hell with you." In an instant, Orlan erupted in rage, the earlier fear now buried deep in her mind, relentlessly assaulting Siluaman's back. The sounds of fists and feet striking echoed continuously, stirring up a tempest. Yet, Siluaman merely swayed gently, shifting left and right, occasionally bending at the waist. Such exceedingly slow movements allowed him to easily evade Orlan's lightning-fast, torrential attacks. High above, Gathorn observed the scene, his eyes narrowed. What he perceived was not the same sight. Instead, it appeared inverted. Orlan moved at a sluggish pace, while Siluaman's actions were swift as the wind. His back seemed to possess eyes, effortlessly sidestepping Orlan's ever-changing onslaught. This is impossible. How can such a lowly inferior being move so swiftly? At this moment, Orlan was engulfed in existential doubt, her punches and kicks gradually transforming into energy blasts. She ascended slowly, her hands flailing as she unleashed a barrage of energy spheres, hurling them towards Siluaman on the ground. In the next instant, a series of explosions erupted, engulfing Siluaman in a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring him from view. Gathorn abruptly looked up at the sky, shouting, "Fool! He is behind you. Do not trust the data from the detector. His combat power has surpassed 6,000. "What?" Orlan stood frozen in shock, her pupils trembling. Her mouth agape like a marionette as she slowly turned around. There stood Siluaman, having appeared behind her at some point, still facing away but now at a greater distance, exuding an air of disdain. How infuriating! Boom! Orlan swiftly turned, launching a punch with such speed that it produced a resounding crack. Yet once more, it struck only an afterimage. Whoosh! Siluaman reappeared behind her. After Orlan's punch met nothing but air, she abruptly spun around, executing a horizontal strike. Bang! Just as she turned, pain seared through her face as Siluaman's foot connected with her visage, sending her hurtling backward. She soared through the air, tracing an arc before crashing thunderously into the ground. What? From a distance, Lin Zhu, who had just arrived, witnessed this astonishing scene, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. The enemy they had struggled to defeat suddenly found themselves in a state of utter domination, which was hard for him to comprehend. How infuriating! Orlan stubbornly crawled out from the rubble, her eyes ablaze with fury, wiping her face as pain surged through her. Having lived for over 20 years without ever having her face trampled upon, one could imagine the depth of her anger. "I refuse to believe this." Beep, beep, beep. Orlan once again activated the detector, unable to accept the reality that the once contemptible had now surpassed her. The incessant display of 2,300, 2,300, 2,300 flickered relentlessly, unchanging, as though it were a genuine malfunction. Regardless of how many times she turned it off and on, the outcome remained resolutely the same. No, Orlan howled at the heavens. Her faith in life utterly shattered, and she violently ripped the detector from her grasp, slamming it onto the ground. Crack! The device immediately shattered into countless fragments. With renewed fury, she charged at Ceram, her fists poised to strike, embodying an unwavering resolve. Humph! Ceram merely shook his head, emitting a cold snort. A powerful aura swiftly enveloped the onrushing Orlan, sending her hurtling back as if she were a mere leaf in a tempest. crashing heavily into a pile of rubble once more. Ah! Orlan struggled to emerge, her face contorted with pain and an unwillingness to confront the truth. Though Ceram could not see her, he could surmise her expression as he ascended slowly into the heavens. His voice laced with disdain. Since you are so eager to gauge my combat prowess, I shall unleash my full power for you to experience firsthand. Chapter 38, Serant vs. Gathorn. With that declaration, Ceram ceased his movement, his fists clenched tightly, inhaling deeply. With a thunderous roar, his tousled hair stood on end, his muscles tensed. And his form began to swell slightly, enveloped by a faint aura. In an instant, a tempest arose, swirling dust and debris, while the clouds above were forcefully swept away, revealing a dimly lit starry sky. Although night had fallen and no moon graced the heavens, the darkness did not envelop the world entirely, allowing shapes to remain discernible. Gathorn lifted his gaze towards the high-flying Ceram, his expression tranquil, though a hint of curiosity flickered within him. The detector affixed to his face pulsated incessantly. Beep, beep, beep. This is impossible. Below, Orlan stood at the edge of a massive crater, her mouth agape in astonishment, unable to close it for what felt like an eternity. Her face a portrait of disbelief. She felt a relentless gale assailing her, the ground trembling beneath her, causing even the smaller stones nearby to levitate, as if defying gravity. In the distance, Linju shielded his face with his arms, bracing against the onslaught of the wind, his expression mirroring disbelief. Meanwhile, far away, Mley gazed into the distance. Her brow furrowed slightly, hands clasped before her chest, her heart racing. Ceram's aura continued to rise, his form becoming increasingly radiant, as if he were a luminescent entity, rendering him nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. As Gason observed the numbers on the detector, 6,000, 6,100, 6,200, his brow furrowed slightly. To be candid, the opponent's strength exceeded his expectations, though it merely elicited a mild surprise. At that moment, Ceram let out a thunderous roar, his muscles instantly bulging, veins standing out prominently. A formidable aura surged from within him, transforming into a violent wind that sliced through the air in all directions. The ground was rent asunder, fissures appearing in numerous locations. The surrounding stone formations crumbled into fragments under the onslaught of the fierce gale. What? Gason exclaimed in astonishment, abruptly releasing his tightly clasped hands. His previously indifferent demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. With a thunderous crash, Orlan sidestepped the sweeping strike. Her face a mask of shock as she turned to Gason and inquired, what is the extent of his combat prowess? Though Gason's expression bore the weight of concern, his voice remained calm as he replied, it has surpassed 8,000. What? Orlan stammered, her disbelief rendering her speech somewhat clumsy, her eyes wide and fixated on Ceram high above, unable to divert her gaze. At that moment, Ceram stood tall, relaxing his limbs, his aura suddenly becoming subdued, no longer spilling outward. And the restless strands of his hair ceased their movement. All levitating stones, at that instant, collectively lost their buoyancy and plummeted back to the ground with a resounding thud. My power extends far beyond this, Ceram declared with unwavering confidence. He had unleashed his full strength, yet refrained from employing his multiplying technique. Interesting, Gason remarked. A faint smile gracing his lips, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. However, it was but a mere spark. He still regarded this level of combat prowess with indifference. Now that you are aware of my strength, I shall send you on your way. Ceram's voice turned frigidly cold. What? Orlan felt a shiver run down her spine, as if a sharp needle had pierced her mind. You may perish. Before she could fully comprehend the moment, Ceram's south voice resonated chillingly close, just as icy and agonizing. You. In the next instant, Orlan felt a tightening grip around her neck, as Ceram seized her with a powerful hand. Orlan cried out in anguish, desperately struggling, her fist striking rapidly against his arm before shifting to grasp his wrist tightly, her legs kicking at his abdomen. Yet, her efforts were futile, she could not break free. Gason turned to see Ceram suddenly materializing before Orlan, gripping her tightly and lifting her off the ground. He shook his head, his expression devoid of emotion, showing no inclination to intervene on Orlan's behalf, merely observing in silence. Orlan could no longer withstand the agony and cried out suddenly, her eyes partially open. Gazing at the figure who was twisting her right hand to the side, quickly bending it into an unnatural angle. Crack, crack, crack. How does it feel now to know what those you have tormented experienced? Said Serant, his eyes firmly shut, his tone devoid of any sympathy. He did not intend to crush her immediately. Rather, he wished for her to fully experience the terror of being tormented to death. Orlan's right hand fell limply, and as she beheld Serant's indifferent countenance, a twisted smile unexpectedly appeared on her contorted face, as if she derived some enjoyment from the ordeal. Serant furrowed his brow in confusion, but did not open his eyes. Without hesitation, he seized her left wrist, still gripping his own, and forcefully twisted it. With a sharp crack, her forearm was broken. Suddenly, the sound of her rapid, labored breathing filled the air. Orlan's chest heaved violently, her left arm drooping weakly, and beads of sweat erupted all over her body, cascading down incessantly. Her face contorted as she oscillated between laughter and pain, no longer emitting cries of anguish. Her legs flailed, her body convulsing, twisting and turning, appearing to struggle while simultaneously enduring excruciating torment. Do you think that by doing this, I will be unable to exact my revenge? Serant remarked, sensing her struggle, his expression slightly creased, his voice cutting. Her demeanor seemed to defy his desires, refusing to reveal any signs of pain or fear, leaving Serant momentarily at a loss. You may do as you wish. I can no longer resist. Orlan's expression twisted, her voice trembling, as if even speaking had become a monumental task. At that moment, her face bore only a self-mocking smile, having accepted her fate and resolved not to offer any further resistance. Though Serant could not discern her expression, he could surmise her state from her tone. After exhaling, he coldly stated, I had originally considered breaking your legs entirely, shattering all your bones, and then carving open your chest, forcing you to endure a fate worse than death. Upon saying this, he shook his head. Forget it. I am not as depraved as you, nor do I wish to further taint my hands with your filthy body. With that, Serant raised his right hand, fingers splayed toward Orlan's face. A small but radiant energy orb swiftly coalesced, pulsating with brilliance and emitting a high-frequency buzz as it collided with the air. Orlan's expression relaxed. She felt no fear and said nothing. Instead, she gazed at the energy orb before her, slowly closing her eyes, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Although no sound escaped her lips in that moment, she wept. The next instant, a thunderous explosion resonated. A billowing cloud of smoke swiftly engulfed Serant's hands, along with Orlan's entire body. Serant turned to gaze at Gathorn high above and remarked coolly, Are you not going to intervene and save her? Gathorn's lips curled slightly in disdain as he replied with indifference, I have no need for such worthless beings. It is utterly repugnant. He added with a chuckle, Moreover, she is already dead. Serant's expression twitched, pondering how callous this Saiyan truly was, yet it was to be expected. In the next instant, he vanished from his location with a swift whoosh. Almost simultaneously, Gathorn raised his gaze forward, only to see Serant materialize 20 meters ahead of him, his face devoid of emotion. At that moment, a dull thud echoed from the ground as a headless female corpse tumbled out of the smoke. It was Orlan. Do you truly believe that with your meager battle power of 8,500, combined with this teleportation skill, you can defeat me? How naive. Gathorn scoffed, erupting into laughter, a composed smile ever present on his face. Humph. How will you know unless you try? Serant replied, his demeanor serious yet unflustered. He sensed the opponent's formidable strength, but though he was inferior, he still possessed formidable skills. In a true battle, victory was not out of reach. Furthermore, having come this far, even if he wished to flee, the warlike bloodline within him would not permit such a retreat. With a sudden whoosh, Serant disappeared from sight, leaving only an afterimage, as if he had melded into the darkness of the dim night. Gathorn, unfazed, looked skyward with a confident smile, vanishing in a similarly ghostly manner. A deep thud resonated from above. Beneath the starry sky, a shadow darted by like a shooting star. Whoosh! Immediately, a sharp crackling sound erupted as an object sliced through the air at high speed. Serant's figure plummeted from the heavens, closely followed by Gathorn, whose lips curved upward in a smirk. At the moment of impact with the ground, Serant tucked his legs, executing a roll, his hand striking the earth as if mimicking a dragonfly skimming the water surface. The instant his hands made contact, a thunderous explosion reverberated, creating a massive crater as debris flew in all directions, fissures rapidly spidering outwards. Within the crater, a figure emerged. Gason, who had followed closely behind, now retracted his fist. He looked up to see two beams of light racing towards him, swift as pythons. The speed was astonishing, yet utterly silent. As Gason beheld the ki blasts hurtling towards his face, a confident smirk graced his lips as he vanished without a sound. A tremendous explosion followed, raising clouds of dust, through which a colossal shadow loomed on the ground. As the soaring Serant leapt into the sky, he turned his head, his gaze fixated on the swirling smoke. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged from behind him. What? His eyes widened in disbelief as he swiftly turned to see an energy sphere hurtling towards him. Before he could evade or even discern its trajectory, the sphere collided with him. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, followed by a sharp crackling sound. With a whoosh, Serant's figure was propelled from the explosion's smoke, crashing heavily towards the ground. He spun rapidly in midair, extending his limbs just in time to stabilize himself upon landing. Quickly, he raised his head, only to find the sky devoid of any presence. Gason was nowhere to be seen. He pivoted abruptly, scanning his surroundings with an expression of vigilance and gravity, yet found nothing. He continued to survey the area, but silence reigned. Not a single sound could be detected. Serant heightened his awareness, sensing the energies around him. A jolt of alarm coursed through him. What? He voiced his incredulity. To his perception, numerous energies flickered rapidly in every direction, elusive and indistinct, making it impossible for him to pinpoint their locations. It was as if multiple Gasons surrounded him, their speed of movement far surpassing his sensory capabilities. Damn it! Serant felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he turned his head repeatedly, adjusting his stance to face different directions. The moment he detected any sign of movement, he would evade and counterattack. With a whoosh and a boom, he alternated between leaping and landing. Eventually, he found himself atop a pile of stones, his ears and eyes straining to capture any hint of movement, fully alert. However, he could not discern the whereabouts of his opponent, who remained silent, as if he were the sole occupant of this space. Yet, he understood that the adversary was merely biding their time or toying with him. This sensation was indeed infuriating. Suddenly, the ground beneath him erupted violently. Almost instantaneously, Serant sensed the disturbance and leapt, but felt a tight grip on his ankle, halting him. What? He gasped, unable to believe he had been ensnared. He glanced down swiftly, only to be met with an energy sphere barreling towards him, exploding with a resounding crash. With a whoosh, Serant's figure darted out from the smoke of the explosion, his feet carving deep trenches into the ground as he skidded backwards, finally finding his footing. At that moment, his face flushed crimson, flecks of blood glimmering ominously. His expression grave as his lips twitched slightly, while a searing pain radiated through his feet. He now revealed his full strength, save for the absence of his amplification skills, presenting a display of power that was undeniably his norm. At that moment, as the mist dissipated, a confident Gathorn came into view, his tone calm and composed. If this is truly all the strength you possess, then my patience has worn thin, and I shan't continue to indulge you in this play. The earlier exchanges had merely been tests of his opponent's capabilities, conducted without earnestness. Initially, he had believed his rival to be concealing considerable power. Now, however, he found himself somewhat disappointed and losing patience. With that, he clenched his hands tightly, and with a resounding crack, the ground beneath him fractured, a vast chasm swiftly spreading to encompass the area beneath Serant. Observing this, Serant's eyelids fluttered, prompting him to leap into the air. Almost immediately, he was met by a fierce gale that threatened to obscure his vision. He quickly shielded his eyes with his hands, peering through the gaps between his fingers. What met his gaze was a colossal pit where Gathorn stood, with massive boulders levitating as if defying gravity, resembling a cluster of floating islands. What? Serant exclaimed, removing his hands to squint at the readings on the detector. 14500, 14,600, still rising. Terror washed over his face as he involuntarily voiced his disbelief. Gathorn's formidable aura surged forth, whipping up a tempest that ravaged in all directions, causing Serant to be pushed backward gradually. Suddenly, his focus sharpened, and he stabilized himself, his expression morphing continuously as he fixated on Gathorn, whose energy continued to ascend. In the distance, Lin Zhu was tossed about by the overwhelming force, tumbling through the air for several dozen meters before finally regaining his footing. What a wretched creature, he thought, gazing upward at the relentless, terrifying aura that enveloped him. Cold sweat beading on his brow, leaving only profound fear etched on his face. Yet, scarcely had he steadied himself when an even more potent force surged towards him. Ah! With a cry, Lin Zhu was once again swept away. 15,000, 15100, 15200, 15600. Ceram watched in trepidation as beads of sweat formed along his neck and face. This was the strongest adversary he had ever faced, igniting a mixture of exhilaration and dread within him. Nonetheless, he felt no inclination to retreat. Rather, his resolve to fight deepened. At that moment, Gathorn gradually lowered his hands, causing all the levitating debris to plummet as his own presence became more subdued. He lifted his gaze to the astonished Ceram hovering above and remarked coolly, "If you do not summon your true strength now, or if this is indeed all you can muster, then with my next strike, you shall meet your demise." The tone of Gathorn was somewhat frigid yet tinged with excitement, rendering his inner thoughts inscrutable. Chapter 39. How infuriating. Is it still not possible? With that, he vanished in a flash. When Serant regained his composure, Gathorn had already materialized before him. Serant's gaze sharpened, remaining remarkably composed, and he unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which sliced through the air with an audible crack, aimed mercilessly at Gathorn's face. Smack! Too weak, Gathorn scoffed, raising his left hand to grasp Serant's incoming fist. Simultaneously, his right hand swept horizontally, crashing down with a force that seemed capable of cleaving the very air, targeting Serant's left side. Boom! Ah! Serant, momentarily stunned by his opponent's swift reaction, let out a cry before he could even react, struck hard and bent like a bow. Sent hurtling away, he plummeted uncontrollably towards the ground. In the next instant, a deafening explosion resonated. Serant plummeted deep into the earth, followed by the ground trembling incessantly, reminiscent of a volcano on the brink of eruption. A low, ominous hum began to resonate. Gathorn, arms crossed, hovered silently in the sky, gazing down at the billowing smoke rising below. A confident smile graced his lips. His eyes glowed with an intensity that seemed capable of piercing through to Serant's depths underground. One blow was insufficient, Gathorn remarked disdainfully. He had not exerted much force in that strike, although he had earlier claimed he could kill Serant with the next blow. He reconsidered, opting to prolong the encounter for his own amusement. Suddenly, a sound of stones cascading echoed from the smoke. Gathorn's brow slightly furrowed, a smile of intrigue appearing on his face. How interesting. It seems I underestimated you. In a flash, countless dazzling beams erupted from the crevices of the stones, piercing through the haze and darting in all directions, though they appeared devoid of any destructive power. Soon after, a thunderous crash erupted. Debris flew through the air as the smoke thickened. Gathorn, high above, slowly released his hands, gently waving his right hand towards the ground. A gust of wind surged downward, sweeping away the smoke to reveal a massive crater several dozen meters wide. Within the pit, Serant struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression dark and grim. He ascended slowly, hovering a short distance opposite Gathorn. "What is this? Are you finally going to take this seriously?" Gathorn remarked with a faint smile, for this was precisely what he desired. The stronger his opponent, the more exhilarated he felt, as it made the battle all the more engaging. Serant remained silent, taking a deep breath before clenching his fists, his body slightly crouching. Instantly, a faint red glow enveloped his form, rising like a delicate mist. As his breath surged with the emergence of the crimson light, it continued to escalate, reaching a staggering intensity, approximately 15 times what he could currently endure. This fleeting process allowed minimal energy leakage. "Is this it?" Gathorn observed his state, shaking his head in disappointment. Even his detector remained inactive, rendering him too disinterested to check it. Without uttering a word, Ceram vanished from his original position, reappearing beside Gathorn in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. The speed of this blow was such that the sound had yet to escape before it struck Gathorn, who was caught utterly off guard. Whoosh! Bang! Following the impact, the sound of air being sliced and the dull thud echoed. Whoosh! Gathorn's body plummeted uncontrollably toward the ground like a meteor, head first, eyes tightly shut, limbs flailing in the wind. Then, with a resounding crash, he struck the earth, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air, which, under the influence of the fierce wind, quickly transformed into a sandstorm, ravaging the area. A howl erupted from the pit, Gathorn's voice soaring towards the heavens. Boom! The ground shattered instantaneously. Stretching his limbs, countless fragments of stone flew into the air like bullets. Their speed akin to lightning, each creating a sonic boom as they sliced through the atmosphere. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Ceram squinted, his form darting effortlessly, appearing and vanishing, skillfully evading the barrage of stones that fell like rain. At that moment, Gathorn transformed into a streak of white light, charging directly at Ceram. Arriving in front of him in an instant, his right hand slashing downwards. Boom! A sound of air being torn apart accompanied the strike. Ceram sensed the disturbance. His eyelids flickered as he crouched dramatically, narrowly avoiding the attack, only to be struck on his back by a condensed energy sphere that Gathorn had summoned with his left hand. Boom! An explosion ensued, engulfing both combatants in thick smoke, obscuring the scene while the sounds of their battle echoed through the mist. Crackle, crackle! Glimmers of light flickered within the smoke, reminiscent of fireworks amidst the haze. Boom! The silhouettes of the two figures gradually emerged from the explosion, yet their movements were relentless, continuously unleashing a barrage of energy spheres in a fierce exchange. Boom! At this juncture, Ceram wore a serious expression, though the indomitable spirit of battle still gleamed in his eyes. Damn! Is there still such a significant gap? He cursed inwardly. Having sensed the disparity in their strengths after several encounters, the skills he relied upon were not as dependable as he had imagined. Perhaps he had underestimated the situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gathorn wore a broad smile, appearing utterly at ease, as if he were merely playing. Still too weak, utterly uninspiring, he muttered in disappointment. Explosions erupted incessantly between the two, illuminating the already darkened sky, while the surrounding air twisted under the force of the blasts, as though it were being scorched by fierce flames. Ceram paused, lifting his gaze towards the heavens, then glanced down, his heart sinking in disbelief. No, it cannot be. Below, there was not a trace of Gathorn's presence. Suddenly, a faint ripple echoed behind him. Ceram reacted instantly, his brow furrowing as he vanished from his spot. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, Gathorn materialized behind him, launching a swift kick that shattered his afterimage into fragments. This level of prowess was to be expected. Gathorn, undeterred by his missed strike, wore an even broader smile, then turned his gaze into the distance, where Ceram had retreated further. He shook his head lightly and transformed into a beam of white light, pursuing him relentlessly. Whoosh! The speed of the white light was astonishing, rendering it nearly invisible, save for the deafening roar it created, as if tearing the very air apart. At that moment, Lin Zhu floated silently in the high sky, observing the swiftly fading silhouettes of the two, his face etched with astonishment. How infuriating! They are terrifyingly powerful. Yet, he quickly suppressed his shock, casting his gaze down at the headless corpse on the ground, and without hesitation, unleashed an energy blast that reduced Orlan's body to ashes, before transforming into a streak of white light to follow suit. At this juncture, Ceram was flying at full throttle. When he turned his head, his expression darkened further, for Gathorn was closing in on him, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. How vexing! Should I forcefully deploy the doubling fist? Yet, in the next moment, all hesitation was replaced with resolve. He felt his energy surge, and with arms extended, he brought his hands together. Between his palms, a faint electric current danced, and as he slowly parted his hands, a pale yellow energy sphere materialized. A low, resonant hum filled the air. This energy sphere was not large, roughly the size of a grapefruit, yet it exhibited an unsettling instability, fluctuating in size erratically. Superpower, Ceram declared, pressing down forcefully. But it seemed to possess an immense rebounding power, as it resisted his pressure and drifted ever further away. Zzz. The energy blast swiftly expanded to the size of a barrel. Ceram gritted his teeth and exerted pressure once more, managing to compress it back to the size of a basketball, the oscillations becoming even more intense, as if it were spinning at high speed, on the verge of collapse and explosion. Pulse. What? Gathorn's eyes narrowed as he abruptly turned around, having no time to evade, only to find Ceram appearing behind him in an instant, delivering a powerful energy blast to his back. Bang! Ah! A resounding explosion accompanied by a piercing scream erupted simultaneously. Gathorn's form was violently propelled from the blast, arching backward like a broken kite. With a swift whoosh, his expression contorted as if electrified, while remnants of pulsating energy wreaked havoc upon his being, swiftly engulfing him once more, accompanied by a crackling sound. Ceram hastily pursued, his fingers interlocked, fists clenched, striking down with the speed of lightning. A thunderous impact resounded as Gathorn struggled to open his eyes, only to be met with a relentless blow that struck him forcefully in the abdomen, driving him into the ground, fracturing the earth beneath him. Ceram hovered high above, gazing down into the deep crater, panting slightly, with a furrowed brow. Despite having unleashed his full power, he doubted it would suffice to vanquish his opponent. Narrowing his eyes, he began to gesture fervently, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that rained down like a torrential downpour, relentlessly bombarding Gathorn shrouded in smoke. A cacophony of explosions ensued. He was determined not to squander this opportunity to inflict any measure of damage. Suddenly, a figure surged forth from the chaos of the explosions, Gathorn himself. Only minor signs of battle damage adorned his form, yet his demeanor remained calm, little altered from before, with eyes sharp as blades. All assaults upon him seemed trivial. In an instant, he lunged towards the incredulous Ceram, delivering a merciless upward punch. A dull thud resonated through the air. The astonished Ceram was struck in the abdomen, sent soaring into the sky, trailing a series of explosive sounds. Gathorn transformed into a streak of white light, rapidly closing the distance to Ceram's rear, executing a swift spin before delivering a powerful kick. Another thundering impact reverberated. A series of whooshing sounds followed as Ceram, launched into the air, felt the force of Gathorn's kick strike his back, bending him into a crescent shape, altering his trajectory straight towards the ground. With a cry of agony, blood staining the corners of his mouth, Ceram struggled to lift his gaze towards the heavens. Damn it, is this still insufficient? He cursed inwardly, succumbing to a rising panic. Just as he was about to crash into the earth, he vanished with a whoosh. The resulting gust stirred up a whirlwind of dust upon the ground. Gathorn, observing this scene, felt a twinge of surprise. He had what can the opponent's feeble strength do against me? It is nothing more than a display of folly. I might as well indulge him a little longer, allowing him to truly experience what genuine despair feels like. Chapter 40. The double amplification fist. At this moment, Saiyans concealed himself behind a rocky hill, his body bearing numerous scars, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. He had already exerted himself far beyond his limits with the amplification technique, yet he remained utterly outmatched. The foreboding effects of his overexertion were beginning to manifest. Should he continue to forcibly unleash an amplification that exceeded his capacity, the repercussions would be dire. Not only would he endure excruciating pain and immobility, but he might also face the loss of vitality, ultimately leading to his demise. This is bad. Lin Zhu, who had been pursuing him, was taken aback and quickly halted his flight, turning to take refuge behind the rocky hill, cautiously peering out to observe Gathorn soaring through the sky. How infuriating! Is there truly no way to triumph? He seethed with frustration, repeatedly falling into despair. He had witnessed the earlier confrontation and recognized the formidable strength of the two adversaries. Had he been in their place, he likely would not have lasted even a single round. Do you think hiding will thwart me? Gathorn hovered in the air, casting a cold smirk downward, and began relentlessly bombarding the rocky formations with energy blasts. This is not good. Lin Zhu noticed the energy projectiles edging closer and promptly turned to retreat. Alas, there was no time for hesitation. Behind the rocky hill, Saiyans closed his eyes tightly, exhaling a deep sigh before reopening them. The last vestiges of uncertainty vanished in an instant, replaced by an indomitable fighting spirit. The crimson aura that had previously dissipated now reemerged, glowing ever more brilliantly as his muscles tensed and veins bulged. Beep, beep, beep. What? Gathorn was startled, abruptly turning to gaze at a nearby rocky hill, where Saiyans' silhouette gradually emerged. A powerful aura radiated from him, stirring fierce winds that swept violently in all directions. Swish, swish, swish. Gathorn's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of excitement gracing his features. He crossed his arms and descended slowly onto a rocky outcrop, watching with growing anticipation as Saiyans' smirk widened. He had no intention of striking immediately. Rather, he relished the prospect of his opponent unleashing even greater power. For such a battle would be truly exhilarating. The readings on the detector surged, swiftly surpassing 14,000. Cyromancer clenched his fists tightly, slightly bending his knees, and let out a long, resonant howl towards the heavens, a tempestuous aura erupting forth and sweeping outward. His hair danced wildly in the gale, and countless stones were whisked away by the hurricane, flying in all directions. Lin Zhu, buffeted by the relentless winds, found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, his body careening away into the distance. What manner of monster is this, possessing such overwhelming strength? His face was a portrait of disbelief. He had initially thought that the recent display of power was the pinnacle, yet, astonishingly, in merely 3 short years, Ceram had unveiled strength beyond his wildest imagination time and again. Elsewhere, on the grass, Mandy paced restlessly, her hands clenched tightly together, perspiration gradually seeping from her palms. At that moment, anxiety coursed through her, particularly as she sensed a familiar, yet turbulent energy emanating from afar. No, I must go and see for myself. With a face etched in concern, she stamped her foot decisively, unable to quell her unease, and soared into the sky, heading towards the source. Gathorn, with arms tightly crossed, lowered them in disbelief, exclaiming, "No, it cannot be. How can your combat power exceed 15,000? His voice trembled with incredulity. Ceram paid no heed, unleashing a thunderous roar that unleashed an overwhelming aura, causing Gathorn to stagger backward. Enraged, he halted, gazing up at Ceram with astonishment, muttering in shock. 15,100, 15,200, 15,300, and still rising. No, this is impossible. You, the lowest of the low, how can you surpass me? Gathorn raged, unable to fathom that Ceram could possess such formidable strength, exceeding his own. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he crushed the detector in his grasp, and, with fervor, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards the still fuming Ceram. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, it was as if an invisible barrier surrounded Ceram. The energy blasts could not breach his vicinity, exploding harmlessly around him, enveloping him in a thick cloud of smoke. Gathorn glanced to his sides, observing the rubble of a colossal mountain strewn about, then raised his hands, summoning a massive mountain to rise before him. With a swift throw, he sent the mountain hurtling towards Ceram. Boom, whoosh. Although the mountain was immense, its speed was unrelenting, accompanied by a resounding roar and fierce winds as it bore down upon Ceram. However, at that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed as the mountain shattered, allowing Ceram to surge through, his fists creating afterimages in the air as he delivered a powerful strike. Gathorn barely had time to react before he was struck hard in the abdomen, vomiting blood as he was sent flying like a cannonball. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Ceram vanished, reappearing far behind Gathorn, bending slightly as he awaited Gathorn's arrival, then delivering a sudden, forceful kick. Thud. A deep sound reverberated. Impossible. Gathorn could not regain control of his flight, propelled upwards by the kick. Whoosh, whoosh. Ceram raised his gaze, transforming into a streak of white light as he pursued. Soon ascending to greater heights, his face alight with fervor, fingers interlocked into a fist, striking down with lightning speed. No, Gathorn shouted, unable to maintain his balance, and could only watch helplessly as he was struck down once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled, plunging deep into the ground. At that moment, Ceram was no better off, racked with excruciating pain, as if undergoing torture. How infuriating. Just a little longer, he thought, gritting his teeth against the agony. Deep underground, Gathorn struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression growing increasingly grim. No, he roared, and with that, the earth erupted, boulders soaring like mountains into the air. What? Ceram exclaimed in shock, astonished that, despite enduring so many attacks, Gathorn's aura seemed far from diminished. He found it hard to believe how resilient his opponent was, yet he managed to remain composed. Narrowing his eyes, he effortlessly cleaved the incoming boulders into dust. A wave of energy surged from the ground, launching forth with such velocity that Ceram barely managed to evade it. Almost simultaneously, Gathorn's figure erupted from the earth, and with a fierce punch, he struck. What? Ceram, just stabilizing himself, felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively turned. Gathorn's speed was astonishing. As if he could predict Ceram's position. Caught off guard, Serant was struck squarely in the back by a powerful blow. "Ah!" he screamed, hurtling through the air. But at that moment, Serant felt an intense grip tighten around him, rendering him immobile. Chapter 41. To perish together? With blood at the corner of his mouth, Gathorn's expression was manic as he leaned back with great force. In the next instant, he slammed his head forward, striking Serant's forehead with tremendous impact. "Ah!" Serant cried out, his face contorted in pain as his forehead shattered, blood gushing forth. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed through the air. His head buzzed, and he could barely register the pain, struggling in vain against his bonds. "This cannot continue, or I will surely be crushed," he thought desperately. With a surge of effort, he clenched his teeth, attempting to strike Gathorn behind him with his elbow. However, his arms were held too tightly, rendering him completely immobile. Damn it! A wave of frustration coursed through him as he cursed inwardly, his anger mounting. After several futile attempts, he realized he could not even use his teleportation. In this predicament, focusing his mind was impossible. As soon as he locked onto a single aura, his concentration would shatter. Perhaps due to the overexertion of his multiplied techniques or the inability to combine them. For a moment, Serant could not devise a means of escape. Bang! 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 The resounding thuds continued unabated. The battlefield was a scene of devastation, while dark clouds in the sky began to swirl ominously, with faint flashes of lightning visible within. The thunderous roar resonated through the air. At this moment, Gathorn had succumbed to madness, entirely disregarding his wounds. His visage was already stained crimson, not only with the blood of Serant, but predominantly with his own. "Ah!" Serant let out a piercing howl to the heavens, his veins bulging like serpents. A terrifying sight to behold. Yet, even with every ounce of strength he could muster, he found himself unable to break free. How infuriating! Was he truly left with no choice but to continue overexerting himself with the amplified fist? Serant's heart brimmed with reluctance. He could feel the vitality within him being ravaged. If he persisted, death would be inevitable. He understood this was not mere illusion but stark reality. After a brief moment, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes tightly, and then opened them with renewed determination. It mattered not. Death awaited him regardless. He resolved to break free first and forced himself to significantly increase the amplification intensity. "Ah!" Serant roared, a powerful aura surging forth. Instantly, a sharp pain coursed through his body, causing him to involuntarily flinch. His features contorted as he bore through the excruciating agony, pushing back against the retreating amplified fist with renewed vigor. "Ah!" With another furious shout, he gathered all his strength, slowly prying his hands apart, then leant back forcefully, crashing forward once more. Bang! Serant's head collided with Gathorn's with the force of a slingshot. Gathorn let out a wretched cry, his hands slackening in defeat. And in the next moment, he was sent sprawling backward like a kite with its string severed. In midair, his forehead was battered, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, washing over his face. At this juncture, Serant hovered in the air, gasping for breath, his body trembling slightly. "Ah!" he groaned in agony, casting his gaze downward at his hands, which trembled involuntarily, as if acknowledging a grave misdeed. In the next instant, his brow furrowed, fists clenched tightly, and with a resolute bite of his teeth, he surged forward. Serant was acutely aware that the duration of his formidable power was fleeting. He had to eliminate his opponent swiftly, or else the opportunity would vanish with time. As for the subsequent repercussions, he would ponder those later. Now was not the time for such concerns. "Ah!" Gathorn was hurtling backward through the air, his face a mask of anguish, continuously wailing, the blood from his forehead transforming into a mist under the relentless winds. "No, I will not accept this," he shouted defiantly. The relentless power of Serant overshadowed him again and again, plunging him into existential doubt. He could not fathom how an ant could suddenly surpass an elephant. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him, and Gathorn managed to turn his head with great difficulty, his heart racing in shock. Impossible. There stood Serant, already beside him, equally tormented in expression but relentless in motion, offering him no respite whatsoever. Without hesitation, he launched a swift elbow strike. Bang! The speed was so astonishing that Gathorn barely had time to register the intense pain searing through his abdomen before he expelled a mouthful of blood, his body careening uncontrollably towards the ground. Whoosh! 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 Serant executed a swift maneuver, descending rapidly and quickly positioning himself beside Gathorn. With a powerful punch, he struck Gathorn's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Whoosh! Gathorn coughed up blood, his features contorted in agony. Unable to evade or resist, he could not halt his trajectory. Whoosh! Ceram swiftly caught up, surpassing Gathorn, and halted in front of him, turning to face the airborne Gathorn as he approached. Gathorn observed as Ceram crouched slightly, extending his arms before him, bringing them together to form a radiant sphere, enveloped by a formidable aura. A low, resonant hum filled the air. Soon, a brilliant energy orb, reminiscent of a watermelon in size, coalesced between Ceram's palms, pulsating with an unstable brilliance. The orb expanded rapidly, forcing Ceram's hands apart. While he gritted his teeth and applied pressure, compressing the orb further, intensifying its luminescence and volatility. It twisted and writhed, teetering on the brink of explosion. Crack! Sizzle! Cursed! In mid-flight, Gathorn struggled to raise his head, catching a glimpse of Ceram's actions, panic flooding his expression. Damn it! You shall not defeat me. He tensed, enveloped by a powerful aura, attempting to halt his flight, but to no avail, only managing to decelerate slightly. Whoosh! Gathorn clenched his fist, twisting his body as he brought his hands together before him, concentrating his energy into a formidable strike, preparing to counter Ceram with his utmost strength. Ceram observed this scene, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he remained calm. He understood that as long as his strike landed, it would matter not whether Gathorn defended himself. His energy far surpassed that of his opponent. Even if Gathorn struggled, it would be futile. Ceram deftly compressed his energy into a pale golden orb. Sizzle! Just as Gathorn neared, Ceram drew his hands to his chest and bellowed, "Super energy pulse." Without hesitation, he thrust the compressed energy forward. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling beam of pale golden light, as thick as a water barrel, shot through the sky like a meteor, directly aimed at the approaching Gathorn. The sound of crackling and explosive detonations echoed continuously, as if the very air trembled beneath the weight of this overwhelming force. As the powerful energy wave surged forward during the confrontation with Ceram, Gathorn unleashed a thunderous roar, channeling the immense energy gathered between his hands to counter the impending attack. A resounding thud reverberated through the air, freezing the very essence of existence. A brilliant light illuminated the sky, piercing through even the thickest of clouds. Two beams of light, one white and the other a pale gold, collided forcefully, creating ripples that expanded outward and instantaneously formed a colossal sphere of energy. The vibrations of this potent force radiated outward, echoing into the distance. In the face of the overwhelming backlash, Gathorn was momentarily propelled backward, yet he quickly regained his composure. However, he soon found himself unable to withstand the immense impact, causing him to stagger back. "I will not accept defeat," he bellowed defiantly, his resolve unyielding despite the grotesque contortion of his features. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Gathorn summoned his strength once more, thickening the energy beam emanating from him. With a resounding boom, he surged into the energy sphere, momentarily withstanding Ceram's onslaught, stabilizing his form and creating a tenuous stalemate. "How can this be? It's impossible!" Ceram exclaimed, astonished by the unexpected resilience of his opponent. He had assumed that his power had exceeded Gathorn's by a considerable margin. Yet he was unable to deliver a decisive blow. A flicker of doubt crept into Ceram's mind, questioning the supremacy of his strength. "No, I must endure," he declared through gritted teeth. He could feel his energy rapidly waning, akin to a deflating balloon, and it was evident that he was on the brink of collapse. The repercussions of the multiplier technique would soon rebound, wreaking havoc upon his body. The thought of failing to vanquish Gathorn sent a shiver of dread coursing through him. With a fervent cry, he unleashed the remaining strength within him, determined to make one final stand, knowing that there would be no second chance. Instantly, his energy wave swelled once more, surging into the colliding energy sphere. With a thunderous crash, the energy sphere ruthlessly charged toward the already exhausted Gathorn. "No, it's impossible." Gathorn's voice was laced with despair and defiance, but his resistance lasted but a fleeting moment. In the next instant, the energy sphere was upon him. Regardless of his fear, his unwillingness, and his desperate struggle, it was all in vain. For this was the undeniable truth. In the clash of forces, the stronger prevailed. Boom! The energy sphere collided with Gathorn, engulfing him and soaring into the distance, yet it did not travel far before erupting with a thunderous explosion. Moments later, from the billowing smoke of the blast, a bloodied figure fell, drifting down like a lifeless maple leaf. A sigh of relief escaped Ceram's lips as he thought, at last, it is resolved. However, this fleeting moment of solace was swiftly replaced by a countenance twisted in agony, accompanied by a pained groan. His body trembled uncontrollably. His eyes fluttered shut, and he slumped helplessly to the ground. In the next instant, he crashed heavily into a pile of rubble, sending a faint cloud of dust into the air. Dark clouds began to gather ominously above the battlefield, and the surrounding light dimmed slightly, with the sky rumbling. The tempest of thunder and lightning raged, and Mandy, suspended mid-flight, suddenly halted. "No, it cannot be," she exclaimed, shaking her head, her voice trembling and tinged with tears, her eyes glistening with moisture. As she closed her eyes, 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks, only to open them again as a radiant white light surged forth, racing toward the source of the explosion. In Mandy's perception, the formidable auras of the two had just vanished, leaving only an unsettling silence in their wake. A pile of debris erupted violently, and a tall figure emerged, suspended in midair. It was Lin Zhu. Having been too close to the earlier surge of energy, he had sought refuge underground, only daring to resurface once the aftershocks had subsided. What is happening? Why have their energies vanished? Could they have perished together? Lin Zhu pondered, bewilderment lacing his voice. He shook his head, dismissing the notion as unlikely. Ceram's power had been overwhelmingly dominant moments before, suggesting a different outcome. Confusion and unease clouded Lin Zhu's thoughts as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Resolute not to miss any pivotal moment, he transformed into a streak of white light, propelled forward with a deafening sonic boom. Chapter 42. Despair. Serant lay motionless atop the rubble, his visage grotesquely contorted and smeared with blood, evoking a chilling impression akin to that of a lifeless corpse. Though his battle attire remained intact, his body bore countless fine lacerations, resembling the marks of a blade. Upon closer inspection, one could discern his limbs twitching sporadically and his chest heaving slightly, indicating a faint breath, albeit accompanied by excruciating suffering and disarray. Ceram's lips quivered, producing a faint groan. Is this truly the end? He murmured weakly, as if on the verge of drawing his last breath. In his hollow gaze lingered a blend of defiance, pain, and a flicker of dread. At this moment, his entire body had become utterly immobile, with only his eyes capable of movement and his lips barely able to stir, emitting faint sounds. Even turning his head was beyond his capability. The excruciating pain radiating throughout his body grew ever more pronounced, and he could no longer suppress the backlash of the side effects. He could only allow these agonies to ravage and torment his flesh. Even more despairing was the fact that Ceram could do nothing but watch helplessly as his vitality ebbed away, with no means to intervene. His attempts to cry out were futile, for only he could hear himself. Cursed be his miscalculation. He had initially believed he could utilize teleportation, only to find that after overexerting himself with the multiplied fists, he gradually became unable to employ teleportation any longer. At this moment, regret consumed him. Had he only tested his abilities more thoroughly beforehand, perhaps he would have anticipated the conflicts between these skills. Alas, what use was regret now? Thunder rumbled as the dark clouds in the sky thickened and churned, with flashes of lightning illuminating the gloom. Mere moments later, a light drizzle began to fall. Yet, perplexingly, despite the sky being laden with clouds, Ceram felt as though the light had grown significantly brighter, a brightness he was certain was not due to the lightning, but rather reminiscent of lanterns. This could not continue, he murmured to himself, frustration mounting as his somber thoughts hindered any further contemplation. He could never have imagined he would find himself in such a dire situation, awaiting death so swiftly. The drizzle intensified, hinting at a shift to a heavier rainfall. At that moment, Ceram resembled a stone, immovable beneath the relentless wash of rain. Not far off, a flash of white light darted past amidst the ruins. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosive detonations pierced the air in rapid succession. This was Lin Zhu, mid-flight, abruptly halted, astonished. Just moments ago, he had sensed a familiar aura rising swiftly and intensifying. Turning to his left, his brow furrowed, his expression grew gravely serious, and he swiftly altered his course. Faster, 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 Manly exclaimed, her face etched with urgency. At that moment, she had expended all her strength in flight, yet still felt her speed was insufficient. She yearned to hasten further, wishing she could fly even swifter. Her eyes scanned frantically, hoping to catch sight of that familiar figure amidst the devastation of battle. However, all she could see were piles of rubble formed from the countless shattered stones, with no trace of a person in sight. Where could he be? Manly's anxiety surged, nearly bringing her to tears. As she continued to search the ground, she propelled herself deeper into the chaos, striving to locate Ceram as swiftly as possible. Ceram, where are you? Her heart raced uncontrollably, a deepening sense of unease creeping over her. Meanwhile, Ceram's gaze had grown vacant. He felt both helpless and unwilling to accept such an end, loath to succumb to a silent death. Suddenly, the detector on his face began to pulse rapidly. Who could it be? In an instant, Ceram was pulled from his despondent state, as if a glimmer of hope had emerged, assuring him that he would not perish in solitude. He fixated intently on the digits displayed on the detector, his heart brimming with joy. However, as the numbers surged, confusion gradually crept in. His body was utterly fatigued, rendering him incapable of sensing the presence of energy, let alone discerning the identity or strength of the entity before him. The figures leaped dramatically, 3,000, 3,880, 5,000, and in the blink of an eye, surpassed 5,000. Though his expression remained relatively unchanged, his heart was already engulfed in astonishment. What was happening? Who could it be? Could the detector be malfunctioning? A flurry of questions surged within him. His eyes darted around, desperately trying to catch even a fleeting glimpse of a silhouette. The situation was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Yet, he found himself unable to turn his head even slightly, restricted to a narrow field of vision, where he could only observe the incessant raindrops falling, the ominous clouds overhead, and the distant, glimmering rock formations that shimmered faintly in the darkness, or the peaks of mountains far beyond. Silver light? No, it was moonlight. A wave of dread washed over Ceram as realization struck him, plunging him into despair. How could this be? Internally, he cursed vehemently. Just moments ago, there had been no moon, and now he instinctively knew it was a full moon. How unfortunate it was that he had encountered this moment, or rather, it seemed that the other party had deliberately chosen this time to confront him. Perhaps he had been careless. The detector continued its relentless oscillation. 18980, 19386, 20658, 20987, 21600. 22068. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the detector erupted and fell to pieces. In that instant, Ceram's thoughts froze along with the device's explosion. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, where dark clouds loomed and rain fell persistently. Yet, a silver glow emerged from the ground, casting long shadows of the rocky outcrops. At that moment, in the distant horizon, a modest full moon hung, the surrounding clouds having dispersed, converging above the battlefield, unleashing a downpour. Lin Zhu now hovered in midair, his eyes wide with fury, staring down at the ground, his face etched with fear and disbelief. What manner of monster was this? His voice and body trembled involuntarily. Below, a colossal shadow grew ever larger, towering 7 to 8 meters high in mere moments, continuously expanding. It was the transformed Gathorn, now a giant ape illuminated by the moonlight. Its body marred by shocking scars, visible traces of blood that were gradually obscured by the burgeoning fur. The bloodstains on its battle attire faded and diminished as they stretched and expanded. His body, marred by numerous wounds, expanded and contracted in tandem with his form, only to be swiftly concealed by a shroud of fur, as if miraculously healed. A ferocious roar reverberated through the void, echoing with an unsettling resonance, reminiscent of a wild beast in a frenzy. Subsequently, the colossal ape, transformed from Gathorn, leaped high into the air, crashing down with a thunderous boom. The impact sent a shower of debris soaring into the sky, unleashing a formidable aura that ravaged the surroundings, stirring up gales that swept in all directions. In the midst of this chaos, Lin Zhu, momentarily dazed, was jolted by the overwhelming presence, releasing a shriek as he was hurled backward. The giant ape swayed from side to side, its powerful arms mercilessly wreaking havoc upon the environment, akin to an ancient beast bent on annihilating the world. Massive boulders, resembling small mountains, were flung in every direction. With a series of crashes, Lin Zhu shattered several stones before managing to steady himself on one. Panting heavily as cold sweat drenched his back. Though he had been caught off guard, the sheer intensity of the aura was unprecedented, far surpassing what he had felt from Serant by several folds. Lin Zhu's brow furrowed in deep contemplation, caught in a dilemma of whether to flee or remain. To retreat could lead to unforeseen devastation, yet to stay, facing such a disparity in power, left him at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, high above, Mley, soaring through the sky, was nearly thrown from her course by the oncoming surge of energy. What on earth is happening? Struggling to maintain her flight, she turned her gaze to the left, catching a glimpse of distant debris being thrown into the air, indicating considerable commotion. Her confusion deepened, and anxiety weighed heavily upon her. She was uncertain of which direction to take. Serant, she murmured to herself, and after a brief moment of hesitation, surmised that he was likely in that direction, prompting her to pivot and fly onward. How could this be? What a vexing situation. Serant cursed internally, grappling with the incomprehensibility of their inability to vanquish the foe despite the circumstances. A strong sense of defeat gnawed at his spirit. Determined to rise, he attempted to stand. But as soon as he moved, his body succumbed to weakness once more. He tried to take flight, only to discover that his strength had all but vanished. As if his body were no longer his own. A series of explosive sounds erupted, followed by a thick cloud of dust that began to drift towards Serant. I must go, he resolved, despite his contorted visage and bloodshot eyes, which threatened to spill tears of crimson. His heart still yearned to completely defeat and eliminate the adversary. He could not accept death without a fight. He had no other choices. Remaining here would only lead to a slow demise or being discovered and crushed. Thus, he resolved to struggle once more, seeking clarity in his thoughts. Thus, disregarding everything, he forcefully activated the doubling fist, and a faint crimson glow enveloped his body. The excruciating pain that had engulfed him receded like a tide, replaced by an overwhelming surge of power. His previously immobile body instantaneously regained its ability to move. However, Serant felt no joy. He understood that this was but a fleeting moment of brilliance, and soon he would likely meet his demise. Yet, he could no longer care. He had glimpsed his fate and, before his end, resolved to indulge in one last act of defiance. He soared into the sky, propelling himself towards the distant explosion. His figure slightly sluggish and swaying, still betraying his undeniable exhaustion as he persevered. Boom. Rumble. Meanwhile, Lin Zhu was desperately evading the colossal ape's relentless assaults, as enormous boulders shattered under the force of its heavy fists. How infuriating. Why does it grow stronger with each strike? How can I possibly overcome this foe? His mind was rife with questions, leading him to feel an unsettling sense of hopelessness against an adversary he believed insurmountable. Time and again, defeat had crushed his aspirations, breeding despair and prompting him to question the very essence of existence. After a period of evasion, Lin Zhu began to discern certain flaws in his opponent. Although the giant ape possessed immense strength, its intellect seemed rather clouded, its attacks simplistic and reliant solely on brute force, with its speed failing to match the power it unleashed. This revelation sparked a glimmer of opportunity within him. He was unwilling to retreat without a fight. He doubted that the creature's frenzied state could endure for long, especially since he had observed its injuries with clarity. The giant ape swung its hand downwards, creating a tempest as it struck the rock upon which Lin Zhu stood. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed. Whoosh. Whoosh. Lin Zhu leaped backward, executing a series of flips before landing securely on a distant stone mountain. The ground quaked beneath him, as if a tremendous earthquake were unfolding. The giant ape raised its hand, leaving a deep imprint on the earth, and then turned to charge at Lin Zhu once more. Boom. 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 With the rhythm of its footsteps, the tremors of the earth also grew rhythmic. Crack. The stone mountain beneath Lin Zhu suddenly collapsed, propelling him into the air. His gaze sharpened as he beheld the approaching giant ape, and he clasped his hands firmly before his chest. A humming sound filled the air. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted between his palms, illuminating the surrounding darkness. In that fleeting moment, a massive, snow-white energy sphere materialized. Just as the giant ape neared, Lin Zhu shouted fiercely, thrusting his hands forward. Boom. The energy sphere transformed into a colossal wave of energy, surging forth, aimed directly at the giant ape's chest, intent on piercing through it. Whoosh. Roar. Roar. The giant ape, sensing the impending threat, instinctively raised its arms to shield itself. As the energy wave collided with its forearms, a deafening explosion resonated, causing the very void to tremble. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the explosion unleashed a vast cloud of smoke, enveloping the colossal ape in an instant, rendering the inner situation obscured. Chapter 43, Grant Me Liberation. Lin Zhu slowly lowered his hands, his chest heaving violently, his gaze piercing as he intently scrutinized the smoke, striving to discern the unfolding events within. Boom! At that moment, the smoke began to churn violently, and suddenly, a shadow burst forth. It was the giant ape. To the naked eye, it appeared unscathed, and without uttering a word, its massive hand summoned a fierce gale, crashing down upon Lin Zhu. The overwhelming force behind the blow, imbued with the potential for utter destruction, threatened to reduce Lin Zhu to mere pulp if he failed to evade. Whoosh! A howling sound pierced through the air. Lin Zhu's eyes widened in horror. Paralyzed by fear, unable to react or defend himself, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Like a mere spectator, he could only watch helplessly as the giant ape's hand descended mercilessly. Swish! Just as the giant ape's hand was about to strike his head, Lin Zhu's body jolted, snapping him out of his terror, but it was already too late. I'm doomed, he cried out, swerving to the side, fully aware that his efforts might be futile, yet unwilling to remain passive. In a flash, a beam of white light surged past him, accompanied by a sound of air being sliced, swiftly pulling him away. Boom! The giant ape's hand struck empty space, pulverizing the rocks beneath it into dust. Meanwhile, Lin Zhu floated at a distance, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by a wave of dread. In that moment, he truly believed he was facing death. It was then he realized he had been saved by the arriving Serant. To defeat him, we must sever his tail or destroy the moon, Ceram said, casting a grave glance towards Lin Zhu. His face twitched uncontrollably, his body swaying, as if he were enduring excruciating pain, on the brink of collapse. The intermittent red glow emanating from him conveyed an unsettling instability. I understand, Lin Zhu nodded, his brow furrowed, his expression solemn, deep in contemplation. Roar! 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 The giant ape turned, glaring at the two with a furious howl, and with a thunderous stomp. It charged forward. The ground trembled beneath its weight. Smaller stones were sent flying, creating a cataclysmic scene. It falls primarily upon you now. My body has reached its limit and may shatter at any moment, Ceram struggled to say, his stability faltering as he veered to the side. Understood. I will draw its attention while you find the opportunity to sever its tail, Lin Zhu replied, nodding in agreement. He unleashed a blast of energy directed at the charging giant ape, then swiftly retreated, intending to lure the beast away. He cast a glance at the moon. His eyes filled with hesitation. He could not bring himself to shatter this sacred orb unless absolutely necessary. The colossal ape, as expected, charged directly toward Lin Zhu. Ceram seized the opportunity, swiftly maneuvering to the rear of the giant beast. With unwavering focus, he fixated on the base of the ape's tail, raising his hand without a moment's hesitation to launch a flattened energy projectile. He poured all his strength into the strike, determined to avoid any chance of failure. As the energy sphere erupted forth, Ceram felt his body sink, revealing signs of struggle even to maintain flight. With a thunderous roar, the projectile sped forth, slicing through the air toward the base of the giant ape's tail, poised to sever it with a single blow. Witnessing the impending strike, a twisted smile broke across Ceram's face as he exclaimed, "Success!" Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze. The giant ape, as if possessing eyes on its back, executed a swift somersault just as the projectile was about to connect, deftly evading the attack. Simultaneously, it swung its right hand forcefully toward the stunned Ceram. A powerful wave of invisible energy surged forth, enveloping Ceram. Caught off guard, he found himself immobile, devoid of any strength to evade. In the blink of an eye, he was struck by the ferocity of the force and sent sprawling. He gasped, blood gushing from his mouth, painting a crimson arc in the air as his body was flung like a marionette with severed strings. A deafening explosion resonated through the air. Almost simultaneously, Lin Zhu unleashed a heavy energy wave that crashed against the giant ape's back. With a furious roar, the ape twirled around, its terrifying vocal waves sending Lin Zhu reeling, contorting in agony. Ceram, Mley immediately halted her flight, spotting the familiar figure hurtling backward not far off. She cried out in alarm. Then, pivoting, she desperately accelerated toward him, her teeth clenched, her body trembling as it expanded slightly, increasing her speed. Ah! Serant screamed in torment, his entire being racked with pain. Under the force of the ape's attack, he could no longer control the searing agony within him. Waves of excruciating pain surged forth, wreaking havoc upon his flesh, torturing him mercilessly. The intensity of this suffering eclipsed anything he had previously endured, as if every part of him were being gnawed, scorched, flayed, and cramping simultaneously. It drove him to the brink of madness, rendering him unable to bear it any longer as he emitted heart-wrenching cries. Ah! 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 Serant's limbs convulsed uncontrollably, as if subjected to unspeakable torture, leaving him with a desperate wish for death. Yet he was powerless to act, unable even to lift a hand, forced to endure the relentless torment. So be it. Let me perish. This was his final thought, a searing pain that defied description. The only sentiment he could articulate was the overwhelming desire for immediate release from the agony. In that moment, all notions of future, past, ideals, and aspirations became irrelevant. Whoosh! The body of Serant plummeted towards a rocky mountain, his eyelids half open, casting a sidelong glance at the approaching boulders, a strained smile of relief barely gracing his lips. At long last, it was over. A sound of relaxation escaped him, as if the suffering had dissipated into the ether. He slowly closed his eyes, his limbs ceasing their struggle, peacefully accepting his fate. Whoosh! Just as Serant was about to collide with the rock, a pale blue figure flashed before him, shielding the stone. Boom! The rock shattered into countless pieces. Ah! Serant was jolted back into pain, struggling to open his eyes, the first sight greeting him being the flowing azure locks. Ah! Mley! He called out, trembling. Ah! Ah! Then, a heart-wrenching scream escaped him. Forgive me. I am late. Mley sat up, crying out, forcefully embracing the writhing Serant. She gently patted his back, tears streaming down her face, her voice imbued with a softness akin to flowing water. At that moment, the sight of Serant in such distress pierced her heart, causing her immense anguish. Ah! Serant thrashed violently, howling, Please, kill me. It hurts too much. Grant me release. He sobbed, his voice trembling. Ah! 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 Serant had become a distorted figure, desperately clawing at his own throat, seeking to end his life. The side effects of overexerting his doubling fist were intensifying, rendering him unable to endure any longer. Even with Mley's arrival, the desire to live had vanished. No sobbing. Mley shook her head, as if the one enduring the pain was she. She longed to bear his suffering, even a fraction of it. Grabbing Serant's hand, she soon felt sharp claws digging in, faint traces of blood surfacing. Ah! 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 Please, grant me release. Serant desperately stilled his frantic motions, gazing up at Mley's face. Tears streaming down his cheeks, filled only with pleading. No, I will not allow you to die. Mley shook her head, regardless of Serant's entreaties. She could not bring herself to act, even knowing the depth of his suffering. At that moment, on the other side, a thunderous crash resonated as Lin Zhu heavily descended into the rubble. Boom! The ground trembled incessantly as the colossal ape charged forward once more. With a sudden lift of its massive foot, it descended heavily upon the pile of rubble, intent on crushing Lin Zhu into a pulp. Thunderous! Another resounding crash echoed. The giant foot sank deeply into the debris, sending shards flying in every direction, among which emerged a disheveled figure. Lin Zhu, who had narrowly evaded the catastrophe. Ah! Cursed beast! He shouted, despite being covered in wounds, his face contorted in agony, gritting his silver teeth as blood seeped from multiple injuries. Yet his gaze remained resolute. As he soared away, he swiftly sought distance, contemplating his next move. Roar! 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 The giant ape let out a deafening bellow, pounding its chest with ferocity, producing a cacophony of sound. Then, pausing momentarily, its blood-red eyes locked onto its prey and pursued with relentless fervor. Ah! 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 Serant was still in torment, screaming and struggling, his visage twisted in a grotesque manner, resembling a frenzied beast. Sweat and tears had already drenched the front of Mley's clothing. Think of something. Think of something. Mley's heart raced with urgency, yet her mind remained clear, whirring rapidly. Yes, the reverberating water, the longevity fruit. Her body jolted, Her eyes widened, as a glimmer of hope flickered within her. She quickly embraced Serant and transformed into a beam of white light, soaring into the distance. At that moment, her mind was consumed by a singular thought: to obtain the reverberating water swiftly, so Serant could consume it and alleviate his suffering. She held him tightly against her chest, restraining his desperate attempts to end his own torment. Under Mley's towering presence, Serant resembled a child, easily subdued, not appearing out of place. "Hold on. We are almost there." She trembled, both terrified and anxious. Mley feared that Serant would not endure until she acquired the reverberating water, and she was equally concerned that it might not heal his grievous wounds. She was not foolish. She had discerned the peculiar nature of Serant's injuries, which filled her with dread. However, there were no other options at hand. This was the only solution she could conceive and execute. "It hurts so much," Serant cried, unable to gather his thoughts. His sole desire was to be liberated from this agony, cursing the dreadful side effects of the amplified fist, which felt like a torment rather than a legitimate skill. In just a fleeting moment, the pain became unbearable, akin to physical torture and mental devastation, leaving him yearning for unconsciousness, yet unable to succumb. As if fate itself forced him to endure the suffering. I know. Mley's voice trembled as she gently caressed Serant's cheek, wiping away his tears. Her own face was similarly distorted, tears flowing like a spring, while her other hand clutched him tightly, gently resting her chin atop Serant's head. She sought to offer him solace, her eyes brimming with determination to survive together, no matter the cost. The speed of Mley's flight remained unaffected, indeed. It seemed to quicken ever so slightly. As the white light surged forth, the first sound that pierced the air was Serant's anguished cries, soon followed by a resounding roar. Chapter 44. A revelation. Mley pressed Serant's head against her nape and, through her sobs, implored, "Bite me." Each of Serant's agonized screams struck her heart like a dagger, causing her to feel a wrenching pain within. Mley yearned to alleviate even a fraction of his suffering. No. Serant wept, struggling and shaking his head with great effort, forcing out the words. Despite his overwhelming pain, his mind remained lucid. He did not wish to inflict further anguish upon Mley, nor did he believe that such an act would diminish his current torment. "It's all right. Perhaps this will ease your burden, even if just a little," Mley gently insisted, shaking her head, her tone soothing as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, tilting her head in readiness for the bite. With her eyes shut tight, tears streamed forth like a fountain, cascading onto Serant's hair. Yet, he remained resolute, tightly sealing his lips and emitting muffled sounds of distress, suppressing his screams. "I don't want this," he cried. "You need not concern yourself with me. This is my choice, and knowing you might feel lighter will ease my heart significantly." Mley clutched Serant closely, her cheek brushing against his, as she wept softly. The tears, like a gentle stream, washed over her tender smile. Serant could no longer contain himself. He let out a heart-wrenching cry, closing his eyes as tears surged forth like a flood, soaking Mley's neck and shoulder. "I'm sorry," he exclaimed, and without hesitation, he sank his teeth into the base of her neck. Perhaps it was futile, yet he still wished to alleviate some of her pain. Mley shook her head lightly, unperturbed, though her expression momentarily contorted in pain, followed by a soft gasp. The agony on her face swiftly transformed into a smile, her demeanor relaxing considerably, and she tightened her embrace around Serant. Both were weeping, yet they felt a profound sense of relief, as if their shared suffering had intertwined at that moment. Serant's body continued to writhe weakly, but in Mley's firm embrace, it seemed less severe than before. The cries ceased abruptly. It was uncertain whether the pain had truly diminished or if it was merely the result of his mouth being silenced. Mley felt only a fleeting sting at her neck, which swiftly morphed into a soothing numbness that gradually faded away. Yet she could sense the lingering grip, aware that Serant had released his hold. With a gentle shake of her head and a warm smile, she understood that even amidst pain, he wished not to inflict harm upon her. Resolving to cast aside such thoughts, she concentrated her spirit, accelerating her speed to its utmost limit, soaring towards the Isle of Death. Meanwhile, thunderous roars reverberated through the air. The dark clouds above thickened ominously, converging as the horizon lay bare. The clouds churned incessantly, lightning illuminating the somber night sky. The colossal ape roared, its sound waves threatening to shatter the very fabric of the void. It wreaked havoc on its surroundings, transforming what was already a desolate wasteland into a chaotic scene of craters and scattered debris. At that moment, Lin Zhu crouched behind a modest boulder, his brow furrowed in contemplation of a strategy. The giant ape, mindlessly rampaging, was on the verge of attacking his hiding place. Suddenly, a blast of energy shot forth from behind the stone, aimed directly at the ape's visage. As the energy orb was unleashed, Lin Zhu propelled himself skyward from his cover. With a resounding explosion, the energy orb, though not particularly powerful, dispersed the haze enveloping the ape's head with a passing gust. The giant ape reopened its eyes, only to find Lin Zhu suspended a short distance away, motionless, hands forming an unusual posture before him. In its mindless fury, the ape, oblivious to the gesture's significance, instinctively swatted at Lin Zhu. Simultaneously, Lin Zhu bellowed, "Snowlight gleams." Instantly, a blinding white radiance erupted from his form, illuminating the sky, far brighter than daylight. The giant ape instinctively withdrew its hand, covering its face as it roared in fury, its massive frame retreating rapidly, sending debris flying in all directions. Seizing the moment, Lin Zhu retracted his stance and surged forward, intent on circling behind the ape to sever its tail and conclude the battle. The giant ape shielded its eyes with one hand while wildly flailing with the other, attacking Lin Zhu with reckless abandon. Despite the chaotic motions, each strike was aimed at Lin Zhu, the speed generating fierce gusts of wind. Lin Zhu gritted his teeth, skillfully dodging the ape's onslaught by weaving and sidestepping. He was baffled as to how the creature discerned his position, whether through sound or some other means, but there was no time for contemplation. He knew he had to maneuver behind the ape swiftly. Once its vision returned, his opportunity would vanish. The giant ape's strikes were swift, creating phantoms in their wake. Yet Lin Zhu's reflexes matched its pace, allowing him to evade each attack with precision. Ultimately, he succeeded in circling around to the rear of the giant ape. Lin Zhu's gaze was as piercing as a torch, fixated on the tail that was perilously close. Without a moment's hesitation, his right hand rose high, enveloped in a brilliant white light. With a sudden, forceful swing, it descended like a colossal axe, aiming fiercely at the base of the giant ape's tail. Success! Lin Zhu felt a surge of joy as his strike landed at the root of the tail. Just then, a gust of wind rushed by him, and he realized with horror that the giant ape's tail was swinging towards him. How infuriating! Without a second thought, Lin Zhu let out a roar of defiance. Refusing to halt his assault, gritting his teeth, he quickened his strikes, disregarding the incoming attack. His determination was resolute. He aimed to sever the tail first, believing that even if he were struck, survival would be worth it, especially given the creature's injuries, which would hinder its ability to retaliate. In the next moment, Lin Zhu's hand sliced into the robust base of the giant ape's tail with ease, penetrating deeply and cleaving through halfway. Just as a smile of triumph began to form on his face, intending to deliver the final blow to sever the tail completely, a thunderous impact struck him. He felt an immense weight as the other end of the giant ape's tail crashed down upon him. How maddening! Lin Zhu roared in frustration, knowing he was so close, yet just a moment too late. Nevertheless, he did not relent. With a final surge of strength, he aimed to cleave through the remaining portion of the tail. Alas! He watched helplessly as his hand moved further away from the tail's base. With a sudden burst, blood erupted from his mouth as his body was sent hurtling towards the ground like a cannonball. The earth trembled with a resounding crash as he landed heavily amidst the rubble, sending dust and debris flying into the air. The giant ape continued its rampage, leaping about, seemingly unaware of Lin Zhu's position, still disoriented and unable to see clearly. As the dust began to settle, a massive pit emerged, revealing Lin Zhu lying within. His face contorted in agony as he emitted pained groans. At that moment, he was in utter disarray, racked with pain, blood seeping from numerous wounds, and clearly gravely injured. How could this be so difficult? Lin Zhu lamented bitterly. The giant ape, though seemingly mindless, was proving to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Was the only option left truly the destruction of the moon? Lin Zhu hesitated, uncertain if he possessed enough strength remaining to obliterate the entire moon. In the Gulf civilization, the moon was revered, untouchable, a symbol of peace. Legends spoke of catastrophic disasters should the moon ever be lost. This moral weight made his hand tremble. But at this moment, such considerations seemed futile. Before long, the giant ape ceased its rampage, a flicker of awareness returning to its eyes as it slowly turned to face Lin Zhu. With a rumble, it continued its destruction while gradually approaching his position. Has it recovered so swiftly? Lin Zhu raised his head with great difficulty, casting a sideways glance in the direction of the commotion, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes as he spoke to himself. He did not immediately rise, intending to rest a while longer, waiting for a closer opportunity to strike. The colossal ape approached, soon devastating the area beside the pit. Damn it, enough is enough. Lin Zhu gazed at the dark clouds overhead, finally resolute in his decision to obliterate the moon. If only there were another way to temporarily banish the moon from sight. A wave of reluctance surged through his mind. Almost simultaneously, the giant ape brought its foot down with tremendous force. In a flash of inspiration, Lin Zhu's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the dark clouds above, a smile breaking across his face as he soared skyward. His hands once again assumed a peculiar posture before him, and he shouted, "Snowlight shines." The giant ape, sensing the threat, quickly raised its hands to shield its face and shut its eyes tightly. It seemed not to possess much intelligence after all. Lin Zhu smiled broadly at this sight, retracting his movements with great speed, racing upwards into the clouds, vanishing from view in an instant. Not sensing any further disturbance, the giant ape opened its eyes and let out a long, mournful howl, lifting a massive stone from the ground and hurling it skyward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of stones, propelled by the giant ape's force, soared like cannonballs, creating a cacophony of sound as they collided with the air, incessantly crashing into the clouds. Chapter 45, Success. A triumphant howl echoed from within the clouds, emanating from Lin Zhu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An overwhelming aura poured forth from him, stirring fierce winds that swept in all directions, dispersing the dark clouds toward the horizon. In that moment, he held nothing back, unleashing every ounce of remaining energy, transcending mere rage. Boom, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, Lin Zhu's expression darkened gravely, and he quickly rolled to the side, narrowly evading a massive stone's assault. Cursed be it, he exclaimed, feeling a chill run down his spine. Yet, before he could catch his breath, his eyelids twitched again, the sound of breaking air resonating as a multitude of stones hurtled toward him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. How many are there? Lin Zhu's eyes widened in fury, cursing inwardly as he darted this way and that, evading the relentless onslaught of projectiles that fell like rain. All the while, he did not forget to channel his formidable energy, continuing to blow the clouds away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thus, he danced between the assaults, releasing his powerful aura to scatter the clouds. Yet, without holding back, this outpouring of energy made it impossible to launch energy projectiles. He could only rely on his speed to evade. Unbeknownst to him, blood began to trickle from his body. After a while, the dark clouds were entirely dispersed, revealing a brilliant starry sky. All sounds settled into silence. Lin Zhu hovered in the air, breathless, his eyes narrowed as he intently observed the colossal ape below. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his body bore numerous abrasions, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. His breath was feeble, resembling a creature on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the giant ape roared in fury, its strength noticeably diminished compared to earlier. Despite being gravely injured, it had managed to endure for this long, demonstrating remarkable vitality. Cursed be it, I must delay a little longer. Lin Zhu glanced towards the horizon, noting that the clouds would take some time to obscure the full moon, prompting a silent curse from within. He surveyed his surroundings, a flicker of hope breaking through his frustration, and without hesitation, he turned westward and soared away. Thud, thud, thud. The giant ape relentlessly pounded its chest, and after a brief pause, it resumed its pursuit, hurling stones in an attempt to strike Lin Zhu as he fled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Zhu cast a glance behind him, unperturbed, even grinning wider. Splendid. He spotted a shadowed area ahead, his heart elated, and he quickly turned back to unleash a dazzling burst of light. Roar, roar, roar. The giant ape halted, caught off guard, momentarily blinded by the brilliance, bellowing in rage as it flailed its arms in a frenzied attack. Bang, 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 boom. Debris erupted into the air, craters forming on the ground, leaving the area in utter disarray. Humph. If you possess the courage, then follow me. Lin Zhu scoffed, turning to glide into the shadows, where the moonlight could not penetrate. As the clouds drifted, the shadowed region gradually expanded, inching closer to the giant ape. In this manner, whether the ape chose to charge into the shadows or not, the outcome would remain unchanged. It would ultimately be engulfed by the looming darkness, merely a matter of time. At that moment, Lin Zhu silently hovered above, observing everything unfold. He could only hope that what Ceram had said was true. Without moonlight, the giant ape would be vanquished. What is happening? As Lin Zhu emerged from his reverie, confusion etched across his face. The giant ape suddenly ceased its furious rampage, its limbs weakening as it collapsed to the ground, its form diminishing. It shrank rapidly, revealing the ghastly figure of Gathorn, riddled with wounds, twitching faintly on the ground. Is it on the verge of succumbing? Lin Zhu felt a twinge of surprise. But that as he spoke, his right hand lifted, channeling the remaining strength into his palm, forming a dazzling energy orb. A low, humming sound resonated. Lin Zhu let out a sigh of relief as the energy orb was released, striking the nearly lifeless Gathorn in the back. Boom. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed. Debris flew, leaving a massive crater in the ground, devoid of Gathorn's presence. At that moment, shadows began to envelop Lin Zhu, and the sky darkened. Lin Zhu lowered his hand and looked up, only to find that the moon had been completely swallowed by thick, dark clouds, plunging everything back into darkness. He took a deep breath, shook his head, and soared into the sky, intending to first locate Vuman's body, then return to retrieve the baby he had hidden earlier, with plans for the future to be determined later. In truth, Gathorn was already at the end of his rope, after being defeated by Ceram. He would have perished quickly without aid, merely prolonging his life under the guise of the great ape transformation. However, it proved to be futile. His apparent strength was merely a fleeting illusion, destined to fade away even without intervention. In the dead of night, above a vast expanse of ocean, a white light shot across the sky, revealing two figures, Mley, who had been traveling for quite some time, and Ceram cradled in her arms. Just a little longer. We are almost there. Mley's voice trembled with anxiety, fully aware that Ceram was on the brink of collapse. All struggles had ceased an hour ago, not due to alleviation of pain, but rather from the near total loss of vitality. Ceram struggled to partially open his eyes, gazing at Mley's disheveled hair as it danced in the wind. His eyes flickered, and in a faint voice, he uttered, I. At that moment, even his voice was barely audible, although he could not feel the sharp pain in his body. His mind was clouded, burdened with discomfort. The urge to sleep was overwhelming, yet elusive, a torment beyond words. I will not allow you to die, Mley declared resolutely, her voice trembling. She gently caressed Ceram's head with her left hand, cradling him like a child. Thunder rumbled. Not far ahead, a mass of slightly glowing red clouds gathered, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. Mley swiftly flew with Ceram into the depths of the Island of Death, disappearing from sight. Initially, she had intended to place Ceram outside for easier access into the Forest of Death, allowing for a quicker harvest of the longevity fruit. Yet, upon witnessing Ceram's condition, her concern deepened. She could not bear to part with him, uncertain of what might transpire. Only by keeping a watchful eye on him could she find solace. A considerable time passed. In a pitch-black forest, Mley was sprinting while cradling Ceram, occasionally stumbling as she evaded various attacks. Yet, she steadfastly kept Ceram protected in front of her, only allowing scars to mar her own arms and back. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with relentless appearances of shadowy creatures of diverse forms, though fortunately, they were not overly formidable, allowing Mley to cope. Thus, she staggered forward until, unbeknownst to her, she came to a halt in the heart of the forest. Panting heavily, she looked up to behold the eternal tree not far ahead, finally breaking into a smile. Ceram, we have arrived, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement as she gazed down at him. Ceram's eyelids fluttered, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, yearning to speak, but lacking the strength to utter a word. The journey had been a torment for him, watching Mley endure injuries and sufferings for his sake, leaving him with a heavy heart. In his previous world, only his parents and sister had cared for him so deeply, he could scarcely believe that anyone else, even a partner, could exhibit such devotion without blood ties. Wait for me. It will be done shortly. Mley offered Ceram a gentle smile, her voice as tender as flowing water. Before she lifted her gaze, determination etched on her face, and soared toward the eternal tree. During her flight, her eyes scanned the surroundings and quickly locked onto an eternal fruit, heading straight for it. After 3 years apart, although the eternal tree was grand, only about 20 fruits remained, showing no signs of blossoming or bearing more. Wonderful, Mley exclaimed as she seized one of the eternal fruits and plucked it with glee. However, her smile abruptly faded, and her body suddenly felt heavy, causing her to plummet. Yet, Mley was well acquainted with the sensation. Just before hitting the ground, she stabilized herself. Tightly clutching Ceram, and with a push from her toes, she soared outward. After waiting so long, she had no desire to waste any more time or be greedy. Her singular intention was to flee the island swiftly and administer the revitalizing water to Ceram, feeling content with that alone. With this thought, her smile radiated anew, invigorating her spirit and increasing her speed, rendering her fatigue from the arduous journey virtually undetectable. It was as though all her scars were mere illusions. She felt no pain, only joy. Yet, at that moment, a chill swept across her back, followed by a sudden sound of something slicing through the air. Boom! An immediate shock coursed through her. Her smile faltering as she whipped around, her eyes widening in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. How could this be? The expression on Mley's face was one of utter disbelief, as though all her previous understandings had been completely upended in that instant. Chapter 46. Please, let me die first. Behind Mley, a colossal black dragon surged forward, its gaping maw as deep as an abyss, lunging at her with ferocity. The sheer might of its presence seemed capable of devouring the very fabric of space, leaving one's thoughts momentarily suspended in disbelief. How infuriating! Mley swiftly shook off her shock. In a flash of instinct, she pressed the longevity fruit to her chest, wrapping her arms tightly around Saiyan, and rolled to the side. With a thunderous roar, debris erupted in all directions, and dust clouds billowed. A massive crater marred the ground, fissures sprawling across its surface, seemingly swallowing the dragon whole. Regaining her footing, Mley had no time to dwell on the spectacle. Without a second thought, she dashed away. Suddenly, the ground exploded again, and the dragon re-emerged, pivoting sharply to pursue Mley with an unrelenting hunger, vowing not to relent until it had consumed her. How vexing! Mley was utterly bewildered. As far as she knew, using the longevity fruit on the island should not have provoked the black dragon's wrath. Mley, Saiyan murmured weakly, struggling to open his eyes. Mley's neck was glistening with sweat, and the rising and falling of her chest indicated she was on the brink of collapse, desperately holding on. Saiyan felt a surge of frustration. He yearned to speak, to act, yet found himself utterly constrained, a feeling of suffocation enveloping him. Noticing Saiyan's slight movement, a flicker of hope ignited within Mley. She turned to him, offering a gentle smile. "It will be all right. Just a little longer," she gasped, pushing her speed to its limits, weaving through the perilous forest with rapid precision. In no time, she vanished into the inky wilderness, her only guide the relentless dragon pursuing her, indicating her approximate location. Boom! The cacophony of destruction echoed as various elements of the environment succumbed to chaos, followed by plumes of smoke rising rhythmically toward the forest's perimeter. Mley's breaths came in frantic gasps, sweat soaking her roots and cascading down her chin in relentless droplets. Carrying Saiyan did not weigh her down significantly. It was the longevity fruit that rendered her body burdensome. Almost there, she chanted in her mind, each step bringing her closer to the shore, and symbolically, closer to healing Saiyan's wounds. This thought invigorated her, filling her with an illusion of boundless strength. Unfortunately, it was merely a delusion. Her pace did not quicken and, instead, began to wane, though she remained blissfully unaware. The dragon, however, showed no signs of slowing, swiftly closing the gap between them. Boom! Once again, she tilted her head back, then suddenly crashed it down with a force that sliced through the air. Boom! A sense of foreboding washed over Mley, sending chills down her spine. Almost immediately after the colossal dragon collided behind her, stirring up a gust of wind. She sensed the imminent danger and leaped without hesitation. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, just as Mley sprang into the air. The dragon collided with the very spot she had occupied, plunging into the ground and sending debris flying, clouds of dust billowing forth. Boom! The powerful shockwave propelled Mley away, and with a scream, She released a spurt of blood that arched gracefully yet tragically through the air. As she was hurled through the air, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Her face contorted in agony. How infuriating! Why can't I stop? She wished to halt her descent, but found it utterly impossible. How could this happen? She had believed she would effortlessly obtain the spirit water, yet one misfortune followed another, filling her heart with despair. No, I cannot give up now. In an instant, clarity returned to Mley as she realized she and Ceram were hurtling toward a massive boulder. At this speed, if they collided, Ceram would likely be crushed. Just before they struck the rock, Mley twisted her body fiercely, turning her back toward the impending impact, closing her eyes as she shielded Ceram with her own form. The next moment, a deafening crash resonated as Mley and Ceram slammed into the boulder, embedding themselves within it. Mley gasped, blood gushing from her mouth. Her hands fell limply at her sides, and Ceram slipped from her embrace, tumbling to the ground with a thud, lying flat. Ceram. Mley struggled to open her eyes, calling out each syllable with effort. Her brow furrowed weakly, her body convulsing in pain. Gritting her teeth, she endured the agony, mustering the strength to move her limbs. With great effort, she broke free from the rock's grasp and slid down. Thud! She too fell to the ground, but was less than a meter away from Ceram. Beside her, Ceram lay quietly, eyes closed as if in slumber. Ceram. Mley lay helplessly on the ground, gazing up with half-open eyes, crying out in anguish. Clearly devoid of the strength to rise again. Dragging her weary body, she crawled towards Ceram, yearning to make contact. Her back was marred with wounds, deep and shallow, gory and dripping with blue blood that oozed forth, quickly soaking her back. The remnants of her torn clothing clung on by a thread, ready to give way at any moment. Just then, the ground began to tremble slightly, the quakes intensifying like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Boom, boom. How frustrating. Mley wept. She shed tears of bitterness, feeling the sting of despair. Just one step away. Why must fate be so cruel? It presents hope, only to extinguish it time and again, as if hope delights in its own demise. Suddenly, the ground not far away erupted violently, and a gigantic dragon, as dark as ink, soared into the sky. It circled twice in the air before plunging downwards towards Ceram. No, Mley cried out, her heart heavy with sorrow, desperately reaching for Ceram's hand. Yet, despite the closeness, she could not touch him. She had lost the strength to continue their escape, and the only thing left for her was to embrace death first. Mley lacked the courage to witness Ceram perish before her eyes. This was her final wish. Mley cried out, and in a moment of clarity, she threw herself onto Ceram, shielding him with her own body. She was aware that this act could not save either of them. They would both perish together, but it was all she could do at that moment. I'm sorry. I cannot save you. Please allow me to die first. With that, tears of regret streamed down her cheeks as she tightly cradled Ceram's head in her hands. She loathed her own weakness, unable to rescue him as he had once rescued her. Ceram had the power to save her, yet she could not save him. What right did she have to stand by his side? She then gently closed her eyes, perhaps believing that only in this way could they be together forever. Man. Mley, Ceram murmured faintly, his voice barely audible. Though his mind was clouded, he sensed someone was protecting him, while he felt utterly powerless. A tear of blood escaping his eye. The dragon showed no mercy. Its massive jaws opened wide, unhesitatingly crashing into Mley's back, intent on consuming them both along with the rocks beneath them. Boom. I'm sorry. Let me be selfish just this once. These were Mley's last words. She knew her actions might take advantage of the situation without asking for his consent. Her grip tightened again, fearful that she might loosen her hold in the face of death, completely shielding Ceram's body with her own towering figure. In that instant, Mley felt a chilling breeze against her back, realizing this was truly the end. A blissful and content smile graced her face, mingled with a tinge of regret. She felt no fear, only acceptance. Whoosh. In the next moment, the dragon's massive jaws descended upon Mley, mercilessly biting down, the sheer force of its movement stirring up a whirlwind. Suddenly, a wave of energy rippled outward from the eternal tree, sweeping across the entire island in an instant. As the colossal dragon's enormous maw gaped wide, it was merely half an inch from Mley's back when a sudden wave of energy enveloped it, rendering it motionless as if struck by a spell of paralysis. Moments later, the dragon lifted its gaze towards the heart of the forest, its massive body trembling involuntarily, seemingly having encountered something profoundly terrifying. Then, another surge of energy erupted. This gentle tremor, imbued with an unfathomable power, swiftly transformed the once formidable dragon into mere dust, vanishing as if it had never existed at all. Chapter 47. Why is it still ineffective? At that moment, Mley slowly opened her eyes, a look of bewilderment upon her face. She had believed that this time she would truly perish, yet inexplicably, silence ensued. Blinking, she struggled to turn her head, only to find nothing behind her, no trace of the dragon whatsoever. Elation surged within her as she exclaimed, "Wonderful!" With a deep sigh of relief, she collapsed against Ceram. Gasping for breath, she was drenched in cold sweat, utterly devoid of strength to rise again for the time being. Mley remained perplexed by the events that had unfolded. But one truth resonated clearly. She was indeed alive. Turning her gaze towards Ceram's profile, she gently caressed his cheek, a radiant smile blossoming upon her face. As long as she was alive, there remained hope. Perhaps she still had a chance. Her spirits lifted, she resolved to rest momentarily, intending to depart with Ceram as soon as her strength was restored. Meanwhile, at the center of the forest, a faint purplish-black luminescence began to emanate from the everlasting tree, barely perceptible unless one looked closely. After a while, an eerie spectacle unfolded as a massive eye abruptly opened in the trunk's midsection, its depths a blood-red abyss that instilled a sense of vertigo in those who dared to gaze upon it. The more one endeavored to discern its true form, the more elusive it became, akin to an endless chasm that threatened to consume everything, including one's very sanity. At that moment, an unfamiliar vibration resonated, not a sound, but a peculiar oscillation. 30,000 years, or perhaps 100,000. Regardless of how much time had elapsed, he could finally stir slightly. What had transpired in the demon realm during his prolonged absence? Surely, the rules must have been thoroughly restored by now. Ah well, once I regain my full capacity for movement, I shall uncover the truth. The tremor surged once more, prompting a recollection of the cataclysmic Battle of Yardrat, where countless superclusters were annihilated in an instant. Ultimately, even the entire dimensional universe was reverted to chaos, leading to a harrowing retreat across multiple dimensions before he was compelled to seal himself away. Having narrowly escaped the annihilation wrought by those terrifying beings, he once believed himself invincible in this world, only to discover that even more dreadful entities lurked beyond. They could not tolerate the existence of beings within the universe capable of wreaking havoc, much like themselves. The enormous eye of the tree suddenly blinked and then shifted its gaze towards the longevity fruit at the tip of the branch. It seems there is still a bit lacking. 26, is it? No, if they are of the same intensity as before. I could recover a maximum of 10 more units of energy, which would suffice for my complete restoration. At that time, I shall seek a new place to reclaim my peak, or even ascend beyond it. The divine realm, is it? Just wait. The tree's eye then contentedly closed, vanishing along with its purplish-black glow, as if that moment had never occurred, leaving no trace behind. At this juncture, Ceram struggled to open his eyes, only half awake. Yet his mind was fully alert. What was that wave of energy? He felt an overwhelming sense of terror, and even now, reflecting on it sent shivers down his spine. Though it was but a fleeting moment, that oppressive sensation abruptly jolted him from his stupor. Remarkably, it instilled in him a flicker of vitality. Yet the feeling was overwhelmingly terrifying and malevolent. Beyond that, Ceram could conjure no other descriptors. The wave had vanished in an instant, and all sensations emerged from within the depths of his soul, rather than being derived from any physical aura. He could not articulate what it was, nor could he compare its specific intensity. If pressed, he would describe it as an infinite peril. You are awake. Are you hurt anywhere else? Suddenly, a voice filled with concern broke through to Ceram's ears. He gathered his thoughts and lifted his gaze, only to find Mley, beaming with a smile, slowly propping herself up. A mix of joy and worry etched on her face as she looked at him. I'm fine. Ceram managed to utter with great effort. As Mley straightened her elbow, the distance between them widened, revealing her bare chest before Ceram's eyes, leaving him momentarily frozen. In an instant, Ceram let out a feeble exclamation, greatly startled by the sight of her towering form. He quickly shut his eyes and turned his head to the side, a surge of inexplicable fear rising within him. What's wrong? Does it hurt again? Mley asked, observing Ceram's contorted expression with concern. Your clothes are gone. He stammered in a hushed tone, trembling with trepidation. Clothes? Mley looked bewildered, but soon realized as she glanced down, discovering her ample bosom fully exposed. The intricate patterns were clearly visible, especially the peaks, which seemed to point directly at Ceram, creating an impression that they were about to ensnare his neck. And it was no wonder Ceram reacted as he did. I'm sorry. I have no idea when my clothes fell off. Ha ha, she chuckled, her face flushing a deep crimson as she awkwardly laughed, attempting to dispel the peculiar atmosphere. Straightening her posture, she picked up the tattered garment that had fallen onto Ceram's chest, pressed down by the weight of the longevity fruit. With a natural grace, she wrapped it back around herself, concealing her bosom completely, and deftly tied a knot at her back to secure it. Although shy, she felt no embarrassment in front of Ceram. Rather, she experienced a subtle urge to invite his gaze a moment longer. After adjusting the longevity fruit, she lifted her leg and lay flat beside Ceram, speaking urgently. You only need to wait for a moment longer. I shall soon regain my strength. And then I will take you off this island and provide you with the divine water to alleviate your suffering. She was acutely aware that the longer they lingered, the greater the peril for Ceram, yet her current strength barely allowed her to stand, let alone carry his weight any further. There's no need to rush. I can still endure, Ceram replied with difficulty, his voice faint yet reassuring. At that moment, though he felt no sharp pain, he could distinctly sense life slipping away from him, leaving him to silently pray for the strength to hold on. Mley nodded obediently, closing her eyes. Thus, they lay in silence, resting, with one regaining strength while the other's vitality waned slowly. Both Ceram and Mley tacitly chose not to mention the earlier awkwardness, as if nothing had transpired, and the air was filled with an unspoken understanding. Anxiety gnawed at Mley. The passage of time only heightened her urgency and unease, creating an unbearable tension. Ceram, on the other hand, found a semblance of calm within himself. Though he longed to survive, he understood that sometimes the matters of life and death were beyond one's control, left to fate's design. After a brief interlude, Mley staggered to her feet, swiftly lifting Ceram into her arms. I can rest a little longer. I can still persist, he insisted, opening his eyes with resolve. That is enough, Mley replied, shaking her head and offering him a gentle smile before hastily making her way outside. Not far into her run, Ceram could clearly hear the rapid rhythm of her breath and heartbeat. He understood that she had regained much strength while carrying him, filling him with a bittersweet ache, not for himself, but for the one who bore his weight, causing tears to slip silently down his cheeks. In that moment, a fierce desire to survive and to protect Mley surged within him. Oblivious to his turmoil, Mley was solely focused on her singular thought, to return to the surface. Once they reached the open sea, she could administer the divine water to him immediately. Throughout their journey, no monsters appeared. It was as if the forest had become devoid of all peril. The two swiftly exited the confines of the death forest, feeling a sudden lightness in their bodies. Mley could not help but smile, quickening her pace as she made her way towards the island's edge. Several hours later, at a certain shoreline of the Isle of Death, a wobbly figure emerged, none other than Mley, breathless yet far from exhausted. Remarkably, she had not paused for rest and had maintained her speed, persevering until this point. Using the last of her energy, Mley soared into the sky, flying away from the island's shore and halting over 100 meters away. This distance should suffice. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as she wasted no time, hastily retrieving the immortal fruit. Instantly, she crushed it, transforming it into a swirl of green light that quickly condensed into a large droplet of emerald liquid. Indeed, the revitalizing water. Seeing this, Mley's heart filled with joy, and the pressure within her dissipated completely. Without hesitation, she poured a drop into Ceram's mouth. Swallow it quickly, she urged, fearing that time was of the essence. Ceram swallowed vigorously, the revitalizing water sliding down his throat. A chill coursed through him, and all fatigue and pain vanished in an instant. The relentless decline of vitality ceased, showing signs of gradual recovery. However, he still felt weak, as if he hadn't fully healed. How do you feel? Have you regained your strength? Mley inquired anxiously, noticing his lingering weakness. Much better, but I still lack strength, Ceram replied, his brow furrowed in concern, managing a weak smile towards Mley. Although he felt feeble, his spirit was undoubtedly brighter than before. How could this be? Mley's worry deepened, uncertain of what lay ahead. She promptly offered the remaining revitalizing water, insisting, "You need to drink all of it." Ceram, however, firmly closed his mouth and shook his head. "You must swallow first. Your injuries are severe," he said, turning his face to the side with genuine concern. He understood the gravity of her wounds. Had he suffered similarly, he might not even be able to stand. "All right." Mley nodded obediently, warmth swelling in her heart. Without hesitation, she consumed a drop, feeling her injuries and stamina completely restored. Chapter 48. Let us go home together. It's your turn now. Mley then looked up at Ceram, her face etched with urgency. "All right." Ceram nodded, opening his mouth, eager to return to normalcy. Mley promptly fed him the remainder of the revitalizing water, her gaze fixed on him with anticipation. Yet, after a brief moment, her impatience got the better of her, and she anxiously asked, "How do you feel? Is it working?" Ceram furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the changes within his body. He discovered that, aside from a restoration of vitality, there were no other significant alterations. His entire being remained languid and devoid of strength. "I am fine," he said with a feeble smile. "Damn it, I will gather 10 more," Mley replied, her expression urgent and her tone resolute. As she spoke, she embraced Ceram and soared once more towards the Isle of Death. She could discern that Ceram's injuries were still quite severe, and she wished to remedy his condition immediately. Thus, if one was insufficient, she would collect 10 or even 20. Surely, that would suffice. "No, that is more than enough." Ceram quickly shook his head, his limp left hand grasping Mley's right arm. He understood well that while the spirit water was miraculous, it was not omnipotent. Consuming more would not guarantee efficacy. The remaining injuries were likely the lingering aftermath of the devastating blow he had sustained. Ceram planned to see if he could recuperate through prolonged rest. After all, he was not in immediate danger of death, and there was no need for haste, though he did wonder about Lin Zhu's well-being. Yet, such thoughts were beyond his concern for the moment. More crucially, the peril of harvesting the longevity fruit was immense. Even if Mley regained her strength, entering again would still pose a threat to her life. The harrowing scenes he had just witnessed loomed in his mind, and he could not bear the thought of Mley suffering or perishing because of him. Mley suddenly halted, looking down at Ceram's face and noticing the resolute smile he wore. "Very well, I shall heed your words," she acquiesced, though not without a hint of reluctance. She smiled gently, reaching out to caress Ceram's cheek, wiping away the traces of tears. Ceram gazed at Mley's tender smile and, with great difficulty, lifted his left hand, wishing to wipe the sweat from her brow. However, as he raised it halfway, it fell limply back down, eliciting a frustrated grimace from him. Witnessing someone care for him to such an extent filled Ceram's heart with joy, and he longed to reciprocate, even if it was merely to wipe her sweat. Yet, he found himself unable to act. At that moment, he felt his left hand being enveloped by a warm grip, Mley's right hand. She held Ceram's hand against her cheek, smiling gently before closing her eyes and nuzzling against it. Appearing utterly enraptured, Ceram observed this scene and instinctively closed his own eyes, tears cascading down his cheeks once more. Before long, he slowly opened his eyes, fixating on Mley's serene face, her eyes still closed and a smile gracing her lips. Ceram's gaze became steadfast and gentle, as if he had 1,000 words yearning to be spoken. "Mley," he called softly. "Huh." Mley seemed to awaken from a blissful dream, her body involuntarily shuddering as she opened her eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. "I am here," she replied, but in an instant, she regained her composure, smiling brightly and gazing affectionately at the earnest Ceram before her. In an instant, his heartbeat and breath quickened involuntarily, giving rise to an inexplicable sense of anticipation within his heart. "I adore you. I wish to be with you forever," Ceram boldly declared his feelings without hesitation. In his previous existence, Gao Ren was a socially anxious and exceedingly shy individual who had never uttered such words to anyone. Yet, at this moment, he found the courage to express his emotions, perhaps because he had encountered the right person. In such instances, bravery often blossoms unexpectedly. "Yes, I feel the same," Mley replied softly, her gentle smile blooming like a flower. An overwhelming joy surged within her, leaving her breathless, as if she were caught in a dream. Yet, even if this were a dream, she felt content, for her heart, pounding incessantly, reminded her that this was indeed reality. The two gazed at each other, their faces adorned with radiant smiles, their eyes conveying unspoken words. In that moment, it seemed as if time itself had ceased to exist. Suddenly, Mley leaned down and fervently pressed her lips against Ceram's, kissing him deeply. Soft moans escaped her lips as she reveled in the moment. She too had longed to express her feelings but had been hindered by a lack of confidence, uncertain if he reciprocated her affections. The last time they had met, she had yearned to kiss him but had restrained herself, fearing she might frighten him. However, now was different. She could kiss him freely. Ceram felt a delightful shiver coursing through him, as if an electric current had surged throughout his body, accompanied by a moist, smooth, and tender sensation. His body became momentarily paralyzed, and as he regained his senses, he closed his eyes, gently responding to her and pouring out his emotions to Mley without reservation. Although Ceram was unable to move or embrace her in return, he believed that she would understand the depth of his affection for her. Thus, the two continued to kiss each other in their own unique way. At that moment, Mley intensified her kisses, wrapping her left arm around Ceram's shoulder while gripping his left hand tightly against her cheek, kissing him fervently. It was as if she sought to convey all the emotions she had bottled up over the past 3 years in this singular moment. Ceram involuntarily let out a moan, momentarily breathless, as Mley unexpectedly thrust her tongue into his mouth, exploring passionately. He opened his eyes wide to find Mley shifting her head as they kissed, her eyes tightly shut, lost in bliss. Ceram felt perplexed, somewhat unaccustomed to such a kiss, and shifted slightly to regain his breath. He then closed his eyes again, offering no resistance, for he lacked the strength to do so. Instead, he kissed her more fervently, determined to convey to Mley that his affections for her were even deeper. The two individuals floated serenely upon the surface of the sea, their bodies motionless as they immersed themselves in each other's kisses, ardently expressing their affection. Unconsciously, Saiyans adopted Mley's approach, boldly allowing his tongue to venture into her mouth. They harmoniously engaged in a dance of mutual suckling, their tongues entwining, colliding, and intertwining in an intimate embrace. At that moment, Saiyans' figure began to subtly twist and tremble, soft moans escaping his lips. Mley, too, mirrored his intensity, her hand gripping his left shoulder with increasing fervor, as though fearing he might slip away. Though her grasp caused him a twinge of discomfort, he chose silence. Recognizing her rhythm, she would apply pressure only to release it moments later. Despite their fervent display, both felt a profound sense of joy, bliss, and satisfaction, attuned to each other's breath and warmth. Beyond this shared connection, neither felt the need for further actions, for this moment was already ample. After an eternity, though the sky remained shrouded in darkness, faint glimmers of light began to emerge on the eastern horizon, signaling the sun's ascent, likely around 4 or 5 o'clock. It was then that Mley slowly lifted her head, and their lips, entangled in a prolonged kiss, finally parted. As their mouths separated, a delicate thread of saliva lingered between them before breaking and cascading down Saiyans' chin. Mley gazed at him, her cheeks flushed, her eyes evasive, breathless yet amused. She then released her right hand, gently caressing his face, her thumb brushing against his chin, offering a sheepish apology. "I'm sorry. I forgot your body is still quite frail after such an extended kiss." In that moment, she realized her previous fervor had been excessive, a consequence of emotions long suppressed that had suddenly erupted uncontrollably. She had momentarily forgotten his fragility, succumbing to the depth of her longing. "It's quite all right," Saiyans replied, shaking his head, a bashful smile adorning his face. Just moments prior, he had genuinely believed she might devour him, yet he felt exhilarated. "You're not frightened of me, are you? I can be gentle. I simply lost control for a moment," Mley explained, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. "How could I be?" he replied, turning his face to the side, resting against her collarbone, an expression of bashfulness painting his features. It was his first kiss, met with such fervor, leaving him a tad disoriented and shy, especially as she proved to be even bolder and more assertive than he had anticipated. The entire experience diverged drastically from his initial imaginings. Observing Saiyans' shy demeanor, Mley couldn't suppress a soft giggle, then tenderly suggested, "Let us return home." Having spoken, she took Ceram and soared towards her home. Although they had yet to wed, Mley had already embraced the notion of being his wife, considering him her husband. And her home was now his as well. Ceram reciprocated these feelings, viewing her as family, especially given his current state, which rendered him incapable of self-care. Naturally, wherever she led, he would follow. In stark contrast to their earlier demeanor, both now radiated a sense of ease and joy, leaving no room for anything else. "What were you just laughing about?" Ceram inquired, leaning against Mley's shoulder, a sudden curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just so thrilled to finally be truly with you," Mley exclaimed, joy spilling from her heart. "Finally?" Ceram questioned, puzzled, interpreting her words to suggest that she had harbored such thoughts for some time. "Well, considering you touched my foot and my chest, and saw everything quite clearly. Aren't you responsible for it?" Mley teased, her face adorned with a faint blush, yet brimming with delight and anticipation. Her playful banter stemmed from her genuine affection for him, a simple desire to be together. "Is there such a tradition?" Ceram's brow furrowed slightly, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he fought back a laugh. "What? Do you wish to flee?" Mley's smile faded, her flight halting as she turned to face the seemingly pouting Ceram, resembling a little girl throwing a tantrum. "Impossible," Ceram replied, shaking his head with a smile before his expression grew serious, his tone resolute. "If I were to run away, I would certainly regret it. Besides, could I even escape?" He understood that if she had gone to such lengths for him, failing to cherish her would be a grave folly. "That's more like it." Mley beamed with satisfaction, transforming into a streak of white light as she resumed her vigorous flight. "I wish to know, when did you first begin to like me?" Amidst her flight, Mley asked with genuine curiosity. Previously, she had perceived Ceram as too formidable, their differences too vast for him to possibly harbor feelings for someone like her, especially given their disparate appearances. Even though he had saved her multiple times, her lack of confidence had stifled her ability to express her feelings until that moment. "Perhaps it was when I first laid eyes on you. Yet, it seems inevitable," Ceram replied earnestly, his gaze thoughtful. He was not merely speaking offhandedly. He had sensed something unique about Mley from their very first encounter, convinced she was a good person. It was inconceivable for her to be anything less than a little fairy, and before he knew it, he had developed feelings for her, without any other social distractions to cloud his heart. However, the true desire to be with someone arises when one witnesses the other selflessly coming to their rescue. It is at that moment that such a thought takes root. "Indeed, I share this sentiment. Our meeting must surely be a divine orchestration." Mley nodded in agreement, clutching Ceram even tighter, her face radiating joy as anticipation quickened within her. Thus, the two of them journeyed together, engaged in laughter and conversation, finding immense pleasure in the simplicity of their shared flight. As dawn broke, the sky transformed into a vivid blue, adorned with sparse clouds, while the brilliant sun ascended high, casting its golden rays upon the earth. This planet, marred in many ways, still exhibited an unwavering resilience, brimming with vitality. At that moment, a streak of white light soared above a field of rubble, revealing a faint blue silhouette within. Suddenly, the white light came to an abrupt halt, revealing a weary woman cradling a child in her arms. Her long hair was tousled, her face drawn with fatigue, and her eyes gleamed with concern. It was Huaying, who had traversed the night to arrive here. "Amon! Amon!" she cried out, searching frantically around her. The previous evening, an inexplicable unease had gripped her heart, prompting her to hasten toward this direction. Along the way, she had encountered several ruins, but found no trace of Fumin. Nevertheless, she was certain she had not misstepped. Fumin was headed this way. As Huaying flew, her gaze swept across the ground in a desperate search, her anxiety escalating. "It cannot be. It simply cannot." Huaying refused to believe that any harm had befallen Fumin. After hours of searching this area thoroughly, she discovered nothing but rubble and gaping pits, devoid of any useful clues. At that moment, Huaying paused, lifting her gaze toward the west, her eyes brimming with tears that soon cascaded down her cheeks. In that instant, she transformed into a beam of white light and soared away. Simultaneously, in a modest tribe situated on a grassy plain, within a wooden dwelling on the outskirts, there existed a spacious interior. In one modest room, the furnishings were unadorned, featuring only a large bed and a simple cabinet, nothing else. Ceram lay quietly on the wooden bed, covered with a somewhat coarse yet impeccably clean quilt, his eyes fixated on the wooden ceiling, lost in thought. Just a quarter of an hour prior, Mley had brought him here and laid him down on her own bed. Eagerly, Mley had rushed out, claiming she needed to gather the sap of certain flowers for her own consumption. Serant and Mley had protested, stating that he had consumed the rejuvenation water and was not hungry, merely lacking strength. However, Mley insisted, declaring it of utmost importance and beneficial to the body. She spoke in a mysterious tone, and no matter how Serant and Mley inquired, she merely replied that he would understand upon her return. Simultaneously, Ceram was repeatedly reassured that picking this flower posed no danger. Thus, he consented to her request, knowing that otherwise, she would persist in her insistence. His curiosity was piqued. He wondered what kind of flower could be so shrouded in mystery, and a sense of anticipation began to blossom within him. Chapter 49. Truly departed. As time quietly slipped away, the sun began its descent in the west. While those unaffected by the recent turmoil continued their lives, seemingly oblivious to the events of the previous day. Inside the wooden cabin, Ceram gazed at the ceiling, a smile gracing his face, utterly unprepared for the day that had unfolded. Ceram. Suddenly, from afar, came the joyful shout of Mley. The smile on Ceram's face widened, and he eagerly turned to see her. Footsteps approached, and soon Mley entered, beaming with delight. "You've finally returned," Ceram exclaimed, his excitement bubbling forth as he attempted to sit up. Though she had only been away for a short while, he found himself missing her dearly. "Quickly, drink this." Mley rushed over, supporting Ceram's back as she produced a flower bud the size of a basketball, her face alight with enthusiasm. As Ceram beheld the flower, he realized it resembled a colossal hexagonal cup, its crimson petals vibrant, with softer, blush-colored edges. The moment the bud was unveiled, a sweet fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating his senses. "What is this?" Ceram inquired, settling comfortably, his curiosity ignited, for he had never encountered such a flower before. "You will know shortly," Mley replied with a smile, sitting at the edge of the bed, teasing him with anticipation. She then retrieved a bony, pointed spike and gently punctured the egg-sized protrusion at the flower's center. Turning, she brought the bud to Ceram's lips, mimicking a feeding gesture. "It's very sweet," she proclaimed, her face radiating the same sweetness as her words. Ceram smiled slightly, finding the sensation enchanting, truly delightful. He opened his mouth to take in the edge of the flower. As he tilted it, a thick, crimson nectar flowed from the protrusion, reminiscent of fruit juice. The moment the liquid entered his mouth, it was a chill that swept through him, followed by an overwhelming sweetness that far surpassed honey. "Ah, that's enough," Ceram managed to say after a few hearty sips, his words slightly muddled. Mley, recognizing his cue, carefully removed the flower, the viscous nectar stretching in strands as it clung to the corners of his mouth. "It's incredibly sweet," Ceram praised, reaching to lick the nectar from his lips, astonished that such sweetness existed in the world. "Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders." "Yes." After Mley gently nodded, she lowered her head and placed a kiss on the corner of Ceram's lips, savoring the lingering sweetness until it was entirely consumed. Their tongues entwined, causing Ceram to momentarily freeze, a sensation akin to being tantalized washing over him. Just as he was about to speak, Mley seized the moment, capturing his lips in a sticky kiss. Subsequently, she lifted her head, gazing at the still dazed Ceram, a radiant smile illuminating her face, her eyes brimming with affection. "Once I turn 20 next year, let us marry immediately, shall we?" she earnestly proposed, a hint of shyness gracing her features, yet her resolve was palpable. Ceram, captivated by Mley's face so close to his, noticed her blinking eyes filled with anticipation, causing him to forget entirely what he had intended to say. Yet, this seemed inconsequential now. Just as he was about to affirm her wish, an urgent female voice from outside abruptly shattered their intimate atmosphere. Amon. Who is Amon?" Ceram inquired, puzzled, instinctively seeking clarification. "You will find out soon enough," Mley replied with a coy smile, rising to her feet, placing a flower on the table, and leaving him with a parting remark as she dashed out. "I'll go check, and when I return, you must tell me your answer." Ceram, his face aglow with happiness, was just about to respond when he noticed that Mley had already exited the room, leaving him with half of his words unspoken. "Never mind, it's all right. I can say it later." He could scarcely fathom how swiftly happiness had found him. Had he truly just been proposed to? Shouldn't such words come from him instead? "In a year, I will also be nearly 22. At that moment, a woman hovered above the tribe, cradling a young child in her arms, none other than Huaying, who had been searching tirelessly. Amon," she called out, scanning her surroundings in fervent hope of hearing that familiar voice. Below, a crowd of people, men, women, the elderly, and the young, gathered, all gazing up in confusion at the sky. Soon, two individuals soared upward and halted a short distance from Huaying. One of the middle-aged men, puzzled, inquired, "Who are you looking for, young lady? Have you seen?" Huaying began to describe Fumin's appearance, her voice trembling, her hands quivering. On the verge of tears once more. "I have not seen such a person. Are you certain he came here?" The middle-aged man exchanged glances with his companion and shook his head. The elderly man beside them also nodded in agreement, indicating he had not seen anyone like that. Upon hearing this, Huaying's expression twisted in anguish, her fists clenched tightly, resembling someone on the brink of collapse. "Please, calm down, miss, try not to be too agitated." The middle-aged man consoled her. "What happened?" A female voice suddenly called from below. The group turned to see a young woman soaring upward. It was Mley. The elderly man smiled warmly. Mley flew over and stopped before Huaying. Noticing her on the brink of madness, she hurriedly inquired, "What is it, sister?" Huaying's body trembled incessantly. Her right hand cradled the child while her left hand clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into her palm, her teeth gritted in a terrifying display. Meanwhile, inside the wooden cabin, Sai Luoman was in high spirits, utterly astonished that he was about to marry, a notion he had never dared to entertain before. A peculiar sensation filled his heart, one of comfort and joy, causing him to tremble with uncontainable excitement. Suddenly, a woman's anguished scream pierced the air from outside, startling the elated Sai Luoman. "What is happening?" he asked, his smile fading, replaced by a look of confusion. Moments later, a cacophony of gasps, astonishment, lament, and disbelief erupted, though not entirely clear. A few phrases were discernible. "Ah, my heavens! How could this be? This is impossible. Is she truly dead?" Sai Luoman's expression stiffened, his pupils dilating in alarm. An ominous feeling washing over him. "Mley!" he shouted. In a frantic motion, he fell to the ground. "Mley!" he cried out, struggling to crawl towards the door. Tears streaming down his face, soaking the ground beneath him. "It cannot be. This cannot be happening." His body shook violently, refusing to accept the reality that Mley had suddenly left his side. "No," Sai Luoman yelled, but his voice was weak, and his movements painfully slow and arduous, as though the short distance he had to cover was longer than the circumference of an entire planet. Nevertheless, through sheer determination, he managed to crawl out of Mley's bedroom and into the hall, laboriously making his way toward the entrance. "How could this happen? If she's gone, there's nothing we can do. We must mourn her loss. The dead cannot return to life. How tragic. She was so young." The voices of lamentation and sorrow grew clearer, each word piercing Sai Luoman's heart like a dagger, causing him excruciating pain. "No," he cried, his eyes swollen and red, tears flowing freely as he howled in despair and continued to crawl. Sai Luoman wished fervently for 100 legs to hasten his escape from the wooden cabin, desperate to see what had become of Mley. Chapter 50. I have a way to bring them back. At that moment, outside the cabin, a large crowd had gathered, murmuring amongst themselves. "There's nothing we can do. We must mourn her loss," someone lamented. In the center of the crowd, Huaying sat with her hands clasped over her head, her right hand and ear stained with blue blood. She sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably, as if the sky had fallen upon her. "Ah, no, woo." Her hair was disheveled, resembling a beggar, a stark contrast to her former self. "No, it cannot be so. I refuse to believe it." She wails uncontrollably, the child in her arms having vanished without a trace. "Yet, what I perceive is precisely this, if I am not mistaken." Calm yourself. Calm yourself. Regardless, you must rise." "Mley!" Ceram cried out, struggling to crawl out of the wooden cabin, propping himself up on the threshold to gaze upward, where he beheld a throng of people gathered nearby. "Mley, Mley!" he called, his voice weak and muffled, overwhelmed to the utmost degree. The crowd quickly sensed the commotion, and gradually, some turned their heads to look. "Why does this person appear so different from us? Who is he, and why have we never seen him before? Could he be the one responsible for this?" The crowd began to murmur, some astonished, others fearful, yet none approached, nor did anyone take an aggressive stance. "Mley, Mley, where are you?" Ceram cried in anguish, continuing to crawl forth. He yearned to catch sight of that familiar figure amidst the throng. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find her amid the sea of faces. "No, it cannot be," It cannot be so. Ceram felt an immense unwillingness to accept this reality, refusing to believe it could be true, especially when happiness had only just begun to dawn. Ceram, a voice of astonishment suddenly rang out. Huang looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom that Ceram still lingered on this planet. Almost simultaneously, Ceram lifted his gaze, momentarily overwhelmed by the multitude. Unable to discern who had called his name, though the voice struck a chord of familiarity. Calm yourself. Calm yourself. Mley was soothing the child in her arms when, suddenly, she felt a tremor and turned sharply, only to spot the familiar figure lying on the ground. Ceram, she cried out, her pupils dilating in shock. Realizing only then that she had been preoccupied with the child, oblivious to the faint voice calling her. Quickly, she half-squatted to return the child to Huang, who sat despondently on the ground, before dashing towards Ceram. In an instant, he felt a presence flash before him, and he was enveloped in her embrace. Staring in disbelief at the enchanting figure before him. Did I not instruct you to wait for me? How is it that you emerged alone? Mley gazed at Ceram, whose cheeks were already soaked with tears, gently wiping them away as she spoke. As she did so, her own eyes grew moist. Yet her face remained adorned with a tender smile. I feared something had befallen you, she said. Ceram leaned heavily against Mley's shoulder, weeping uncontrollably, resembling a child consumed by sorrow. I promise you, I shall marry you. I shall marry you, he repeated fervently, anxious that he might not have the time to convey his feelings before she vanished once more. Now I understand that the more one cares about something, the greater the fear of losing it becomes. All right, I comprehend. Let us return to the cabin. Mley gently patted his back, offering comfort with a beaming smile, before embracing him and leading him inside the wooden structure. Who is he? He seems rather different from us, doesn't he? What is going on? Is it truly possible for one to take so many lives? It's hard to say. How could that girl, Mley, end up with him? The onlookers, though unable to discern the exact words exchanged between the two, observed their actions with keen clarity. In an instant, speculation arose, merging with what Huang had just stated, leading to even wilder imaginings. At that moment, Huang wiped away her tears, standing resolutely as she hurried toward the cabin with the child in her arms. It was not his doing, she declared firmly. Huang sought further confirmation and intended to inquire with Ceram, as he might possess knowledge of certain individuals involved. Previously, Mley had only provided her with a broad overview, despite the pent-up sorrow that erupted into tears. Huang still found it hard to believe that the one in question was Fu Man inside the cabin. Mley held Ceram before the wooden bed, patting his back and saying, There, I will always be by your side, so do not worry. Now lie down. No, I fear that if I let go, you will vanish, Ceram pouted, clinging to Mley's neck, gazing up at her with a look of innocent distress. His demeanor was far removed from that of a 21-year-old man, who possessed the power to obliterate a planet. I apologize. Just now, my attention was solely on the child, and I failed to hear your voice, causing you such concern. Mley expressed regret, yet her heart brimmed with happiness. She recognized that Ceram cared for her deeply, which was why he behaved this way. Although witnessing his sorrow pained her, it only intensified the warmth she felt. Suddenly, a soft moan escaped. Ceram abruptly pressed his lips against Mley's, kissing her fervently. Mley murmured, her right hand gently cradling the back of Ceram's head, returning the kiss with equal fervor. They both instinctively closed their eyes, savoring the warmth and sensation of each other's lips, teasingly exploring with their tongues. Ceram held Mley's neck tightly, as if fearing she might flee. Likewise, Mley wrapped her right arm around Ceram's waist, lifting him slightly, while her left hand pressed against the back of his head as they shared passionate kisses. The air filled with a cacophony of complex sounds, intertwining in a symphony of intimacy. As their kisses grew increasingly fervent, it felt as though a blaze was igniting within them, their tongues intertwined in an unbreakable embrace, fervently seeking every essence of one another. Ceram furrowed his brow slightly, a trace of anguish crossing his features, as he sensed that Mley was holding him too tightly, as if attempting to fuse their bodies into one. Mley seemed to realize her overzealousness and eased her grip slightly, yet their passionate kiss continued unabated. Not long after, a sudden scream shattered the intimate atmosphere. Upon entering, Huang was met with this wild scene and quickly turned away. her face a mask of discomfort and profound embarrassment. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were kissing, she cautiously apologized. Mley and Serant jolted simultaneously, their eyes fluttering open from their reverie, slowly parting their lips, revealing one flushed and the other pale. Mley awkwardly smiled as she gently laid Serant on the bed, carefully tucking him under the blankets. She then turned to face Hwaying, who was still turned away, scratching her head and smiling awkwardly as she stammered, We were just. Hwaying then turned around, offering an awkward smile, her gaze inadvertently landing on the magnificent flower on the bedside table, exclaiming, Oh, the flower of love. Are you two getting married? She immediately glanced back at the visibly uncomfortable Mley and the bashful Serant on the bed, utterly astonished. For she was well aware that Serant was an extraterrestrial. At that moment, Hwaying could hardly believe her eyes, yet she was thoroughly familiar with the flower of love. It was the very flower that Vuman had plucked to propose to her, a traditional means of courtship. Yes, Mley shyly nodded. I intend to marry her. Almost simultaneously, Serant affirmatively declared, Indeed, I wish to marry her. Hwaying was taken aback, her gaze flitting between the two, still finding the situation somewhat peculiar. Not only were they of different species, but their physical stature was also mismatched, with Mley tall and Serant shorter than herself, creating an odd juxtaposition. She shook her head and finally focused her attention on Mley, tentatively inquiring, You must not yet be 20, right? Although Mley appeared more mature and taller than Hwaying, she could still sense a youthful quality about her, suggesting she had not yet reached the age suitable for marriage. But I am already 19. In a year, I will be eligible, Mley replied bashfully. While she longed to marry Serant immediately, she would not recklessly disregard the ancestral customs, knowing that such actions could lead to unhappiness. Hwaying's strange expression softened into a smile as she said, Regardless, congratulations to you both. Her astonishment was fleeting, and she did not intend to delve further into matters that did not concern her. However, her expression soon darkened, replaced by sorrow, as she pondered. Had Vuman truly passed away? She gazed at Serant, who lay upon the bed, her voice trembling. Yes, Serant nodded in acknowledgement. No, how could this happen? She collapsed once more, the flicker of hope she had been clutching now extinguished, for the other truly recognized Vuman and had no need to deceive her. The child in her arms began to weep alongside her. Upon witnessing this, Mley's expression turned somber, feeling somewhat helpless. After a moment's hesitation, she quickly approached Hwaying, crouching beside her and gently patting her shoulder. Take heart. Serant felt a twinge of discomfort, recognizing the profound sorrow of the situation, especially as the child mourned the loss of a father. He recalled his own distress when he had thought Mley was in peril. He understood all too well the pain that enveloped them, and compassion welled up within him. This is not insurmountable. There is a chance for revival, he said, addressing the anguished Hwaying. Reviving a few individuals with the Dragon Balls is quite simple. If it is within my means, I would gladly assist. What? Hwaying abruptly raised her head, her face already dampened by tears, momentarily thinking she was trapped in a dream. Mley, too, looked over, disbelief etched across her features, questioning whether she had misheard. I have a way to bring him back, as well as another boy, but beyond that, I am unable to assist. Is it truly possible? Hwaying, still on her knees, crawled to Serant's bedside, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes, though she struggled to fully believe his words. This spark of hope was too precious to forsake, and she longed to hear more. Mley hurried to her side, attempting to help her rise. But Hwaying seemed too weak to stand, her gaze fixed on Serant. I have no need to deceive you. Please, rise. Your kneeling puts great pressure on me, Serant said, nodding seriously, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. Witnessing her state was unbearable, akin to bullying her. Whatever Serant says is the truth, you must stand. Mley smiled encouragingly, successfully lifting her up. I apologize. I have lost my composure. Hwaying trembled with excitement, a rare smile breaking through her distress. Thus, Serant recounted the matter of the Dragon Balls, assuring them that he could indeed facilitate their revival. Chapter 51. A return to normalcy, however. It will take 2 to 3 years. Firstly, I do not intend to leave this planet anytime soon. Secondly, perhaps in these coming years, they may encounter opportunities. As Serant spoke, he exchanged a soft smile with Mley, both aware that they awaited their union, before turning his attention back to Hwaying. What he referred to as an opportunity was the possibility that Fu Man and others might cultivate in another realm. As for the true circumstances, that was beyond his concern. He could only observe their fortunes. During this time, he intended to enhance his own strength, gradually seeking out that beautiful mexing. Upon hearing this, Huang nodded eagerly, expressing her gratitude with a beaming smile, feeling somewhat flustered. "That's quite all right," said Serant nonchalantly, observing her disheveled demeanor and the child she held, shaking his head gently. "However, it seems that you and your son may face some hardships in the next few years." "No, I can raise her well on my own," Huang replied, gazing lovingly at the child in her arms. "Indeed," Serant nodded knowingly, fully aware of the challenges faced by a single mother. His motivations, however, were not solely for her benefit. Rather, he considered the well-being of this planet. When he was absent, it was essential to have powerful guardians to protect it. "What about Fu Man's body?" Huang inquired hesitantly, looking up at Serant. "I suspect it has likely been taken by Linju. Once my injuries have healed, I can use teleportation to take you to find him," Serant responded calmly. "One must see things through to the end. Why not lend a helping hand once more?" "Thank you, I truly appreciate it," Huang said sincerely, casting a quick glance at the two of them before smiling mischievously. "I won't disturb you any longer." With that, she exited the room. Upon her departure, Serant and Mley exchanged a glance, feeling a bit embarrassed, as they had no intention of pursuing anything further. Mley then turned to Serant with a smile and said, "Let me arrange a place for you here." Consequently, Mley found an empty cabin beside the wooden house for Huang to stay in, as she had previously constructed several such vacant cabins. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. Serant lay quietly in bed, resting, while Mley remained by his side, never leaving. "Mley, as I occupy your bed, where will you sleep?" Serant asked apologetically, gazing at the ceiling. He was aware that they were not yet married and could not share a bed. It was not appropriate for Mley to remain on the floor beside the bed. "Don't worry about it. Just sleep peacefully," Mley reassured him with a smile. "I will simply set up a bed beside you. This way, I can care for you while still respecting the tradition of not sharing a bed before marriage." The dimly lit room was illuminated by the soft yellow glow of a gourd-shaped flower on the table, barely allowing them to discern their surroundings. The custom of sleeping separately before marriage had long been a tradition of the Gulf civilization, with those who broke it seldom finding lasting happiness. Serant expressed his firm belief in the value of tradition, contrasting it with those who share a bed without the sanctity of marriage, deeming such behavior too casual, often resulting in separations. "Mley, take me outside to find a spacious area," he suddenly exclaimed, a spark of inspiration illuminating his face as he recalled his spacecraft. Realizing that there was no time to waste. Mley raised her head, somewhat puzzled, but upon seeing his beaming smile, she refrained from further inquiry. "All right." After a slight nod, she lifted Serant and soared into the sky. Along the way, he explained that he possessed a house. Mley, astonished, could hardly believe such a thing existed in the world. "Is this place suitable?" she inquired, hovering in the air while embracing Serant, gazing down at the expansive meadow below. "Yes, this will do," Serant replied, nodding as he surveyed the lush grassland beneath them. He then produced a capsule from his chest, pressed it, and tossed it downward. With a resounding thud, a massive white sphere materialized upon impact. "How astonishing!" Mley exclaimed, her mouth agape in wonder. This was far grander than the wooden hut she had constructed, and its ability to change size left her utterly amazed. "Shall we descend?" Serant turned to her with a triumphant smile. "Certainly," Mley responded cheerfully, nodding as she dove down with him. They soon arrived at the hatch, which swung open with a hum. Without hesitation, they stepped inside. "Wow, it's so bright," Mley observed as she walked down the corridor, admiring the brilliantly lit walls and the corridor illuminated as if it were daylight, her eyes sparkling with awe. Under Serant's guidance, she quickly grasped the internal layout, which included 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a storage room among other amenities. She was utterly astonished, the air of mystery surrounding Serant deepening her curiosity. Later, Serant requested to be placed on a bed in one of the bedrooms, while he arranged for Mley to have the adjacent room, suggesting she could reside there henceforth. However, Mley insisted she did not require such luxurious accommodation and could simply stay in her original wooden hut. After much persuasion from Serant, she eventually acquiesced. Nevertheless, Mley resolved to wait until Serant had fully recovered before moving to the other room. opting instead to set up a simple bed beside him for easier care. Sailor Man, believing he could manage on his own, felt he did not require such close attention. However, he could not withstand Mley's resolute nature, ultimately conceding to her wishes. For even without marriage, they were now akin to family. Thus, they decided to live together, albeit without sharing a bed immediately. In the days that followed, Sailor Man focused solely on recuperating, while Mley brought an array of intriguing fruits, all delicious and never monotonous. From time to time, Mley would take Ceram to bask in the sunlight and feel the gentle breeze. As for bathing and using the restroom, those matters were easily resolved. They were hardly difficult at all. Each day unfolded with ease, and time flew by, swiftly transforming into a fortnight. On this particular day, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with faint flashes of lightning hinting at an impending downpour. On the grassy meadow beside the spaceship stood 3 individuals, or rather 4. They were Mley, Hua-Ying, and her child, Min-Ying, cradled in her arms, along with the solitary figure of Ceram. At this moment, his wounds had fully healed, and he felt his energy had increased significantly, surpassing even the power he had wielded during his most intense moments of exertion. "Place your hand on my shoulder. I shall guide you," Ceram calmly remarked to Hua-Ying, understanding it was not appropriate for him to initiate contact. "All right," Hua-Ying nodded, gently resting her left hand on Ceram's right shoulder, her expression a blend of anticipation and sorrow. Although she knew her beloved could be revived, the thought of encountering his remains or grave stirred an unbearable pain within her. "I wish to accompany you," Mley interjected, her face alight with curiosity as she grasped Ceram's left hand. "Very well," Ceram replied with a gentle smile, then closed his eyes to attune himself to the essence of Lin Zhu. He furrowed his brow slightly, surprised to find Lin Zhu's energy concealed. For a moment, he struggled to perceive it, prompting him to shake his head and smile. "What is the matter?" Mley inquired, concern etched on her face. "Nothing, it will be resolved shortly," Ceram assured her, opening his eyes to return a confident smile, then lifting his right hand, placing his index and middle fingers against his forehead. He resumed his attempt to sense Lin Zhu's significantly diminished energy, and within moments, an involuntary smile crept upon his lips. In the next instant, with a whoosh, the 4 vanished from their location. Chapter 52. The path ahead. In a certain place, the sun shone brightly, casting warm rays upon the earth. Beneath the azure sky, atop a gentle slope, a robust figure sat cross-legged, beside which lay a pale yellow object resembling a flower basket. Inside, a baby boy, the very infant Lin Zhu had once rescued, lay sound asleep. Suddenly, Lin Zhu opened his eyes wide, turning to gaze back in astonishment. "It's you." At the foot of the slope stood 4 individuals, all of whom he recognized, Ceram and the others who had just arrived by teleportation. "Lin Zhu, where is Fu Man?" Hua-Ying called out, having just opened her eyes and spotted Lin Zhu on the slope, soaring upwards without hesitation to inquire. Mley and Ceram chose not to interrupt, patiently awaiting the outcome. He is already gone. I could not find their bodies. They were likely lost in the blast." Lin Zhu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately spoke the truth. After the battle, he searched the battlefield numerous times, but regrettably, he could not find even a trace of debris. Not wishing to squander any more time, he understood that the child could not remain hidden for long. Such a remarkable ability. Mley turned to Ceram, her curiosity piqued. "I shall teach you later," Ceram replied with a gentle smile, playfully pinching Mley's cheek. He had resolved to impart the art of teleportation to her, ensuring that she could escape danger in the future, sparing her the suffering she endured this time. "All right." Mley nodded obediently, resting her forehead against Ceram's shoulder, her face adorned with a radiant smile. She was determined to learn diligently so that if Ceram were ever injured again, she could come to his aid. It seemed that Gathorn was either deceased or had fled. Ceram's gaze sharpened. He mused internally, having sensed no presence of aura after his previous injury. He had been concerned about a potential attack. Now that he had recovered, the absence of Gathorn's aura suggested that the latter had emerged victorious, sparking his curiosity about how it had transpired. How could this be? Hua-Ying felt disheartened, as she had hoped to witness the burial site of Fumin and pay her respects, only to find that not even a bone remained. Lin Zhu lowered his head, at a loss for words, feeling guilty for not being of greater assistance, lamenting the loss of their physical form. Oh well, Hua-Ying thought, recalling that there would be another opportunity to resurrect Fumin. Her spirits lifted as her gaze fell upon the infant boy nearby. "Child, when did you marry?" she inquired with furrowed brows, astonished. Instinctively scanning her surroundings, but finding no trace of another woman. "Oh, this is the child I saved before," Lin Zhu smiled, cradling the baby, his expression instantly softening with paternal affection, leading one to believe he was the child's father. "How wonderful. I too desire a child of my own." Mley raised her head at the sound, noticing that both of them were holding a child, and she felt a twinge of envy. "We will have our own," Serant turned, gazing affectionately at Mley, gently stroking her long hair. Mley nodded eagerly, a blush creeping onto her face as she leaned against Serant's shoulder, her voice trembling. "Shall we have a child right after we marry?" "Certainly," Serant replied softly, a faint blush spreading across his cheeks. Although he had decided to marry, he had not yet contemplated the particulars of such matters. Huaying looked at the tiny infant in Lin Zhu's arms, her maternal instincts swelling. "May I take care of the child?" She extended her hand, hesitant to leave him in the care of someone who had not yet married and lacked experience. "No need." Lin Zhu decisively declined, turning away from Huaying, confidently stating, "I can care for him myself." "What?" Huaying paused, taken aback by his response. Such a small child must be nourished with maternal milk, and since she has some to spare, she dares to make this assertion. Otherwise, she would lack the confidence to raise another infant. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the ground before Lin Zhu, where 5 or 6 large white flowers resembling morning glories lay scattered, each as large as a coconut. The words that had risen to her throat were instantly swallowed back, and with a smile and a shake of her head, she remarked, "It appears I have been somewhat presumptuous. I never imagined you could locate the Beijing flower. Now I feel reassured. The sap of such flowers is an adequate substitute for maternal milk, though they thrive in exceptionally harsh environments, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. However, given Lin Zhu's combat prowess, it would not pose a significant challenge." Having spoken, Huaying turned without hesitation and soared towards Sai Luoman and Mley. "Let us depart," she declared, positioning herself beside Sai Luoman. At that moment, Lin Zhu turned back, earnestly addressing Sai Luoman with gratitude. "Thank you." Sai Luoman nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware that she referred to the previous occasion when he administered the recovery water to her. Thus, the four returned to their original tribe. In this manner, Huaying took residence in the village, devotedly nurturing her child. Previously, she accompanied Fu Man wherever he went. Now, having settled down, it proved more convenient for her to care for the child. Concurrently, Lin Zhu dedicated himself to raising the adopted child while also focusing on his training. This lifestyle brought him a sense of fulfillment, far more engaging than his previous singular pursuit of cultivation. Each individual led their own life, pursuing their desires, while the world experienced a fleeting tranquility. Sai Luoman too embarked on his arduous training, immediately activating the gravity system. He aimed to acclimatize himself to 100-fold gravity, while also allocating time to continue practicing his doubling fist and breaking boundary fist. However, his primary focus remained on enhancing his combat strength, with auxiliary skills being secondary. Subsequently, he ventured into the cosmos, seeking formidable opponents to further elevate his combat prowess and hone his battle experience and techniques. Thus, he endeavored to grow stronger until he reached the pinnacle of a Saiyan, at which point he would confront the cosmic monarch, Frieza, on his home planet, testing the limits of a Saiyan in pursuit of the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Should this endeavor prove futile, he would seek alternative methods. If successful, it would be splendid. Afterward, he would utilize the breaking boundary fist to traverse other dimensional universes, embarking on adventures and challenging various powerful foes. As for adversaries like Cell and Majin Buu, Sai Luoman would not proactively seek them out unless directly impacted, for he understood that Goku and his companions were already addressing those threats. After all, he would inevitably meet Goku one day, for he was his idol. However, that was contingent upon achieving Super Saiyan 3, or even beyond, and there was no need to rush. Moreover, Sai Luoman did not believe that in such an expansive universe, there existed no other foes more formidable than Cell and Majin Buu. What is the significance of this time-space Shero battling that time-space Shero? Is it not rather tedious to engage in such repetitive conflicts against the same adversary? He certainly would not indulge in such monotonous endeavors, for his true aspiration lies in pursuing the ultimate limits of the Saiyan race. Ceram, intrigued, pondered what forms might exist beyond Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, 5, 6, and 7. What could they possibly resemble? Or perhaps there exist no such transformations, but rather something like Super Saiyan God, adorned with extravagant hues from hair dyes. The only path forward is to break through these layers oneself. Only then shall the truth be unveiled. He fervently hoped that he would not be left disappointed. As Serant contemplated, he continued his training. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to turn anxiously. There he saw Mley, still struggling to train on the ground beside him, her clothing thoroughly drenched in sweat, her long hair half-soaked, yet she showed no signs of stopping. Mley, you should take a break. There's no need to push yourself so hard. I am here to protect you, Serant expressed with concern, though he too was drenched in sweat. Yet far more at ease than Mley. He hung inverted from the ceiling, performing sit-ups, with droplets of sweat cascading to the ground like bullets. I can still endure, Mley gasped, laboring through her push-ups. She had no intention of resting. Her sole desire was to grow stronger. Unwilling to be trampled as she had been before, the thought of her beloved being able to save her, while she felt powerless to do the same, ignited a renewed determination within her. Serant, recognizing her resolve, understood her sentiments. Yet as a girl, she did not possess the Saiyan resilience he had. Given that they were already under 20 times the gravity, he could scarcely bear it himself. It was evident how much more difficult it was for her. Ultimately, unable to bear the sight of her struggle, he performed a somersault and descended to the control panel, disabling the gravity system. Chapter 53. Harvesting the longevity fruit again, why have you turned it off? Mley turned to Serant, her face a mask of confusion. She had anticipated he would merely lower the gravity, not switch it off entirely. I am tired as well. I wish to rest for a while. Serant replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. He approached Mley, lifting her in a princess carry, planting a soft kiss on her forehead as he slowly made his way toward the spaceship's exit. Previously, she had always been the one to hold him. Now that he was feeling well, he naturally wished to embrace her more. Mley smiled blissfully, refraining from further words as warmth surged within her. She rested her head on Serant's shoulder, allowing him to hold her. Deep down, she understood that he spoke out of concern for her. While her desire to grow stronger was undeniable, she could not withstand the treatment Serant offered. The notion of wanting to train a bit longer vanished in an instant. All she desired was to remain in his embrace. Serant cradled Mley in his arms and flew out of the spacecraft, landing gracefully beside a nearby brook. He gently set her down and remarked with a smile, I shall return shortly. Before Mley could fully comprehend his words, he vanished in an instant. She took a step forward, eager to inquire, but before she could utter a sound, Serant had already disappeared. Mley chuckled softly, shaking her head, unperturbed by his sudden departure. She approached the brook, standing still as she gazed into the water, which reflected her image. With a delicate motion, she released her intricately styled hair, allowing it to cascade down to her waist, slightly curling at the ends, which enhanced her youthful allure. She then naturally shed her form-fitting garments, reminiscent of a shawl, along with her short skirt-like trousers. Instantly, a graceful physique was revealed, characterized by a firm and ample bosom, rounded and pert hips, and a flat abdomen, with skin so smooth that not a trace of excess flesh could be found. Her silhouette was a harmonious blend of curves and contours, with long, lithe limbs adorned with subtle muscle definition that added an air of elegance rather than brute strength. Setting her clothes gently aside on the bank, Mley waded into the water, squatting down until only her head remained above the surface, silently washing her long hair and arms. Beneath the slightly reddened clouds, Serant's figure darted through the pitch-black trees of the death forest like a flash of lightning. Having sensed someone on the periphery, he had instantaneously transported himself to this spot. But now he was left to traverse the depths of the forest on foot, with a considerable distance still ahead of him. Fortunately, the island was frequently inhabited. If it were not, his instantaneous movement would have been futile, and he would have had to fly directly over. Serant intended to gather a greater supply of the longevity fruit, preparing for any unforeseen injuries that might befall Mley, ensuring he was fully equipped to provide timely assistance in case of a serious mishap during her training. As he flew, an unsettling sensation began to rise within him, his brow furrowing in concern. What is happening? Why do I feel so restless? Is something amiss? Confusion and unease clouded his expression. as he sensed an ominous presence lurking within the death forest. Yet, in his heightened awareness, he could only detect a few weak souls approaching, devoid of any other significant energy. All the surrounding flora, including the direction of the longevity trees, emitted no trace of vitality, resembling lifeless objects. The oppressive feeling seemed to emanate from all directions, or perhaps it was merely a manifestation of his own psyche. Resolving to hasten his gathering and depart, Serant shook his head in resignation, dismissing further contemplation. He accelerated into a streak of white light, racing towards the heart of the forest. Before long, he arrived at the foot of the longevity tree, gazing up in awe at the colossal entity before him. Once again, the sight was as breathtaking as ever. The divine dragon seemed insignificant in comparison. He furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, feeling an intensifying sense of oppression the closer he approached this place, to the point of struggling to breathe. Yet, curiously, no matter how meticulously he tried to discern, he could not detect a hint of wrongdoing emanating from the tree of eternal life. The source of this peculiar sensation remained elusive. The only certainty was that the closer he drew to the center, the greater the feeling of pressure became, nothing more. Serant shook his head, exhaling deeply, striving to relax his mind and body. Never mind, let us focus on the task at hand, he muttered, soaring towards the pinnacle of the tree of eternal life. After plucking 10 fruits, he felt a heavy weight settle upon him, prompting him to cease further gathering. He was nearing his limit and wished to leave some for others. Serant began to descend slowly towards the ground, but his gaze remained fixed ahead, and upon sensing the aura of Mley, he instantly vanished from his spot, teleporting to her side. Upon Serant's departure, the tree of eternal life shimmered once more with a faint violet-black glow, and then a gigantic blood-red eye opened at the trunk's midpoint. 10, you say? Excellent. Though slightly weakened, if I consume them all, the returned energy should suffice to restore my mobility completely. Meanwhile, Mley had already finished her bath, lying on the grass and quietly awaiting Serant's return. She could not fathom why he had left so suddenly, a wave of worry rising within her. Even a brief separation left her yearning for him. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Serant materialized beside her. You're finally back, Mley exclaimed joyfully, springing to her feet and embracing Serant tightly. Then, leaning down, she kissed his lips deeply, eliciting a soft moan from him. However, they parted after a brief moment. I missed you so much, she said, blinking her large eyes and gazing into Serant's. Wasn't he gone for just a short while? Serant replied with a smile, gently nudging her forehead with his. He then produced the 10 fruits he had gathered. Grinning proudly, look, I don't care, I just missed you. Mley pouted, still keeping her forehead pressed against his, reluctant to let go. But upon hearing his words, her gaze shifted, astonishment washing over her. Is that the fruit of eternal life? And so many. She released her grip, her expression turning to concern. You weren't hurt, were you? As she spoke, she gently touched Serant's shoulders and arms, inspecting his body. How could I possibly be injured? I am quite strong now. Serant confidently shook his head with a smile, placing his hands on Mley's shoulders. Rest assured, it won't happen again. Then I can relax. Mley instantly relaxed. After so many days, the shadows in her heart had not entirely dissipated. She still instinctively feared that trouble would arise again. Thus, the two of them sat down comfortably, crushing all 10 longevity fruits and storing them in 2 bottles. You should take this one, said Ceram, handing one of the bottles to Mley. No, you should take it. I have no use for it. Mley quickly shook her head in refusal, feeling that her companion needed it more. Take it. Perhaps I might get injured before you do, and then I would require your assistance. Ceram chuckled, fully aware of Mley's nature. Without such persuasion, she would undoubtedly hesitate to accept. This arrangement served as a safeguard for both parties. All right then. After a brief moment of hesitation, Mley accepted the bottle, though she intended to keep it for herself, planning to use it for Ceram if he were to get hurt. Ceram shared a similar sentiment. His initial concern was that Mley might overexert herself during her training and sustain serious injuries, so he had harvested more fruits for her benefit. However, he did not wish to overly rely on the divine water, deciding instead to reserve it for critical moments. He also had no intention of using it to exploit the flaws in the bloodline of the Saiyans, as such tactics would yield superficial enhancements in combat power, and he was uncertain about the potential complications from frequent usage. Ultimately, he resolved to proceed steadily, relying on diligent effort to bolster his strength. which he deemed the most pragmatic approach. After all, time was ample, and there was no urgency or pressure to act rashly. Chapter 54. The marriage of Serant and Mley. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. On this day, the weather was splendid, with clusters of white clouds drifting across the sky, creating a picturesque scene. The gradually setting sun cast its warm rays upon the earth, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. By the riverside, on a patch of grass, for individuals, 3 women and 1 man, were lounging on a gray blanket. "Are you really planning to leave in 6 months?" Huaying inquired while playfully engaging with the toddler who was now able to run about. "Yes," Mley replied, her face aglow with anticipation. She gently caressed Serant's hair as he lay asleep on her lap, her tone tender yet resolute. "Wherever he goes, I shall follow. I envy you." Huaying turned her head, cradling the toddler in her arms, gazing up at the sky with a visage full of longing and reminiscence. Recalling her moments with Fumin. In truth, the location mattered little. What was significant was the ability to remain together with one's beloved. Happiness radiated from Mley as she expressed this sentiment. Indeed, Huaying lowered her gaze, gently stroking the toddler's head, a flicker of warmth crossing her face. "You need not be too sorrowful. Fumin will soon be revived," Mley reassured her, turning to pat Huaying's shoulder with a tone of steadfast comfort. Huaying responded, her usual sparkle returning as she smiled back. The two then resumed their light-hearted conversation, and Mley learned numerous childcare techniques from Huaying that she planned to employ in the future. Over the past 6 months, Ceram has long since acclimatized to the gravity of 100 times that of Earth. However, it was not as effortless as he had envisioned, demanding considerable time and effort. He remains perplexed as to how Goku managed to adapt in mere days. Perhaps the immense pressure he faced expedited his adaptation. In contrast, Ceram did not adjust so swiftly. Naturally, he did not engage in gravity training daily, allocating a significant portion of his time to mastering the techniques of doubling fist and dimension-shattering fist. He has made preliminary progress with both skills and can now endure a 3-fold enhancement from the doubling fist. Beyond that, he hesitates, as the psychological scars still linger. The dimension-shattering fist, capable of breaching dimensional barriers, is also not deployable at just any locale. It necessitates a region where the temporal and spatial fabric is weakened, typically near certain unique planets. Acclimatizing to gravity does not signify the cessation of training. He can still enhance his combat prowess. Currently, Ceram perceives himself to be 7 or 8 times stronger than before. He has begun dedicating extensive time to instructing Mley in the art of instant teleportation. Regrettably, her progress remains sluggish, indicating that she may not master it in the near term. Thus, each individual continues on their path of cultivation, growing ever stronger. While the world remains in a state of tranquility, time, as always, slips away unnoticed, and before long, another 6 months have passed. At noon, the sky is a brilliant blue, the sun hangs high, and not a single cloud is in sight. Below, the ground is alive with activity. In one corner of the tribe, a considerable crowd has gathered, over 100 individuals, busily preparing and arranging tables for what seems to be a grand feast. How beautiful! In a wooden cabin, Huaying gazes at Mley in the mirror, a smile gracing her face as she compliments her. Mley sits before the vanity, admiring her reflection, tilting her head side to side in increasing satisfaction, before turning to Huaying with a smile. "It's your skill, Sister Huaying. You flatter me." Huaying chuckles, shaking her head as she adjusts Mley's attire. "You are inherently beautiful, after all." Indeed, Sister Huaying was equally enchanting back then. Mley beams, her excitement growing as she anticipates Ceram's reaction to her appearance. Huaying, still smiling, refrains from further comment and diligently assists in dressing her in a wedding gown. Soon, Mley is attired, her long hair intricately styled into a floral arrangement, resembling 6 petals, adorned with 7 pristine white flowers, creating a stunning effect. She wears a pink garment woven like petals, exposing her waist yet fully concealing her ample bosom, and is sleeveless. The lower half consists of a matching short skirt, reaching just to her knees, revealing her delicate, azure-hued legs. The overall appearance closely resembles that of a lady of the court, with the most significant distinction being the material, which is evidently not synthetic. It appears exquisitely delicate, yet exudes an aura of fragility, as though a mere tug could unravel its essence. Mley, adorned solely with a necklace of beads, each differing in shape and hue, lacks any other embellishments on her wrists, ears, or elsewhere. Nevertheless, in this moment, she radiates an air of poised beauty, embodying simplicity, purity, and authenticity, emanating a sense of sanctity. Meanwhile, another figure, a middle-aged man, assists Ceram in dressing. Ceram soon dons a high-waisted top that exposes her midriff. It boasts short sleeves crafted from an unknown soft material, in a cerulean hue reminiscent of feathers and leaves. Her lower attire consists of knee-length shorts fashioned from the same delicate fabric. Although the material is soft and form-fitting, exuding an air of refinement and luxury. Ceram cannot shake the feeling that her attire is rather fragile, instilling a sense of trepidation regarding its durability. Without any jewelry or elaborate hairstyle, she has merely changed her garments. After a brief pause, a sudden drumbeat reverberates through the air. Huaying leads Mley, while the middle-aged man accompanies Ceram, and the four emerge almost simultaneously from two adjacent wooden cabins. The moment their eyes meet, Mley and Ceram find themselves entranced by one another, as if the world around them has vanished. Let the ceremony commence. An elderly voice calls out, having waited patiently. The two regain their composure, exchanging a smile before gradually stepping together to stand beside the elder. Ceram surveys the surroundings, realizing that a throng of people has gathered, encircling a long crimson carpet that stretches far into the distance, its end obscured. At this juncture, Mley suddenly takes Ceram's hand in hers, turning to offer a radiant smile. "Do I look beautiful?" she inquires. "Indeed," Ceram replies, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect of marrying such a stunning woman as Mley. "You are beautiful as well," she responds, equally elated. Cough, cough. The elder interrupts with a gentle cough, prompting a more serious demeanor. Mley pouts, resembling a defiant young girl. Ceram, too, halts his thoughts, chuckling softly as he grips Mley's hand tighter. She reciprocates the gesture, their silence conveying a profound connection that transcends words. The elder, observing this, nods in satisfaction, and a nearby young girl approaches, presenting him with an incense burner before retreating. The elder cradles the burner, murmuring incantations that are incomprehensible while performing peculiar gestures. Gradually advancing forward, Mley and Ceram, watching from behind, exchange a knowing glance, stifling their laughter, and follow closely behind. Under the guidance of the elder, the two walked along the crimson carpet, occasionally kneeling in reverence. Ceram found himself puzzled by the purpose of their supplications, as if they were bowing to the very air itself. Yet he felt no resistance and obediently followed suit, listening to the blessings that surrounded them. "Congratulations. Wishing you a century of harmony. May you be together forever. May you soon be blessed with children. A century of love." The spectators, regardless of age or gender, beamed with joy, showering the couple with a flurry of pink petals that cascaded like rain, soon covering the carpet beneath their feet. Thus, Mley and Ceram strolled through this enchanting floral downpour, gradually advancing deeper into the elongated red carpet, where peculiar and bizarre statues began to emerge on either side, none resembling the golfer. Ceram paid little heed to these oddities as they approached a stone mural. This mural was intricately carved upon a towering stone tablet, over 5 meters in height, and appeared relatively new, seemingly crafted not long ago. Its content was simple. At the pinnacle, a round moon and sun adorned the top, beneath which stood the silhouettes of a group of figures, likely akin to those of the earlier statues, with horns atop their heads, roughly hewn and devoid of intricate details. Ceram's interest in these depictions was minimal. He surmised they were of a religious nature and did not dwell on them. After a solemn ritual of homage, the proceedings came to a close, and the gathering retraced their steps, taking their seats at a table laden with a variety of foods and floral wines. At this moment, Ceram, Mley, and the elder found themselves before an empty table at the eastern end of the feast, as if another ritual awaited completion. "Ceram, do you sincerely take Mley as your wife, to love her exclusively and never part from her?" The elder inquired with a grave demeanor. "Indeed, I love her alone. I vow to remain by her side until my last breath, unwavering in my devotion," Ceram replied with resolute sincerity, casting a tender glance at Mley, his eyes brimming with affection. "I too love him alone," Mley interjected before the elder could ask, gently kissing Ceram on the forehead. The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their hearts consumed solely by one another. igniting a fervent desire to hold onto each other tightly. A flame yearning to burst forth. Oh, oh! The air was filled with exclamations of surprise. The onlookers seemed more exhilarated than the couple themselves. The elder, witnessing this, felt somewhat speechless. Having officiated countless unions, he had never encountered such eagerness, especially from a woman. Well, then let the two of you drink the floral wine together, the elder said with a smile, shaking his head, as he looked upon the enamored couple, his heart genuinely wishing them well. Upon hearing this, Serant and Mley picked up the floral wine prepared specifically for the two of them. As they turned to each other, their gazes met once more, each face adorned with a radiant smile of happiness. The two gradually drew closer, their right hands intertwining as they fed one another the floral wine. Serant found the wine to be a deep red, imbued with a sweet fragrance, and without hesitation, he drank it down. The taste was sweet upon his palate, resembling more of a juice than an alcoholic beverage. However, it began to feel somewhat cloying, yet he persisted until he had finished it all. Mley did the same. But in a mere moment, Serant's perception shifted. He suddenly felt a dizzying sensation, far more potent than ordinary wine, contradicting the initial impression it had given. Well done. From this moment forth, you are truly husband and wife, the elder proclaimed with a gentle smile, glancing at the couple before exclaiming and clapping his hands. The gathered crowd erupted in joyous celebration, leaping to their feet, showering the air with floral wine while cheering, "Congratulations! Hurry to your bridal chamber." Serant and Mley exchanged a knowing smile, gently resting their foreheads against one another. "We are finally wed," he whispered. "Indeed." Mley nodded sweetly, a smile gracing her lips, embodying the essence of a devoted bride, fully leaning into Serant. This moment had been long anticipated. Without hesitation, Serant lifted Mley into his arms, offering her a soft smile. "Shall we go?" he asked in a tender tone, as if he had already planned their departure. "Yes," Mley replied, her face aglow with happiness, resting her head against his chest. The two ascended into the sky, pausing mid-air to glance back at the gathering below. "Farewell, everyone. Thank you for your kindness during this time," Serant said with a smile, waving goodbye. "Take care, everyone," Mley echoed, also waving. At that moment, Huaying suddenly burst forth from the crowd, her eyes filled with excitement as she gazed up at the couple, seemingly wanting to say something. "Do not worry. In no more than 2 years, Fumin will return to your side," Serant assured her earnestly, nodding with determination. "You all take care. Goodbye." The crowd waved in farewell, watching as Huaying beamed with genuine blessings for the departing couple. The spacecraft was not far from there, and soon they arrived at its entrance, where Serant gently set Mley down. They stood at the hatch, casting a glance back at the distant tribe, their expressions reflecting a myriad of emotions. "Let us go," Mley declared, her demeanor suddenly resolute, as she turned to enter the spacecraft. "Will you not take one last look? Who knows how long it will be until we return?" Serant followed closely, a hint of surprise on his face at her decisiveness. The hatch sealed seamlessly behind them. "No, we will return again. So there is no need to linger on the present," Mley asserted, grasping Serant's hand tightly without a backward glance. "Indeed," he replied. Sailor Man shares this sentiment, believing that excessive attachment may indeed impede one's spirit, yet the return is inevitable. At that moment, the spacecraft ascended abruptly to a height of 10 meters, hovering effortlessly. A low, resonant hum soon filled the air as the vessel emitted a blinding white light, swiftly engulfed by it, rendering the spacecraft invisible. In an instant, a brilliant orb shot skyward, transforming into a mere point of light before vanishing into the depths of the azure sky. Meanwhile, within the confines of the spacecraft, Sailor Man and another sat quietly upon the bed, their expressions tinged with tension, intertwined with a thread of anticipation and a hint of unease.